He was unaware that his father was the illustrious Ying Zheng, the first emperor of Qin. When Ying Zheng, concealing his true identity, came to visit him, the two engaged in a casual discussion about state affairs, yet Zhao Yi's innermost thoughts were inadvertently overheard by Ying Zheng. Although this old man treats me poorly, he is still my father. Should I inform him that the Qin Dynasty is on the brink of collapse? The Xiongnu are rampant. Ying Zheng is quite foolish, with 300,000 troops idly standing by. If it were me, I would have seized the opportunity during the Xiongnu's internal strife to strike decisively and annihilate them. That Zhao Gao is a treacherous little wretch. The century-old foundation of the Qin Dynasty is about to be ruined by him. I must prepare swiftly. Ying Zheng, taken aback, exclaimed, "My son. Enough of the pretense. I am indeed Qin Shi Huang." Chapter 1. The illegitimate son of Ying Zheng in the Grand Qin Dynasty. During the year 212 BC, life was not particularly easy for the Emperor Ying Zheng, who had unified the 6 kingdoms and brought peace to the realm. As dawn broke, the first emperor had just completed reviewing a day's worth of memorials. Having vanquished the 6 kingdoms and unified the world, he was acutely aware of the suffering endured by the common people due to the turmoil of war. It was precisely for this reason that he sought to bring about a definitive end to these conflicts. To cease war with war, if given the chance again, he would unwaveringly choose to unify the Qin. After all, the realm and the imperial title belonged to him, a legacy for millennia to come. This was the aspiration of both him and the Qin kings of yore, who had tirelessly pursued this dream, for only through wise rulers could the great Qin dynasty flourish. Thus, the rumors of the remnants of the 6 kingdoms were of no concern to Ying Zheng. However, the Xiongnu posed the gravest threat. Now that the Qin had unified the world, although they could sweep away the 6 kingdoms, they were ill-equipped to confront the Xiongnu, renowned for their cavalry. Given the current state of the Qin, all that could be done was to fortify the Great Wall and defend as best as possible. The Xiongnu were indeed the bane of the Qin, which is why he had stationed 300,000 troops under Meng Yi and ordered laborers to construct the Great Wall, aiming to completely isolate the Xiongnu from the Qin. He intended to gather strength and, one day, eradicate the Xiongnu.
Sigh.
Ying Zheng stretched his limbs and decided to set aside these troubling thoughts. "Let us depart the palace. I need some fresh air. Your Majesty, it is said that the 9th prince has recovered from his illness. Shall we visit him?" "Indeed, let us go see my son Yi and Lady Qiongji." Ying Yi, the emperor's 9th son, was born of Lady Qiongji during a time when Ying Zheng was still a youthful king, full of vigor and ambition, heralding a prosperous future. As the child of Lady Qiongji, he was intended to be the heir to the Qin dynasty. However, the 9th prince suffered a high fever and brain ailment at the tender age of 3. To protect him, Ying Zheng and Lady Qiongji sent him to be raised outside the palace, under the alias Zhao Yi, with Lady Qiongji by his side. The 9th prince and Lady Qiongji were discreetly guarded by a loyal old servant and members of the He Bing Tai. Ying Zheng often felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards them. In a carriage, 2 individuals arrived at Zhao village, situated outside Xianying city. This was the estate of the 9th prince, where he had lived since he could remember, entirely unaware of his true identity. Son, awaken. Your father is coming." Son. Li Jiang, who had been caring for her son outside the palace, dressed herself elegantly and spoke to Zhao Yi. Yet Zhao Yi appeared languid, lacking the energy to rouse himself. Why bother? He comes once every few months and is hardly a familiar face. What's the point of all this fuss? Why are you so formal? He is just an ordinary man. Zhao Yi's words were unabashedly forthright. Li Jiang sighed and replied, "Son, your father is a man of great affairs, well connected in the court. Though you have recovered, you will still need to rely on him in the future." In the memories of this body, Zhao Yi recalled that he and his mother were merely the concubine and illegitimate son of that old man. He had his own family and merely provided them with a place to stay, visiting occasionally. Thus, Zhao Yi harbored no fondness for his father. "When you meet him, be sure to speak respectfully. No foolishness is permitted," Li Jiang patiently advised, hoping her son, now healthy, would leave a good impression on the emperor. Zhao Yi nodded absent-mindedly. "Come on, what era are we in? No matter how wealthy or powerful he is, what does it matter when chaos will ensue in a few years? Even the mighty first emperor will soon meet his end. Moreover, Should Xiongnu or Liu Bang dare to provoke him, he would make them regret ever entering this world. Did you remember what your mother said? Li Jiang inquired, noticing her son's lethargy. Of course, Zhao Yi replied, somewhat impatiently. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious carriage accompanied by several attendants arrived at the entrance of Zhao Yi's home. As the carriage door opened, a tall man, exuding an air of nobility and vigor, stepped out. Li Jiang, having been prepared, immediately approached. My lord, you have arrived. Simultaneously, she exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yi. Thus, for the sake of his mother's honor, Zhao Yi approached his father, bowing respectfully. I have come to greet you, father. Ying Zheng's commanding voice replied, no need for such formalities, rise, my son. He began to scrutinize the boy, pondering whether this foolish child's mind had truly recovered, as he no longer appeared to be as daft as before. Ying Zheng's authoritative gaze swept over Zhao Yi, yet the boy showed no fear, meeting his stare with a subtle defiance. What are you staring at? Do you think I'm handsome? Why are you looking at me so intently? Are you attempting to assert your authority? What? Ying Zheng was instantly taken aback. What was happening in his mind? Why did it feel as though someone was speaking within him? My lord? What is the matter? Li Jiang asked, noticing Ying Zheng's peculiar demeanor. Ying Zheng scanned the surroundings, sensing that the hidden guards, as well as the attendants and eunuchs nearby, were silent. In this place, where he maintained a strict security protocol, no outsiders should be able to enter freely. Ying Zheng sighed inwardly, attributing his unease to the exhaustion from a night spent dealing with memorials. What nonsense is this? Why am I so jumpy over nothing? Is it due to the weight of my conscience? Sigh, it's obvious I'm not a good person and will eventually face divine retribution. Damn it. This time, Ying Zheng clearly heard the voice echoing in his mind. No one here would dare speak so boldly. It was a grave disrespect. To curse him with lightning. This time, he was determined to uncover the source of this insolence, meting out punishment befitting such audacity. The dignity of an emperor could not be trifled with. Who would be so brazen? Simply outrageous. Chapter 2. Thoughts overheard. My lord, what is the matter? The eunuchs, witnessing the emperor's strange behavior, were equally astonished and promptly inquired. The hidden guards responsible for protection, as well as several obvious bodyguards, immediately heightened their vigilance, ready to spring into action. Ying Zheng's watchful gaze darted around, scrutinizing the expressions of his closest guards with utmost seriousness, as if attempting to penetrate their innermost thoughts. The guards accompanying him here for his close protection were undeniably reliable, a fact that Ying Zheng firmly believed. He was certain that such irreverent words could not have originated from them. The only other individuals present were Lady Qiongji, an elderly maid, and a young girl, making it improbable for them to be the source of the voice in his mind, which seemed distinctly male. After scanning his guards, Ying Zheng's gaze settled on his son Zhao Yi. Apart from the guards, he was the only one left. Could it be Zhao Yi who spoke so disrespectfully? Lady Qiongji, noticing Ying Zheng's intense scrutiny of Zhao Yi, hurried to clarify, My lord, Zhao Yi has been recovering well from his illness and recently expressed a desire to see you. Upon hearing you were coming, he insisted on accompanying me to welcome you, eager to spend some time with you. As she spoke, Lady Qiongji cast a knowing glance at Zhao Yi. Left with no choice, Zhao Yi bowed his head and earnestly declared, Son pays his respects to father. Seeing his son so obedient, Ying Zheng's expression softened slightly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He too felt that his earlier suspicion was rather absurd after all. How could his own son utter such blasphemous words? It was utterly impossible. Just as Ying Zheng was about to enter the house, the voice in his mind returned. Why should I bow to him? What kind of virtue is that? Mother will tire herself out. Hurry and send that shameless old man away. I wish to continue my sleep. The pastries made by mother are simply delightful, and I have no desire to share them with that shameless old man. Ying Zheng's anger flared as he contemplated the source of the voice. Shameless old man? Mother? He quickly deduced that the voice belonged to his son Zhao Yi. After all, the only person present was Zhao Yi's mother, Lady Qiongji. Yet, the voice in his head felt somewhat different from the actual spoken words, leaving Ying Zheng perplexed about the reason behind it. What does this old man intend? Is he angry? What can he do? He cannot kill me. Does he think he is the emperor? Why does he keep staring at me? Does he truly wish for my demise? Goodness, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. This old man is my father. Is he really willing to harm his own son? Zhao Yi remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding in his mind, but his scathing thoughts about his father were clearly conveyed to Ying Zheng. The intensity of Zhao Yi's disdain matched the depth of Ying Zheng's growing fury. Ying Zheng's teeth clenched and his fists tightened, yet he fought to maintain his composure. It was now unmistakable to Ying Zheng that the voice in his head was indeed that of Zhao Yi. Those thoughts were Zhao Yi's innermost sentiments. How could he hear his son's thoughts? Was it truly that miraculous? Though he longed to unleash his wrath and reprimand Zhao Yi thoroughly, he refrained. After all, this was his own flesh and blood. As Zhao Yi had pointed out, even a tiger does not harm its young. Furthermore, the words Zhao Yi expressed were heard only by him. If he were to punish Zhao Yi based solely on this, it would be akin to insanity. How could he chastise him for thoughts that were not intended for anyone else's ears? To others, it would appear as though he, as a father, was unjustly hurling accusations at his son who had just recovered from a severe illness. Contemplating all this, Ying Zheng resolved to exercise patience despite his indignation. I am feeling a bit weary. Let us retire indoors to discuss further. With that, he swiftly entered the house. Behind him, Zhao Yi began to vent his frustrations. What does this old man think he is? Coming here and expecting me to greet him at dawn? Who does he believe himself to be? How exhausting this morning has been. Let us hurry inside once he is in. I hope he refrains from any more nonsense. Every word from Zhao Yi's heart reached Ying Zheng's mind, causing him to grit his teeth in irritation. The term old man grated on him, and he felt a profound sense of frustration. How could his own son refer to him, a man in the prime of life, as an old man? Upon entering the house, a breakfast centered around Ying Zheng commenced. Your Majesty, please try this. I took great care in preparing it upon hearing of your visit, Lady Xiongnu said, serving him a warm bowl of millet porridge, perfectly thickened to his liking. With Lady Xiongnu attentively tending to him, Ying Zheng naturally reveled in the attention. Zhao Yi, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of discontent wash over him, yet he continued to eat from his own bowl. Noticing the lack of interaction between the father and son, Lady Xiongnu encouraged, Zhao Yi, why not recite a few poems for your father? My lord, you may not be aware, but our Zhao Yi, not only has he recovered from his illness, but he has also made great strides in his studies. Just yesterday, he wrote a poem for me. The thread in a loving mother's hand, clothes on her wandering son. As he departs, she stitches tightly, fearing he may return late. Who can say that a blade of grass can repay the warmth of spring sunshine? I was deeply moved. Our Zhao Yi is truly well. Ying Zheng nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed commendable. He appreciated the poetry, and he recognized that over the years, the mother and son had endured considerable hardships outside the palace. He also understood that even if this poem were presented to the scholars of the present day, it would undoubtedly astonish them. He had initially thought that merely recovering from his illness was a significant achievement, but Zhao Yi had proven to possess literary talent as well. Truly, he was the progeny of the dragon ancestor. How could the descendants of the Ying lineage be foolish? After sipping his porridge, Zhao Yi casually remarked, It is not my own work. I was simply inspired as I observed mother sewing my clothes yesterday. Does this old man wish to hear me compose poetry? He is dreaming. How could I write for such a hypocritical pretender? I can write for mother, but I shall never compose for this man. If I were to write for him, I would pen 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Do noble lords and generals possess any true virtue? Ying Zheng had initially found the line about the passage of time quite appealing. However, upon reaching the latter line, do noble lords and generals possess any true virtue? He inadvertently spat out his porridge. Rebellion. This boy is plotting rebellion. Yet, upon reflecting on the poem, he had to concede that it was rather well written. But what did it matter if it was well composed? It clearly signified rebellion. Seeing Ying Zheng choking on the porridge, Lady Xiongnu hastily offered her handkerchief, her concern evident. What is the matter, my lord? Is the porridge too hot? I shall be more cautious in the future. How could such a cautious woman have given birth to a son with such audacity? Ying Zheng sighed inwardly, casting a stern look at Zhao Yi. If you cannot compose well, it is better not to attempt it, lest you embarrass yourself. I have heard many poems, and do not require your contribution. Ying Zheng let out a cold huff, fearing that if his son uttered those rebellious words, it might very well lead to his own demise. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi could not help but chuckle inwardly, yet he feigned humility, saying, "Thank you, father. Should I come across any remarkable verses, I shall promptly invite you to appreciate them." "Humph, remarkable verses? Old man, take a look in the mirror. How repugnant. Even if I were to casually gift a poem to a courtesan, I would never bestow one upon you, you old fool." Ying Zheng was infuriated beyond measure. Was his ninth son perpetually inclined to berate him, his father? Were they kin or adversaries? Ying Zheng was deeply perplexed and enraged, unable to fathom what he had done to evoke such loathing from his own child. Madame Qiongji, sensing the palpable tension between Ying Zheng and Zhao Yi, intervened hastily. "Your Majesty, yesterday, he mentioned something about a plough called the curved share plough. It is indeed a remarkable invention." "The curved share plough? What is that?" Ying Zheng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Madame Qiongji smiled gently and replied, "My lord, I am not well versed in such matters. However, when he spoke of it yesterday, I gathered it to be quite advantageous. He mentioned that if the curved share plough were to be introduced, it could significantly enhance ploughing efficiency, increasing it by 3 to 4 times. "Ah!" Ying Zheng gasped in astonishment. He regarded Zhao Yi with a mix of intrigue and suspicion. How curious! Had this foolish child, once afflicted by a mental ailment, not only recovered but also conceived such a wondrous invention? Noticing Ying Zheng's interest, Madame Qiongji discreetly gestured to Zhao Yi, urging him, hasten to explain this curved share plough to your father. Though I lack understanding, he possesses vast knowledge and may comprehend its significance." Zhao Yi, feeling the weight of his father's gaze, quickly shook his head. "Father, this is merely childish prattle. It should not be taken seriously." "What is this? Such a treasure, and I would share it with you. I am determined to promote it myself, and I do not need you to play the benefactor. The curved share plough is infinitely more efficient than the current straight share plough. It requires only a single ox to operate. With the curved share plough, land that once required 2 oxen and 3 men to cultivate can now be tended by just 1 ox and 1 man. With the same resources, the amount of arable land can increase 3 or 4-fold. Would I share such a boon with you? Dream on." Illustration of the curved share plough. Ying Zheng, he was now utterly disheartened. Yet, upon envisioning the design of the curved share plough, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This illumination resembled that of a hunter spotting its prey. In a time of incessant warfare among the 7 states, where countless lives were lost and the common folk suffered greatly, the Qin had waged a decade-long campaign to unify the realms. Now, vast tracts of fertile land lay fallow, untouched. Each time Ying Zheng ventured out and beheld the desolate, unplanted soil, his heart ached. If these barren lands could be cultivated, they would yield ample grain, nourishing many more souls. Food is the foundation of existence. With an abundance of grain, the Qin could ascend to supremacy and usher in a true era of prosperity. However, Ying Zheng felt powerless in such matters. Yet now, with the prospect of the curved share plough, he glimpsed a beacon of hope, a vision of a flourishing Qin dynasty. If the curved share plough could be disseminated widely, it would enable the cultivation of 3 to 4 times more previously uncultivated land. What might this mean for the common people? This would also be a monumental achievement in the annals of history. Despite the echoes of Zhao Yi's insults lingering in his mind, Ying Zheng dismissed them. The potential of the curved share plough was too significant to ignore. "Come, bring forth wine. I raise a toast to you," he declared. Immediately, the attendants presented wine and goblets, filling them to the brim. Ying Zheng stood, raised his cup, and toasted Zhao Yi. Madame Qiongji was taken aback. Zhao Yi, too, was left dumbfounded. What does this mean? I have done nothing to warrant a toast. How peculiar. Regardless of Zhao Yi's bewildered thoughts, Ying Zheng downed his cup in one swift motion. Seeing such exuberance and generosity, Zhao Yi could only rise and join in the toast. Upon obtaining the design of the curved share plough and recognizing its extraordinary potential to benefit the populace, Ying Zheng was elated. He began to indulge in cup after cup of wine. Concerned for Ying Zheng's health, Madame Qiongji cautioned, "My lord, please refrain from excessive drinking. Your well-being is paramount." Ying Zheng shook his head. Today's joyful revelation warrants a few extra cups of celebration. Yet soon, a troubling thought crossed his mind, and he turned to Madame Qiongji, saying, Qiongji, I have been quite vexed of late. I shall indulge just a little more. Madame Qiongji casually remarked, perhaps you could share your troubles with me. Expressing them might provide some relief, or I may offer a solution. Chapter 4. Who is that rogue? Ying Zheng, feeling the effects of intoxication, lamented, the Xiongnu, as long as they remain, they shall always be the source of my deepest concerns. Their existence threatens our endeavors in the northern territories. With their formidable army of 300,000 looming at our borders, my heart is laden with trepidation. This year alone, they have invaded our Qin territories in the Hetao region over 20 times, leaving our border populace to suffer the ravages of war. And our business has inevitably incurred significant losses. I find myself dreaming of General Meng Tian successfully isolating the Xiongnu from our borders. Madame Qiongji, lacking understanding of these state affairs, particularly regarding the Xiongnu, observed Ying Zheng's sorrowful demeanor and offered consolation. My lord, I trust the court will devise a strategy. The officials are undoubtedly concerned about this matter. Such military affairs require the court's careful deliberation. Currently, our Qin is united, our swords are sharp, and when the opportune moment arises, our generals will surely retaliate against the Xiongnu and vanquish them beyond the Yin Mountains. Her words resonated with Ying Zheng, who shared her sentiments. He had indeed discussed with Meng Tian, Wang Jian, and Li Si the prospect of countering the Xiongnu after a few years of recuperation, allowing Meng Tian to fortify the Great Wall during this time. Hearing Madame Qiongji express similar thoughts provided him with a modicum of comfort. Hailing from the royal lineage of Han, Qiongji possessed some insights into political matters. However, at that moment, Ying Zheng's mind was plagued by Zhao Yi's derisive remarks. What are you thinking? Believing you can attack the Xiongnu in a few years? The Xiongnu are not as easily dealt with as the Six States. It would be a miracle if Qin could even secure its own existence in a few years. Your business in the north will come to naught. Prepare for misfortune, old man. Ying Zheng felt a surge of indignation, yet Zhao Yi's words bore an unsettling truth. Indeed, while Ying Zheng harbored ambitions of confronting the Xiongnu, this was merely a tentative aspiration. Meng Tian and Wang Jian in the court advocated for a defensive posture against the Xiongnu. The internal strife posed by the remnants of the Six States, which had been extinguished a decade ago, still loomed large. To ensure stability within, it was paramount to address the threats from these factions before contemplating action against the Xiongnu. Despite this, Ying Zheng mused that if, in a few years, the nation achieved stability and strength, perhaps it would not be amiss to test the sharpness of the Qin sword against the Xiongnu. Yet, Zhao Yi's words doused his hopes with cold water, leaving him deeply vexed. With a faint smile, Ying Zheng turned to Zhao Yi and inquired, My dear Yi, if our Qin were to engage the Xiongnu in 3 to 5 years, what do you believe our chances of victory would be?
Zhao Yi,
perceiving his father's expression as repugnant, internally scoffed, How can you look at me like that, old man? It's nauseating. Ying Zheng felt exasperated by Zhao Yi's disdain. How could his own son express such contempt? Yet, Zhao Yi's dismissive remarks brought a measure of relief to Ying Zheng's troubled heart, although not entirely. However, another voice echoed in his mind, Foolish old man. Do you truly believe that even if you survive 3 to 5 years, a military campaign would not lead to a calamitous defeat, necessitating your apology to the world? This thought sent a chill down Ying Zheng's spine. What did it mean that engaging in battle would result in the most devastating loss? And who was this Zheng Ge he referred to? Was he not the first emperor, now reduced to Zheng Ge? Consider the current state of Qin. The economy is fragile, and the people's hearts are divided. To launch an unprovoked military campaign now would be reckless. The remnants of the Six States are the immediate threat, not the Xiongnu. The tribes of the steppes have unified in their military endeavors, and the Xiongnu excel in cavalry warfare, while Qin's strengths lie in infantry, which would merely lead to unnecessary casualties. Moreover, your desire to confront the Xiongnu stems from that saying, the one who destroys Qin is Hu. But that Hu does not refer to the Xiongnu but to Hu Hai, your very own son. What has he done to deserve such a fate? Perhaps it is best to focus on living well for the next few years. Even if Zheng Ge were to perish, I could rise anew and establish my own reign. At that point, becoming emperor would be preferable to being usurped by that rogue. With a clatter, Ying Zheng's cup slipped from his grasp and shattered on the ground. My lord, what troubles you? Madame Qiongji, noticing his distraction, inquired with concern. Ying Zheng quickly regained his composure, assuring her he was unscathed. She then instructed a servant to fetch another cup. However, he paid little attention to these matters, feeling an icy dread at Zhao Yi's alarming words, which seemed to cascade with increasing terror. Indeed, the nation was in a state of disarray, and if the Xiongnu were to be engaged in 3 to 5 years, a decade or 2 might be more prudent. As Li Si had advised, it was best to recuperate and rejuvenate the populace. The phrase the one who destroys Qin is Hu did not refer to the Xiongnu, but to Hu Hai. What mischief could Hu Hai have committed that warranted such a declaration? As a prince of Qin, did Zhao Yi truly contemplate rebellion? To aspire to the throne, one must possess the capability. Did he comprehend the sacrifices Ying Zheng had made to unify the realm? Who is this rogue that might ascend to the throne in the future? Chapter 5. The Eternal Emperor. If all these thoughts held any truth, then one must begin to take precautions against impending threats. The newly unified Qin Empire must not succumb to the chaos of war and division. Qin ought to endure for generations, even millennia. Ying Zheng felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion that he was overthinking. He began to suspect Zhao Yi's credibility, pondering whether his son was merely indulging in fanciful delusions. Despite being a royal prince, Zhao Yi had never ventured beyond Xianyang and remained ignorant of the intricacies of the Qin court, daring to entertain thoughts of usurpation. In truth, the Qin Dynasty was flourishing. Who could possibly bring about its downfall? While Ying Zheng contemplated these matters, Zhao Yi appeared unperturbed, resting his head on the table with his eyes closed. Though his mind continued to churn with complaints, that place in Shu has been suffering from an unprecedented drought for a century. I wonder how it fares now. It is truly a pity. It was once a land of abundance, now transformed into a parched wasteland, with cracks in the ground wider than a man's arm. The people of Shu must be resorting to cannibalism, their families torn apart, their lives shattered. It is a tragedy beyond words. If this is the case, and if the emperor intends to continue conscripting laborers for the construction of the Great Wall, he might find that not only the remnants of the 6 nations will rebel, but even the common folk, driven to desperation, may rise against him. Bang! Ying Zheng could no longer remain seated and abruptly stood up. His forceful action caused the table to topple over, sending dishes and utensils crashing to the ground. A severe drought in Shu? As the emperor, he had yet to receive any news about it. This was the granary of the Qin Empire. If this were true, it would spell disaster. Shu was vital to Qin, producing 1/3 to 1/4 of its grain. If trouble arose there, the empire would face significant challenges. Any misstep could allow the remnants of the 6 nations to take advantage of the situation. Zhao Yi quickly got up and moved to assist his mother. But Madame Xiongnu refused to rise. That detestable old man, so capricious, dares to treat my mother so unjustly. Does he regard her as a servant? Humph. This old man has made my mother suffer today. Just wait. One day, when I ascend the throne, I will make him repay her in full, forcing him to kneel before her. Hearing this, Ying Zheng's heart raced. Could it be that this boy had gone mad, demanding that I kneel before my own concubine? This was madness. For the first time, he felt a twinge of fear towards someone, his own son. However, regarding the drought in Shu and the potential military actions against the Xiongnu, Ying Zheng remained skeptical. He preferred to see things with his own eyes rather than rely on hearsay. Get up, it is not your fault. I was lost in thought and feeling troubled. It has nothing to do with you. He hastily helped Madame Xiongnu to her feet and instructed the attending eunuch. Quickly clean this up. I have had enough to eat. Yet, as Ying Zheng spoke, his mind was occupied with various thoughts. If there truly was a drought in Shu, and if there were problems with the Xiongnu, not to mention the ominous prediction of his death in 5 years as stated by Hu Hai, then the most pressing matter was to address the drought in Shu first. The situation with the Xiongnu could be deliberated upon later, but a confrontation with them was inevitable. How could he possibly die in 5 years? Wasn't he leaving behind his son Fusu? He had 8 older brothers. How could he possibly ascend to the throne before Hu Hai? Why would Hu Hai be the one to bring about the downfall of Qin? Did he harbor rebellious intentions? Ying Zheng glanced at Zhao Yi, pondering how the son, once ill, now harbored such peculiar thoughts. Why did he constantly dwell on such nonsensical matters? And why was he so astutely aware of the Xiongnu? Did he have a better strategy regarding them? What is that old man scheming now? Here we are, mother and son, living our lives peacefully, yet this old fool keeps intruding, eating and drinking as he pleases. Does he not find it troublesome? Ying Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. Did his son truly harbor no goodwill towards him? He felt he had not deprived the boy of wealth or comfort. How much had Zhao Yi spent on money and medicine over the years? But Ying Zheng was not in the mood to quibble over such matters. He yearned to understand more of Zhao Yi's thoughts. Now that you have recovered from your illness, your father wishes to assess your studies. What do you think? What nonsense. What concern is it of yours? Just leave, would you? I owe you nothing. Ying Zheng stifled his anger. If you refuse to let me assess you, I shall do so regardless. Tell me, if the court desires to refrain from constructing the Great Wall to avoid burdening the people, yet wishes to ensure the Xiongnu do not invade, what strategy would you propose? Zhao Yi paused, furrowing his brow and attempting to feign ignorance. What nonsense is this old man spouting? He thinks he understands these matters. A merchant should focus solely on business. Why meddle in state affairs? Can he truly influence such decisions? Even if I spoke up, what would it matter? Brother Zheng is determined to construct that Great Wall. He is a timeless emperor. How could mere subjects challenge his decisions? Who does he think he is? Timeless emperor? Brother Zheng? Is he referring to me? Zhao Yi's words astonished Ying Zheng. His son held such a high opinion of him? Despite the earlier jests and insults, Ying Zheng felt a sense of relief. Let it go. He is just a child. Chapter 6. Ying Zheng's meaningful smile. This old fool meddles in affairs, inviting disaster upon himself. Qin favors agriculture over commerce. The law punishes those who transgress. What a cursed fate. Truly, merchants pursue profit, and in their madness, they become consumed with state matters, unafraid of the consequences. If he enjoys such meddling, perhaps he should directly engage in trade with the Xiongnu. Is Qin not in need of horses and cattle? Surely, the The state has not yet stifled commerce in this regard. This old man, always scheming, might even secure a royal title for himself. What am I thinking? I am merely a bastard child. Why ponder such convoluted matters? If this old fool takes notice, it could bring trouble upon my mother. Best to remain in obscurity. Crash. As Ying Zheng lifted the newly filled wine cup, it slipped from his grasp, spilling wine all over him, startling Madame Xiongnu once more. My lord, are you all right? It is nothing, he replied, waving her away. The eunuchs hurriedly cleaned the table and refilled his cup. Ying Zheng felt dazed, his mind swirling with thoughts. The policy of favoring agriculture over commerce, did it truly seem erroneous? Could a royal title be associated with a merchant? Yet, if done well, could one indeed secure land and titles? If trade with the Xiongnu reached such heights, why had he never heard of it before? The influx of new ideas overwhelmed Ying Zheng, who had long resided in the palace, unable to reconcile the seemingly disparate realms of the Xiongnu and merchants. But soon enough, he could not help but chuckle softly at Zhao Yi's carefree demeanor, which seemed to indicate that he was not speaking earnestly. With famine in Shu and the northern army lacking provisions, those foolish ministers in court will surely impose more taxes and labor on the people. If that happens, will we soon find ourselves without food? Who knows? We might even face rebellion. Should I rebel? Or should I rebel? Or should I rebel? Ying Zheng's lips twitched violently. His own son was contemplating rebelling against him. Had the world truly reached such a point of rebellion? He could scarcely believe it. Rather than punishing Zhao Yi, he was more interested in uncovering his son's thoughts. Without regard for Zhao Yi's willingness, he asked, if the court truly intends to take military action against the Xiongnu, given the current state of affairs, how should our family position itself? Zhao Yi, taken aback, paused before adopting a foolish expression. Father, I am but a simpleton. I dare not speak recklessly on matters of state. What does this old man mean? Does he wish to profit from national calamity? He truly dares to think such things. Does he? If this were to reach the ears of the ancestor dragon in Xianying Palace, would it not lead to the annihilation of 3 clans? For heaven's sake, if you wish to die, do not involve our entire family. Ancestor dragon? Ying Zheng's smile widened, his curiosity about Zhao Yi's thoughts deepening. No matter. Today's family banquet is among close confidants, since my father has deemed it a test for you. Feel free to respond without hesitation. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Madame Xiongnu revealed a look of astonishment. While her son remained oblivious to the true identity of his father, Madame Xiongnu was well aware. Yet, she also comprehended that Ying Zheng did not hold much regard for the son raised outside the palace. Why then, was he inquiring about matters of state with Zhao Yi today? When has Zhao Yi ever shown any concern for such affairs? Alas, Madame Xiongnu could only sigh in resignation. The insistence of Ying Zheng to test him left Zhao Yi in a state of agitation. In truth, Zhao Yi had no interest in commerce or state affairs. He merely wished to live the life of a carefree young man. Yet, he could not voice this desire to the man before him. After all, this was a long-term source of sustenance. He could only engage in earnest nonsense. Father, in the northern territories, our great Qin boasts formidable troops. Victory is but a matter of time. If there are relevant business dealings at home, we could consider offering a tribute, expressing our loyalty. When the day comes and we receive news of victory, perhaps His Majesty will remember our family's good deeds. Even in defeat, our family would have served the nation and would not be disdained by His Majesty. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow. Such sycophants, if encountered in the court, would meet a harsh end. However, he had come to understand Zhao Yi's disposition, so he calmly awaited his son's commentary. Sure enough, it was not long before Zhao Yi began his tirade of mockery. Are you stunned? It's almost convincing enough to pass. It's been said that fighting the Xiongnu is a drain on the populace and finances. Regardless of victory or defeat, our Qin suffers a loss. Besides, do we really need 300,000 troops to deal with the Xiongnu? Is the Great Wall truly effective? Rather than adopting a defensive stance, we should take the initiative just as the Xiongnu do, slaughter their people, seize their livestock, cut off their means of survival. However, if that old fellow were to offer 3,000 warhorses to the palace of Xianying to help form an elite cavalry, perhaps the one in Xianying might grant him a title of royal workshop. What Zhao Yi contemplated initially eluded Ying Zheng, but once he grasped it, his heart trembled with astonishment. The idea of slaughtering the Hu, seizing livestock, and cutting off their livelihood was indeed a brilliant long-term strategy. This way, even if war were to sustain war, there would be no need for provisions. They could entirely feed off the Hu without straining the people as resources. With this thought, Ying Zheng's gaze toward Zhao Yi transformed. He had not anticipated that a few casual jests from his son could determine the fate of the Xiongnu. Ying Zheng could envision the future of the Xiongnu should this course of action be taken, and it left him greatly astonished. Quite good, indeed. Ying Zheng exclaimed as he struck the table in approval. Madame Xiongnu, startled by the sudden outburst, stared in disbelief. Although merely a woman, she understood that her son's musings mirrored the actions of Qin merchants. Why, then, was Ying Zheng so exhilarated? This left Madame Xiongnu thoroughly perplexed.
Zhao Yi, et quoi libégilderet?
Gazed at his father. What has gotten into this old man? Is he out of his mind? My offhand nonsense brings him such joy. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Yi. a knowing smile widening on his face. Chapter 7. A sense of accomplishment. Ying Zheng felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. He could hear the unfiltered thoughts of Zhao Yi, while Zhao Yi remained entirely oblivious. Although much of Zhao Yi's banter was irreverent, Ying Zheng found it immensely entertaining. After all, not everyone possesses the ability to hear the innermost thoughts of their offspring, especially when a son had been concealing his talents, only to be discovered in such a manner. Next month, you shall begin your service, correct? Ying Zheng's voice resonated softly. Zhao Yi paused, nodding, while Madame Qiongji's expression turned pale, her lips trembling without uttering a word. Zhao Yi was on the verge of 17, according to the laws of the Qin. He had reached adulthood and was obligated to serve. Although the Qin had considered matters of conscription carefully, first-time soldiers only undergoing a month of military training without engaging in battle, Madame Qiongji felt a pang of anguish at the thought of annual separations and the possibility of her son facing the battlefield. Yet, these were the laws of the Qin, immutable by any. Madame Qiongji had no recourse but to accept.
Now.
There is someone in court who owes your father a significant favor. I shall arrange for you to fill a vacancy as a court attendant. Your father will then seek a promotion for you, and you shall no longer need to leave Xianying. Ying Zheng spoke slowly. Zhao Yi initially nodded. Then his eyes widened, and his heart raced. Wait, what?
A promotion?
Did I hear that correctly? What kind of background does this old man have to make such claims? A court attendant? Isn't that an official who serves the emperor directly, akin to an advisor? Does he speak of the palace as if it were his own home? Can one speak of such grand promises so carelessly? What if it actually comes to pass? I wish to do nothing. Spare me. Ying Zheng beamed at Zhao Yi's internal protest, clearly satisfied. This was the reaction he desired. His son had long hidden his talents, unwilling to serve the country. And Ying Zheng was determined to keep him close. To send this lad into military service would be a waste of his intellect. Ying Zheng sought to retain him within the city of Xianying. He began to envision the interactions between himself and Zhao Yi in the future, filled with anticipation. On the other hand, Madame Qiongji, who had been on the verge of tears, was now overjoyed upon hearing Ying Zheng's words. Heaven be praised. The king had not forgotten them. He was already planning for Yi's future. Even if he could not inherit the throne, being a leisurely prince would suffice for Madame Qiongji. All right, it is late. I shall take my leave, Ying Zheng announced as he prepared to depart. Simultaneously, Ying Zheng needed to ensure that Haibingtai thoroughly verified Zhao Yi's claims. Should they prove true, Ying Zheng would have to reassess his son's capabilities. Perhaps even a court attendant would be beneath him. As she watched Ying Zheng's retreating figure, Madame Qiongji felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Even though he had not summoned her to his chambers that night, she felt content. Her son would no longer need to serve. And he had already secured a position as a court attendant, ranked among the highest officials. Madame Qiongji was nearly moved to tears.
Dear.
Your father has indeed kept us in his heart all along. Look at your father, risking so much for you, granting you a title and making you a court attendant. You must strive to live up to it. Zhao Yi longed to roll his eyes, yet faced with his mother's earnest gaze, he could only nod. Oh, mother, do you not see? I simply wish to live the life of a carefree young man. Compared to being a court attendant or receiving a promotion, I would prefer military service, provided it does not involve combat. Becoming a court attendant, a close advisor to the emperor, is no simple feat. One could easily lose their head. The one in Xianying Palace is known for his fondness for beheading. Mother, why must you push me to strive for such a thing? Zhao Yi was exasperated, while Ying Zheng felt invigorated. The more fierce Zhao Yi's mockery, the more delighted he became. Ying Zheng was resolute in his decision to keep his son close. Upon returning to Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng immediately summoned Chancellor Li Si and Chancellor Feng Qiji. Li Si, issue an edict at once, instructing Meng Yi to report to me on the current movements of the Xiongnu in the northern territories. I must know all that transpires there. This matter requires prompt attention. There must be no errors. Upon receiving the information, report to me immediately. Do you understand? Ying Zheng sat behind the dragon throne, exuding an air of authority that brooked no dissent. Li Si immediately accepted the imperial decree. Yet he could not help but ponder why Ying Zheng suddenly took such a keen interest in the military affairs of the northern territories. Furthermore, wasn't there a vacancy for the position of Grand Counselor? The emperor had a candidate in mind. Both Li Si and Feng Qiji were taken aback. The position of Grand Counselor belonged to the emperor's close aides, and both the left and right chancellors were eager to place their own people in such a role. Li Si had believed that with a bit of maneuvering, the position of Grand Counselor would undoubtedly go to one of his associates. After all, in the court, apart from Zhao Gao, no one else could contest this position with him. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Li Si had struck a deal with Zhao Gao to dissuade him from pursuing the Grand Counselor role. To his surprise, while he had prepared everything, Ying Zheng had already selected a candidate. Your Majesty, may I inquire who will assume the position of Grand Counselor?
Li Si asked, somewhat begrudgingly. Mine is son, Zhao Yi.
Tomorrow, I will announce this at the morning court, Ying Zheng replied, his tone resolute and unquestionable. This, Your Majesty, Li Si raised an eyebrow. Unable to believe that Ying Zheng would appoint his own son to the position of Grand Counselor. He contemplated interjecting to prevent this decision. Enough, attend to your duties, Ying Zheng said, rising from his seat. Realizing there was no room for negotiation, Li Si could only leave in frustration, his expression one of discontent. He simply could not fathom how a prince, known to be unfavored by Ying Zheng, could suddenly rise to such prominence. Feng Qiji, the Right Chancellor, was equally astonished. Yet, he was more acutely aware of Ying Zheng's recent discontent with him and Fu Su regarding their governance. Anxiously, he pondered how to justify his actions. Just then, Ying Zheng looked at him and asked, Feng Qiji, are you aware of the severe drought in Shu? A drought in Shu? Feng Qiji exclaimed, genuinely surprised. This was news to him. If such a calamity were occurring, there would surely be reports, and how could the court be unaware while Ying Zheng was informed? Could it be that the Haibingtai had uncovered that local officials were deliberately suppressing news of the drought? This was a grave matter. Investigate. Ying Zheng commanded. Feng Qiji dared not utter a word and promptly accepted the decree before departing hastily. Chapter 8. The turmoil within Xianying City the following day. Ying Zheng summoned his left and right chancellors late at night to finalize the matter regarding the Grand Counselor. And news of this quickly circulated within the power circles of the Qin. When it pertains to the emperor, no matter how trivial it may seem, it is never insignificant. As the realm began to stabilize, and amidst the myriad of tasks awaiting completion, all decrees were disseminated from the palace in Xianying. The three foremost figures in the Qin Dynasty stirred overnight, and with the position of Grand Counselor now filled, everyone was eager to discover who would be the fortunate recipient of this significant role. The Grand Counselor served as the emperor's advisor. Although the authority bestowed was limited, the opportunity to provide counsel at any moment was exceptional. Even the deputy of the central regular attendant was a coveted position pursued by countless factions. On the outskirts of Xianying, the 18th son of the emperor, Hu Hai, was rising from his slumber, attended by beautiful maidservants. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached, and a personal attendant burst into the chamber without prior announcement, kneeling before him. Master, grave news. Last night, His Majesty summoned the left and right chancellors and confirmed the candidate for the position of Grand Counselor. Hu Hai, already displeased by the intrusion, became even more sullen upon grasping the attendant's words. Clarify. Who has been appointed to the Grand Counselor position? Is it my father, the left chancellor, or the right chancellor? The attendant, still oblivious to Hu Hai's darkening expression, hastily continued, Master, it was conveyed by Lord Zhao that the emperor's chosen candidate will be announced during the morning court, and it is said to be the 9th prince. What? Hu Hai's face turned pale with rage, unable to contain his emotions. He shoved aside the maidservant beside him. Repeat that. Who? It is the 9th prince. At this, the attendant finally noticed Hu Hai's expression, and knowing his temperament, became increasingly apprehensive. That despicable illegitimate child. My father has lost his senses. How could he possibly appoint him as Grand Counselor? Hu Hai's mind was in turmoil, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the kneeling attendant, appearing as if he might devour him whole. He simply could not comprehend how a prince, raised in the imperial outskirts and long disregarded, could suddenly ascend to such heights. If it were anyone else, he could have accepted it. But it was precisely someone he had never considered a rival. Hu Hai refused to believe it, unwilling to accept the reality. The attendant, sensing Hu Hai's growing agitation, stammered, Master, this news comes from Lord Zhao's trusted confidant, and it will be publicly declared at the morning court. Lord Zhao suggests that you be cautious of the 9th prince. A wild look flashed in Hu Hai's eyes as he grasped the implications of Zhao Gao's intentions. Struggling to regain his composure, he inquired, what else did the messenger say? Seeing Hu Hai calm down, the attendant recounted everything that Zhao Gao's envoy had conveyed. The frenzy in Hu Hai's eyes intensified. He had never anticipated that Zhao Yi, who had remained inconspicuous, would choose this moment to emerge. The attendant paused briefly before adding, it was mentioned that the lights in the residence of Lady Qiongji burned all night. Sensing the murderous intent in Hu Hai's gaze, the attendant could not help but suggest, Master, while the announcement has yet to be made, perhaps at this point, the attendant made a gesture mimicking the act of decapitation. Hu Hai's narrowed eyes gleamed with a cold glint. The attendant, taken aback, suddenly felt a tightening in his chest. Master, spare me. With a flash of cold steel, blood splattered, and the maidservant screamed as Hu Hai, unbeknownst to him, had drawn a dagger. He carelessly discarded the knife, casting a chilling glance at the corpse being dragged away. After all this time, to utter such foolish words, suggesting that I should assassinate the 9th prince? That would only give my enemies a handle against me. Meanwhile, Feng Qiji sat across from former Chancellor Wang Wan, both silent for a while. Wang Wan, having lost in his political struggle against Li Si, was now idle at home, yet he remained attentive to the shifting tides of the court. Feng Qiji, his student, had been secretly meeting with him. Teacher, I find the emperor's actions increasingly perplexing, Feng Qiji said, a pained expression on his face. Our emperor, I fear, is playing a grand game, Wang Wan replied with a slight smile. First, the commandery and county system was established, and now he has yet to name an heir. And now, I wonder what role the 9th prince plays in this intricate game. Indeed, Feng Qiji sighed. I initially believed that Fu Su was the only candidate for the position of heir, yet now the emperor has thrust the 9th prince into the limelight, appointing him to such a significant role as Grand Counselor. Li Si must be quite disheartened. Wang Wan interrupted with a knowing smile. Feng Qiji. Why do you think the emperor would act in this manner? A grave expression crossed Feng Qiji's face. I do not know, but the emperor has ordered me to investigate the situation in Shu. This should rightfully fall under the purview of Haibingtai, even if an investigation is necessary. It should be Li Si conducting it, yet he has assigned it to me. Teacher, what do you think? Wang Wan smiled knowingly, but remained silent. Although no longer in a central position, he was keenly aware of all happenings within and beyond Xianying. Whatever the emperor bids you to do, carry it out diligently. Do not speculate on his intentions. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing the same fate as me, he cautioned Feng Qiji. Unexpectedly, Wang Wan doused Feng Qiji with cold water, causing him to furrow his brow. Wang Wan, observing this, smiled but chose not to speak further. Even in their teacher-student relationship, the balance of power had shifted. Some words could be spoken, yet too many could lead to adverse consequences. Clearly, Feng Qiji did not take his teacher's words to heart. After leaving Wang Wan's residence, he deliberated and resolved to seek an audience with the emperor. However, upon arriving at the palace gates, he unexpectedly encountered Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the central carriage department, exiting the palace with a grim expression. Lord Zhao, what brings you here? Feng Qiji inquired politely, as he had always been courteous to this favored confidant of the Qin emperor. The right chancellor. His Majesty is not receiving anyone today, Zhao Gao replied, maintaining the same level of courtesy. Feng Qiji discerned the underlying implications in Zhao Gao's words with remarkable ease. Zhao Gao held a position of considerable influence beside Ying Zheng. Otherwise, how could this prominent figure, the grand charioteer, claim he had not even laid eyes upon the emperor? Could it be related to the ninth prince, Zhao Yi? When Feng Qiji cautiously broached the subject of the ninth prince, he was taken aback by the immediate darkening of Zhao Gao's expression. A decree had already been issued, yet the emperor had added that the ninth prince was not required to attend him at all times. This revelation sent a jolt through Feng Qiji's heart. Chapter 9. The shock across the court in the imperial study. Ying Zheng, adorned in a majestic black and gold dragon robe and crowned with a golden diadem, appeared to be in deep contemplation. A kneeling attendant approached cautiously and inquired, Your Majesty, Minister Zhao has visited 3 times today, asking about your upcoming itinerary and whether you require the chariot. Ying Zheng, still with eyes closed, waved dismissively, Leave me be, send everyone away as you would Zhao Gao. Once the attendants had retreated, Ying Zheng finally opened his dragon-like eyes upon hearing the sound of the palace door. He had been eagerly awaiting news from 2 locations. Despite dispatching Li Si and Feng Qiji, he had also arranged for the elite of the Black Ice platform to gather information from various regions. Meanwhile, the various factions within Xianying City were in a state of constant surprise, confounded by Ying Zheng's edicts. Have you heard? The ninth prince, after being appointed as a grand attendant, has not entered the palace to serve for several consecutive days. They say he is sleeping soundly outside the city. Sleeping soundly? What nonsense! How can His Majesty bestow such an important position upon a prince like him? Be careful. The walls have ears. The emperor's decree was clear. The ninth prince need not serve in the palace at all times. But the grand attendant is not a trivial role. The ninth prince has been kept outside the palace and has no experience. How can he possibly fulfill such responsibilities? Indeed, I heard that Li Si's son was already prepared to take office. This sudden turn of events is absurd. The words of the court officials had been relayed to Ying Zheng through the Black Ice platform. He merely chuckled at their folly, for he was still waiting for news from Li Si and Feng Qiji. Once he received information from the Xiongnu and Shu territories, he would know his next move. As for Zhao Yi, he had not even stepped outside, indifferent to the discussions taking place beyond the palace walls. How could the grand attendant be anything I desired? It was bestowed upon me by His Majesty. If anyone is to be criticized, let it be him. You lot are such dullards. If you could truly convince His Majesty to demote me, I would gladly serve in any capacity. Some even dare to defend Li Si. Just wait until you learn of his tampering with the imperial edict. I wish to see your expressions then. Ying Zheng was taken aback by Zhao Yi's muttered grievances, a flash of anger igniting within his eyes. How dare Li Si alter the edict? When had he ever established such a decree? The matter of the crown prince had always been a taboo topic in the court, and Li Si, as Ying Zheng's trusted advisor, possessed the audacity to act in such a manner? Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a swift report arrived from the Black Ice platform. Your Majesty, we have received news from the northern territories. Present it, Ying Zheng commanded eagerly. The Black Ice warrior knelt, stating, Your Majesty, the situation in the north is complex. Besides the threat posed by the Xiongnu, there are also the Donghu, Yuezhi, and even the Fuyu people who frequently raid our borders. However, the Xiongnu pose the greatest danger. The northern regions suffer harsh winters, and aside from their royal court, the Xiongnu and other nomads typically scatter across the land. Yet, when faced with severe weather, they gather to raid for supplies to survive the winter. This year, the north has experienced an unprecedented snowstorm. During my investigation, I found snow up to my waist in many areas. Ying Zheng stood abruptly, a chill running through him. Zhao Yi's words proved to be true. According to Zhao Yi's strategy, dealing with the northern tribes would require neither hardship for the people nor a drain on resources, and it could even bring immense wealth to the Qin. Your Majesty, The Shu region is suffering from a severe drought. Officials in various counties have concealed this information, leaving Xianying uninformed. Currently, the drought in Shu has reached alarming levels, yet officials continue to extort the populace, leading to widespread dislocation and even a refugee crisis.
What?
Ying Zheng roared, slamming his palm upon the dragon table, his eyes ablaze with fury. Quickly, summon Li Si, Feng Qiji, and Feng Jie to attend me at once. He bellowed, nearly in a fit of rage. Yes. The attendant dashed out of the hall, and soon the court's senior officials flooded into the audience chamber. The recent actions of Ying Zheng had left them quite displeased, yet as subjects, they could do little more than endure. However, they were all brimming with a desire to confront the emperor, and this was a prime opportunity. Yet, before they could voice their concerns, Ying Zheng directed his ire towards General Meng Yi, cease all military actions against the Xiongnu.
What?
Meng Yi appeared bewildered. The campaign against the Xiongnu had been a strategic initiative set forth by Ying Zheng himself, and the entire Qin had been preparing for it for some time. How could it simply be called off? The Qin people are martial by nature, as military merit is their sole path to advancement. Hundreds of thousands of troops await the chance to prove themselves in this conflict. How can we abandon it before it even begins? Meng Yi could not restrain himself from questioning. An attack now, in light of the snowstorm in the north, carries significant implications. Do I need to elaborate? Ying Zheng's gaze was frosty.
What?
Meng Yi was again taken aback. The military ought to have been informed about the situation at the front lines. Yet he learned of it only from Ying Zheng. This revelation astonished him. Li Si, you explain. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes at Li Si.
Li Si, equalistand.
Had just received news that corroborated Ying Zheng's claims. He had intended to report it later, but since the emperor was already aware, he had no choice but to relay the truth. The heavy snowfall in the north is a significant matter. It is fortunate we did not advance. Otherwise, our forces would have suffered tremendous losses. How could your majesty be so well informed? The left chancellor has yet to report. It was evident that the emperor did not trust the left chancellor. This information must have come from the black ice platform. The court officials began murmuring amongst themselves. Their gazes towards Ying Zheng filled with awe. A ruler shrouded in mystery commands fear from all. Meng Yi, inform Meng Tian to deploy all scouts. Only by knowing both ourselves and the enemy can we emerge victorious in every battle. Have him focus on training, when the weather permits and everything is in readiness. I shall resume the northern campaign. Ying Zheng's words hinted at a more profound strategy, but he wished to hear more of Zhao Yi's thoughts. However, how could such matters be openly discussed in front of his ministers? Once the military strategy for the north was settled, Ying Zheng turned to Li Si and Feng Qiji, inquiring, are you both aware of the severe drought afflicting the Shu region? Li Si and Feng Qiji's faces turned pale at once. They had no knowledge of the drought in Shu, which was known as the land of abundance. Since the establishment of the Qin, new irrigation projects like the Zhengwu Canal had been constructed. How could a drought occur? Chapter 10. The Grand General Zhao Yi, Your Majesty. Is this true? A drought in Shu? Li Si questioned incredulously, unable to believe his ears. Feng Qiji, how have you progressed with the task I assigned to you? Ying Zheng's voice turned cold as he looked at Feng Qiji. Feng Qiji was drenched in sweat. At that moment, an official from the Right Chancellor's office rushed in from outside the hall, precisely the individual Feng Qiji had dispatched to investigate the situation in Shu. He recounted the drought in Shu, which matched the reports from the black ice platform. The officials in the grand hall widened their eyes in disbelief, with Li Si appearing utterly frozen, as if he could hardly process the information. Ying Zheng gazed down at his ministers with deep disappointment. Was this truly the capable individuals he had deemed his trusted aides? He found himself profoundly disillusioned. Fortunately, he could hear Zhao Yi's innermost thoughts. Otherwise, the situation in Shu would have remained concealed for an indeterminate time. If the officials below continued to deceive him, the consequences of a refugee crisis in Shu would be unimaginable. As the left chancellor and head of the officials, Li Si was culpable for remaining oblivious to such matters occurring in Shu. Realizing this, Li Si hastily stepped forward to take responsibility, stating, Your Majesty, I have failed in my duties, and I am ashamed to serve as chancellor. I implore Your Majesty to impose punishment upon me. Ying Zheng clenched his teeth. This was not the time for settling scores. Thanks to Zhao Yi, the matter had not yet spiraled out of control. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to extreme measures. Shu was the granary of our Qin Dynasty and must not falter in any way. Minister, I abide by your decree. Li Si quickly knelt in response, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Following this, Ying Zheng turned his gaze towards the grand historian, Feng Jie, stating, It is your responsibility to oversee the officials in various regions. Thus, you cannot absolve yourself from the blame for what has transpired in Shu. Effective immediately, all officials in Shu are to be thoroughly investigated. In the subsequent disaster relief efforts, anyone who dares to violate the law or engage in corruption shall face the extermination of their entire clan. Minister, I abide by your decree. Upon hearing Ying Zheng utter such a severe punishment, everyone knew he was enraged, and Feng Jie quickly complied. Your Majesty. Li Si noted that Ying Zheng's expression had softened and, gritting his teeth, pressed on, I want to accuse the 9th prince of dereliction of duty. Accusing Zhao Yi? Ying Zheng suddenly found amusement in the situation. If it were not for Zhao Yi, the Qin Dynasty would indeed be in dire straits. And here was his trusted aide seeking to accuse his own son. Very well, I shall see what you intend to accuse Zhao Yi of. Seeing Ying Zheng's silence, Li Si assumed he had received approval and continued. Since your majesty appointed the 9th prince as an official, it has now been over 10 days. However, during this time, he has remained idle at the royal estate outside the city and has never entered the palace to fulfill his responsibilities. I believe that even if your majesty does not expect the 9th prince to attend to you constantly, he should at least possess the awareness of serving as a minister of our Qin. Indeed. As Li Si spoke, Zhao Gao, who had been silent until now, interjected, Your Majesty, 10 days is not an insignificant time. The position of an official is far from a leisure role. The 9th prince has not entered the palace to serve your majesty, but has been indulging at the royal estate outside the city. This behavior is unbecoming of a minister. It is evident that the 9th prince is unfit for such responsibilities. Your majesty should expeditiously revoke his appointment and select a more capable individual. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, observing the performance of Li Si and Zhao Gao with indifference. If it were not for his ability to hear Zhao Yi's thoughts, he might have shared their belief that Zhao Yi was destined to remain a mere idle noble outside the palace. However, having listened, he realized he could not allow Zhao Yi to languish in mediocrity. He was all too aware of his son's capabilities in economics, politics, military affairs, and even literary talent. Zhao Yi was a rare gem. In Ying Zheng's eyes, Zhao Yi now held considerable importance. If it were not for Zhao Yi's intervention, the Qin court would likely be in turmoil, utterly at a loss. Thus, Ying Zheng found Li Si and Zhao Gao's counsel rather amusing. Standing tall, Ying Zheng commanded silence among the ministers, who gazed up at the eternal emperor before them. He proclaimed, The position of Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry has remained vacant since General Wang resigned. Though his words seemed to deviate from the topic, they captured the attention of all present. The role of Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry was of paramount importance, following the esteemed General Wang Jian. Many believed Ying Zheng was reluctant to appoint anyone due to the immense power associated with the position, especially during wartime. The Grand General wielded authority equivalent to that of the Grand Marshal, capable of recruiting courtiers and private soldiers, thus holding substantial power within the Qin state. The title had long been forgotten, yet Ying Zheng unexpectedly brought it up in court. Everyone eagerly anticipated what he would say next. I hereby bestow the title of Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry upon Prince Zhao Yi, allowing him to reside in the general's mansion in Xianyang and granting him the authority to establish his own office. The announcement struck the court like a bolt from the blue, leaving the ministers in utter shock. Just moments ago, they had been denouncing Zhao Yi. Yet now their emperor intended to elevate him to such a significant position. How could they accept this? What merit did Zhao Yi possess? He was not even deemed worthy of serving as an official, let alone the Grand General. Li Si immediately voiced his dissent, and the other ministers readily echoed his sentiments. As they criticized Zhao Yi, a flicker of disdain crossed Ying Zheng's gaze. A bunch of fools. Once they recognized Zhao Yi's talents, they would understand the meaning of shame. They were merely a group of sycophants, unable to see beyond their own biases and completely unaware of Zhao Yi's true capabilities. Ying Zheng wore a smug expression, for he alone could hear Zhao Yi's innermost thoughts. He believed this was a divine blessing bestowed upon him after becoming the first emperor, and he regarded Zhao Yi as his lucky star. Given Zhao Yi's significant contributions, it was only fitting to reward him accordingly. However, the matter of Zhao Yi's thoughts would remain a secret from the ministers. Thus, it was settled. Ying Zheng stood tall, and the ministers erupted in uproar. Though he often refuted their opinions, he had never acted so autocratically, especially for a seemingly insignificant prince. Your Majesty, this matter is absolutely unacceptable.
Li Si hurriedly approached,
His expression one of earnest concern. He never anticipated that Ying Zheng's reaction regarding his son would exceed his expectations. The more he opposed, the more counterproductive it became. After offering his counsel, he exchanged furtive glances with Feng Jie and Zhao Gao, signaling them to join him. Faced with the possibility of their own interests being encroached upon, Zhao Gao and Feng Jie hastily stepped forward. However, before they could voice their objections, Ying Zheng coldly interjected, Zhao Gao, you serve as the Minister of the Interior. Draft the edict to appoint Zhao Yi as Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry and execute it on my behalf. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, it would be best for you to retire early. With that, Ying Zheng dramatically swept away, leaving the ministers no opportunity to respond. Li Si, Feng Qiji, Feng Jie, and Zhao Gao stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion. Especially Zhao Gao, who had been by Ying Zheng's side for many years, found this to be the first time he had been so summarily commanded. This edict had to be issued, whether he liked it or not. Failing to do so might genuinely lead to Ying Zheng allowing him to retire. In Xianyang City, at the Huida restaurant, a venue owned by the Left Chancellor, it was customary for him to host feasts for court officials here. As the attendees were high-ranking nobles, the restaurant ensured utmost security and privacy. After leaving the palace, many ministers gathered in a private room at Huida restaurant at Li Si's suggestion. Your Majesty has truly gone too far this time. How can he make such a unilateral decision regarding such a significant matter? It jeopardizes the delicate situation we have painstakingly established. All for the sake of a prince raised outside. I heard the ninth prince's mother, Lady Qiongji, is from the Han royal family. Is it possible?
How could this be?
Just because of a woman, he would appoint Zhao Yi as Grand General? Moreover, I have heard that Zhao Yi spends his days idly indulging in pleasures. He is unworthy of serving as a minister. In the elegant chamber, the ministers sat in a lively discussion. As Li Si was the host and the attendees were well acquainted, their conversation flowed freely, eventually straying from the original topic. Noticing the time was running short, Li Si raised his hand to signal the group, saying, "Gentlemen, I trust we can reach a consensus.
Zhao Yi,
with his meager talents and mediocrity, is utterly unfit to become the Grand General of our Qin chariots. If such an incompetent individual were allowed to ascend and establish his own office, it would surely jeopardize the foundation of our great Qin. As loyal subjects, we must not stand idly by while your majesty commits such a grave error. I propose that we voice our strong objections at tomorrow's court session." Upon hearing Li Si's fervent declaration, the ministers were stirred, but Zhao Gao merely scoffed, even leaning back slightly in his seat. Observing Zhao Gao's demeanor, Li Si discerned his intent and deliberately inquired, "Lord Zhao, what do you imply? Do you truly intend to carry out the emperor's decree?" Instantly, Zhao Gao became the focal point of the ministers' attention, yet he appeared unfazed by their scrutinizing gazes, cheerfully bowing. "Ministerly, His Majesty has already made a divine decision. You all heard it. I cannot risk my career on a jest. As for the ninth prince's affairs, I cannot judge. But since His Majesty has appointed him as the Grand General of Chariots, that is his rightful place. We are all servants of the Emperor. This is His Majesty's domain. And we have no choice but to accept it, especially given the ninth prince's favorable lineage." Having made his point, Zhao Gao bowed to the assembly and rose to depart. As a eunuch, he had worked diligently to attain his current position, earning Ying Zheng's trust as the chancellor and commander of the imperial chariots, tasked with issuing imperial edicts. He would not indulge in foolishness with these ministers. They seemed oblivious to the fact that Ying Zheng had already set them up for Zhao Yi's matter. As Zhao Gao's figure faded from view, the ministers suddenly came to a realization, their tones shifting dramatically. What Lord Zhao said bears merit. After all, it is the emperor's sacred will. If we oppose it, we may face dire consequences. Indeed, they echoed. Perhaps we should let this matter rest. The emperor awaits our assistance with disaster relief. Ultimately, this is a family affair of the emperor, and we are powerless to change it. It is quite likely that the emperor has his own considerations, especially since the position of the empress has long been vacant, and the crown prince's status remains undecided. As they spoke, a wave of anxiety washed over them, prompting them to bid farewell to Li Si. The shadow of the former king Ying Zheng loomed large, leaving an indelible mark of fear in the hearts of the ministers. The emperor's sovereignty commanded such respect that they dared not question his decisions. Li Si observed the departing ministers, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. In the imperial study, Ying Zheng was engrossed in reviewing memorials submitted from various regions when the dark-armored warriors of the Black Ice Guard entered. Tasked with monitoring the officials, the Black Ice Guard had kept a vigilant eye on the happenings at the Huaida Tavern. After listening to their report, Ying Zheng nodded slightly, pleased with the ministers' reactions, particularly towards Zhao Gao. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. After unifying the realm, these individuals foolishly believed that the country would falter in their absence.
Zhao Yi,
a prodigy, was clearly underestimated, and their attempts to obstruct him were laughable. The following day, during court, Zhao Gao announced the imperial edict, appointing Zhao Yi as the Grand General of Chariots, granting him authority over the Chariot General's office. The proclamation sent ripples of shock throughout the city of Xiongnu. Involving royal affairs, particularly high-ranking positions within the court, stirred emotions not only among the court officials, but also among the remnants of the 6 states. Despite the current unification, various factions were still restless, observing the developments within the Xiongnu palace. For the first time, Zhao Yi's name captured their attention, prompting many influential figures to take notice. However, most, upon learning of Zhao Yi's past, held little optimism for his future, viewing him merely as a prince who had languished outside the palace for many years. Perhaps just a fleeting whim of the Qin emperor. Yet, some speculated that this was no mere coincidence. Chapter 12. I do not wish to be Qin Ershi. The tumult within Xiongnu bore little impact on Zhao Yi, who remained blissfully asleep in his chambers. Meanwhile, Madame Qiongji, having received the imperial decree, could hardly contain her excitement and burst into Zhao Yi's quarters, yanking him from his slumber. Awaken. How can you possibly sleep at a time like this? Get up, quickly. Confused and disoriented, Zhao Yi groaned. Mother, must you disturb my peaceful rest? I've only just fallen asleep. Still sleeping? You've been asleep for nearly 12 hours. Look at this. Madame Qiongji thrust the imperial edict into his arms. Do you have any idea that the entire city of Xiongnu is in an uproar? The city is in turmoil. Has the ancestor dragon passed away? Have the remnants of the 6 states rebelled and reached Xiongnu so swiftly? Seeing her son still in disbelief, she opened the edict for him, exclaiming, Your father has appointed you as the Grand General of Chariots, granting you authority over the Chariot General's office. Father? Surely you jest. My father is a mere businessman, not a nobleman. Do not tease me, mother. Zhao Yi scoffed, intending to jest with his mother, but upon witnessing her serious demeanor as she unfurled the edict, he was rendered speechless. Is this truly real? The one in Xianying Palace is my father? Zhao Yi could hardly believe it. Seeing her son finally grasp the situation, Madame Qiongji nodded vigorously. What a joke. How have I become the son of the ancestor dragon? What good is it to be a son? In a few years, he'll be gone, and when Hu Hai ascends, my life will be over. This is pushing me towards rebellion. Does being the Grand General imply that I must also rebel? Meanwhile, in the Xianying Palace, Ying Zheng sneezed several times, pondering, it must be him. He must be aware of his identity, and is surely speaking ill of me. Alas! He could no longer hear the slander, wondering what Zhao Yi was saying about him. Ying Zheng's mind raced with thoughts of Zhao Yi's audacious yet thought-provoking remarks, contemplating whether he should visit Madame Qiongji today. However, upon gazing at the towering pile of wooden slips before him, he sighed and returned to his relentless reviews. At this moment, Zhao Yi had regained his composure from the initial shock. In the next instant, he climbed back into bed, wishing to drown his anxiety in sleep, hoping that upon waking, all of this would merely be a fleeting dream. Yet, Madame Qiongji would not allow it, excitedly shaking her son.
Yeah.
How can you still sleep? Aren't you thrilled? The Grand General of Chariots. You also hold a position in the Ministry of Appointments. From this day forth, in Xianying, even Li Si and Zhao Gao would be subordinate to you. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, envisioning herself rising in status as the mother of a prominent figure, potentially entering the imperial harem. It was truly a stroke of fortune. Madame Qiongji could never have imagined that her seemingly unremarkable son would gain the favor of Ying Zheng after their first meeting. Yet, as a woman, she never contemplated the underlying complexities. All she cared about was her son's success, which would secure her peace of mind. Watching his mother's uncontainable excitement, Zhao Yi felt utterly helpless and devoid of spirit. I find myself utterly bewildered. It seems I cannot even enjoy a leisurely existence in the Qin Dynasty. Why must fate toy with me in such a manner? My father is none other than Qin Shi Huang, and after a mere encounter, I am expected to assume the role of the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry. Is this some kind of jest? Isn't the promotion to an official position in the Qin Dynasty notoriously stringent? Why does it seem so arbitrary in my case? If I were to meet him again, would he not bestow upon me the title of Crown Prince? I certainly have no desire to become the second Emperor of Qin. Zhao Yi truly harbors no ambition for officialdom. He would rather not even be a prince. It is clear to him that within the city of Xianying, there are countless astonished onlookers, undoubtedly occupying the position of Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry, while simultaneously holding the title of a minister and being the son of Ying Zheng is a heavy burden, indeed a considerable dilemma. Ying Zheng, are you not the eternal emperor? Why do you appear so feeble? Where did you discern that I am fit to serve as a minister or to take the stage as a general? Speak up, and I shall amend my ways. Zhao Yi laments in despair, nearly succumbing to slumber as he wishes fervently for this all to be but a fleeting dream. However, the presence of Lady Qiongji shatters that illusion entirely. On this day, Lady Qiongji incessantly chattered beside Zhao Yi, even going so far as to prepare meals for her son. While she joyfully engages him in intimate conversation, on the other side, Li Si observes an individual at the Huaida Tavern. If the left chancellor still wishes to discuss the affairs of the ninth prince, the edict has already been issued. It would be prudent for him to concede. Upon seeing Li Si, Zhao Gao seizes the moment, stating, "Today, the left chancellor has summoned me to speak of other matters." The chief minister should have discovered that the king had only visited Lady Qiongji for a brief meal and had not even stayed the night. By that evening, the position of minister was already conferred upon Zhao Yi. Zhao Gao raises an eyebrow, acknowledging that he has indeed investigated this matter thoroughly. It has become an open secret throughout Xianying. Li Si's insinuation is clear to Zhao Gao. Ying Zheng is not under the spell of Lady Qiongji, but rather, the root of the issue lies with the ninth prince. Yet, no matter how Zhao Gao investigates, he cannot uncover what the ninth prince has done to compel his master to act so inexplicably. A prince raised in seclusion. Zhao Gao has been vigilantly monitoring Zhao Yi's every move. Yet, beyond knowing that Zhao Yi spends his days indulging in food and sleep, with perhaps a bit of flirtation with a few maidens, there is nothing remarkable about him. Yet this individual, who appears to do little more than revel in leisure, has unexpectedly ascended to the prestigious seat of Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry. If this trend continues, it would not be surprising if Ying Zheng were to declare him crown prince one day. Zhao Darun, our friendship runs deep. You must be cautious of this ninth prince.
Li Si warns ambiguously.
Zhao Gao furrows his brow more tightly, yet he understands the underlying stakes and smiles slightly. Thank you for the reminder, Left Chancellor. I shall take heed. Come, let us drink. Li Si perceives that Zhao Gao comprehends his meaning, and they share a hearty laugh before parting ways amicably. In the imperial study, Ying Zheng peruses a document when a black-clad warrior hastily enters, reporting the events that transpired at the Huaida Tavern. Ying Zheng raises an eyebrow and snorts disdainfully. Two fools, daring to speculate on my thoughts. Do they think my intentions are comprehensible to them? It appears they require a lesson. Go, arrange for personnel to thoroughly investigate Zhao Yi's affairs. Deliver their heads to Zhao Gao and their bodies to Li Si. From this day forth, Any individual daring to infiltrate Zhao Yi's residence shall be met with deadly force. The black-clad warrior promptly departs. In a single night, numerous murders occur within and around Xiongnu. The spies stationed at Zhao Yi's residence are eradicated overnight. Zhao Gao observes the gruesome display of heads piled at his doorstep, his face drained of color, unable to sleep a wink. Meanwhile, Li Si stares in horror at the headless corpse that has appeared in his home. And upon receiving news from Zhao Gao, he is left restless and sleepless throughout the night. On the following day, both Zhao Gao and Li Si appear at court with dark circles under their eyes. The two ministers, typically the most loquacious during morning assemblies, today remain uncharacteristically silent. Where is the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry? Ying Zheng scans the assembly, not spotting Zhao Yi, indicating that the newly appointed Grand General has failed to attend. A Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry who does not even appear at court. How does that reflect upon his duties as a minister? The other officials cast meaningful glances at Li Si, hoping he will seize the opportunity to propose Zhao Yi's demotion. However, Li Si, fully aware of the previous night's events, dares not speak up. The Grand Historian Feng Jie and the Right Chancellor Feng Qiji, unable to contain themselves, signal to the military faction. And Meng Yi steps forward to address the court. Your Majesty, a fortnight ago, the 9th prince was elevated to minister. Yet he has not reported to the palace for over 10 days. Now that he has been granted the title of Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry, and his residence has been prepared for several days, his absence is a clear defiance of your decree. Your Majesty should impose severe punishment to uphold the law and order of the state. Meng Yi's words resonate with authority, and the other officials nod in agreement. Ying Zheng's expression darkens as he rises, exuding the aura of a ruler bearing down upon his subjects. It seems you all do not believe that Zhao Yi is fit to serve as a minister, let alone as Grand General. I am curious, among you, who would be capable of assuming the role of Grand General? Surely not you, Meng Yi. Meng Yi's mind reels as Ying Zheng unexpectedly brings up past grievances in front of the court. Stunned by the emperor's piercing gaze, he stammers, Your Majesty. I acknowledge my faults regarding the northern affairs, but what does it have to do with the 9th prince? Ying Zheng chuckles darkly, inwardly reveling in the irony that this matter does indeed relate to Zhao Yi. However, he cannot disclose this to the ministers. With a fierce glare, he warns, How dare you speak so boldly before me, Meng Yi? Take him away and give him 20 lashes. The court falls silent, and Meng Yi's eyes widen in disbelief. But he realizes that Zhao Yi's fate is all but sealed. No wonder Li Si and Zhao Gao acted so strangely today. They were already aware of the impending consequences. The scheming Feng Jie and Feng Qiji have cleverly avoided blame, leaving Meng Yi to bear the brunt of punishment. Dragged away by palace guards, the sound of the lashes echoes outside the hall, and the courtiers dare not discuss Zhao Yi's situation any further. Given the current drought in Shu, issues regarding provisions must be addressed. Let us focus our discussion on how to engage the northern nomads in battle. Let us deliberate on how our great Qin shall mobilize troops against the northern tribes. Ying Zheng proposes, seated firmly upon his dragon throne. Already confident in the strategies proposed by Zhao Yi. Today's court session serves as a stage for him to enlighten these complacent officials who believe that a stable realm affords them freedom from concern. The military faction, indifferent to Zhao Yi's predicament, recognizes that Meng Yi, despite hailing from a martial family, is primarily a civil servant. Thus, while Meng Yi spoke, the generals such as Wang Ben and Li Xian remained silent. Now, upon hearing Ying Zheng's mention of military affairs, they eagerly step forward, each voicing their opinions. Your Majesty, Li Xian begins. General Meng Tian is currently training the troops at the frontier. Once the snow in the northern region melts, our forces will surely send the Xiongnu fleeing in disarray, no longer daring to gaze upon the borders of our great Qin. Wang Ben also stepped forward and respectfully addressed. Your Majesty, our Qin forces are well-equipped and abundant in provisions. The Xiongnu are merely a band of uncivilized barbarians, hardly worthy adversaries. They rely solely on their swift horses and advantageous terrain. Once our scouts ascertain their geography, we can decisively alter the course of events in a single battle. Ying Zheng maintained a non-committal smile. The strategies of the Qin military leaders remained as grand and bold as ever, yet with Zhao Yi's illustrious example before him, it was difficult to catch Ying Zheng's discerning eye. Your Majesty, have you perhaps conceived a superior strategy? Zhao Gao, who had been in close attendance to Ying Zheng the longest, instantly grasped the meaning behind Ying Zheng's smile. He proactively steered the conversation, providing Ying Zheng with an opportunity to express himself. Indeed, upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, the ministers were taken aback, and they all bowed in deference, imploring Ying Zheng for his insights. With a flourish of his sleeve, Ying Zheng laughed heartily. Our Qin is currently sweeping across the 6 states, and our homeland is in dire need of revitalization. Our soldiers, driven by the pursuit of military glory, can charge forth unflinchingly. However, the current situation in Qin is far from optimistic. The drought in Shu and the snow disasters in the north present formidable challenges. Mobilizing a grand army against the Xiongnu now would undoubtedly lead to victory, yet the burden of provisions and military expenses would be unbearable for our people. I require a stable frontier, but more importantly, our Qin needs the hearts and minds of its citizens. Hearing these words from Ying Zheng, every minister and general in the Grand Hall gasped in astonishment. especially the civil officials led by Li Si and Feng Qiji, whose eyes sparkled with surprise, were clearly taken aback by Ying Zheng's proclamation. In truth, the court had long been divided into two factions regarding the war against the Xiongnu. Many civil officials were averse to engaging in conflict. Yet, as a nation founded on martial prowess, Ying Zheng, being a warlike figure, felt the weight of national grievances against the Xiongnu. Thus, his command drowned out the voices of the civil officials in an instant. However, to their astonishment, Ying Zheng now recognized the drawbacks of waging war against the Xiongnu, much to the relief of the civil officials. His assertion that I require a stable frontier, but our Qin needs the hearts and minds of its citizens, elicited nods of agreement even from the military leaders. Yet, General Wang Ben remained steadfast in his stance, addressing Ying Zheng with a firm bow. Your Majesty, enduring a prolonged pain is far worse than a swift strike. The Xiongnu, taking advantage of our Qin's preoccupation with the conquest of the Six States, harbor ulterior motives to seize the Hashi corridor. If the Xiongnu are not eradicated, countless citizens along our 1,000-mile border will suffer under their oppressive rule. Moreover, the Xiongnu are our sworn enemies. If we do not eliminate them, our people will never find peace. Wang Ben, the son of the renowned General Wang Jian, spoke words that resonated with the military sentiments and struck a chord with the assembly. Even the civil officials, weighing the pros and cons, remained silent, knowing that ultimately it was Ying Zheng's decision that mattered. Ying Zheng slowly rose, clapping his hands in laughter. What you say, General Tong, is indeed true. The Xiongnu are our mortal enemies. Their destruction is necessary to quell popular discontent. However, is there a more effective method to eradicate the Xiongnu with minimal cost? The ministers, both civil and military, were taken aback by this unexpected query. No one anticipated Ying Zheng would voice such a sentiment. The Xiongnu, with their entire populace trained for war, numbered in the tens of thousands, and even our great General Meng Tian, commanding an army of 300,000 in the north, could only manage a standoff with them. Yet, Ying Zheng envisioned the annihilation of the Xiongnu at minimal expense. This seemed rather unrealistic. Were it not for Ying Zheng's previous military experience and his exalted position, the seasoned military leaders might have laughed aloud at such an idea. Do you think I jest with you? Ying Zheng regarded the minister's incredulous expressions with a cold smile. The assembly quickly bowed in apology. Wang Ben, unable to suppress a chuckle, remarked, We dare not presume, Your Majesty, but we simply believe that the Xiongnu, being a nation of warriors and savages, cannot be easily vanquished. His words elicited a ripple of laughter among the ministers. Indeed, the Xiongnu were but a band of uncivilized savages, akin to beasts. To capture such a horde with ease was not a simple task. Ying Zheng too chuckled, acknowledging Wang Ben's assessment. The Xiongnu, Donghu, Yuezhi, and all tribes of the steppes are indeed uncivilized, mere beasts bred in the wilderness. Since they are beasts, do you understand their nature? I do. The ministers, initially relaxed by Ying Zheng's apparent agreement with Wang Ben, soon realized that this was merely a prelude. Their king had embarked on a new line of inquiry regarding warfare against the Xiongnu. Ying Zheng continued, Though beasts tend to gather in packs, they are not truly united. The Xiongnu claim descent from the wolf god, yet wolves are known to engage in internal strife. Thus, the Xiongnu comprise numerous wolf packs. When they share common interests, they unite to battle for a singular goal. However, in the absence of a unified objective, they revert to being a pack of wild dogs, prone to infighting. In such times, if our forces dispatch a certain number of cavalry to infiltrate the steppes, we can feast upon our enemies. What say you, gentlemen? Feast upon our enemies? The ministers momentarily faltered at this phrase. They had initially doubted Ying Zheng's insights, but now it seemed there was indeed merit to his words. Noticing the gravity of the expressions among the civil and military officials, Ying Zheng felt a surge of satisfaction, though his demeanor remained serious. The Xiongnu were not as united as they appeared. Their alliance was forged only out of necessity due to natural disasters compelling them to raid southward. However, with our military stationed at the borders, the Xiongnu would soon find themselves divided. Hence, if our Qin were to send an elite cavalry unit to feast upon our enemies, sweeping across the northern territories would be well within our grasp. How can your Majesty be certain that the Xiongnu will not unite against us should our forces venture into the steppes?
Wang Ben posed the hypothetical query.
Currently, the Xiongnu cannot raid our borders, and their capacity to resist natural disasters is limited. What if we discreetly provide supplies to several major tribes and let the various factions of the steppes become aware of it? What do you think would happen? The minister's eyes widened in realization, and Wang Ben clapped his hands in exclamation. A brilliant plan. Just as the tale of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors illustrates, Your Majesty, your brilliance astounds me. The tale of 2 peaches killing 3 warriors originates from the spring and autumn annals of Yen, recounting how 3 valiant generals under the reign of Duke Jing of Qi, emboldened by their achievements, became arrogant. Duke Jing devised a scheme with Yan Zi, inviting the 3 generals to a banquet where they were offered 2 precious peaches. Unable to share 3 peaches equally, Yan Zi suggested they take turns based on merit. As the generals boasted of their accomplishments, their rivalry ignited, leading them to draw swords against one another, resulting in their demise. Thus, Duke Jing eliminated 3 threats without bloodshed, solely relying on strategy and 2 peaches. Positioned high above, Ying Zheng observed the reactions of his ministers. witnessing their astonishment at his stratagem, particularly the shock on the faces of seasoned generals like Wang Ben. His vanity was greatly satiated in that moment. Consequently, Ying Zheng mused inwardly. My son Zhao Yi is indeed a dragon among men, a true blessing for me. Your Majesty's wisdom and this strategy will soon lead to the annihilation of the Xiongnu. Furthermore, if executed properly, the northern tribes will be reduced to mere remnants, and our Qin's territory will expand even further. Thus, in due time, our borders will no longer face incursions from the Hu people. This plan holds great promise, whether against the Xiongnu, Yuezhi, or Donghu. They shall be dealt with one by one. Your Majesty is truly sagacious. In comparison, our previous discussions pale in significance beside your Majesty's brilliance. Chapter 15. How could I forget her? The continuous flattery from his ministers made Ying Zheng feel somewhat elated. Yet he remained acutely aware of the true source of his ingenious strategies. They were not his own, but rather the brilliant ideas proposed by his son, Zhao Yi. Ying Zheng merely added his own thoughts to Zhao Yi's plans. Thus, he understood well how sycophantic his courtiers were at that moment, and how they would later disparage Zhao Yi, only to be met with their own hypocrisy. However, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. With a wave of his hand, Ying Zheng signaled for the court officials to quiet down. Meng Yi, I entrust the affairs of the north to you. Meng Yi, overjoyed by this trust, thought the emperor would hold a grudge against the Meng family due to previous events, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. He hurriedly knelt, stating, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall exert my utmost effort. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may all leave the court. Ying Zheng's initiative to dismiss the court met with no objections. As the officials exited the grand hall, they engaged in fervent discussions. Why didn't we think of this earlier? Wang Ben, you and General Wang have encountered the Xiongnu before. Did you ever consider this strategy? They spoke of the infighting among the tribes on the vast grasslands, a matter Meng Yi had heard whispers about. Yet the sheer expanse of the land and the swift cavalry of the Hu people had never prompted such thoughts. Indeed, that is why His Majesty could conceive this plan. Deploying cavalry against cavalry fundamentally resolves the issue. Yes, with elite cavalry, we could systematically eliminate one tribe after another, supplemented by His Majesty's strategy of sowing discord, which would significantly weaken the power of the various tribes on the grasslands. It is said the Yuezhi and the Xiongnu have a poor relationship, and the Donghu often clash with the Xiongnu as well. If utilized effectively, these factors could become powerful tools for our Qin to attack the Xiongnu. Alas, it truly reflects our lack of foresight. His Majesty possesses profound foresight and strategizes from a distance. They marveled, initially believing Ying Zheng had lost his way, perhaps even considering his appointment of the ninth prince as the Grand General of Cavalry as a misstep. Outside the city of Xianying, in Zhao's estate, Ying Zheng, after dismissing the court, could hardly contain his eagerness to seek out Lady Qiongji. Upon seeing him approach, she was filled with excitement and knelt at a distance. Your Majesty, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. What crime is there? Quickly, rise. Ying Zheng strode forward, warmly assisting Lady Qiongji to her feet. Surprised by the attention bestowed upon her, she was taken aback. Even within the palace, Ying Zheng was typically aloof towards women. Yet today he showed an unprecedented warmth that left her both delighted and anxious. However, it dawned on Lady Qiongji that the Emperor's newfound attention was likely due to their son. The very first words Ying Zheng uttered upon entering were about Zhao Yi. Is he still indulging himself at the estate? Ying Zheng asked, noticing her hesitation, and chuckled lightly. Lady Qiongji felt increasingly embarrassed, unable to meet his gaze. With the presence of spies at the estate, Ying Zheng was fully aware of Zhao Yi's daily activities. He deliberately mentioned it before Lady Qiongji to create an atmosphere of nonchalance. Yi Er is now the Grand General of Cavalry and also holds a position as a court official. There are many eyes on him in Xianying. You must inform him to be more diligent, even if it's just a fa to silence those outside. Today, there were rumors questioning his capabilities. Have him attend tomorrow's court session. It cannot be that I must always shield him. Ying Zheng spoke as casually as if discussing trivial matters. Yet Lady Qiongji understood that this was a warning. She needed to ensure Zhao Yi stepped up. Hearing the emperor express concern for Zhao Yi amidst court gossip filled her with both trepidation and profound gratitude. In the eyes of others, such negligence could lead to demotion or worse, execution. She never imagined Ying Zheng genuinely cared for Zhao Yi. Instantly kneeling before him, she implored, Your Majesty, I know my son best. Yi Er is truly not suited to be a general. He has always lacked ambition, indulging in pleasures instead. Perhaps it would be best to let him remain at the estate as a leisurely prince, sparing you the worry. While Lady Qiongji desired her son to achieve greatness, she understood his limitations. Ying Zheng, upon hearing her words, regarded her with a hint of derision. With that, he stood to leave, and Lady Qiongji, filled with anxiety, rose to bow and bid him farewell. The reason for Ying Zheng's eagerness for Zhao Yi to attend court was simple. He wished to hear his son's true thoughts. In Ying Zheng's eyes, Zhao Yi possessed remarkable wisdom, but he seemed reluctant to reveal it. Thus, Ying Zheng resolved to employ Zhao Yi's strengths during court, believing that by facilitating his attendance and posing various inquiries, he could foster an environment where Zhao Yi would express himself freely. Perhaps even the vexing matters of state that plagued Ying Zheng would find resolution. However, while he felt elated, Lady Qiongji was consumed with worry. She had some understanding of Ying Zheng's temperament. He was not one to repeat himself. Today, for Zhao Yi's sake, he had reiterated a point multiple times, indicating the gravity of the situation. This made her realize that while Ying Zheng thought she could persuade Zhao Yi, the reality was quite the opposite. What should she do? How could she make that disobedient son listen to her? Suddenly, a thought struck her. How could I have forgotten her? Chapter 16. Ying Liman is the lady hoping for Li Min to urge Ego to attend court? No problem. Li Min will handle it. At just 10 years old, Ying Li Min is Ying Zheng's youngest daughter, and she was presently nodding earnestly at Lady Qiongji. Like Zhao Yi, Ying Li Min was raised at the royal estate outside the city, and was one of the few people Zhao Yi cherished during his time there. Zhao Yi had a penchant for doting on his younger sister, and they shared a mutual love for food. As a transmigrator, Zhao Yi was disinterested in the intricacies of state affairs, yet his passion for culinary delights was unparalleled, especially when it came to catering to his sister's whims. Little princess, I leave this to you. Lady Qiongji felt a wave of relief upon hearing Ying Li Min's affirmation. You need not be courteous. Li Min will go find Ego right away. Bidding farewell to Lady Qiongji, Ying Li Min skipped jubilantly toward Zhao Yi's dwelling. However, as she exited, she unexpectedly collided with Ying Zheng, who was strolling about the estate. My little princess, where are you off to? Ying Zheng exclaimed with a smile upon seeing his daughter. He held his children raised outside the palace in high regard. Consequently, Ying Li Min, spotting her father, rushed into his embrace. Father, you haven't visited Li Min in ages. Will you come with me to find Ego?
Zhao Yi?
Ying Zheng raised an eyebrow, realizing, is it Lady Qiongji who sent you? Ying Li Min, unguarded, nodded. Yes. The lady said she couldn't persuade Ego to attend court, so she asked me to go. Ying Zheng chuckled at her words. Lady Qiongji cannot convince him. Yet you think you can? Father, you underestimate me. Ying Li Min playfully protested. Ego listens to everything I say. Whatever I ask, he is willing to do for me. Even cooking whatever I desire. Seeing his daughter speak with such earnestness sparked Ying Zheng's interest. Ying Liman recounted her past with Zhao Yi to Ying Zheng with great enthusiasm. Father, you have no idea how delicious the meals made by Brother Yi are. He can even farm. Some of the things Brother Yi grows are quite beautiful, while others may not be as pleasing to the eye. But the dishes he prepares are always exquisite. The palace chefs simply cannot compare. Ying Zheng raised an eyebrow, amused. What delectable dishes are we talking about? Do tell me. There's French fries, chicken steak, and
Glypod rice.
They're all absolutely delightful. Ying Liman exclaimed, her excitement leaving Ying Zheng momentarily bewildered. French fries? What are those? Chicken steak?
Glypod rice.
What are these dishes? Can they truly be eaten? Ying Zheng was utterly perplexed. Realizing her father's astonishment, Ying Liman quickly began to explain. Father, French fries are made from potatoes that are deep-fried until crispy and tender, and with Brother Yi's special sauce. They are simply divine. Chicken steak is made from a part of the chicken, and it's also quite delicious. As for clay pot rice, I'm not exactly sure how it's made. But you can come see it with me, and you'll understand. Ying Zheng, now feeling hungry from Ying Liman's descriptions, picked her up and swiftly headed towards Zhao Yi's residence. At that moment, Zhao Yi was reclining on a swing crafted from grapevines, enjoying the gentle evening breeze. Young master, Princess Liman has arrived. The steward reported hurriedly. Previously, Zhao Yi was not addressed with the title of young master in her presence, but with his changed status, such formalities were unavoidable. Ying Liman, clever and endearing, had grown up closely with Zhao Yi, making him quite fond of her. Quickly prepare the ingredients. I shall personally welcome her. Zhao Yi exclaimed, leaping from the swing as the steward hurried off to comply. Before long, Zhao Yi saw Ying Zheng entering with Ying Liman in his arms, and his smile faltered instantly. What is he doing here? Is he coming to reprimand me? How brazen! I have not sought trouble with him, yet he comes to me willingly. How amusing! He claims to be an emperor, yet insists on engaging in trade. He tricked me into believing he would help me secure a title, leaving me utterly confused about becoming a general of cavalry. What is he truly seeking? Now he dares to bring Liman here? What does he intend? It had been several days since Ying Zheng had heard Zhao Yi's internal complaints about him, and hearing them now felt oddly comforting. Even though they were criticisms, Ying Zheng found them strangely agreeable, ignoring Zhao Yi's resentful gaze as he set Ying Liman down. Brother Yi, I've come to find you to make delicious food. Father has no idea what French fries or clay pot rice are, so you must help me explain. Ying Liman innocently revealed her intentions to Zhao Yi. I see. Zhao Yi replied, affectionately patting Ying Liman's head. In the future, do inform me beforehand if you plan to bring father along, so I can prepare. Though Zhao Yi's words were polite, his thoughts were far less so. I knew there would be trouble. Isn't he the emperor? Shouldn't he be busy with state affairs? I've heard he reviews over 100 pounds of memorials daily. Given his arduous work, perhaps I should make him some French fries. But I must never reveal that French fries are made from potatoes, nor let him know that sweet potatoes can yield over 1,000 jean per moo. If he discovers this, he will surely fixate on me, and I won't be able to live in peace. I still hope to find an opportunity for him to revoke my titles of General of Cavalry and the other position. but I cannot afford the time to entertain his whims. Ying Zheng had initially felt pleased, thinking his son was concerned for him, willing to prepare meals. Yet upon hearing the latter part, his expression shifted dramatically. What exactly are potatoes and sweet potatoes that can yield over 1,000 jin? Is there truly such a crop in this world? Excitement surged through Ying Zheng. If Zhao Yi's claims were accurate, many pressing issues would be resolved. With a severe drought in Shu and the Qin granary nearly empty, he knew a food crisis was inevitable. With 300,000 troops in the northern territories and the need to feed the disaster victims, failing to address the food shortage would keep Ying Zheng restless. Thus, when Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Yi, his gaze turned fervent. "Ear, can you take father to see this potato that can be made into French fries?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi felt a wave of dread. He had never intended to mention that French fries were made from potatoes. Little did he know, Ying Liman had not revealed this to Ying Zheng at all. Chapter 17. A lesson to learn, alas. Is it truly so leisurely to be an emperor? What a hassle this is. It seems I must be cautious about what I say to Liman in the future. It would be best if I could avoid him at the estate. If I cannot confront him, I shall feign illness or simply hide away. Well, seeing potatoes is a small price to pay for Liman's sake. If it's fate, it cannot be avoided. Ying Zheng's good temper evaporated instantly, as it is difficult for anyone to endure such slander from their own child. Were it not for the promise of potatoes yielding 1,000 jin, he would have been furious. Even so, he bit down on his teeth in frustration. "Very well, father, Liman, let's proceed to the rear courtyard," Zhao Yi said, suppressing his inner turmoil, knowing he must behave respectfully in front of Ying Zheng. As Liman held Zhao Yi's hand, she recalled the earlier conversation about Lady Qiong. "Brother Yi, you are now an official by father's side, and a general of cavalry at that. How can you not attend court? If you neglect your duties, father will find it difficult, and the officials will gossip, not to mention the citizens of Xianyang will criticize you." "What? Waiting for me here? No wonder you came with Liman." Zhao Yi was thoroughly exasperated, internal complaints flooding his mind. "Goodness, Ying Zheng, are you not the eternal emperor? Have you not been known for your harshness? Why then, cast me into the royal estate and bestow such high titles upon me? Does he truly believe I cherish such honors? I would rather frolic with cats and dogs than deal with responsibilities." Ying Zheng's hands, concealed within his sleeves, morphed into various claw-like shapes, speechless at Zhao Yi's insolence. Who in the world would shy away from being granted a title? What could he possibly want? Fortunately, Zhao Yi's inner complaints remained just that, for he was aware he was not alone. Unable to act recklessly, he reluctantly nodded in agreement with Liman. All right. I will definitely attend the next court session." Ying Zheng's eyes widened in delight, clearly pleased. It seems that no one understands a son better than a mother, and Liman's efforts had truly swayed Zhao Yi. Wonderful. Liman cheered, her excitement bubbling over as she pulled Zhao Yi into a flurry of chatter. "Brother Yi, did you know? At today's court, father proposed the northern expedition plan, which left all the ministers astonished. They were all considering sending troops to attack the Hu people, but father thought it would be too burdensome for the people. Instead, he devised a better strategy, to sow discord among the Hu tribes and then send elite cavalry to defeat them, securing victory in one decisive battle."
Zhao Yi momentarily halted.
Her words resonating deeply with him. "Brother Yi, do you not think father is remarkable?"
Liman exclaimed, shaking Zhao Yi vigorously.
He could only nod in resignation, though inwardly he felt a mixture of admiration and exasperation. Oh dear, the old man is indeed the first emperor. He possesses some wisdom. Creating discord among the tribes, letting them fight amongst themselves, and then dispatching elite cavalry to resolve the issue once and for all. This is an upgraded version of my previous ideas. How did the old fellow come up with that? It feels somewhat akin to the worms in my belly. I can't bear to think about it. It's too terrifying. I certainly do not wish to have such a worm inside me. Yet, given his remarkable prowess, why must I attend court? I have no desire to go." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's recent disparagement, he refrained from criticizing himself further and instead unexpectedly praised himself, which filled Ying Zheng with a sense of accomplishment. It was indeed exhilarating. For so long, he had been the target of Zhao Yi's mockery, and the fact that Zhao Yi dared to critique him, knowing he was the emperor, made hearing a few commendations from him all the more rare. Fortunately, he had not merely adopted Zhao Yi's ideas, but infused them with his own insights, resulting in Zhao Yi's commendation. It seems he was still sharp-witted, which warranted a moment of joy. In high spirits, Ying Zheng, under Zhao Yi's guidance, found himself in his own garden. Zhao Yi's garden was modest, covering just over an acre. The land was partitioned into several sections, each distinctly cultivated. One section bore long, green crops with floral stripes, while another showcased seedlings whose purpose was unclear. However, the furthest seedlings were laden with an array of large, vibrant red fruits, appearing quite enticing. Ying Zheng leaned in for a closer inspection, only to find that Ying Liman, this little rascal, could no longer contain her excitement. She leaped into the field, deftly plucking a few red fruits, rinsing them in the pond on the opposite bank, and stuffing them into her mouth. Before long, Ying Liman was covered in juice, resembling a little kitten, yet she still waved at her father. "Father, this tomato is absolutely delicious. Would you like to try one? It's truly scrumptious." Despite a strong desire to sample the fruit, Witnessing Ying Liman's juice-covered face made Ying Zheng decide to wait for another occasion, as his mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. Ear, where are the potatoes that can be made into fries? Father, they are right beneath your feet in this field. Zhao Yi, with a face full of eagerness, began to tug at the seedlings beneath Ying Zheng's feet. Where has the steward gone? Didn't I summon him to prepare things? Where is he? It's infuriating that I have to do this myself. I can hardly wait to see the old fellow's reaction. I eagerly anticipate how startled he will be. Emperor, allow me to showcase the wonders of the potato. Ying Zheng found Zhao Yi's antics amusing, feeling quite indifferent to his playful disparagement. He was no fool. Yet, he remained skeptical about the potatoes Zhao Yi mentioned. However, as he watched Zhao Yi laboriously unearth the seedlings, revealing potatoes nearly the size of his fist, his eyes widened in astonishment. Father, this is a potato. Over there are cucumbers, and beyond that are my favorite tomatoes. Before Zhao Yi could finish his introduction, Ying Liman had already begun exclaiming, Father, do not be deceived by their unassuming appearance. Once washed, peeled, and fried into strips, they become a delicacy beyond compare. However, they cannot be eaten raw like cucumbers and tomatoes. But fries are still delicious, especially when dipped in the tomato sauce I just devoured. As she spoke, saliva began to flow, and her exaggerated gulp elicited an involuntary response from Ying Zheng, who swallowed hard. Haha, brother Yi, I have convinced father, Ying Liman exclaimed, clapping her hands in delight. Quickly, brother Yi, show father your culinary skills today. Very well, you little glutton. Zhao Yi affectionately tousled Ying Liman's hair, personally gathering ingredients as he made his way toward the kitchen. Ying Zheng remained lost in the shock of discovering potatoes, and as he saw Zhao Yi preparing to leave, he hurriedly approached him, asking, Ear, do all the potato seedlings here look like the one in your hand? Why do you ask, father? Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly, though internally, he was in turmoil. I knew it. Just one glance, and he can't wait to reveal his true self. What to do? What to do? If I tell him that I deliberately broke the seedling, leaving at least half of the potatoes still buried, will he go mad? I must remain composed. For the sake of a comfortable future, I shall unleash my Oscar-worthy acting skills. Ying Zheng could only catch half of Zhao Yi's inner thoughts, which made him gasp in disbelief. This ungrateful child intentionally broke the seedling, meaning that this single potato plant must have produced at least a dozen potatoes. The yield was astounding. Ying Zheng discreetly picked up a discarded potato, and his expression shifted dramatically. The potato weighed over a pound. And based on the arrangement of the seedlings, an acre could yield over 3,000 pounds of potatoes, if not more. 3,000 pounds per acre. My goodness. Ying Zheng struggled to suppress his overwhelming joy and excitement, striving to keep his tone steady as he said to Zhao Yi, I eagerly anticipate your potato dish. Ear. Zhao Yi felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding but could not pinpoint its origin. Once in the kitchen, he instructed the servants to prepare the vegetables while he gathered some side dishes and seasonings, igniting the fire himself. Ying Liman loyally stayed beside Ying Zheng, serving as a diligent commentator. Father, look, the stove that brother Yi is using was made by him, requiring only a small amount of firewood to cook meals for over 10 people. The iron pot he is using was crafted in collaboration with a village blacksmith, allowing him to stir-fry with ease. Look, brother Yi is flipping the pan. It's my favorite tomato and egg pancake. Amid Ying Liman's enthusiastic exclamations, it was impossible for Ying Zheng to ignore Zhao Yi's every move. In an era where chopsticks were not yet in use, Zhao Yi's cooking utensils, a small stove, an iron pot, and a spatula, captured Ying Zheng's attention. After all, it was his first time witnessing someone cook in such a manner, and the simplicity of the steps leading to a dish that was visually appealing and aromatic struck him with a stronger impact. However, in reality, Zhao Yi was only showcasing 30% of his usual skill, as he was quite nervous, unable to stop his silly sister, and could only grumble internally. My dear sister, please do not expose everything about me. Do you wish to eat well? What if this old fellow covets my meager possessions and decides to take my entire set of cooking utensils? Who would I turn to for solace? Ying Zheng's face darkened, realizing that he was perceived as such by Zhao Yi. Yet, to be honest, he had entertained similar thoughts but ultimately concluded that unless Zhao Yi were brought into the palace as a chef, no one would likely utilize such novel tools, hence dropping the matter altogether. To his surprise, this rebellious child, Ying Zheng gritted his teeth, striving to control his emotions, watched as Zhao Yi began frying potato strips while continuing to joke about him. What to do? What to do? Being too excellent is also a problem. It's nearly impossible to feign incompetence. If, by any chance, the old fellow finds my cooking too delectable, he might make me his chef in the palace, which would drive me to despair. Oh, how vexing. It's all your fault, you little rascal. I shall punish you by depriving you of treats tomorrow. Only 2 dishes will suffice. Should I prepare more, the risks would escalate, and one must remain vigilant against the old relics. What does this ungrateful child think of himself? Ying Zheng's hand, concealed within his sleeve, began to morph into a claw-like shape. Were it not for the enticing aroma of the freshly cooked potato and shredded meat, he would have lost his composure. Wow. Long live brother Yi. It smells so good. Today I shall consume 3 large bowls of rice. Ying Liman could no longer restrain her hand and was about to dive into the food box. Ying Zheng, too, was exerting every effort to maintain his composure. Without his remarkable self-discipline, he would have succumbed to the temptation of the delectable dishes before him. With merely 3 simple offerings, potato and shredded meat, tomato and egg pancake, and smashed cucumber, Ying Zheng was on the verge of losing his resolve. Fortunately, with just these 3 dishes, once they were served, Ying Zheng and Ying Liman almost simultaneously grasped their spoons and began to feast. The moment Ying Zheng took a bite of the potato shreds, his eyes sparkled, while Ying Liman remained silent, devouring her meal with fervor, finishing a large bowl of rice almost in the blink of an eye. After sampling each dish, Ying Zheng had to concede that the palace chefs he had abducted from the 6 kingdoms were mere children compared to Zhao Yi. In the course of these days, he had prided himself on having tasted all the world's delicacies, yet after experiencing these 3 simple dishes prepared by Zhao Yi, he realized he had been viewing the world through a narrow lens. However, he had not forgotten his new objective and cautiously inquired Zhao Yi, the preparation of potatoes is not merely limited to your stir-frying method. Surely there are other techniques such as frying or roasting, among others, right? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Zhao Yi's alertness heightened. The old relic is plotting something. I know he has his eyes set on the potatoes, but I shall not engage. Let us see how he articulates his intentions. Ying Zheng, perceiving Zhao Yi's thoughts, continued to smile brightly. You are now a significant minister of our Qin. It is time for you to contribute to our great state, starting with these potatoes. Preposterous. Ying Zheng finally lost his composure, but quickly reined in his anger. As my son, how can you live an unremarkable life with such limited knowledge? Moreover, in my eyes, your capabilities rival those of the ministers in court. Ying Zheng could tolerate Zhao Yi's internal monologues, and having brought him to court with such effort, he could not let him off the hook so easily. As expected, upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Zhao Yi's face fell, and he ceased to speak further. Ying Zheng was about to say something else when a series of internal grievances erupted in his mind. Chapter 19. The Persuasive Emperor. Does the old relic think I cannot discern his empty promises? Does he not realize how ridiculous he is? Just one potato has him so enchanted. If I were to mention the sweet potatoes that yield over 4,000 pounds per acre, he would surely go mad. Perhaps even demand I become the crown prince. Only a fool would take on the mantle of Qin too. This old relic should keep his distance from me. Buzzing with thoughts of sweet potatoes yielding over 4,000 pounds per acre, Ying Zheng pondered how many more surprises Zhao Yi was hiding. Initially, he truly believed that potatoes yielding over 3,000 pounds per acre was already extraordinary, only to discover that this child had even more astonishing secrets. No. The potatoes must belong to Qin, along with sweet potatoes, tomatoes, cucumbers, and more. Within his mind, Ying Zheng began to jot down notes, resolutely determined to extract every last bit of information from Zhao Yi. He believed that if Zhao Yi diligently undertook his duties, it would not be long before there were no starving citizens in Qin, ensuring the dynasty's prosperity for generations to come. With these thoughts, Ying Zheng could no longer contain himself, casting aside his anger towards Zhao Yi. For he recognized from Ying Liman that Zhao Yi was the type who responds better to gentleness than to force. To ensure his compliance, a softer approach was necessary. Thus, Ying Zheng quickly donned a cheerful demeanor. I bestow upon you the title of General of Chariots and Cavalry, for I have high hopes for you. Presently, our Qin faces threats from the northern Hu people and the southern Yu barbarians. I have always envisioned a day when we could sweep across the realm, establishing a legacy for our Qin that endures through the ages. Father, your might is unparalleled. Ying Liman was stirred by Ying Zheng's words, the first to cheer. Zhao Yi smiled subtly, though internally he was filled with sarcasm. What nonsense! Dynasties have never lasted eternally. With his approach, when would it ever end? No wonder the remnants of the 6 kingdoms rose in rebellion after his death. He must have driven them to it. I refuse to bear such a heavy burden. The Xiongnu and the southern Yu are adversaries he has never conquered. How could I, merely a general of chariots and cavalry, accomplish it? What a farce! Ying Zheng gritted his teeth, determined to persuade this young man. Now that you have assumed the role of general of chariots and cavalry, you must contribute to the nation and work for the welfare of the Qin people. There is no need for such humility. Our Qin is in dire straits, beset by internal and external troubles, with the populace struggling for sustenance. I am troubled, yet I lack a viable solution. Do you have one, heir? If one path is blocked, another must be taken. Ying Zheng understood that he needed to approach Zhao Yi with gentleness, ensuring his cooperation first and foremost. Being privy to Zhao Yi's thoughts, he had gained a slight advantage, having discerned his empathy for the suffering of the people, and thus decided to leverage this aspect. I am not particularly skilled in agriculture. I presume there are many capable individuals around you, father, who excel in this area, so I shall refrain from making a fool of myself. Upon hearing Zhao Yi finally agree to share the knowledge of potatoes and their cultivation methods, Ying Zheng was overjoyed. This was a promising start. As long as Zhao Yi was willing to provide the seeds, future matters would be more manageable. Of course, Ying Zheng knew that the cultivation of potatoes required Zhao Yi's full involvement. This was a significant undertaking, and he did not trust anyone else with it. Let this matter fall to you. I shall arrange for the Minister of Granaries to dispatch personnel to your general's residence. The cultivation of potatoes, a benefit for generations. must be completed under your jurisdiction before I can feel assured. With this declaration, Ying Zheng left no room for Zhao Yi to decline. Zhao Yi contemplated briefly, and indeed, Ying Zheng had a point, after all, and trusting the cultivation of such a novel crop to someone entirely ignorant would only lead to disaster. Seeing Zhao Yi offer no objections, Ying Zheng continued to seize the moment. With the drought in Shu and the recent establishment of the Six Kingdoms, the people across the land have been yearning for sustenance. I fear that potatoes alone will not suffice. Zhao Yi regarded Ying Zheng, his expression morphing into one of distress. What does this old relic truly desire? Is he not satisfied with potatoes yielding over 3,000 pounds per acre? How many mouths does he expect to feed? This is sheer madness. Does he fear being too greedy? Even if Shu is a granary, can it compete with my potatoes? Currently, an acre yields barely 300 pounds. My potatoes yield tenfold, and he dares claim they won't satiate hunger? What a jest. Unperturbed by Zhao Yi's internal grievances, Ying Zheng pressed on with his persuasive scheme. If there are any crops superior to potatoes that you can suggest, I assure you that your father will fully support you and reward you handsomely. Zhao Yi found himself bewildered. Ying Zheng had abandoned subtleties, stating directly, for instance, if there are seeds capable of easily yielding 4,000 pounds per acre, or even more. What on earth? Zhao Yi involuntarily gasped, suddenly confronted with a terrifying realization. It appeared that his father was indeed privy to his thoughts, as if he were a parasite within his mind, foreseeing all that he contemplated. How does he know? Is it Ying Liman? No, that cannot be. No, absolutely not. I cannot disclose the existence of sweet potatoes to this old relic. I already regret agreeing to help him with the potatoes. Now, he wants me to cultivate sweet potatoes? Not a chance. This old relic is far too persuasive. No wonder successful individuals are renowned for their oratory skills. The same holds true in ancient times. Zhao Yi's inner thoughts erupted with indignation, lamenting his desire for a leisurely life, free from the moral coercion surrounding him. The words flowed freely, and yet, Ying Zheng found himself in a fog of confusion, struggling to comprehend the references to speeches, ancient times, moral entrapments, and martial virtues. After a prolonged internal struggle, Zhao Yi feigned innocence, perplexed by his father's words. He wondered if there truly existed crops yielding over 4,000 jin per mu, and if so, his father must share such knowledge. For now, he was solely focused on cultivating potatoes adequately, striving not to disgrace his father or allow the common folk to go hungry. In an effort to placate Ying Zheng, Zhao Yi resorted to the rather distasteful self-reference of child. Ying Zheng, recognizing that haste would not yield good results, decided that ensuring Zhao Yi successfully tended to the potatoes was already a commendable achievement. At last, father and son, along with the young princess Ying Liman, were able to enjoy a meal together. During this meal, Ying Zheng and Ying Liman found the greatest joy, while Zhao Yi struggled to mask his indifference. Thankfully, the meal comprised only a few dishes, yet it lasted until the plates were cleared, leaving Ying Zheng and Ying Liman still craving more. Ying Liman, pouting as she caressed her belly, playfully complained, "Brother Yi, next time, I want 6 dishes. 3 is far too few for me." Ying Zheng chuckled at her words, while Zhao Yi felt the weight of his burdens yet managed a strained smile, responding, "If you wish for more, let me know in advance, so I can prepare." Ying Liman innocently nodded, unperturbed by the implications of her encounter with her father, lamenting, "What a pity." This time, it was Ying Zheng who found himself overwhelmed, but he chose to ignore her remarks. Before departing, he reminded Zhao Yi not to forget the morning court session. Zhao Yi felt a headache brewing, but could only bow repeatedly, acknowledging his father's words. Satisfied with Zhao Yi's response, Ying Zheng departed, feeling that today had been one of his most joyous days in recent times. Not only had he allowed Zhao Yi to attend the court, but he had also received the unexpected boon of potato seeds. Reflecting on the potatoes he had just consumed filled Ying Zheng with excitement. With potatoes, he need not worry about the populace going hungry. Finally, that old man has left. I'd rather avoid the morning court. Zhao Yi grumbled to himself, lamenting his burdensome fate. I'll just find a place to hide and sleep through it. Surely no one will notice me. He worried that Ying Zheng might call his name, but he thought, "You've given me potatoes. Just spare me this time, or I'll surely ruin them all."
Affilial son.
Ying Zheng felt a rush of blood to his head, nearly stumbling, but a swift servant caught him just in time. Once back in the palace, Ying Zheng pondered deeply, considering his capable ministers, yet found none suitable to assist Zhao Yi. His expectations were exceedingly high. He sought someone who could aid Zhao Yi while being a trusted confidant, providing regular updates on his progress and insights. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare in the court. While they could be sent to the battlefield, asking them to assist Zhao Yi in agriculture would be a daunting task. Suddenly, a thought struck Ying Zheng, and he summoned a person to his presence. Shortly, a tall censor named Zhang Tsong entered, kneeling before the emperor. "I, Zhang Tsong, pay my respects to your majesty." Long live the emperor. Zhang Tsong, a native of Yangwu, was a disciple of the great philosopher Xuanzi and a fellow student of the Chancellor Li Si. He was well versed in various texts and currently served in the censorate, managing documents within the palace. "Rise," Ying Zheng commanded, standing tall and looking down at Zhang Tsong. "You oversee the various documents in the palace. Do you know the current yield of grain per mu in our great Qin?" Zhang Tsong responded. The yield in the granaries of Shu exceeds 200 jin per mu, while nationwide, it averages around 180 jin. This revealed the stark reality of agricultural productivity outside of Shu, indicating that in times of disaster, after taxes and labor, the common folk might struggle to find enough food, leading to displacement and hardship. The recent events in Shu had served as a wake-up call for Ying Zheng, hence his keen interest in Zhao Yi's potatoes. Zhang. If there exists a grain crop capable of yielding over 3,000 jin per mu, calculate how much land would be required to ensure that the populace is well fed. 3,000 jin per mu? Zhang Song's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily forgetting court decorum. How could such a yield be possible? He initially thought he had misheard Ying Zheng but quickly recognized that the emperor would not speak without purpose. Yet he pondered, how could there be crops yielding such extraordinary amounts? It seemed like a fantastical tale. Do you think I jest, Zhang Song? Ying Zheng observed Zhang Song's astonished expression with amusement. Zhang Song, realizing the gravity of his response, quickly knelt again. Your Majesty, it is not doubt of your words, but rather the yield of 3,000 jin is beyond comprehension. Are you truly certain? A slight smile graced Ying Zheng's lips. He recognized he had found the right person. Only someone meticulous would dare to question him. He decided, from tomorrow onward, you shall no longer serve in the palace. Instead, you will assist General Zhao Yi in his agricultural endeavors. Zhang Song, who had been prepared to listen attentively, was taken aback by Ying Zheng's decree. What? The general's estate? Is that not the residence of the notorious 9th Prince Zhao Yi? Zhang Song was taken aback, fully aware of Zhao Yi's reputation in Xiongnu. The general's estate seemed like a precarious position for him, especially given Zhao Yi's sensitive status. Your Majesty, I wish to decline, Zhang Song began. But Ying Zheng interrupted him decisively. This matter is settled. You shall proceed to the censorate to complete the handover. Tomorrow, you will head to the general's estate, and your duty will be to assist Zhao Yi in cultivating the crop known as potatoes. Zhang Song's eyes widened at Ying Zheng's words, taken aback by the emperor's keen interest in the potato crop Zhao Yi had cultivated. In the words of Ying Zheng, it seems that this potato truly has the potential to yield 3,000 pounds per mu, although it still requires verification. Is it possible that such a miraculous crop exists in this world, and that it has been cultivated by Zhao Yi, a man widely regarded as mediocre throughout the city of Xiongnu? In an instant, Zhang Song found himself intrigued by Zhao Yi, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Your Majesty, may I inquire how His Highness the Ninth obtained this potato? Has Your Majesty verified its claims? Ying Zheng, smiling, interjected, Zhang Song. That is precisely the task I am assigning to you. I am only concerned with the outcome. The process is between you and Zhao Yi. Upon hearing this, Zhang Song felt a wave of heaviness wash over him, akin to bearing a 1,000-pound burden. Reluctantly, he clasped his hands and said, in that case, I shall visit Zhao Manor tomorrow. At that moment, Zhang Song was utterly in the dark, but if what Ying Zheng claimed was true, that the potato could indeed yield 3,000 pounds per mu, then enduring some hardship would be worthwhile. After all, such a crop would be unparalleled in the entirety of the Qin state. His involvement in this endeavor would undoubtedly secure him a prominent place in history. And achieving eternal fame was not merely a dream. Zhang Song's transfer was swiftly processed, particularly since it was a matter personally overseen by Ying Zheng. This direct involvement soon attracted attention from various quarters, especially among the princes. Upon learning of this development, Hu Hai hurriedly sought counsel from Zhao Gao. Master, why has father suddenly reassigned Zhang Song to the cavalry general's office? Hu Hai's voice was fraught with anxiety. According to the laws of the Qin, the cavalry general's office possessed the unique right to recruit officials and establish its own bureaucratic system, a privilege unmatched even by the crown prince. The implication was clear. Zhao Yi had somehow acquired such authority. Now, Zhang Song was the first to be stationed at the cavalry general's office, and this arrangement was personally orchestrated by Ying Zheng. Undoubtedly, more officials would follow suit under Ying Zheng's directives, a signal that filled Hu Hai with dread. Does this mean that Zhao Yi requested Zhang Song from father?
Hu Hai shall apprehend be penpe.
Zhang Song was a disciple of Li Si, yet due to his temperament, he had always served in the censorate. Zhao Gao appeared puzzled, saying, based on our understanding of Zhang Song, he should have refused the transfer to the cavalry general's office. However, reports from the Ministry of Personnel suggest that he seemed quite enthusiastic when handling the transition, as if he were not coerced by His Majesty. Hearing this, Hu Hai felt an even greater discomfort. This indicates that father must have made some promise to Zhang Song, otherwise, he would not have agreed so readily. That is not particularly important, Zhao Gao replied slowly, shaking his head. Though Zhang Song is Li Si's disciple, their interactions are not deep enough to suggest any special omen in this situation. What concerns me most is that His Majesty seems intent on bolstering the cavalry general's office. If this is indeed for Zhao Yi's benefit, I cannot fathom the connection between them. Hu Hai gritted his teeth. Exactly. Master, do you think father has lost his senses? What is Zhao Yi even worth? If father intends to name my elder brother as crown prince, I could accept that, but why Zhao Yi? I refuse to comply. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi, preparing to enjoy a comfortable sneeze, found himself unable to do so, his mouth agape in vain. Young master, Master Zhang Song has arrived. Zhang Song? Zhao Yi recalled the name. He was Li Si's disciple and a renowned mathematician of the Qin. Yet, Zhao Yi had never interacted with Zhang Song.
So, why was he here?
Young master. The steward quickly interrupted Zhao Yi. News has just arrived from the city that His Majesty has reassigned Zhang Song to the cavalry general's office. Thus, with Zhang Song's transfer to the cavalry general's office, he had become one of Zhao Yi's subordinates. Currently, the cavalry general's office had only subordinates and no one in charge, and it was evident that Zhang Song had come to Zhao Manor after finding no one at the office. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Ying Zheng certainly knows how to create trouble for himself. It's not enough that he eats and drinks, now he sends someone to me. Yet, Zhao Yi pondered whether Zhang Song was a spy sent by Ying Zheng or merely an annoyance. Regardless, since Zhang Song was sent by Ying Zheng, it was unavoidable that he would have to meet him. Let him in. Zhao Yi yawned and instructed the steward. Feeling quite helpless as he made his way to the main hall, the steward hurried off to convey the message. Standing outside Zhao Manor, Zhang Song was filled with a sense of indignation. His transition had been exceedingly smooth, and upon completing all the necessary procedures, he found it was still early. So, he decided to visit the cavalry general's office. However, to his dismay, the entire office was devoid of anyone in charge, save for a few cleaning servants. Not even the cavalry general Zhao Yi himself. From the few servants, Zhang Song learned that Zhao Yi had never set foot in the cavalry general's office, which infuriated him immensely. Zhang Song was a man of action. Even in the palace, he had been meticulous in his role as a librarian, and his diligence was often noted even by Ying Zheng. Arriving at the cavalry general's office and witnessing Zhao Yi's lax approach, Zhang Song could no longer contain his frustration and headed straight to Zhao Manor, announcing himself. Finally, the steward appeared. Master Zhang, the young master requests your presence inside. With a disdainful huff, Zhang Song led the way, swiftly entering and soon encountering Zhao Yi, who was yawning incessantly and giving no attention to Zhang Song's arrival, aggravating him further. With a stiff bow, Zhang Song sternly inquired, "Why is your highness not at the cavalry general's office?" Zhao Yi, hearing the tone, rolled his eyes. "Because I like it here, what of it?" Zhang Song, nearly bursting with frustration, thought to himself, what kind of nonsense is this? Just because you like it, can you act with impunity? While he had encountered many mediocre princes, encountering someone as insufferable as Zhao Yi was a first for him. Zhang Song felt as though he was on the verge of exploding, even contemplating walking away entirely. With Zhao Yi's demeanor, he could hardly believe that such a person could cultivate a crop yielding 3,000 pounds per mu. Zhao Yi, oblivious to Zhang Song's ire, leaned back and languidly asked, "Are you sent by my father?" "Yes." Zhang Song gritted his teeth. "His Majesty has assigned me to assist His Highness in cultivating potatoes that yield 3,000 pounds per mu. However, I believe it unnecessary to trouble your highness. I shall resign tomorrow and recommend another." Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, observing Zhang Song's serious expression, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. After all, he is a renowned mathematician from history. If he undertakes the potato cultivation, it should save me quite a bit of trouble. Let us first examine the potatoes. Zhao Yi commanded, dismissing Zhang Song without further ado. "Steward, take Master Zhang to the backyard to take a look." "Yes." The steward complied, gesturing for Zhang Song to follow. Initially reluctant, upon hearing potato, Zhang Song felt a surge of suppressed excitement. Under the steward's guidance, they arrived at Zhao Yi's backyard, where the steward deftly uprooted a potato seedling, instantly capturing Zhang Song's full attention. "Master Zhang, I assure you, this is not mere boasting. The potatoes planted by our young master are likely unparalleled in the entirety of Xiongnu, if not all of Qin. They can be boiled, roasted, or even consumed as dry rations." The steward, preoccupied with thoughts of food, had been savoring Zhao Yi's culinary delights for days. However, Zhang Song paid little heed to the steward's words. His eyes fixated on the potato seedling in the steward's hand as he meticulously calculated its potential yield. His astonishment growing exponentially. My heavens, is this truly a potato? A single seedling bore 6 or 7 potatoes, varying in size, but a quick estimate suggested that each could weigh around 3 pounds. Given the current planting density in the backyard, Zhang Song easily calculated that 1 mu of land could accommodate approximately 1,000 to 1,500 potato plants. In other words, the potatoes grown in an acre of land should yield as easily as this one in the steward's hand, with a production of 3,000 pounds. Goodness! Such a bountiful harvest, if successful in practice, could lead to extensive cultivation. Zhang Song envisioned the possible scenarios, and the anger that had once surged within him dissipated in an instant. The emperor does not deceive me. I, Zhang Song, shall undoubtedly leave my name in the annals of history, ha ha ha. Without a second thought for the potential soil stains on his pristine official robe, Zhang Song leaped into the field, carefully accepting the potato seedling from the steward, cradling it as one would a cherished child. Is this truly a potato? Zhang Song pondered, weighing each potato with an intense gleam in his eyes. Indeed, it is a potato. Even His Majesty has tasted it today and declared it delectable. The steward replied cheerfully. Zhang Song casually plucked a potato, wiped it on his official robe, and took a bite, chewing heartily, which startled the steward. "Oh dear, Lord Zhang." The The young master has stated that this must not be eaten raw. It is poisonous and must be cooked. Not to worry. Zhang Tsong laughed heartily indeed. Heaven blesses our Qin. To encounter such a yield of 3,000 pounds is fortuitous for me. Zhang Tsong. Ha. Ecstatic. Zhang Tsong grasped the potato seedling and hurried toward the main hall. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, who was still yawning and couldn't be bothered to glance at him, Zhang Tsong approached respectfully and offered a grand salute. The one capable of producing 3,000 pounds of potatoes certainly deserves my utmost respect. Only then did Zhao Yi raise an eyebrow at Zhang Tsong and casually inquire, "How do you find the potatoes, Lord Zhang?" "Good, excellent, truly remarkable. The ninth prince is indeed extraordinary," Zhang Tsong exclaimed, filled with reverence. "To cultivate such a high yield of potatoes, I am willing to serve the prince with utmost loyalty." "That's exactly what I was hoping to hear." Zhao Yi finally opened his eyes. His father wishes for the cavalry general's residence to pilot the potato cultivation to see if it can be promoted nationwide. This task will be entrusted to you. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. I shall not disappoint your highness. Zhang Tsong replied, elated and immediately swearing his loyalty. Zhang Tsong, a man of ambition yet lacking true talent, was now convinced that Zhao Yi possessed not only genuine skill but profound wisdom, surpassing even his own mentor, Xuanzi. "So it is settled then," Zhao Yi said with a twinkle in his eye. "You should pay attention to the potatoes. Additionally, I have neither the time nor the inclination to attend the cavalry general's residence. You shall oversee matters there as well. This way, should you require anything, simply inform the palace, and you shall manage the seal of the cavalry general's residence, as you will be the one using it the most." Zhao Zheng had already decreed that the responsibilities of the court officials need not always be in his presence. However, regarding the cavalry general's residence, Zhao Yi preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Zhang Tsong was his sole operative, thus granting him maximum authority would afford Zhao Yi some peace. "I shall not fail your highness." Zhang Tsong expressed profound gratitude for Zhao Yi's trust, bowing deeply once more. At this point, Zhang Tsong's loyalty was unwavering, yet he remained oblivious to Zhao Yi's desire to avoid trouble. "The method for planting potatoes is known to my steward, and I will also provide you with a list of precautions for cultivating potatoes. The seeds are simple. Just place the potatoes in a warm spot and allow them to sprout." Zhao Yi, for the first time since his arrival, spoke at length, aiming for a more leisurely future. Zhang Tsong listened attentively to Zhao Yi's guidance, nodding earnestly. Meanwhile, Zhang Tsong's movements toward Zhao Manor were quickly noted by Zhao Gao. Although Ying Zheng had instructed Zhao Gao not to surveil Zhao Yi, he had not prohibited him from watching Zhang Tsong. Yet, Zhao Gao dared not be too brazen. His spies could only monitor Zhang Tsong from a distance outside the manor. As for the occurrences within, Zhao Gao remained entirely in the dark. Prior to entering, Zhang Tsong had been filled with rage. Upon exiting, he wore a beaming smile. What transpired within the manor? Zhao Gao pondered, perplexed, for he possessed scant information about either Zhao Yi or Zhang Tsong. It seemed he would have to wait for the morning court session to witness this legendary ninth prince's distinctiveness for himself. Chapter 23. The Mindless Critic in the Zhangtai Palace. The historical tales of Lin Xiongnu presenting the He Bai to the Qin state and Jing Ke's assassination attempt on the Qin emperor unfolded here. As the grand ceremonial music resounded throughout the palace, today's court assembly commenced. Ying Zheng entered through the central gate, taking his seat upon the dragon throne. Surveying the assembly, only to catch sight of Zhao Yi, who appeared languid and even stretched lazily in court. The grand historian, responsible for maintaining decorum, wasted no time. Before Zhao Yi could lower his arms, Feng Jie had already knelt, declaring, "Your Majesty, I wish to lodge a complaint against the ninth prince, Zhao Yi." Zhao Yi Midyan was startled by Feng Jie's proclamation, feeling a wave of annoyance wash over him as he rolled his eyes at Feng Jie. Feng Jie, noticing Zhao Yi's dismissive gesture, became even more incensed. What misconduct has the ninth prince committed? Ying Zheng, amused internally yet maintaining a calm facade, awaited the answer. The court officials, witnessing this scene, were well aware of the unfolding drama and eagerly anticipated the spectacle. "Your Majesty, the ninth prince has displayed improper behavior before the court, according to Qin law. He should be punished with 10 strikes and a month's salary forfeiture." "Here it comes." Feng Jie's words ignited excitement among the court officials, as they understood his intention to severely offend Zhao Yi while leaving no room for rebuttal. Even though Zhao Yi was a prince, the grand general, and a court official, Feng Jie showed no leniency, insisting on a public reprimand, asserting that a prince is subject to the same laws as commoners. Prince Fusu, observing the anticipation of the court officials, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yi, thinking to himself, "Look at the mess you've caused. You've sullied the reputation of our Qin prince. It would have been better had you stayed away from court." Zhao Yi was oblivious to Feng Jie's motives for offending him, but he dismissed Fusu's glare with indifference. What else with this attitude? Does he truly think himself significant? It's one thing for our kin not to support each other, but to glare at me? How ridiculous. In truth, it was not only Fusu. Prince Hu Hai also exhibited a sense of schadenfreude at Zhao Yi's predicament, albeit without the intensity of Fusu's glare, which only added to Zhao Yi's irritation. What kind of people are these? Fusu barely qualifies as a public figure, while Hu Hai? You're merely a pawn for Zhao Gao, waiting for your turn to become the second emperor. Why provoke me? I could easily expose your secrets. Zhao Yi mentally berated both Prince Fusu and Prince Hu Hai, and his thoughts were crystal clear to Ying Zheng, who was taken aback and stood up from the dragon throne. What is happening? Ying Zheng's mind became a whirlwind of confusion and concern. In truth, Ying Zheng had yet to designate an heir. According to Qin law, Fusu was the indisputable candidate for the throne. Yet, the entire Qin state recognized that Ying Zheng favored Hu Hai's mother. Since Hu Hai's birth, he had been showered with affection. Even as his mother lay bedridden in recent years, the emperor's favor showed no signs of waning. Thus, rumors circulated that Ying Zheng intended to name his favored Hu Hai as the crown prince. Ying Zheng indeed considered this, but he was adamant that he did not wish for his future heir to become a mere pawn in another's game. Ying Zheng's gaze first fixed fiercely upon Zhao Gao, then settled on Hu Hai. Hu Hai, ever attentive to Ying Zheng, felt a sudden chill as he perceived the malice in the emperor's eyes. Confounded by the reason for Ying Zheng's scrutiny, he pondered his recent thoughts, convinced he had committed no transgressions. Even his amusement at Zhao Yi's misfortunes was merely expressed in private, where the elevated Ying Zheng would not have witnessed it. Little did Hu Hai know. Ying Zheng's piercing stare stemmed from his ability to hear Zhao Yi's inner voice. Since he first caught wind of Zhao Yi's sentiments, he had not missed a single nuance. In Ying Zheng's estimation, Zhao Yi's biting remark suggested that Hu Hai's actions were indeed suspect. He could not fathom how Zhao Yi could be so certain that he would bequeath his throne to Hu Hai, nor how he had discerned Zhao Gao's malevolent intentions. The ministers, observing Ying Zheng's ashen countenance, were filled with trepidation, perplexed as to whether their sovereign's ire was directed at Feng Jie's council or Zhao Yi's audacity in court. Unbeknownst to them, the true source of the emperor's displeasure diverged entirely from their speculations. Feng Jie, noting Ying Zheng's expression, presumed the emperor was incensed by Zhao Yi's outrageous behavior and sought to capitalize on the moment. Your Majesty, as the ninth prince occupies a significant position, he ought to adhere to court decorum. Otherwise, if other princes emulate him, the dignity of the court will be compromised and the honor of our great Qin diminished. Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming urge to scoff at Feng Jie's words. What nonsense! Is there truly such a dimwit in the Qin court? What have I done to warrant such emulation? Did he not see the ghastly face of Fusu and the vile conduct of Hu Hai? Why must I be subjected to moral coercion? Is he attempting to establish his authority at my expense? What utter foolishness! Though Zhao Yi was unaware of the term dimwit in his own critique, he found it fitting. Feng Jie's indignant demeanor suggested that Zhao Yi had committed some heinous act, indeed resembling a mindless critic. Ying Zheng's foul mood lightened considerably, yet he began to formulate a plan. After court adjourned, he would ensure that the Black Ice platform conducted a thorough investigation of Hu Hai and Zhao Gao. If their actions aligned with Zhao Yi's accusations, he would have to reconsider his approach to Hu Hai's education and the disposition of Zhao Gao. Why does that old fool remain in the court? Does he truly consider himself a loyal advisor? Beyond his incessant prattle, can he contribute anything of substance? If he were assigned to a local post, he would surely become a great menace. I wonder how such an old fool chooses officials. Chapter 24. The auspicious signs of Qin Ying Zheng's temples throbbed. He never anticipated being the subject of mockery yet again. However, Zhao Yi's assertion held a kernel of truth. There were indeed few capable ministers he could rely upon. I could easily cultivate potatoes yielding 3,000 pounds per acre. If provoked, I could even surpass 8,000 pounds. And sweet potatoes, hybrid rice, and yams could effortlessly yield thousands, even tens of thousands of pounds per acre. Can that old critic achieve such feats? Besides his incessant chatter, what else can he do? The echo of Zhao Yi's derision buzzed in Ying Zheng's mind, compelling his gaze to drift toward Zhao Yi. He was familiar with potatoes and had some knowledge of sweet potatoes, both renowned for their remarkable yields. Yet, he was astounded to learn that Zhao Yi had concealed such potential, claiming potatoes could yield 8,000 pounds per acre. Moreover, he spoke of hybrid rice and yams, which also promised high yields, leaving Ying Zheng curious about the crops capable of achieving 1,000 pounds per acre. The information Zhao Yi revealed left Ying Zheng utterly astonished. Despite his skepticism regarding the yields of sweet potatoes, hybrid rice, and yams, he had witnessed the potential of potatoes firsthand. If Zhao Yi could replicate the yields demonstrated in his backyard, the prosperity of Qin would be imminent. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng cast a glance at Minister Zhang Tsong, who instantly understood. Your Majesty, I believe the ninth prince's lapse in decorum is forgivable, regarding the accusations of disrespect. I contend that the ninth prince did not act with malice. After all, he has been tirelessly studying high-yield crops and laboring in the fields, rendering him somewhat oblivious to court protocol. I implore your Majesty to consider leniency. High-yield crops? What could that mean? Zhang Tsong's words left the ministers bewildered, unsure of the unfolding situation. Zhang Tsong, clarify your statement. Ying Zheng, observing the astonished expressions of his officials, chuckled softly. As you command. Zhang Tsong, bowing to Ying Zheng, began to elaborate to the assembly. The ninth prince has developed a high-yield crop known as the potato, a true auspicious sign for our great Qin, cultivated through his unwavering dedication and countless hours of labor. I have conducted preliminary validations and can confidently assert that potatoes can yield an astonishing 3,000 pounds or more per acre. A collective gasp resonated throughout the hall. 3,000 pounds or even more. Zhang Song's claim seemed utterly preposterous. It was common knowledge that Qin's primary agricultural product was rice, typically yielding no more than 200 pounds per acre. Even the fertile lands of the Shu region produced little more than 200 pounds. The notion of a crop yielding 3,000 pounds was absurd. Zhang Song, we understand you are now affiliated with the Charioteer General's office. But surely you must temper your words in defense of your lord. 3,000 pounds? You should fear the repercussions of such deceit. The minister scoffed. And none believed Zhang Song's words. Yet, undeterred by their derision, Zhang Song addressed Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, I have brought potato seeds to the hall. I request permission to demonstrate their potential before the court. Granted. Ying Zheng acquiesced. Soon after, attendants from the Charioteer General's office brought several large baskets of potatoes into the hall. The ministers, witnessing potatoes for the first time, were drawn to their unremarkable appearance, some even reaching out to touch them. Is this the potato? It looks so dull and dirty, the name seems fitting. The 9th prince cultivated such a thing? It can yield 3,000 pounds? Surely not. Have we not heard that he spends his days indulging at Zhao Manor? How could he possibly have time to cultivate this? Seeing the minister's lingering skepticism, Zhang Song proclaimed, Esteemed officials, what you see before you are potato seeds. Each seedling, once planted, will yield no less than 7 potatoes. As seen in the baskets, I have meticulously calculated that 1 acre can accommodate nearly 1,000 seedlings. If we assume each seedling produces 6 potatoes, you may calculate the total yield. The Qin officials, adept in mathematics, were astonished by the calculations. My heavens! If we consider this, it truly aligns with Zhang Song's assertion. 3,000 pounds is merely a conservative estimate. A minimum of 3,000 pounds? This is astonishing. Can potatoes truly achieve such yields? Why has this crop not been introduced before? If it possesses such potential, it would indeed be a blessing for our great Qin. With the evidence laid bare, Zhang Song almost guaranteed the truth of his claims. Even if doubts lingered in the hearts of the ministers, most were now convinced. Fusu, Hu Hai Li Si, Zhao Gao, and even Feng Jia were the most astounded among them. As Zhao Yi noted the minister's astonished glances directed at him, he felt a wave of frustration. Foolish Zhang Song, why did you reveal everything? How am I to maintain a low profile now? Now it is done. With so many eyes upon me, I shall have no peaceful days ahead. All I desire is to accomplish meaningful deeds, to ensure the people are well fed. If Feng Jia enjoys mere rhetoric, let him continue. Do you not understand that practical governance is the foundation of a prosperous nation? The well-being of the populace is paramount. What significance does a single Feng Jia hold? Ying Zheng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if he had heard the words of a sage. Practical governance is indeed the most crucial matter for the welfare of the people. Such an elementary truth, yet Zhao Yi articulated it with such clarity. I am blessed with a Qilin son. Truly, this is a heavenly omen. Ying Zheng rose once more from his dragon throne. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, Feng Jia's face flushed crimson, yet he remained obstinate. Your Majesty, the matter of potatoes may indeed allow the 9th prince to achieve unparalleled merit for our Qin. However, this has no bearing on the transgression of protocol before your Majesty. Our Qin is a nation governed by law. Those who do good are rewarded, and those who err are punished. Regarding the offense of the 9th prince, your Majesty should still impose severe penalties. At these words, the court erupted in uproar. Feng Jia was truly daring to offend Zhao Yi at such a moment. Ying Zheng's expression darkened as he stood with arms crossed. Zhao Yi was striving for the welfare of the realm, focusing his efforts on cultivating potatoes, and did not intentionally breach decorum. If the grand historian insists on holding Zhao Yi accountable, let him first question me. Today, I declare that from henceforth, Prince Zhao Yi may attend court without adhering to palace regulations. Feng Jia, do you comprehend my words? Ying Zheng's sudden declaration sent shockwaves through the grand hall once more. Chapter 25. I challenge you. Ying Zheng's words struck like thunder, leaving the courtiers pale with shock, and Zhao Yi was equally astonished. What is happening? How can this old man speak of practical governance? Has he been provoked into revealing such wisdom? Zhao Yi pondered in confusion, while Ying Zheng, catching his mutterings, could not help but smile slightly. The civil and military officials were equally astonished, with Feng Jia being the most bewildered of all. Practical governance for the welfare of the realm. These words echoed in Feng Jia's mind, leaving him at a loss for words. Is this not the essence of governance and the duty of a minister? Feng Jia fell silent, no longer as obstinate as before, and after a long pause, he clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty speaks truthfully. The 9th prince indeed labors for the benefit of the people. I have been shallow in my understanding. Seeing Feng Jia relent, Ying Zheng's smile grew wider. The officials were even more shocked, while both Prince Fusu and Prince Hu Hai gazed at Zhao Yi with envy and resentment. Ying Zheng had granted Zhao Yi the extraordinary privilege to disregard palace regulations. This was a tremendous favor. Even Prince Hu Hai, the emperor's favorite, had never received such treatment. This was true imperial authority. What could the emperor be planning? Is it possible he intends to name the 9th prince as heir? Zhao Gao furrowed his brow, while Prince Huhai grew restless, ready to rebut, but Zhao Gao firmly grasped his arm. Seeing Zhao Gao shake his head and gesture for silence, Prince Huhai finally calmed himself. Well then, during today's South Morning Court, if there are matters to be discussed, please speak swiftly. Oh, the old man has quickly backed down. I thought him a man of unyielding principles. It seems the old fool has been subdued. Truly, a legendary emperor, capable of uttering such wise sayings effortlessly.
Ah.
I am utterly exhausted. When will this court session end? Zhao Yi yawned widely, not daring to stretch, yet his exaggerated yawn drew disdainful glances from the surrounding officials. Just as they had begun to view Zhao Yi more favorably, a single yawn obliterated any good impression. Ying Zheng, however, remained unfazed, still buoyed by Zhao Yi's earlier compliment of him as a legendary emperor. At that moment, Meng Yi stepped forward to report, Your Majesty, the snow disaster in the northern territories persists, but I have dispatched hundreds of scouts to investigate the terrain and conditions in the area. Furthermore, according to Your Majesty's orders, we have sent over 10,000 pounds of relief supplies to the eastern Hu and Yuezhi, and the Xiongnu royal court has already received the news and has begun to respond. Excellent. Ying Zheng clapped in delight. It seems our military strategy in the north will yield results promptly. The officials echoed their approval, praising Ying Zheng for instigating conflict among the barbarians at minimal cost was a significant boon for Qin. At this moment, Feng Qiji also stepped forward. Your Majesty, the drought in Shu has been effectively managed. Several officials from various counties concealed the disaster, but fortunately, we acted swiftly, averting a greater catastrophe. The affected populace has been pacified. However, there is a grain shortage in many areas of Shu. Thus, I humbly request that Your Majesty exempt Shu from corvée labor and taxes for the next 3 years to further soothe the people's hearts. The drought in Shu has led to grain shortages. Maintaining previous labor and tax obligations would only incite rebellion. Even if the unrest is quelled afterward, it would cause irreparable damage to both Shu and Qin. While it is easy to reduce labor and tax obligations, reinstating them later would be challenging. Ying Zheng pondered for a moment, wishing to hear Zhao Yi's thoughts on the matter. However, at that moment, Zhang Song excitedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the promotion of potato cultivation can commence in Shu. Grant me 3 months, and I shall ensure results. At this proclamation, the officials turned their gazes towards the several baskets of potatoes in the hall, and Feng Qiji's previously downcast eyes brightened instantly. Your Majesty, if these potatoes can yield over 3,000 pounds per acre and mature swiftly, the issue of sustenance for the people of Shu will undoubtedly be resolved. There is no need for Your Majesty to place undue burdens on Shu's future. Li Si, who had initially opposed the exemption of Shu from labor and tax, also expressed agreement upon hearing Feng Qiji and Zhang Song's proposals. Your Majesty, this plan is feasible. It seems the 9th Prince's potatoes may indeed resolve our Qin's most pressing dilemma. The officials, realizing the gravity of the famine affecting the populace, nodded in agreement. Especially concerning Qin's granaries, this issue required serious attention. Excellent. Ying Zheng stood once more, issuing a decree. I approve. Zhang Song, let the promotion of potato cultivation begin in Shu. If the Cavalry General's office can accomplish this, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall obey. Unexpectedly, apart from Zhang Song's expression of gratitude, the civil and military officials did not hear Zhao Yi's voice of thanks. When they turned their attention back to him, they discovered he was kneeling in the hall, already fast asleep, prompting another uproar among the officials. Prince Huhai could no longer contain himself and was the first to jump up. Father, the 9th brother is actually dozing off during the morning court. This is utterly disrespectful. He must be severely punished. Please, father, decree accordingly. This time, Ying Zheng did not spare a word for Huhai, glaring fiercely at him, causing Huhai to flinch in fear. Ying Zheng was acutely aware of Huhai's previous actions and would not grant him any leniency. Huhai, perplexed and feeling a bit anxious, did not understand why his father was displeased. Was he not the favored one? Could love truly fade? It was Zhao Yi sleeping. Was he not merely reminding the emperor? As Huhai wallowed in his grievances, Feng Jie suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty, the 9th Prince was evidently laboring tirelessly for the nation and the people last night, which led to his lapse in decorum. Surely, it was not intentional. Moreover, Your Majesty has already declared that the 9th Prince need not adhere to court rules. So this transgression may be forgiven. Upon hearing this, Huhai's face turned crimson, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shout at the old man before him. I challenge you. Chapter 26, A Place of Controversy. Not suitable for long stay. Feng Jie's words not only astonished Huhai, but also shocked the entire court of scholars and warriors. No one anticipated that he would utter such a statement. Just moments ago, he had accused Zhao Yi of misconduct in the palace. Yet now he claimed that Zhao Yi's actions were understandable. Was this still the impartial and unyielding grand historian Feng Jie they recognized? How could he have resorted to double standards? The ministers shook their heads, expressing their bewilderment over Feng Jie's stance, while Zhao Gao's unease deepened. He worried that, given the current circumstances, Feng Jie might eventually align himself with Zhao Yi. If Feng Jie were to join the general of chariots and cavalry, the situation would spiral out of control. Young master, Hu Hai was visibly indignant, his eyes ablaze with anger. It was the first time he felt so humiliated.
Yet,
He was not alone in his frustration. Young master Fu Su felt even more oppressed. On his first day at court, he had been reprimanded by Feng Jia for merely coughing, resulting in 10 lashes and a month as salary deduction. Yet now, Zhao Yi, on his own first day, not only committed a similar faux pas, but audaciously dozed off. Not only did the emperor shield him, but the old man Feng Jia had also shown him favoritism.
which infuriated Fu Su.
Eunuch, bring a mattress for Zhao Yi so he can sleep comfortably. Ying Zheng commanded, causing another uproar in the grand hall. Fu Su could no longer contain himself. Who could endure such a situation without expressing discontent? He coughed twice, feeling a sense of imbalance. The ministers were equally astonished, as they witnessed something unprecedented during morning court, a person actually sleeping at will, with the emperor even providing bedding and expressing concern for their comfort. Such honor had never been bestowed even upon the esteemed General Wang Jian. Those who harbored grievances against Zhao Yi were thoroughly intimidated. No one in the court was foolish. The current situation was unmistakable, and they all comprehended Zhao Yi's significance in the emperor's eyes. The eunuch hurriedly brought the mattress, which Ying Zheng personally took and awkwardly placed over Zhao Yi, startling him awake. When Zhao Yi opened his eyes and found Ying Zheng's face just inches away, he was momentarily terrified. What is happening? What does this old man want? Does he harbor improper intentions toward me?
Impossible.
I've never heard of him having such inclinations. And besides, I am his son. How could he possibly? Ying Zheng's expression darkened, vexed by his son's errant thoughts. Suddenly, after a brief pause, he said, if you truly wish to sleep, cover yourself with the mattress properly. Zhao Yi was taken aback, rising immediately while mentally ridiculing what? This old man has changed. He is unexpectedly benevolent? Has the sun risen from the west? Never mind, I want to sleep. This is not a place for slumber. I shouldn't have come. I really don't understand the purpose of this morning court. It's just a futile waste of time. My grand bed is far more inviting, with beautiful maidens to relieve my fatigue. Aware of the minister's gazes, Zhao Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. I dare not. I shall no longer sleep here. Upon hearing this, the ministers nodded in agreement, thinking Zhao Yi displayed a measure of understanding and could amend his ways. At last, the morning court concluded, and Zhao Yi dashed towards the hall's exit as if it were a den of beasts. The ministers were left in a state of astonishment. Just when they thought Zhao Yi had grasped the decorum, he revealed his true nature the very next moment. Ying Zheng, feeling helpless, could do nothing about Zhao Yi, for he needed his support. However, just as Zhao Yi was about to step out of the grand hall, a eunuch hurriedly entered. Your Majesty, grave news. Lady Gongsun has fainted in her chambers. What? Ying Zheng was taken aback, and the entire court revealed expressions of shock, while Hu Hai turned as pale as death. Zhao Yi, however, paid little heed to the matter, eager to escape this place of controversy, yet he couldn't help but ponder. Lady Gongsun, isn't she Hu Hai's mother? How could she faint? I've heard she has health issues, suffering from asthma. It seems her condition has worsened. In the Qin, asthma might as well be a terminal illness. Could it be that Hu Hai's emotional reliance on Zhao Gao stems from losing his mother at such a time? Ying Zheng, overhearing Zhao Yi's thoughts, gasped. If Hu Hai lost his mother, it meant Lady Gongsun would soon depart from this world. Just as Zhao Yi surmised, Lady Gongsun was Ying Zheng's childhood sweetheart, which explained his indulgence towards Hu Hai. Additionally, due to her ongoing health problems, Ying Zheng had refrained from naming an heir, for in his heart, Lady Gongsun was his true empress. Yet, he well understood that the ministers would not accept a frail woman as the mother of the nation. Hence he had chosen not to appoint a queen. Now, realizing Lady Gongsun's imminent demise, Ying Zheng felt a surge of anxiety. What a pitiful woman. Why did it have to come to this? It's not an incurable illness. Never mind, her life or death is of no concern to me. I must leave this place of controversy. Zhao Yi quickened his pace, preparing to depart, but having already discerned his thoughts, Ying Zheng attempted to seize him, only to grasp thin air, and in frustration, he called out, Zhao Yi, halt. You cannot leave. Hearing the news of his mother's collapse, Hu Hai was on the brink of madness, yet with Ying Zheng's presence, he dared not intrude upon the harem. As the urgency grew, he could no longer hold back. Father, my mother has fainted. I request permission to visit. Ying Zheng, dismissive of Hu Hai, saw Zhao Yi preparing to escape and immediately commanded the palace guards, stop Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, seeing the guards approach, felt utterly helpless. Where is Hu Hai? Does he lack any sense? Hurry and remove this old man. Oh, I truly wish to leave this cursed place. What is this old man up to? Chapter 27. The furious Hu Hai. Father, did you just call for me? I didn't hear. What? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, the ministers, along with young masters Fu Su and Hu Hai, were all astounded. They believed they had misheard. Wasn't he the mother of the 9th prince, Zhao Yi, Lady Qiongji? What connection could Lady Gongsun possibly have with Zhao Yi? If memory served correctly, Lady Gongsun had only one son, Hu Hai. Now, with Lady Gongsun having fallen ill, shouldn't he, the emperor, be taking Hu Hai to visit her? Why would he bring Zhao Yi along? Father, for the first time, Hu Hai expressed his discontent towards Ying Zheng, but after uttering a single word, he dared not voice his further questions. Ying Zheng's icy gaze had already turned upon him, resembling a fearsome dragon, instilling dread within him, while the other ministers trembled under Ying Zheng's stare.
Zhao Yi,
Witnessing the scene, felt momentarily dazed. Everything appeared so foreign to him. The intrigues of the sovereign truly are intricate. Serving a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. But why does this old man insist on dragging me to the harem? This situation is becoming increasingly incomprehensible. Why is Hu Hai glaring at me? This brat should clarify his thoughts. It's not as if I wish to go. No wonder he grew up learning wicked ways from Zhao Gao. Daring to conspire with Li Si to forge a decree, his life is destined for such a fate.
what?
Ying Zheng's eyes flashed dangerously as he involuntarily turned his gaze towards Hu Hai and the others. Hu Hai, Zhao Gao, and Li Si dare to forge a decree? Did they truly dare to commit such fatherless and kingless acts? Ying Zheng suddenly felt that he could no longer comprehend his sons. The one he cherished most, the one he valued above all, had been merely feigning his intelligence and innocence, and now he had the audacity to forge an edict. Was it he who had lost his mind, or had he been driven to madness by his own progeny? Ying Zheng harbored no doubt regarding Zhao Yi's criticisms. In fact, he believed that had Zhao Yi not spoken out, he would have remained deceived by Hu Hai and Zhao Gao. Nonetheless, a seed of suspicion lingered in his heart. For the Haibingtai had yet to uncover the truth behind the relationship between Zhao Gao and Hu Hai. However, with Zhao Yi now involving Li Si, Ying Zheng resolved to cast his net wider. Certainly, Ying Zheng would not resort to executing Hu Hai based solely on Zhao Yi's unfounded remarks. Yet this did not prevent him from nurturing a growing disdain for Hu Hai. Silence, you have no say here. Ying Zheng bellowed at Hu Hai, who, previously brimming with indignation, instantly wilted under the king's wrath. With that, Ying Zheng hurried towards the inner palace, while Zhao Yi sought an opportunity to escape. Yet, upon witnessing the watchful eyes of a group of eunuchs and guards, he could only sigh deeply, shaking his head as he trailed behind Ying Zheng, resembling a wilted flower. The onlookers were rife with speculation. Ying Zheng's actions today were utterly bewildering. Regardless, the emperor ought to have taken Hu Hai to see Lady Gong's son, not Zhao Yi. The courtiers suddenly felt that this emperor was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Upon returning to his quarters, Hu Hai wasted no time in shattering everything within reach. Master, what is happening? What has befallen my father? Why has he changed so drastically? What have I done wrong? Why does he treat me this way? Even when mother fainted, his own son, was deprived of the chance to visit her, while Zhao Yi had the audacity to do so. I am her son. Hu Hai's mind was a tempest. And he frantically interrogated Zhao Gao. Your Highness, tread carefully in your words. Zhao Gao's expression darkened, as if he sensed something amiss. The ninth prince has fostered such auspicious occurrences as the potato. It is only natural that the emperor, in his joy, would bestow additional favor. Zhao Gao's words bore double meanings. He had watched Hu Hai grow, and they shared an unspoken understanding. Hearing this, Hu Hai suddenly grasped the implication, yet could not refrain from voicing his grievances. Though I understand, I still cannot fathom why Zhao Yi should receive such favor. What has caused this sudden shift in my father's demeanor? What wrong have I committed? Zhao Gao, recognizing that Hu Hai had grasped his insinuation, refrained from further comment. The events of the day confounded not only Hu Hai but also Zhao Gao, a long-serving official by Ying Zheng's side, who remained equally perplexed. Meanwhile, in the inner palace, Ying Zheng was in a state of agitation, noticing Zhao Yi lagging behind. Zhao Yi, do hurry and keep up, he urged. Yes, your son obeys. Zhao Yi quickly echoed. Yet his pace remained languid, his mind rife with complaints. What is the rush? As if arriving sooner would revive anyone. I cannot comprehend what has driven the old man mad, dragging me into the inner palace for what purpose? Ying Zheng, filled with urgency, caught sight of Zhao Yi's slow progress and grew furious, commanding the eunuchs, lift Zhao Yi and hasten. The eunuchs were momentarily taken aback, as was Zhao Yi, but they quickly regained their composure, lifting him as one would a child, and hurried after Ying Zheng. Soon, they arrived before Lady Gongsuan's chambers, where a multitude of imperial physicians and palace attendants had gathered. Upon Ying Zheng's arrival, all present immediately knelt, yet he paid them no heed, striding directly into Lady Gongsuan's chamber and demanding, what is her condition? Zhao Yi, observing the scene, felt a sense of foreboding. It seems these physicians are at a loss. By now, Master Cui Wenzi should be in Xiongnu. Only he could remedy Lady Gongsuan's ailment. If he cannot, then even the emperor's wrath would be of no consequence. Chapter 28. Cui Wenzi. Zhao Yi stood silently at the back of the crowd, appearing detached, yet his thoughts were unrestrained, echoing in Ying Zheng's mind.
Cui Wenzi,
The renowned healer revered by the populace, is currently in Xiongnu? How could Haibingtai be unaware? Ying Zheng did not dwell on this, immediately issuing orders to a slender subordinate behind him. This subordinate was responsible for Haibingtai's operations in Xiongnu. According to their intelligence, Cui Wenzi was still at Mount Tai. How could the emperor command him to be summoned now? Zhang Han quickly deduced the deeper meaning behind Ying Zheng's order. Cui Wenzi was indeed in Xiongnu. It was now Haibingtai's responsibility to locate him. Zhang Han, drenched in sweat, hastily departed the palace, realizing that the information known to the emperor had eluded Haibingtai, marking a significant failure on their part. Frustrated, Zhang Han and his subordinates frantically scoured Xianying, for how else could the emperor have known of Cui Wenzi's presence there? Did the emperor possess intelligence networks beyond Haibingtai's scope? Zhang Han's thoughts spiraled, imagining the emperor's darkening disposition, sending chills down his spine. The emperor is indeed unfathomable. We of Haibingtai are merely pawns at his disposal. It seems we must double our efforts, lest we be replaced. Haibing warriors, as their name suggests, were formidable indeed. Even while disguised, they were swiftly recognized upon entering Xianying. Cui Wenzi nodded in agreement. If it is to heal and save lives, I shall gladly enter the palace. Meanwhile, within Lady Gongsuan's chamber, she lay motionless, like a sleeping beauty. The physician stood in silence, arrayed on either side of the bed, drenched in sweat at the sight of Ying Zheng's grim countenance. Outside the chamber, some medical officials whispered among themselves. Was the healer Cui Wenzi, known to be a recluse, truly here in Xianying? It was said he wandered the world, making encounters rare. Indeed, we have only heard of his name, never seen his face. If Cui Wenzi is in Xianying, then there is hope for the royal consort's recovery. But how did the emperor know of his presence? The officials were exceedingly tense, uncertain of Cui Wenzi's whereabouts. All hope rested on him, for none of the palace physicians had any confidence in reviving Lady Gongsun. Zhao Yi stood at the chamber's entrance, his expression one of deep concern. With Ying Zheng silent, he found himself unable to depart. In his boredom, he stole a glance at Lady Gongsun. Good heavens! Is this truly the woman with whom the old man shared a childhood romance? Surely, she cannot be so youthful. Could it be that when he first encountered Lady Gongsun, she was barely of age? It appears the ancients had their own notions of marrying young. Only the old man could engage in such conduct. He must have 3,000 beauties in his harem by now. I wonder how many of them are of age. Ying Zheng, already simmering with frustration at Lady Gongsuan's unresponsiveness, suddenly overheard Zhao Yi's absurd musings. Enraged, he snapped, Zhao Yi, why do you stand so far away? I brought you here to pray. Yet you hardly appear to be in a prayerful disposition. What? The thought of my wife fainting has nothing to do with me. She is not my mother. So, why direct your anger toward me? What are you looking at? Even if I pray, what good will it do? If prayers were effective, how could there be so many tragedies in the world? Moreover, if the royal physician cannot save your wife, why are you barking at me? And glaring as well? Forget it. I will be magnanimous and not argue with you. Wait a minute. This woman on the bed is your wife, while my mother is also your wife. Here, surrounded by luxury and attended by many, my mother is left to suffer outside the palace. How despicable. Barking? Despicable? Ying Zheng was on the verge of exploding with anger. This rebellious child truly needed to be taught a lesson. Your Majesty, the divine physician Cui Wenzi has arrived and is currently awaiting your orders at the palace entrance. Just as Ying Zheng was about to lose his temper, a courtier hurried in to report, which filled him with joy. Summon him at once. No. I shall go to welcome him personally. Cui Wenzi was a renowned folk healer, often referred to as a divine being. Ying Zheng had searched for him in vain, for in this era, such healers were to be revered. Thus, even Ying Zheng held Cui Wenzi in high regard, especially as he urgently needed his assistance. Cui Xianren, please, come in quickly. My royal consort has suddenly fainted, and the royal physician cannot determine the cause. I implore you to save her. Ying Zheng personally went to the sleeping quarters to greet Cui Wenzi, leading him directly to the royal consort's chamber. As a physician, Cui Wenzi dared not neglect the case of a patient of such high status. However, according to palace rules as a man, he could not have any physical contact with the royal consort. Even for a medical examination, he was required to diagnose her through a layer of gauze. The attendants quickly set up a gauze curtain in front of the bed and tied a red thread around the royal consort's wrist, the other end handed to Cui Wenzi. Zhao Yi observed the scene, casting a glance at Cui Wenzi's expression, and a smirk appeared on his lips. Ha ha ha, caught off guard, aren't you, Cui Wenzi? Your chance to display your divine abilities has arrived. Alas, how can one diagnose when the patient is obscured and the pulse is unreachable? What kind of examination is this? I wondered how so many royal physicians could not handle the royal consort's illness. With such a method, even a divine being would be of no use. Who devised these ridiculous rules? It's simply laughable. I finally understand how the royal consort met her demise. With such a diagnostic approach, it would be miraculous if she survived. The old fool should prepare a coffin. Chapter 29. The Powerless Commoner. What? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's thoughts, Ying Zheng's heart tightened, his gaze fixated on the gauze and the red thread before the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped the situation. Indeed, the gauze and red thread would hinder the physician's examination. In this era, physicians relied on observation, inquiry, and pulse-taking, and even then, their diagnostic accuracy was limited. The palace rules severely impacted Cui Wenzi's ability to assess the situation, leading Zhao Yi to conclude that these ceremonial restrictions were obstructing the physician's judgment. However, in Ying Zheng's eyes, the life of the royal consort was far more important than ceremonial propriety. If the royal consort were to perish due to these rules, what value did they hold? Remove the gauze and the red thread. Cui Xianren, please proceed with the pulse examination. Ying Zheng directly pulled Cui Wenzi to the royal consort's bedside. Instantly, a collective gasp echoed throughout the grand hall. The royal physicians, attendants, and maidservants, including the divine physician Cui Wenzi, stared in astonishment at Ying Zheng. Outside the hall, the other physicians murmured amongst themselves, baffled by the emperor's sudden demand to remove the gauze and red thread. Could it be that this was a privilege of a divine physician? If only we had such privileges, perhaps we too could discern the consort's ailment. Despite the chaos, the attendants and maidservants were paralyzed, unsure of how to proceed. The established rules of the palace were being disregarded. How could they manage their duties moving forward? Those were the ancestral laws. Yet Cui Wenzi was slightly taken aback. He understood that Ying Zheng had been seeking him, wishing to invite him to serve as a royal physician. However, he was well aware of the many palace regulations, especially the absurdity of diagnosing through gauze, which he found exceedingly vexing. He had been evading the royal summons due to this. In truth, he had prepared himself for a lengthy process, but he did not expect the emperor to actively request the removal of the gauze and red thread, pulling him along to examine the royal consort. Why is everyone standing there? Do you all wish to die? Ying Zheng barked as he noticed the attendants and maidservants hesitating. They were startled into action. While the palace rules were significant, they paled in comparison to a command from the emperor. The so-called ancestral laws meant nothing to the sovereign before them. Knowing Ying Zheng's temperament, the attendants and maidservants swiftly removed the gauze and red thread, allowing Cui Wenzi to approach the royal consort's bedside. Zhao Yi remained leaning against the doorframe of the chamber, embodying the demeanor of a spoiled nobleman. Ah, this old fellow is somewhat interesting. It feels as if he can hear my thoughts. How peculiar. Nonetheless, this means the royal consort should be saved. If only this had been done sooner, we wouldn't have had to wait until now. Feudal rituals are indeed harmful. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's thoughts, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow and turned to the entrance of the chamber. Observing Zhao Yi hastily adopting a submissive posture, he casually remarked, "You should come in and take a look as well." What? Zhao Yi almost blurted out in shock. Is this old fool out of his mind? That is the royal consort's chamber, not my mother's bedroom. What do I have to do in there? His astonishment was understandable, as the rules of the harem were stringent. Aside from the personal maidservants and attendants, and those summoned by Ying Zheng and the royal consort, even Hu Hai could not enter at will. Such was the law of the palace. Any violation could result in severe consequences, and Zhao Yi valued his head too much to risk it. He did not wish to be ensnared in any traps, even if Ying Zheng invited him in. Hurry and demonstrate your wisdom. Come in and see if the divine physician's diagnosis is sound. Ying Zheng commanded as he pulled Zhao Yi into the chamber. I cannot believe this. Zhao Yi exclaimed, feeling utterly flustered. Has this old fool lost his mind? When did I earn a reputation for wisdom? It's common knowledge throughout Xiongnu that I am incompetent. Why would he say I am wise and ask me to evaluate the divine physician? What a joke. Could it be that he is truly trying to set me up? A tiger does not eat its young. This is far too obvious. Cough, cough, cough. Ying Zheng erupted into a fit of coughing, forcefully releasing Zhao Yi's grip. This rebellious child, cannot he recognize my sincere praise? Does he not comprehend human speech? How has Xiongnu raised him to such an age? Meanwhile, after completing the examination process, Cui Wenzi's brow furrowed deeply. In his assessment, the royal consort's fainting spell could be attributed to insufficient vital energy or a lingering illness. However, after his examination, he realized the situation was far more complicated. Cui Xianren, what is the situation? Ying Zheng inquired, having noticed Cui Wenzi's unease. Upon hearing the emperor's question, beads of sweat began to form on Cui Wenzi's forehead, but he could not evade the inquiry. Your Majesty, I have never encountered such a condition in my life. Please forgive me. Recently, a commoner inquired of the physician and the palace maid regarding the sudden fainting of the lady, and it was presumed that she would soon awaken. Cui, I seek a resolution. What has caused my lady's fainting? What is the ailment? Is it curable? Ying Zheng pressed. You mentioned that she might awaken today. What if she does not? The questions posed by Ying Zheng struck at the heart of the matter, and they were precisely what troubled Cui Wenzi. For he had no answers. Witnessing Cui Wenzi's helpless demeanor, Ying Zheng's heart raced with worry. Zhao Yi claimed that finding Cui Wenzi would save Gongsuan's lady. Yet Cui Wenzi appeared far from reliable. If he could not provide assistance, did that not mean Gongsuan's lady was on the brink of demise? Ying Zheng's anxiety intensified. Cui Wenzi, equally distraught, truly could not discern the cause. His medical knowledge, though extensive, did not grant him the powers of a true immortal. Alas! Cui Wenzi exclaimed, Your Majesty, I am but a humble scholar, powerless in this situation. What? Ying Zheng felt as if struck by lightning. His usual decisiveness was replaced by an unfamiliar panic. At that moment, Zhao Yi's inner musings echoed once more. Cui Wenzi seems quite ordinary. How has he been lauded as an immortal? Just by examining her features, one could discern that Gongsuan's lady suffers from a respiratory ailment. To rouse her, a simple infusion of plantain leaves placed by her bedside would suffice. However, merely awakening her addresses the symptoms, not the root cause, which is not insurmountable. It merely requires 3 taels of qianhu, 2 taels of bitter apricot, 3 tails of mulberry leaves, 3 tails of anamarina and loquat leaves, along with 2 tails each of ophiopagon, astragalus, licorice and platycodon, and 5 tails of honeysuckle and winter daphne, simmered for 3 hours to create a remedy for lung and phlegm issues. Taken half an hour after breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and within a month, her health could be restored. I seem to have overlooked something. Princess Huayang and Lyman might also be afflicted, though their symptoms are not yet apparent. Caution is warranted, for by the time they reach Gongsun's lady's age, it could pose a problem. Nonetheless, they likely won't survive long. Once Hu Hai ascends, they will perish. I saved his mother. Surely, he'll not seek my demise? Zhao Yi's sarcastic remarks struck Ying Zheng like a thunderbolt. Did his own daughters share the same affliction as Gongsun's lady? Yet, according to Zhao Yi, they would ultimately perish at Hu Hai's hands?
How could this be?
Did not Hu Hai, like himself, cherish Princess Huayang and Lyman? Was it all an act? Ying Zheng's heart pounded. He had never considered such grave issues could exist among his children. Should that day arrive, even in death, he would rise to confront Hu Hai. Fortuitously, everything was under control. He would not allow such a fate to transpire. Determined, Ying Zheng silently committed Zhao Yi's remedy to memory. As a sovereign, his remarkable retention was evident, and he soon regained his composure. Zhao Yi, feeling exasperated, regarded Ying Zheng with confusion, yet eager to depart, he promptly bowed and excused himself. Damn it, this old fool truly has a problem. He is wasting my precious sleep time. Zhao Yi grumbled inwardly, nearly provoking Ying Zheng's ire once more. However, considering the remedy Zhao Yi had provided, Ying Zheng chose not to pursue the matter further, though he resolved that if the prescription proved flawed, he would not spare this rebellious son. Zhao Yi's abrupt exit captured Cui Wenzi's attention, yet he dared not inquire further. Outside the hall, the court physicians observed Zhao Yi's hasty departure and began to speculate. Is that the 9th prince? I wonder why the emperor brought him today. Isn't Gongsun's lady's son the 18th prince? Who can say? The emperor's thoughts are truly inscrutable. I heard this unlearned 9th prince has been appointed as the grand general and an official. Is that true? If it weren't for his official robes, I would have mistaken him for a palace servant. How can he hold such an esteemed position? Indeed, the emperor's intentions are unfathomable. Mind your words. Do you not see the emperor is displeased? Silence yourselves, lest you incur his wrath. The court physicians, suddenly aware of their precarious situation, fell silent, each refraining from even raising their eyes, fearful of inciting Ying Zheng's ire and losing their heads. Yet, Ying Zheng paid them no mind. He turned to the anxious Cui Wenzi and inquired, Cui, does my lady's complexion resemble that of a respiratory ailment? Respiratory ailment? Cui Wenzi paused, his pupils widening as medical texts regarding respiratory illness flooded his mind. Indeed, Gongsun's lady's visage bore a striking resemblance to the descriptions found in those texts. Could it be that her ailment was, in fact, a respiratory one? Cui Wenzi was astonished, having not anticipated that the current sovereign possessed knowledge of medical principles. His impression of Ying Zheng shifted dramatically, and he immediately bowed respectfully. However, the medical texts offered no guidance on treatment for respiratory ailments, leaving Cui Wenzi at a loss. Ying Zheng, poised and self-assured, suggested, what if we use 3 tails of qianhu, 2 tails of bitter apricot, 3 tails of mulberry leaves, 3 tails of anamarina and loquat leaves, 2 tails each of ophiopagon, astragalus, licorice and platycodon, and 5 tails of honeysuckle and winter daphne, simmered into a decoction? Could this remedy not treat the ailment? Cui Wenzi's pupils widened once more in astonishment. He could hardly believe that the emperor was capable of recalling such an extensive list of medicinal ingredients, complete with precise measurements. However, this was not the time for hesitation. As a physician, Cui Wenzi's mind raced. Qianhu is used to dispel phlegm and clear heat, while bitter apricot is effective for lung ailments. If these common herbs were combined, it might indeed be feasible. Your Majesty, grant me but a moment. I will procure the ingredients and prepare the decoction. Cui Wenzi exclaimed, filled with excitement. Having identified a remedy for a perplexing ailment that was not even recorded in medical texts, Cui Wenzi was eager to test it personally. Ying Zheng waved his hand, and the court physicians followed Cui Wenzi to the palace pharmacy. Several hours later, Cui Wenzi personally brought forth the decoction, administering it to Gongsun's lady under the watchful eyes of the palace attendants. In mere moments, her pallid face, tinged with blue, transformed into a rosy hue, and her eyelids fluttered open, revealing her awakening. Within the chamber, joy erupted. It works, it truly works. By the heavens! Cui Wenzi exclaimed, utterly astonished. Before bowing deeply to Ying Zheng, Your Majesty is indeed divine. The remedy you proposed has cured the incurable. Long live the emperor. Cui Wenzi, revered as a divine physician among the populace, now knelt before Ying Zheng, extolling him as a god. This, in a sense, greatly satisfied Ying Zheng's vanity. He silently resolved that wherever he went henceforth, Zhao Yi must accompany him. For as long as Zhao Yi remained by his side, he could hear his innermost thoughts and bask in the glory of such moments. My emperor, I cannot rise. I beseech your understanding, Gongsun's lady spoke. Her words fragmented but coherent, indicating that her respiratory ailment had indeed eased. Ying Zheng approached with concern, and before he could utter a word, Cui Wenzi interjected with a respectful gesture, stating, "The ailment afflicting the lady is a condition of qi. The commoner is dull-witted. And it is thanks to your majesty's excellent remedy that the lady remains unharmed." Qi, a condition of qi? Upon hearing Cui Wenzi's words and the report from her personal maid about the recent events, Lady Gongsun was taken aback. She had never imagined that she was suffering from such an ailment. The experience had nearly cost her life, leaving her truly frightened. However, what Lady Gongsun did not anticipate was that her life was saved not by the imperial physician or the immortal Cui Wenzi, but by none other than His Majesty the Emperor. "Your Majesty, I have troubled you, and I am indeed guilty of 1,000 deaths." Lady Gongsun did not forget to express her remorse. "What fault does your beloved have?" Ying Zheng grasped Lady Gongsun's hand, saying, "We are one as husband and wife. How could I stand by and watch you perish? I was also worried about your health and took the time to peruse some medical texts. In a moment of desperation, I never expected it would truly yield results." Naturally, Ying Zheng would not reveal Zhao Yi's contribution, but his display of confidence caused Cui Wenzi to begin doubting himself. "Your Majesty is indeed remarkable." Cui Wenzi exclaimed in admiration. "The commoner has devoted his life to studying medical texts, yet could never conceive a remedy for qi as brilliant as yours. No wonder your Majesty can unify the realm. Your talents extend to both governance and medicine." Receiving such praise from a folk immortal, Ying Zheng was elated, while Lady Gongsun felt an even deeper sense of guilt. "It is my inadequacy that has caused you such trouble, your Majesty. You bear the burdens of court affairs daily, and now you must concern yourself with me." Lady Gongsun felt a pang of compassion for her husband, recognizing that as emperor, his primary duty lay in managing state matters, not in being distracted by her plight. Ying Zheng smiled and waved his hand to soothe Lady Gongsun's heart. In truth, he had little interest in medicine, as his remedy derived from Zhao Yi. Merely used to impress. "Since the lady is well, and the imperial physicians have the prescription, I shall take my leave," Cui Wenzi said, bowing in farewell. Ying Zheng readily acquiesced, yet Cui Wenzi hesitated, saying, "Your Majesty, please feel free to use the remedy for the condition of qi." Ying Zheng graciously waved his hand, however. "It must bear the royal seal." "Of course, that is easily arranged," Cui Wenzi assured, bowing repeatedly. He was genuinely concerned that Ying Zheng might keep the prescription a secret. After all, there were many common folk suffering from qi, and if the remedy became exclusive to the palace, the people would remain unable to find relief. Ying Zheng's intention to associate the remedy with the royal name was aimed at winning the people's hearts, and Cui Wenzi readily agreed. With Cui Wenzi's departure, the news of Lady Gongsun's recovery thanks to Ying Zheng's remedy swiftly spread throughout the city of Xiongnu. In the residence of the 18th prince, Hu Hai squinted his eyes, fixating on the kneeling eunuch before him, a look of astonishment on his face. "What did you say? Mother was ultimately revived by father? Are you certain?" Beside him, Zhao Gao was equally moved by the news. "Did you witness this with your own eyes? Was it not a false report?" "Absolutely true. I was serving right by His Majesty's side." The eunuch, a confidant of Hu Hai, had been placed near Lady Gongsun to keep abreast of palace affairs. "Young master, Lord Zhao, I heard it clearly. Even the immortal Cui Wenzi was at a loss, yet when His Majesty proposed a remedy, Cui Wenzi exclaimed it was brilliant. Soon after, Cui Wenzi and the imperial physicians concocted the medicine according to His Majesty's prescription, swiftly reviving the lady." Hu Hai and Zhao Gao exchanged glances, both reflecting profound astonishment. This matter was indeed peculiar. Could it be that His Majesty had prepared for this all along? Yet that seemed unlikely, Zhao Gao pondered. Yes, it must be that father had anticipated this. Hu Hai's eyes brightened. Mother has always had frail health. Father must have been seeking a remedy. And it just happened to be useful today. Zhao Gao nodded slightly. This explanation from Hu Hai was the most reasonable. However, Zhao Gao could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. To have discovered a remedy for an ailment that even Cui Wenzi could not resolve suggested that His Majesty had divine assistance behind him. Zhao Gao nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Thus, young master need not dwell on His Majesty's actions today. He remains concerned for the lady, and his favor towards you will not wane." Hu Hai nodded in agreement, the previous discontent dissipating instantly. Yet, had he and Zhao Gao known that the divine assistance Ying Zheng relied upon was Zhao Yi, they would have felt quite differently. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng remained in Lady Gongsun's chambers for dinner, witnessing her consume the newly brewed medicine and feeling relieved when he saw her fully restored. Lady Gongsun expressed her gratitude. "Your Majesty, I owe you my life this time. Without your prescription, I would not have the fortune to see you again." "Ha ha ha, a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. As long as my beloved is unharmed," Ying Zheng replied joyfully. Then, he pondered for a moment before saying, "However, my beloved must extend her thanks to Ear." "Ear?" Lady Gongsun was taken aback, then realized, "You refer to the 9th prince, but why?" With her pure-hearted nature, Lady Gongsun treated all of Ying Zheng's children equally. However, due to Zhao Yi being raised outside the palace, she was not close to him and did not understand why Ying Zheng attributed her recovery to Zhao Yi. "The reasons are not for me to elaborate," Ying Zheng replied with a faint smile, "but remember, your presence before me is all thanks to Ear. By the way, when you have the time, pay more attention to Hu Hai and guide him well for me." I am busy with state affairs and have no time to manage the lessons of several princes. If your health permits, please keep this in mind. Lady Gongsun was once again astonished by Ying Zheng's words. Chapter 32. The locust plague approaches as she entered the courtyard of Lady Qiongji's chambers. She unexpectedly overheard Lady Qiongji conversing with someone in the main hall. Ying Zheng stopped the eunuch who was about to report, pointing towards the hall and asking, "Who is accompanying Lady Qiongji?"
It is Zhao Yi.
Ying Zheng's heart leaped with joy, and waving away the eunuch, he declared, "You need not serve here any longer. You may leave." With that, Ying Zheng made his way directly to Lady Qiongji's chambers. As he approached, he caught the tail end of their conversation. "Here. I heard that your father took you to see Lady Gongsun today?" Lady Qiongji's voice was filled with concern. "Mother, I have no idea. I don't know what got into him. He insisted on dragging me along and I couldn't refuse." Zhao Yi replied, his tone laden with complaint, perplexed as to why his father would take him to see Lady Gongsun. Lady Qiongji furrowed her brow, feeling puzzled about Ying Zheng's intentions in bringing Zhao Yi to see Lady Gongsun. However, she soon cautioned Zhao Yi, "Now that you reside in Xiongnu, be cautious with your words and actions. Show respect to your father and the elder ministers. Do not speak as you did back in Zhao Manor, lest you find yourself in trouble." Lady Qiongji was genuinely worried about Zhao Yi. She knew her son well, though he was now a high-ranking noble. She understood his disposition all too well. If he spoke so carelessly in the palace, what would happen if he were to behave similarly in front of Ying Zheng? He would easily find himself in a precarious position, subject to whatever punishment his father deemed fit. "Mother, please don't worry. I understand," Zhao Yi replied, complying with his mother's concerns. Yet just a couple of sentences in, his true nature resurfaced. "I will never attend court again, nor will I deal with that old man. I will steer clear of anything related to him."
Zhao Yi.
Lady Qiongji was taken aback and instinctively raised her hand to strike him, though she held back from hitting too hard. "How dare you utter such rebellious words? That is your father. How can you speak so disrespectfully? You reckless child. Do you wish to cause me a heart attack?" Lady Qiongji was exasperated, while Zhao Yi remained indifferent. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng, listening from outside, also wore a helpless expression. "Originally, I thought Zhao Yi dared to call himself an old thing only in his heart, never expecting him to do so in front of Madame Qiongji. Such insolence is nothing short of filial impiety." As Ying Zheng's frustration grew, he inadvertently choked on his own words, prompting him to push the door open and enter. Inside the main hall, Zhao Yi and Madame Qiongji were startled to see Ying Zheng enter alone. "When did the old thing arrive? Why does he haunt me like a ghost, scaring me as if he knows how to frighten people to death? Could it be that he came to eavesdrop? Did he hear everything I just said?" Ying Zheng smiled knowingly. Observing Zhao Yi's anxious expression alleviated his own feelings, although Zhao Yi's comment about him being a lingering spirit darkened his mood again. "Your Majesty, why are you here? It's quite chaotic. No one has reported your arrival. Please rest here," Madame Qiongji said, flustered. Ying Zheng waved dismissively, indicating that it was his decision not to announce his presence. "I merely came to see you. If you need anything while you are in the palace, feel free to instruct the attendants. Do not hesitate." The casual words from Ying Zheng struck Madame Qiongji as heartfelt, a sentiment he had never expressed to her before, moving her deeply. "Mother, have you lost your senses? Do you not understand the character of this old fool? What can I do? I cannot control him. This old man can still deceive my mother at his age. Truly, he embodies the notorious playboy archetype, irresistible to any woman. Why must I be his biological son? Otherwise, I would charm all his princesses effortlessly." Filial impiety. Ying Zheng's heart brimmed with rage, wishing he could crush Zhao Yi on the spot. If not for Zhao Yi saving Madame Gongsun today, he would have acted on that impulse immediately. Choosing to feign ignorance, Ying Zheng boldly seated himself at the head of the main hall, while Zhao Yi adopted a quail-like demeanor, staring blankly. However, Madame Qiongji would not allow him to remain aloof. She firmly pushed Zhao Yi. "How can you be so disrespectful? Do you not know to pay your respects before the emperor?" Seeing Zhao Yi's unwilling expression, Ying Zheng waved his hand. "No need for that. We are family here. When there are no outsiders, just act as you do at Zhao Manor." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's spirits lifted. This old man has truly changed lately. He displays a hint of fatherly affection. Could it be an act? But there is no need for pretense in front of my mother and me. What could be the reason? Whatever the case, as long as I do not have to bow, that is sufficient. The constant formalities are exhausting. Zhao Yi's inner thoughts reached Ying Zheng, finally eliciting a smile from him. This rebellious son finally acknowledged his father. Madame Qiongji, relieved by Ying Zheng's words, urged, "Your Majesty, you should take the time to walk about and not overwork yourself." Ying Zheng nodded, having recently received reports from Guangzhou indicating a bountiful harvest this year, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The capital of the Qin state, Xiongnu, lies on the Guangzhou plain, nourished by the Zhenhua Canal, which irrigates nearly 3 million acres of farmland. If this autumn proves fruitful, it would indeed bring relief to the Qin state. Bountiful harvest? Relief? Dream on. This old man still does not understand the essence of practical governance. Does he not know that a locust plague is imminent? If I remember correctly, A once-in-a-century locust plague will strike the entire Guangzhou plain this year, leading to total crop failure. At that time, the entire Qin state will face unprecedented trials, with millions becoming homeless and destitute.
Buzz.
Just as Ying Zheng's mood had lightened, he was jolted by Zhao Yi's remarks, his mind buzzing with dread. A once-in-a-century locust plague? Total crop failure on the Guangzhou plain? How could this be? Ying Zheng's demeanor darkened instantly. Chapter 33. Measures against the locust plague. Ying Zheng had been in good spirits lately, with few worries plaguing the court. He had just received reports of expected bountiful harvests in Guangzhou, and his heart had finally eased, only to be shaken by Zhao Yi's complaints. The locust plague in Guangzhou? Ying Zheng's mind conjured images of barren lands and countless starving people, a scene of unprecedented horror. Ying Zheng had experienced locust plagues before. In this era, they were more terrifying than floods or droughts. When locusts invaded, not a blade of grass would survive. Every crop would be devoured. The common people would rather endure floods or even drought than face a locust plague. Thus, Ying Zheng felt an urgent sense of despair. Madame Xiongnu, hearing Ying Zheng's words, beamed as she congratulated him. I must commend your majesty. The harvest in Guangzhou is a testament to your benevolence. Zhao Yi, hearing this, scoffed. Mother, do not speak too highly. Congratulating this old man now is unwise. Once the locusts arrive, he will surely go mad. Never mind. I'll remain silent and watch how this old fool handles the situation when the plague strikes. At this moment, Ying Zheng was already aware of the impending locust disaster, his anxiety mounting as Zhao Yi's words pushed him closer to the brink. This rebellious son, fully aware of the looming crisis, pretended to be oblivious. His heart was truly condemnable. However, Ying Zheng quickly regained his composure, subconsciously justifying Zhao Yi's behavior. After all, even he, upon hearing of such a disaster, would first dismiss it as impossible. Zhao Yi's revelations might not be taken seriously, and he could even face repercussions for speaking out. Yet, Ying Zheng had come to understand Zhao Yi's character. If Zhao Yi could foresee the impending locust plague, he must have a plan to confront it.
Ear.
Ying Zheng endeavored to infuse warmth into his tone. What do you think of this year's harvest across the realm? Hearing Ying Zheng's question, Madame Xiongnu recognized it as an opportunity for her son to shine and quickly added, Ear, you are now a significant minister. You should discuss state affairs with your father more often. Zhao Yi, nearly dozing off, was suddenly aware of Ying Zheng and his mother focusing on him, leaving him bewildered.
What?
You were enjoying your conversation and now I am the topic? Mother, you know I despise such matters. Why do you have to push me into this? Oh dear, how to fabricate a tale. One lie leads to another, and I must concoct more lies to cover it. This exhausting mental gymnastics is maddening.
Oh.
Dear heaven, could you not intervene and remove this old man from my mother's side? Filial impiety. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's inner musings, Ying Zheng trembled with fury. If not for Zhao Yi's recent rescue of Madame Gong's son, he would have slapped him without hesitation, showing no mercy. Father. Zhao Yi feigned contemplation for a moment before saying, I believe that the flourishing crops in Guangzhou are a sign from heaven, praising your governance. This year's harvest will surely be delightful. Ying Zheng frowned at the grandiloquent platitudes. He had heard such empty rhetoric too often to be deceived. Knowing a calamity was imminent, yet withholding this knowledge from him was simply egregious. If not for his restrained emotions, Ying Zheng would have felt a strong urge to strangle Zhao Yi. After some reflection, Ying Zheng squinted at Zhao Yi. What you say resonates with me. Yet I've been inexplicably restless lately, feeling that something significant might occur. Moreover, he often dreamt of strange flying insects hovering before him, preventing him from finding peace in sleep. Ying Zheng, in a bid to hint at Zhao Yi, exerted considerable effort. And Zhao Yi was indeed taken aback by Ying Zheng's words. What? Is this for real? Can that old fool really dream so accurately? This isn't something one typically encounters outside of television dramas. How could it truly happen? Could it be that the old man possesses a protagonist's halo? This is utterly ridiculous. But then again, if he truly has a protagonist's halo, shouldn't he know everything? Why is he seeking my counsel? Television dramas? Protagonist's halo? Ying Zheng found himself somewhat bewildered. Yet he was soon captivated by Zhao Yi's inner thoughts. What can be done about the locust plague? It's indeed troublesome in this era, but it's not insurmountable. When locusts take to the skies, they are practically invincible. Even pesticides are ineffective, especially since there are none available now. However, the locusts should currently be in their larval stage, presenting an optimal opportunity for preemptive action. There are indeed numerous methods to deal with locust larvae, but the most effective solution would be to consume them. Finding the locust larvae might be a bit tricky, but with the large population of Qin people and the motivation to protect our crops, mobilizing the populace should be rather straightforward. Moreover, if the locust larvae are cleaned and deep-fried with spices, the taste would be simply exquisite.
Yet,
it seems that the people of this era hold a certain reverence for locusts. Whether they dare to eat them remains a question. Zhao Yi's sarcastic remarks resonated in Ying Zheng's mind, instantly reshaping his perspectives. Initially eager to hear Zhao Yi's strategies for combating the locusts, he was taken aback by the horrifying suggestion that Zhao Yi had proposed. Could one actually consume locust larvae? The mere thought was repulsive. Ancient texts declared locusts to be vile creatures, toxic and unfit for consumption. How could one even consider washing them and frying them? The thought made Ying Zheng feel nauseous. Yet, upon further reflection, Ying Zheng found something amiss. The ancient text stated that locusts were inedible, while Zhao Yi claimed otherwise. Did this imply that Zhao Yi had already consumed locusts? Given Zhao Yi's nature, it was implausible that he would make such a claim without basis. Ying Zheng himself had merely accepted the tradition that locusts were inedible, yet the truth of the matter had never been definitively established. Suddenly, Ying Zheng felt that Zhao Yi's suggestion could indeed be the sole solution to the locust crisis. If locusts were edible, then the plague could be effectively managed, allowing him to guide the populace and, even at a financial cost, ensure that the locusts would be insufficient to feed the people of Guangzhou. The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed, and he grew increasingly impatient to put it into practice. After all, when dealing with a locust plague, it is prudent to act swiftly. Procrastination only leads to greater calamities. Chapter 34. I shall prove it to you. Well, it seems that the habits of locust larvae can be easily discovered by simply digging a hole near the field. At this stage, the larvae should have no wings and are exceptionally plump, making them ideal for consumption. Ying Zheng's eyes gleamed with excitement, only to be abruptly angered by Zhao Yi's insult. Calling him an old fool. The old man had transformed into an old fool. This rebellious son would not rest until he drove Ying Zheng to madness. Yet, Ying Zheng found himself unable to punish Zhao Yi at that moment, forcing him to swallow his frustration. Rebellious son, you have never spoken to me about this. How do you know I wouldn't listen? If I am a fool, then what does that make you? Ying Zheng couldn't help but retort at Zhao Yi, but Zhao Yi lacked the ability to counter, still racking his brain on how to placate Ying Zheng. Lady Xiongnu, witnessing her son's struggle to articulate a response, felt anxious and intervened. Your Majesty, this dream surely portends good fortune. It must be that the flying insects symbolize blessings from heaven, ensuring a bountiful harvest for our great Qin this year. Ying Zheng longed to frown but was compelled to force a bitter smile. Good fortune? Those are locusts. It is hard to fathom how such a foolish son could have emerged from such a mother. It seemed that the two of them were destined to clash today. Having gleaned useful information from Zhao Yi, Ying Zheng was eager to depart, for lingering any longer posed the risk of shortening his lifespan. Very well, it is getting late. I have state affairs to attend to. You two should converse amiably. Thank heavens, that old fool has finally left. From now on, it seems I must avoid the palace. Encountering that old man never brings good tidings. I'm fortunate, he merely asked casually. Had he pressed further, I genuinely would not have known how to respond. As Ying Zheng's footsteps faded, Zhao Yi's complaints echoed in his ears, causing Ying Zheng's fists to clench within his sleeves. Old fool, that old man. This rebellious son, forget it. The matter at hand is more pressing. I shall remember this and surely teach this wayward son a lesson one day. Upon returning to the imperial study, Ying Zheng could hardly wait to summon the high-ranking ministers to discuss the locust situation. Zhao Gao, with a look of astonishment, inquired, Your Majesty, is this information reliable? Why are we, your ministers, unaware of this? Li Si, furrowing his brow, added, Your Majesty, recent reports from Guangzhou have not indicated any locust plague. From where did you acquire this knowledge of an impending disaster? Foam Qiji, looking bewildered, wished to speak but realized Zhao Gao and Li Si had already voiced his thoughts, so he opted for silence. The remaining military officials, being rather uncultured, possessed only a rudimentary understanding of agricultural matters, and they were equally skeptical of Ying Zheng's claims. Observing the incredulous expressions of his trusted ministers, Ying Zheng found the situation rather amusing. I have just stated that the locust plague will first appear in a month or two. Now is the prime time for prevention. Your Majesty, Yang Duanhe, a military official with a farming background, stepped forward, unable to contain his curiosity. You just said that the locust plague will arrive in a month or two. How is it that you already know this? The ministers then realized the inconsistency in Ying Zheng's statement. How could one possess knowledge of events that would unfold in 1 or 2 months? In this era, unless one were a seer, it was impossible to predict future events with such precision. Thus, the ministers regarded Ying Zheng's words as alarmist. And upon hearing Yang Duanhe's blunt inquiry, they struggled not to laugh, though some military officials couldn't help but chuckle aloud. Ying Zheng shot a fierce glare at Chang Kuai, who had laughed the loudest and exclaimed, Do you think I jest? Upon witnessing Ying Zheng's ashen expression, the ministers' countenances paled. Yang Duanhe and Chang Kuai also instantly grew serious. Everyone was well aware of Ying Zheng's temperament. While he might not execute them on a whim, corporal punishment was certainly within the realm of possibility. The thought of receiving a beating silenced any further comments. It seems you genuinely believe this. Ying Zheng frowned, feeling quite helpless. Yet he understood that this was not entirely the fault of his ministers. In truth, he himself lacked any solid evidence to convince them of an impending locust plague. Li Si, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense, stepped forward and clasped his hands respectfully. Your Majesty, without evidence, we cannot justifiably believe this claim. Foam Qiji echoed. Indeed, Your Majesty, we have been closely monitoring grain reports from Guangzhou. Recently, updates have been frequent, and there has been no mention of a locust plague. If you assert that a plague is forthcoming, might I inquire if you possess any concrete evidence? Upon hearing Foam Qiji's words, Ying Zheng's eyes lit up. Rising to his full height, he declared, Evidence, you say? Very well, I shall provide you with proof. With that, Ying Zheng strode purposefully towards the exit, and the ministers hesitated momentarily before following suit. Although night was drawing near, Ying Zheng's movements commanded authority, and all the ministers trailed behind him to the royal estate outside the city. They arrived at a plot of land beside a field, where the imperial guards had illuminated the surroundings with torches, casting light as bright as day. Ying Zheng then pointed to the nearby field and commanded Yang Duanhe and Chang Kuai, "You two, come here and dig this up." "What?" Yang Duanhe and Chang Kuai were taken aback, bewildered as to why the emperor would ask them to dig in the dirt. There were so many guards over there. "Be silent," Ying Zheng admonished sternly, saying, "If we truly unearth the locusts now, and the guards leak any information, what would be the consequences? Do I need to explain this to you?" His reprimand left Yang Duan and Chang Kuai in no position to retort. Yet they believed this was Ying Zheng's revenge for their earlier laughter in the imperial study, thus they could only obediently dig. Li Si and Feng Qiji observed the scene, their brows finally furrowing. Despite their lingering disbelief in Ying Zheng's locust prophecy, they were nonetheless intrigued by his confidence that a locust disaster would indeed occur in the Guangzhou region. What would happen if Yang Duan and Chang Kuai failed to unearth the locusts today? Just as Li Si and Feng Qiji were lost in their thoughts, a sudden commotion drew their attention. Chapter 35. The locusts, my heavens. Yang Duan exclaimed, "Lord Li, come and take a look. Is this a locust larva?" Chang Kuai also shouted, "Old Feng, come here. What do you make of this?" Their exclamations captured the attention of the assembled officials, who quickly gathered around. They beheld the pits dug by Yang Duan and Chang Kuai, which were teeming with a multitude of locust larvae. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Even Ying Zheng, who had been mentally prepared, was taken aback upon witnessing the reality. Heaven be praised, Ear was indeed accurate. It is fortunate he warned us in advance, otherwise, if a locust disaster had occurred, it would have been a grave situation. Ying Zheng murmured to himself. Zhao Gao, standing nearby, could not hear clearly and inquired, "Your Majesty, are you speaking to the old minister?" No, I was merely surprised by this sight," Ying Zheng hastily dismissed. Zhao Gao did not ponder further. Indeed, he was quite astonished. The information provided by the emperor was exceptionally timely. Had they waited another month or two for the larvae to mature and sprout wings, it would have been too late to act. Li Si narrowed his eyes and addressed the assembly. "Everyone, let us search for more locations to dig and see if the situation is the same everywhere." Indeed, Feng Qiji concurred. If this issue appears in only one or two places, it might be mere coincidence. Thus, several high-ranking officials dispersed, each finding a spot to excavate. The guards holding torches were taken aback by this spectacle, but dared not speak up, for Ying Zheng was present, and no one would voice an opinion without his command. Before long, the officials had all unearthed locust larvae. Although the quantities varied, a conclusion was evident. Within a month or two, Guangzhou would undoubtedly face a locust disaster. And it would be a significant one. The mood among the officials shifted from astonishment to concern. They realized that if the outskirts of Xianying were afflicted, the entirety of the Guangzhou plain could face similar devastation, leading to unimaginable consequences. "Lord Li," Feng Qiji clasped his hands in salute to Li Si. "It appears we are in great trouble. We have truly been negligent." Li Si's expression turned grim as he dug through several plots of land, each discovery weighing heavily on his heart. Listening to Feng Qiji's words, he sighed deeply. "It is fortunate we had the emperor to inform us of the impending locust disaster. But the question remains, how do we combat it? With so many locust larvae, how can we exterminate them? And we must ensure the common folk remain unaware, lest we incite widespread panic." Ying Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the perplexed officials, yet his eyes betrayed no hint of fear. Feng Jie noticed this and approached, asking, "Your Majesty, you were the first to foresee the locust disaster. Do you possess a solution?" At Feng Jie's inquiry, Li Si and Feng Qiji's eyes sparkled with curiosity as they moved forward. Li Si, bowing respectfully, asked, "Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, how did you come to know of this disaster?" "I have pondered this matter extensively," he continued. "Just yesterday, during the court discussion, we confidently predicted a bountiful harvest in Guangzhou. Yet, within the past few hours, you have discovered the impending locust disaster?" Li Si's question echoed the sentiments of the assembly, who were equally intrigued by Ying Zheng's foresight. With a serene smile, Ying Zheng replied, "It is not possible for me to reveal the secret I share with Zhao Yi. But I have an explanation prepared. Recently, while outside Xianying, I encountered a wise sage, a man well-versed in astronomy and geography, and knowledgeable about the fortunes of our great Qin. I have forged a friendship with him, and thus, my recent insights regarding the northern lands, the drought in Shu, and the current locust disaster all stem from his counsel." Upon hearing these words, the officials gasped in astonishment. No wonder Ying Zheng consistently seemed ahead of them. Such an individual had visited Xianying. Yet, how could they have received no word of his presence? Zhao Gao, with a glint in his eye, praised, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This sage must be our grandmaster. With his presence, our Qin will surely thrive for millennia, and you shall have no worries." "Your words resonate deeply with me." Ying Zheng laughed heartily. "It is a pity this man seeks a life of leisure, for otherwise, I would certainly take him as my mentor." Upon hearing this, the officials' expressions shifted. Initially, They had hoped to meet such an extraordinary individual, but Ying Zheng's words clearly indicated that this sage had likely departed Xianying after their brief encounter. Indeed, Ying Zheng was intentional in this. The matters between him and Zhao Yi would remain a secret, and he could never disclose that his extraordinary figure was his own son. Li Si felt a twinge of regret. Not being able to meet such a sage was a significant loss. Your Majesty, may I inquire where this sage has gone? He informed me of the locust disaster this evening and has since departed Xianying for Guangzhou, Ying Zheng replied. With this statement, the officials felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, understanding that the sage had likely gone to assess the locust situation throughout Guangzhou. Ying Zheng then shifted the conversation. The Grand Historian just asked me if there is a method to combat the locust disaster. Before this sage departed, he shared a strategy with me. Now that you are all present, let us discuss this strategy in detail. Upon hearing this, the officials' spirits lifted. While it was unfortunate they could not meet the sage, the pressing matter remained: how to address the locust disaster. With the prospect of a solution at hand, excitement rippled through the assembly. What did the sage propose? Please, Your Majesty, enlighten us. Li Si urged eagerly. Consumption? The officials gazed into the pits from which the locust larvae had been unearthed, their mouths watering at the mere thought. Yang Duan, still naive, asked, consumption? Your Majesty, do you mean we should eat these creatures? As he spoke, he even grasped a handful of locust larvae from the ground, causing the others to swallow harder at the sight of his darkened hand clutching the yellowish-green, maggot-like larvae.
Ha! How could that be?
Can such things be consumed? Chan Qua laughed heartily, shaking his head at Yang Duan.
Old Yang, do not jest.
General Yang speaks truthfully, Ying Zheng interjected calmly. To resolve the locust disaster, we must rely on consuming them. At this proclamation, the officials of the Qin Dynasty were left in utter shock. Chapter 36. The solution to the locusts. The assembly was bewildered. Moments ago, they had dismissed Yang Duan and Chan Qua's comments as mere jest. But now Ying Zheng had nodded in agreement. Eat locust larvae? What nonsense is this? Can such things even be consumed? They resemble maggots. The officials were astonished, with Li Si paling noticeably. Yang Duan even tossed aside the larvae in his hand as if they were venomous serpents. Your Majesty, you cannot be serious. Can we truly eat this?
I do not jest.
Ying Zheng stated earnestly. Moreover, not only the larvae you see, but even the fully grown locusts are edible. As Ouyang Chang's stomach churned, he leaned against Yang Duanhe for support, his legs feeling weak. The seasoned general, unafraid of death on the battlefield, faltered at the mere mention of consuming locust larvae, let alone the adult insects themselves. Look at you, lacking in spirit. These locusts and their larvae, once properly prepared, can be quite palatable. Ying Zheng continued his enthusiastic introduction. This time, it was not just Chang but nearly everyone present who felt the urge to retch. Your Majesty, are you certain this is edible? Yang Duanhe groaned, his abdomen feeling heavy, his mental state on the brink of collapse. Locusts are vile creatures, so bizarre in appearance. Surely you jest. I never jest, Ying Zheng declared, waving his hand to summon the waiting attendants. They immediately began to follow his prior instructions. Some attendants sought out the locusts and larvae from the pit, while others commenced the cleaning process. A final group set up an oil pot for frying. The imperial guards were dispersed to surround the area, ensuring no one else could enter, replaced by the black ice warriors for security. This was of utmost importance. Other than the palace attendants, the black ice warriors, and the gathered ministers, Ying Zheng wished to keep this matter concealed. Before long, the locusts and larvae were cleaned, and those knowledgeable about culinary matters began frying them in the oil pot, a savory aroma soon wafting through the night air. What is that delightful scent? Yang Duanhe and Chang exchanged eager glances. As the attendants retrieved the fried locusts and larvae, Ying Zheng casually picked one up, preparing to eat it. Your Majesty, you mustn't. Zhao Gao and Li Si exclaimed, horrified. Ancient texts declare locusts as impure. You are a priceless being. How could you consume such filth? What if they are toxic? Ying Zheng was acutely aware of the significance of consuming locusts and, having reached this point, chose to unconditionally trust Zhao Yi. I know whether they are toxic. Stand aside, he commanded, shoving Li Si and Zhao Gao aside, and boldly popped a handful of locust larvae into his mouth. In truth, Ying Zheng felt anxious inside. Despite his brave facade and his decision to trust Zhao Yi, he closed his eyes as he chewed, teetering on the edge of despair. Yet after a few vigorous chews, his brow lifted, and he opened his eyes, a spark of brilliance shining as he glanced back at the frying pot. Indeed, he does not deceive me. Even unseasoned, these are crispy and tender. With some seasoning, they would be a culinary delight. A wave of exhilaration washed over Ying Zheng. Attendants, bring forth seasonings to sprinkle on these. Everyone come and taste. They are truly exceptional. Paired with fine wine, they would be even more delectable. Upon hearing the emperor's words, the ministers, eyes wide with disbelief, were astonished. However, seeing that Ying Zheng had sampled them, Yang Duanhe mustered his courage, adopting a fearless demeanor, and stepped forward to grab a handful for himself. As Yang Duanhe tasted the locust larvae, his eyes widened in surprise. He had sampled the ones seasoned by the attendants, finding them even more delicious than those Ying Zheng had tried. Everyone, come and taste. They are truly remarkable. Old Chong, give it a try, I assure you. These are a perfect pairing for wine. Hearing Yang Duanha's words, Chong skeptically approached, took a handful, and soon cried out in delight, quickly shoving more into his mouth. Witnessing Yang Duanha and Chong enjoying the dish so heartily, the other ministers eagerly followed suit, each taken aback by how incredibly tasty the simply prepared and fried locusts turned out to be. Soon more locusts were tossed into the pot, and the enticing aroma reached the noses of the guards stationed nearby. The guards, perplexed by the minister's raucous laughter, wondered aloud, what are His Majesty and the ministers doing? Are they barbecuing at this late hour? Indeed, it smells delightful. I am quite hungry now, they mused, oblivious to the fact that the delectable scent wafting towards them originated from locusts. Meanwhile, after tasting the locusts, Li Si quickly grasped Ying Zheng's earlier intentions and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, this strategy is feasible. There is still time to act. With proper planning, this year's locust plague can certainly be contained. Feng Qiji added in agreement, Your Majesty. Your wisdom shines. If we arrange for the counties to consume locusts in this manner, we can sleep peacefully. However, Zhao Gao interjected with a different opinion. Your Majesty, the two prime ministers are correct, but have they considered how to encourage the common folk to eat locusts? We may do so for you. But the populace sees locusts as unclean creatures. Convincing them to consume them will not be an easy task. Zhao Gao's voice trailed off, and the ministers frowned, recognizing the validity of his concerns. Yet, Ying Zheng remained at ease, popping another locust into his mouth with a smile. As long as we repeat this demonstration before the people, with both myself and all of you eating locusts together, how could they possibly refuse? Upon hearing this, the ministers were struck with clarity. It was precisely because Ying Zheng had tasted the locusts that they had followed suit. If the common folk witnessed their emperor and ministers consuming locusts, how could they doubt their edibility? Furthermore, Ying Zheng continued, beyond myself and you, all civil and military officials in the court must partake in eating locusts, and the officials of each county must lead by example. Thus, we can inspire the people to join in, quelling the locust plague before it matures. In just a few words, Ying Zheng addressed Zhao Gao's concerns and presented a practical solution to the long-standing issue of locust plagues that had troubled the populace for years. Chapter 37. At the Chong family estate, the ministers were filled with boundless excitement. A monumental challenge could be resolved simply through consumption, an almost dreamlike scenario. They all showered Ying Zheng with praise, yet he humbly waved his hand. There is no need for such flattery. This is all thanks to that remarkable individual. The ministers then recalled Ying Zheng's earlier mention of this extraordinary person. Their interest piqued. However, compared to this unseen figure, Yang Duanha and Chong were far more captivated by the freshly fried locusts before them. Alas, what a shame. If only I had some fine wine, I could easily devour this entire platter. Chong smacked his lips, glancing eagerly at Ying Zheng. Indeed, Your Majesty just mentioned it. Yang Duanha chimed in. Such exquisite fare deserves fine wine to accompany it, enhancing the enjoyment. Zhang Han had been curious about what delicacy Ying Zheng and the ministers were consuming that warranted the introduction of wine. But upon presenting the wine pouch and seeing the emperor and ministers feasting on locust larvae and even whole locusts, he nearly retched. Zhang Han could hardly believe that the mouth-watering aroma he had craved was derived from locusts. Overcome with disbelief, Zhang Han felt the urge to vomit but was restrained by Yang Duanha, who laughed heartily and exclaimed, You mustn't, for this is all sustenance. Your Majesty, would you not agree? Zhang Han was at a loss. Caught between the urge to vomit and the necessity to eat, he could only force himself to partake. Well, is it not delicious? Shall I fetch another bite? Zhang Han thought to himself, utterly convinced, yet he dared not voice it, glancing longingly at Ying Zheng. What a fool you are. Is this how you attend court? Chong's wife, having caught him by the ear, inflicted a sharp pain, prompting him to plead, My lady, please let go. It is truly the emperor's summons, and I was merely accompanying him for a drink. I only indulged a bit too much in my joy. Even if you are drinking with the emperor, how could you stay out so late? His wife retorted, her grip tightening. Chong Kuai presented the locusts, wrapped by the inner servant, before his wife. Upon seeing the delicacy, she released her grip, yet her gaze remained fixed on the crispy morsels in Chong Kuai's hand. Her expression one of bewilderment. What is this? It smells quite fragrant, she mused, tentatively pinching one and bringing it closer to her lips. After a bite, she nodded enthusiastically. Is this a new creation from the palace? The flavor is delightful. I suppose you have some conscience, but you mustn't drink like this again, especially not so late. Chong Kuai's wife finally softened, continuing to savor the locusts while inquiring, You still haven't told me what this is made of. It tastes so delectable. It's locusts. Chong Kuai chuckled. Locusts. What did you say? His wife's eyes widened in shock, causing the locust she had just grasped to slip from her fingers. Say that again. What is this? Please don't spit it out. Such a delicious treat. How could you? Chong Kuai exclaimed, lamenting the loss. This, paired with a bit of wine, is simply exquisite. Exquisite? I'll show you exquisite. His wife, enraged, lunged at Chong Kuai. Startled, he dodged, pleading, My lady, what is the meaning of this?
Yes, you.
It is indeed delicious. Even His Majesty and Lord Li Si have said so. You dare deceive me. His Majesty and the Chancellor could never consume such filth. I shall have it out with you, she retorted, disgusted, attempting to grapple with him. Really, you can send someone to inquire. Chang Kuai hastily defended himself as he saw her distress escalating. Really? His wife's eyes brimmed with skepticism, but recalling the fried locusts she had just eaten, she shuddered. The thought of having consumed so many made her feel ill. She simply could not fathom why, at such a late hour, His Majesty and the Chancellor would summon Chang Kuai to partake in this unclean fare. Even the beggars on the streets would surely avoid it. What expression is that? Did you not find it enjoyable just now? Chang Kuai tossed a handful of locusts into his mouth. I must tell you, this could very well become a staple delicacy in every household. We should have at least one, no, 2 plates every day. Watching Chang Kuai relish the locusts made his wife retch once more, overwhelmed by revulsion. Father, mother, what are you eating? It smells so good. The commotion in the hall attracted Chang Kuai's sons, who, upon entering and catching the aroma of the fried locusts, became instantly captivated. How fragrant! Father, what delightful treats have you brought us? Let us see. They rushed forward, quickly seizing the locusts from Chang Kuai's hands and tossing them into their mouths.
Stop. Don't eat that. Ugh.
Chang Kuai's wife was nearly driven to madness, watching her sons and husband indulge in the locusts. Delicious. What is this, father? Why didn't you bring more? Just this little bit. The sons, still craving more, complained to Chang Kuai. Chapter 38. The sons you raise well, big brother. What did father just say? The thing we just ate was locust larvae? Is that true? Surely not. Can locust larvae be this tasty? I've never heard of such a thing. Wow, father can really eat. He refined his palate. Where did he procure such delicacies at this late hour? Who cares? We've barely had enough to satisfy our appetites. What do you say we venture out? Let us go together. The 4 brothers, reckless as they were, dashed out of the estate before their mother could intervene. To them, the curfew was inconsequential. After all, Chang Kuai was the deputy commander of the patrol camp, and his sons also had their duties within the camp. Thus, once outside, none dared to stop them. Soon, they exited the city of Xiongnu and made their way to their family estate, scouring for locust larvae. Hey, brother, over here. Look at all these locust larvae, so many. My goodness, I have found a bunch too. Quick, look over here. Goodness gracious, so many locust larvae. We are in for a treat. Exactly. Wait, brothers. Consider this. If we don't eat all these larvae and they grow up, how many locusts will we have? Indeed, who would have thought? So many locusts could lead to a locust plague. Bah. A plague? We're merely fortunate. There hasn't been a locust plague in years. How could there be one now? Wait, it's quite possible. Otherwise, why would father suddenly start eating locusts? Perhaps the court is already taking precautions. Who cares? Let us heed the emperor's wishes. For now, let us just eat these locust larvae. Absolutely. Time to get to business. Let us gather more. The brothers, all valiant soldiers, wasted no time and soon filled several baskets with locusts and larvae. Despite their attempts to conceal their activities, the soldiers of the city defense camp began to speculate. Say, what are the Chang brothers up to, digging up so many locust larvae? What could they possibly want with them? Who knows? They seem rather secretive. It doesn't look like they're merely passing time. There might be something brewing at court. Locust larvae? So many? They wouldn't be preparing for a locust plague, would they? Strange, I heard the guards mention that yesterday, the emperor and the high-ranking officials went out, and today, the Chang brothers appear to have spent the night gathering locusts. Yes, it certainly seems that way. Could there truly be a locust plague? What else with all the chatter at the city gate? The gate captain bellowed, silencing the soldiers. Yet, none noticed the deep-seated confusion reflected in his eyes. Meanwhile, the Chang brothers remained oblivious to the speculation their actions had incited. Apart from fighting, their greatest joy lay in eating. Having tasted the fried locusts just yesterday, they quickly deduced how to prepare them. Soon, the aroma of fried locusts wafted throughout the Chang residence. This is the flavor. Brother, I've made some. Come and taste. I've made some too. Come try mine. It's even better without seasoning. You must all give it a try. Such a delectable treat demanded wine. Let us sneak a few jars of father's hidden wine. The brothers united in their scheme and made their way towards Chang Kuai's study. As dawn broke, Chang Kuai awoke and, upon opening the window, was met with a familiar fragrance. However, his attention was soon diverted by a pit beneath a tree outside, a place where he had concealed his wine. Those scoundrels. Chang Kuai quickly deduced the situation and rushed to his son's quarters. Following the scent of fried locusts, he traced it to his kitchen, where he discovered his 4 sons sprawled around, several empty wine jars scattered about, his private stash, now all consumed. Upon glancing at the frying pan, filled with locusts, he understood fully. His sons had audaciously pilfered his fine wine and secretly cooked up a multitude of locusts, utterly disgraceful. Furious, Chang Kuai seized a spatula, ready to unleash his wrath upon his sons. Just then, the steward rushed in, breathless. Master, this is terrible news. I overheard outside that our 4 young masters were sent on a royal mission to gather locust larvae last night, as a locust plague is imminent in Guangzhou, and the court is seeking solutions.
What?
Chang Kuai felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly collapsing to the floor. He had been instructed by Ying Zheng the night before to keep the matter of the locusts confidential. How could he have anticipated that so soon? His sons would land him in such trouble? Surely, calamity was on the horizon. Upon reflecting on this, Chang Kuai felt a surge of urgency and anger. Seizing the spatula and delivering a fierce blow to his drunken sons who lay in slumber, the brothers, having indulged in their fill, were contentedly lost in dreams, only to be abruptly roused by the violent onslaught. Yet, Chang Kuai was relentless, pursuing them with the spatula, causing chaos to erupt throughout the Chang residence. Father, please stop. Don't hit us. Help. Mother. Father, why are you doing this? It hurts. Truly it hurts. Go call mother. My heavens. Father has gone mad. The four brothers of the Chang family scrambled in panic, while Chang Kuai relentlessly chased after them, hurling accusations. You wayward wretches. Every day you squander your time, only bringing trouble. Do you think I want to punish you severely? Who told you to leave the city? Who told you to dig for locust larvae? Who told you to eat locusts? Who told you to steal my wine? Do you realize the gravity of your actions? Today, I will not rest until you are thoroughly punished. The ruckus in the kitchen finally stirred Chang Kuai's wife, who, upon witnessing her husband's ruthless treatment of their beloved sons, intervened. My lord, what are you doing so early in the morning? Why are you beating the children? What is the meaning of this? You've raised good sons. Chang Kuai, in a fit of fury, recounted the events of the previous day and the rumors that the steward had heard in town. Upon hearing this, Chang's wife's expression changed dramatically. This matter, which the emperor has clearly stated must remain confidential, has been carelessly revealed by these rascals. Now the entire city of Xianyang is aware. Do you understand the severity of this crime? This is treason, punishable by extermination of the entire clan, even to the 3rd degree. Chang Kuai, enraged, pointed the spatula at his sons. If I do not deal with you today, our entire family shall perish. None shall escape. His wife, taken aback, exclaimed, What? Surely not. My lord, what can be done? You cannot kill them. My lord, you must find a way to save our children. They cannot be executed. Chang Kuai looked at his wife, who was kneeling before him in despair, causing him further agitation. He flung the spatula down before his sons. If they do not die, we all shall. Choose for yourselves. I am going to the palace to meet the emperor. If death is in store, let me be the first to die. With that, Chang Kuai stormed out, leaving his wife distraught and their sons dejected, none having anticipated that a mere indulgence in locusts would lead to such catastrophic consequences. Upon entering the palace, Chang Kuai was granted entry into Ying Zheng's council chamber, where he found Li Si and Feng Qiji also present. Your Majesty, I am guilty, and have come to plead for mercy, Chang Kuai exclaimed, dropping to his knees and bowing profusely. Ying Zheng and Li Si could not help but chuckle at the scene. The two chancellors exchanged glances, remarking, Did I not say that our loquacious general would surely come to seek an audience? Humbled, Chang Kuai confessed, Your Majesty, it is my failure to discipline my sons that has led to this predicament. They have unwittingly jeopardized your affairs, but I beg you to consider their innocence. Let me bear the consequences of their actions. This plea only elicited more laughter from Li Si and Feng Qiji, while Ying Zheng waved his hand, shaking his head in amusement. It is I who am at fault. Chang Kuai insisted, Your Majesty, I am guilty, and I implore you to punish me. Seeing Chang Kuai's earnestness, Ying Zheng waved his hand again, smiling. All right, enough of this. Rise. The locust disaster was bound to become public knowledge sooner or later. Now that it has leaked, we shall simply adjust our strategy. Really? Your Majesty, is it truly of no concern? We need only to alter our approach? If this news spreads, it could incite panic among the populace. Chang Kuai replied, astonished. Panic? How could there be panic when not a single locust has been seen? Li Si chimed in with a laugh. With Your Majesty's strategic foresight, such a thing is impossible. Now, rise quickly. Since you are here, Li Si and Feng Qiji, I entrust the next steps to you. Ensure that the people see our officials consuming locusts. Li Si immediately bowed, assuring, Your Majesty, rest assured, I have already made arrangements. From this day forth, all the major taverns in Xianyang will openly purchase locusts, preparing grand feasts for the officials. Hearing this, Chang Kuai eagerly added, Your Majesty, my wife's family is engaged in trade in Guangzhou and can lend their support. Most officials either owned restaurants or had family connections in the business, making it easier to disseminate the news swiftly. Ying Zheng nodded, pointing at Chang Kuai. Very well. If you can redeem yourself through this endeavor, I shall be watching closely. Do not disappoint me. I obey. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chang Kuai exclaimed, filled with joy. Soon, news spread throughout Xianyang that royal relatives and high-ranking officials were consuming locust larvae. Moreover, taverns began publicly purchasing locusts at a rate of 10 coins per pound, capturing the attention of many impoverished citizens, as this was a lucrative opportunity for those willing to labor. This situation rapidly spread across the Guangzhou plain, leading to a peculiar scene where countless citizens scoured the fields for locust larvae. This news soon reached Zhao Yi's ears, delivered by Zhang Song. As the officer in charge of the charioteer general's residence, Zhang Song reported to Zhao Yi every other day, despite Zhao Yi having granted him full authority.
Zhao Yi,
feeling somewhat frustrated but obliged to listen, soon realized the implications of Chong Kuai and his son's actions, causing an uproar throughout Xianying. Interesting. Who conceived this idea? It couldn't he have been that old fellow, could it? He truly has some merit.
Zhao Yi pondered it.
How did he know a locust disaster was coming? And how did he foresee that Chong Kuai's family would consume locusts? Confounded by the lack of information from Zhang Song, Zhao Yi could only speculate in his mind. At that moment, Ying Zheng happened to arrive at Zhao Yi's residence, overhearing his musings and stifling a laugh. Zhang Song, who do you think initiated this locust consumption trend? Zhao Yi casually asked, weren't you just overseeing the potato planting? Did you not notice anything? I am but a dullard, Zhang Song replied, shaking his head. I only know that this matter seems related to someone close to His Majesty, who possesses profound knowledge of the heavens and the earth. It is said that His Majesty's current situation is due to this person's guidance. Ying Zheng has someone backing him? Zhao Yi was taken aback. He had never heard of such a figure in Ying Zheng's inner circle. No wonder Ying Zheng has become a legendary emperor. It seems he truly has capable ministers around him. Zhao Yi mused. How could that old fellow, with his limited intellect and secluded life, possibly know of the impending locust disaster, or the fact that locusts could be eaten? Who could this person be? They seem quite formidable. Why has no one ever mentioned them? At this moment, Ying Zheng had entered the charioteer general's residence and was nearly unable to contain his laughter upon hearing Zhao Yi's lamentations. The rebellious son could never have anticipated that the extraordinary person he was pondering was none other than himself. Young master, the emperor has arrived. His Majesty is at the door. The housekeeper reported hurriedly, causing Zhao Yi to sit up straight, startled. What? Just as I was speaking of him, he arrives. Why is that old fellow here? Alas, I truly do not wish to see him. Each time he comes, it's never for anything good. My poor brain cells are bound to suffer immensely. Chapter 40. The night market of Xianying. As Ying Zheng entered the hall, he chanced upon Zhao Yi, who was engaged in a bout of disparagement, leaving the emperor momentarily speechless. This rebellious son seemed determined to drive him to exasperation. While other princes yearned for his attention, Zhao Yi appeared to wish for his absence. The disparity between princes was striking. Your servant pays respects to your majesty. Zhang Song quickly bowed upon noticing Ying Zheng's arrival, while Zhao Yi, reluctant, followed suit, offering a cursory salute as a form of greeting. Father, have you come today to impart some urgent matter to your son? Zhao Yi inquired cautiously, his underlying message unmistakably clear. He wished for Ying Zheng to state his business swiftly and then depart, for he had no desire to behold his father even for a fleeting moment. However, Ying Zheng remained silent, taking his place at the main seat, drumming his fingers upon the table, which left Zhao Yi bewildered. It was Zhang Song who reacted swiftly, instructing the steward to present fragrant tea. Watching his steward hasten to serve the tea, Zhao Yi felt a surge of irritation, yet at that moment, Ying Zheng finally broke the silence. Have you heard that locust larvae have recently become a culinary delight in Xianying? To his astonishment, locusts were now being consumed as sustenance, and the entire city seemed to be indulging in this newfound delicacy. Have you partaken in this feast? Zhao Yi could only respond with a non-committal murmur, inwardly lamenting and hoping for his father to take his leave. Yet Ying Zheng's visit was not merely a social call. I have encountered a dilemma that requires your counsel. Although the populace of Xianying is aware of the locust's delectable nature, it appears that outside the court officials, very few commoners have embraced this culinary trend. Do you have any strategies to encourage the citizens to relish locusts? Zhang Song, having caught onto the crux of the issue, promptly interjected, might I inquire, Your Majesty, if the quantity of locusts purchased has exceeded the number of consumers? Indeed, Ying Zheng subtly acknowledged Zhang Song's astute observation, granting him the opportunity to elaborate further. Currently, many taverns in Xianying were acquiring locust larvae at favorable prices, prompting a surge of citizens to excavate locusts outside the city. This influx, however, resulted in an accumulation of locusts that could not be consumed in a timely manner. While the act of gathering and consuming locusts should be beneficial for the nation and its people, the situation had become a cause for concern. Zhang Song was taken aback by Ying Zheng's interest in such civilian matters, which he believed should have been the concern of tavern owners, not the emperor himself.
Zhao Yi,
feigning innocence, remarked, Father, if there are surplus locusts, they can simply be consumed gradually. Is it not said that they are delicious? If so, let the court officials partake more. Eventually, they will be consumed. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, knowing that Zhao Yi's flippant remarks were often followed by internal critiques. As expected, Zhao Yi's inner monologue soon echoed in Ying Zheng's mind. This old man truly has nothing better to do than to trouble me with such trivialities. How absurd. I'm not some miraculous solution provider. Why not consult his advisors instead? This is utterly misguided. Nevertheless, the tavern owners in Xianying lack entrepreneurial spirit, but the city's curfew certainly restricts their potential. If only the curfew were lifted, the evenings could be put to good use. Let the common folk venture outside at night, giving them the chance to experience the various locust delicacies sold by street vendors. Wouldn't that resolve all issues? This way, we would address the locust surplus while providing the citizens with leisure activities and allowing them to spend their disposable income. Alas, I've found myself worrying about this old man's affairs. Never mind, never mind. As Zhao Yi lamented, he could not help but envision the vibrant scene of a bustling night market in Xianying, reminiscent of the street stalls from his previous life, where groups of citizens gathered to enjoy locusts and savor fine wine, a picturesque tableau indeed. While Zhao Yi daydreamed, Ying Zheng was genuinely intent on transforming his son's imaginings into reality. After absorbing Zhao Yi's complaints and visualizing the lively atmosphere of the Xianying night market, the emperor felt an exhilarating revelation. This situation held immense potential, offering multifaceted benefits. How had he overlooked such an opportunity? The citizens of the Qin Dynasty labored throughout the day. They could hardly fathom consuming locusts for all 3 meals. However, prompted by Zhao Yi's musings, Ying Zheng began to contemplate the implications, ultimately concluding that the curfew could indeed be abolished. Following Zhao Yi's vision of a thriving night market, not only could the daily surplus of locust larvae be swiftly consumed, but it could also invigorate the economy, increase tax revenue, and provide the populace with additional means of livelihood. The benefits were indeed manifold. As his spirits lifted, Ying Zheng found himself unperturbed by Zhao Yi's earlier quips. Your Majesty, the 9th prince did not mean any offense. He merely suggested that we must cautiously address the impending locust disaster. Zhang Song attempted to clarify, flustered by the emperor's newfound perspective. I understand. I believe makes a valid point. Ying Zheng replied, appearing nonchalant, leaving both Zhao Yi and Zhang Song utterly perplexed. Seeing the emperor's serious demeanor, Zhao Yi's expression turned peculiar. Is this old man losing his marbles? I casually mention an idea, and suddenly it's profound? What a joke. Honestly, whatever, as long as he and Zhang Song leave soon, he can think whatever he likes. What shall I have for dinner tonight? Which lovely maid shall I summon to my chambers? A thought worth pondering. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's inner commentary, Ying Zheng's previously buoyant mood soured once more. Just as he contemplated admonishing Zhao Yi, a palace attendant rushed in, announcing, Your Majesty, the left chancellor and right chancellor seek an audience. Chapter 41. Lifting the curfew before departing, Ying Zheng could not resist uttering a remark to Zhao Yi. As the Grand General of Chariots and Cavalry, and also serving as an official, you ought to visit the palace more often to converse with me instead of remaining at your residence all day. Yes, I shall heed father's advice.
Zhao Yi,
Eager for Ying Zheng to depart, readily acquiesced. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, fully aware that Zhao Yi was merely placating him. With no recourse, he hastily exited the Grand General's residence and boarded the royal carriage. Observing the emperor's departure, Zhang Song could not help but advise Zhao Yi, Your Highness, the emperor's favor towards you is unparalleled in the Qin. I have heard that he has never displayed such affability towards Prince Fu Su or Prince Hu Hai. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in response. Zhang Darren, we must expedite the matter regarding the potatoes. Please attend to what I previously mentioned. The calamity in Shu cannot wait. You should be off to your duties now. I shall not keep you. Yes, I take my leave. Believing Zhao Yi to be genuinely concerned for the public good, Zhang Song hurriedly excused himself. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the palace, Zhao Gao and Li Si, among other ministers, wore anxious expressions. Upon Ying Zheng's composed entrance, Li Si promptly led the assembly to greet him. Your Majesty, I fear that the locusts we have procured may lead to significant trouble ahead. Your Majesty, this matter pertains to your forthcoming strategy against the locust disaster. Please do not be alarmed as we explain. Foam Qiji added, his countenance grave. Hearing this, Ying Zheng chuckled and said, All right, let us hear your concerns. I am not unfamiliar with tumultuous times, so speak freely. My emperor, Li Si replied anxiously, recently. We have procured tens of thousands of pounds of locusts, which have been transformed into food. However, there are simply not enough people willing to consume them. What shall we do? In Xiongnu City, where Li Si's family holds significant influence, the acquisition of locusts had been largely completed by them. The resulting predicament was unforeseen, causing him considerable distress. Could it be that the common folk do not favor locusts? Ying Zheng asked with apparent intent. Not at all, Li Si quickly clarified. It is not that the populace dislikes locusts. Rather, the dishes made from them are only available in the restaurants of Xiongnu, and the average citizen lacks the means to dine out for every meal. Then, let us not confine the sale of locusts to the restaurants alone. Ying Zheng interrupted decisively. We must establish street vendors throughout the city to sell grilled locusts, allowing them to reach the homes of ordinary citizens. This will undoubtedly resolve our current dilemma. Upon hearing this, Li Si and Foam Qiji's eyes lit up. The idea seemed feasible. The high costs of locust dishes in restaurants rendered them unaffordable for the common man. However, setting up street vendors would lower the costs and enable the populace to purchase them, thus accelerating their consumption. My emperor, your wisdom is unparalleled. Zhao Gao exclaimed, quickly grasping the essence of the plan and showering compliments. The other ministers followed suit, but Ying Zheng waved them off and continued, Moreover, I intend to lift the curfew. What? The ministers, who had just begun to rejoice, suddenly turned pale. Lifting the curfew? Surely they misheard. Since the establishment of the Qin state, a curfew had always been in place. Why would the emperor suddenly decide to abolish it? The curfew was originally enacted in response to domestic instability. Ying Zheng stated solemnly. Yet now, our Qin has subdued the 6 states, and Xiongnu stands as the national capital. Why should we maintain a curfew? With the revival of our nation at hand, I believe we must prioritize the livelihoods of the people. Lifting the curfew would also facilitate the sale of locusts by your esteemed offices. However, we must strengthen city defenses, ensuring external leniency and internal vigilance to prevent any disorder. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's thorough considerations, Li Si and Feng Qiji reflected deeply and concurred. Indeed, Your Majesty, abolishing the curfew could stabilize public sentiment. Your insight is remarkable. Feng Qiji added, lifting the curfew will surely promote commerce within the city, thereby increasing tax revenues, truly a multifaceted benefit.
Ha ha ha.
Ying Zheng laughed heartily. This is precisely my line of thought. It seems the Chancellor and I are in agreement. Zhao Gao's eyes brightened as he calculated the benefits for himself and quickly offered his praises. With the curfew lifted, the various counties and prefectures of Qin began to follow suit, inadvertently stimulating commercial prosperity nationwide. Your Majesty's actions are indeed astute. We are in your debt. Although flattered by their accolades, Ying Zheng waved his hand, saying, this is not my original idea. I merely took heed of a wise individual's suggestion. After contemplation, I deemed that nighttime markets hold great potential, and now I am implementing it. That wise individual again? The ministers were astonished, their minds firmly fixated on the concept of nighttime commerce. As they exited the palace, Li Si could not contain his curiosity and inquired of a few nearby officials. Chancellor, Lord Zhao, who is this wise individual the Emperor speaks of? Why has His Majesty never mentioned them before? Feng Qiji agreed, stating, indeed, each time the Emperor references this wise individual's ingenious strategies, it leaves me in awe, as if struck by divine inspiration. My esteemed colleagues, you are mistaken. Zhao Gao chuckled, shaking his head. Do you not see? His Majesty might be subtly reminding us to maintain a sense of urgency. Could it not be that this is precisely his intention? Zhao Gao's assertion struck Li Si, who quickly grasped the implication. With the 6 states now stabilized, the Emperor desires that none of us become complacent. This wise individual mentioned by His Majesty is likely a prompt for us all, including the scholars, to remain vigilant. As the citizens of Xiongnu learned of the Emperor's decision to lift the curfew, they erupted in ecstatic joy. Chapter 42, a chance encounter at the night market. Once the Emperor's decree was announced, it quickly garnered fervent support from the citizens of Xiongnu. Long live His Majesty. It was high time to lift the curfew. This is a monumental blessing. Indeed, with the Emperor having vanquished the 6 states, the realm is now at peace. There is no need for a curfew. His Majesty truly understands the plight of the common people. Being confined at home each night is utterly tedious. Tonight, we can finally go out and enjoy ourselves. Little did they know, Ying Zheng's true aim was to target the wallets of the populace. Astute in matters of commerce, Zhao Gao and his associates promptly instructed their subordinates to prepare vending tools at lightning speed. By evening, they swiftly occupied prime street-side positions. Thus, that night in Xiongnu, the streets were ablaze with lights, reminiscent of New Year's Eve, and the atmosphere surpassed even that festive occasion. Seizing the opportunity, vendors and Zhao Gao's prepared subordinates began selling locusts and various goods along the streets. The aroma of fried locusts soon wafted through the bustling alleys of Xiongnu, enticing countless citizens to flock and purchase. At last, I can taste the legendary locusts. Indeed, they are delicious. I have long heard that the royal family and court officials savor locusts at every meal. Now it is clear that they are worth trying. Yes, indeed. These were once exclusive to restaurants. We had no chance to taste them, but now, with the curfew lifted, vendors selling locusts are everywhere. And we common folk can indulge at any time. Another skewer, please. No seasoning. I love the rich, crispy flavor. Throughout Xiongnu, one could see citizens relishing locusts. And witnessing this scene filled Zhao Gao, Li Si, and others with delight. Most of the vendors in the city selling locusts were indeed court officials. This one evening allowed them to amass considerable wealth, capitalizing on a highly profitable venture, which soon incited envy among many. Before long, citizens began joining the ranks of vendors, resulting in the consumption of locusts from within a radius of hundreds of miles around Xiongnu. Upon learning of the vibrant night scene in Xiongnu following the lifting of the curfew, Ying Zheng could not resist the temptation to venture out incognito. On this particular outing, Ying Zheng did not take his sons, Fu Su and Hu Hai, but chose to accompany Lady Qiongji and Zhao Yi. Lady Qiongji was overjoyed to be leaving the palace with Ying Zheng, accompanied by her son, signifying the Emperor's regard for both her and her child. However, Zhao Yi held a different sentiment, feeling a profound discomfort at accompanying the Emperor. Yet, Lady Qiongji insisted he join them, leaving him with no choice. How lively it is. No need to alert them. I shall stroll about. Ying Zheng nodded slightly and continued onward. Soon, Ying Zheng noticed that the street vendors selling grilled locusts had nearly monopolized all the stalls, most of them belonging to his trusted ministers. With a rough calculation, Ying Zheng realized that the night market not only invigorated the economy of Xiongnu but also allowed his ministers to reap substantial profits, all stemming from the sale of locusts. This was a national policy that Ying Zheng valued highly, as the increasing number of locust consumers was a direct result of his ministers' organization. Consequently, more citizens were venturing outside the city to catch locusts. According to intelligence from Haibingtai, the entire Guangzhou plain was now filled with people hunting for locust larvae, with even many areas from the former 6 states participating. In numerous locations, the locust larvae were nearly depleted, leading to a rise in locust procurement prices. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zhao Yi was astonished. He never anticipated that a mere locust could give rise to the vibrant night market economy of Xianying, flourishing in a manner unprecedented in history. What an extraordinary situation. This old fellow truly possesses remarkable insight. He mused. The locust plague seemingly resolved his issues, and now, from locusts has sprouted a thriving night market, even lifting the curfew. Is this truly the Qin Shi Huang I know? Furthermore, he reflected on the cleverness of the court officials, realizing that there have never been any fools in history. As Zhao Yi surveyed the bustling night market, he offered his critiques and shared his insights, oblivious to the fact that Ying Zheng was attentively listening, occasionally appearing contemplative or smiling broadly. Yet they still lack experience. These officials do not understand the importance of collaboration or how to consolidate existing conditions. If all the vendors could be gathered to form a scale, this night market economy would not last long. Ying Zheng, deeply engaged in Zhao Yi's words, suddenly felt a jolt of inspiration. Envisioning the vibrant scene of the night market Zhao Yi had imagined, nearly unable to suppress his applause. However, just then, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing his brow to furrow. It appeared to be Prince Hu Hai, accompanied by 2 women, and the more he looked, the more he sensed something amiss. Though Zhao Yi preferred to remain uninvolved in worldly matters, he was not devoid of basic insight. Is that Hu Hai? How intriguing! Flanked by 2 women, one quite lovely. Yet the other appears to be a nun. What a peculiar taste he has, embracing such extremes. Is he trying to attract attention as he walks through the streets? That nun is particularly odd. She has no eyebrows at all. If one doesn't look closely, one might not even realize she is a woman. Zhao Yi pondered Hu Hai's peculiarities, baffled by his unique preferences. Initially, Ying Zheng intended to ignore the situation and turn away, but Zhao Yi's remarks piqued his curiosity, prompting him to steal another glance at Hu Hai. Upon clearly seeing the features of the women beside him, his temper flared instantly. Chapter 43. The Zhuke Gourmet Street. Ying Zheng fixated on the 2 women beside Hu Hai, nearly losing control of his hands. Let us investigate further, he declared, quickening his pace toward a secluded street. Zhao Yi, sensing the shift, pulled his mother, Lady Qiongji, aside, shaking his head with a smile. Only then did Lady Qiongji realize something was amiss, but remained unaware of the specifics, hastily following Ying Zheng. This was rather amusing. Ying Zheng seemed reluctant to confront Hu Hai. Was he akin to modern parents, embarrassed to see their son in his first romantic entanglement? Surely, the Qin Dynasty had no reason to feel such awkwardness. Lady Qiongji felt a twinge of fear as she observed the increasingly dark alleyway Ying Zheng was traversing. Upon reaching the bustling South Market, Ying Zheng's spirits lifted as he observed the lively crowd and fortuitously encountered Zhao Gao and other officials also present. Seeing Ying Zheng and Zhao Yi, Zhao Gao and Li Si instinctively prepared to bow, but were stopped by Ying Zheng's wave of his hand. Enough, enough. This is not the court. Such formalities are unnecessary. I see your locust stalls are thriving. Upon hearing this, the officials sighed in relief, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. All this is the Emperor's grace. We are humbled, they exclaimed. Indeed, if it were not for the Emperor's brilliance in lifting the curfew, I would never have imagined Xianying could be so lively. Precisely. Without the Emperor, we would have been at a loss with these locusts. Who would have thought that a night market selling roasted locusts could attract such crowds? It seems we might soon run out of locusts. Indeed. I hear the locusts in Guangzhou are nearly depleted, and some are being transported from Chu, raising the cost significantly, making profit elusive. Your Majesty, could it be that once the locusts are gone, the curfew will return? Upon hearing the officials' discussions, Ying Zheng laughed heartily. Do you all wish to sell locusts daily? Since I have lifted the curfew, I will not easily reinstate it. The concerns you have raised, I have already devised solutions. Really? Your Majesty, please share with us. The officials' eyes brightened at Ying Zheng's proclamation. They were not foolish. They understood that the locust business would not endure indefinitely. It was clear that diverse offerings were necessary for sustainability, yet nothing could rival the initial allure of locusts. Ying Zheng's assertion of having a solution seemed fortuitous, clearly inspired by some extraordinary individual. Noticing the eager expressions of the officials, Ying Zheng cheerfully remarked, Do you not think your current business approach is somewhat short-sighted? Though I lack expertise in commerce, I understand that both the populace and I enjoy variety in our sustenance. Presently, locusts may captivate the public's interest momentarily, but due to their nature, the business of roasted locusts cannot endure. We must rely on innovation. However, your stalls are too dispersed. If you could concentrate them along certain wide streets in Xianying, designating them as night market spots specializing in various local delicacies, the populace would soon grow accustomed to visiting these streets at night. Do you not think, with such a plan, you need not worry about future business? The moment Ying Zheng's words left his lips, the officials were taken aback. Although they struggled to envision such a scene, Ying Zheng's description painted a vivid picture in their minds. Zhao Yi's heart raced upon hearing Ying Zheng's notion, realizing it closely mirrored his own recent thoughts. My goodness, this old fellow truly possesses remarkable insight. Even if he cannot reign as an emperor, he would excel in business. With such progressive thinking, he could easily become the wealthiest in all of Qin. It seems I must not underestimate this old man. After all, he is a timeless emperor, not only knowledgeable in governance. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's rare praise, Ying Zheng felt a refreshing exhilaration, akin to savoring a chilled watermelon on a sweltering day. Yet, merely hearing thoughts was not enough. Seizing the moment while the officials remained astonished, he turned to Zhao Yi and asked, having observed so much tonight, what do you think of my idea? At that moment, Zhao Yi was contemplating whether to sample some locust skewers when Ying Zheng's call interrupted him. Reluctantly, he bowed and replied, Father, your wisdom is unmatched. Should this plan succeed, it will undoubtedly render Xiongnu even more prosperous. Ying Zheng detected the lack of sincerity in Zhao Yi's tone and felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Then, tell me how we can ensure the populace remembers these streets of the night market? Understanding this was a test, Zhao Yi boldly suggested, Father, why not rename these streets? For instance, at the entrance of Zhuke Street Night Market, a grand lantern could be hung at night, with your esteemed calligraphy proclaiming Zhuchue Gourmet Street. Upon hearing this name, the officials and Ying Zheng's eyes widened in surprise. Although they often dismissed Zhao Yi's ideas, they could not help but commend him for this suggestion. The emperor's own calligraphy for Zhuke Gourmet Street will surely capture the attention of the populace and likely become a landmark in Xiongnu. Ying Zheng wholeheartedly agreed, laughing. What do you all think of Zhuke Gourmet Street? I find it quite delightful. With Ying Zheng's approval, the officials, who had already found the name appealing, eagerly chimed in. Zhuke Gourmet Street. What an appetizing name. The ninth prince is indeed remarkably clever. We are in his debt. Why did I not think of this? Thanks to the ninth prince, the citizens of Xiongnu are in for a treat. At last, I have discovered the special talent of the ninth prince, which is indeed a rarity. The words of the courtiers seemed to be lavish praise for Zhao Yi, yet to Zhao Yi's ears, something felt amiss. However, Zhao Yi could not be bothered to dwell on it. Were it not for Ying Zheng, he would have little desire to converse with these ministers. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's remarks, Zhao Gao's eyes sparkled with excitement. May I request your majesty's grace to approve the renovation of Zhuke Street starting tomorrow? I trust it will be completed by then, and we shall henceforth name it Zhuke Gourmet Street. Feng Qiuji nodded in agreement, saying, This plan is excellent. Your Majesty has devised such a brilliant strategy for us, and we shall henceforth conduct our affairs according to this regulation. Li Si and the others wholeheartedly concurred, and the emperor's mood brightened further at the courtiers' enthusiasm. Now, aside from the city of Xiongnu, what is the situation in the surrounding regions? Ying Zheng contemplated another issue. According to my calculations, at the current rate of consumption, it won't be long before the locust larvae are completely devoured. This year's locust plague shall undoubtedly not occur again. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this is how it should be. If our ancestors were to know that the locusts that plagued them for countless years are so easily resolved, I wonder what they would think in the afterlife. His words elicited a burst of laughter from the courtiers, yet Zhao Yi remained unimpressed, knowing full well that this was his own idea. In his time, anything that caught someone's attention would be driven to extinction, let alone the locusts before them. Come, I shall treat you all today. Let's drink and celebrate. Ying Zheng declared with a grand flourish, suddenly in the mood for merriment. Your Majesty cannot treat us outside the palace, shouted Chong Huai, rushing to summon freshly fried locusts and several jars of fine wine. Zhao Gao, not to be outdone, chimed in, Your Majesty should try my stall. I only use the finest seasonings, and my prices are the most reasonable. Before long, stalls from all around began delivering roasted locusts and fine wine, and Ying Zheng, along with the courtiers, commenced their revelry in the bustling marketplace. Xiongnu, come and taste. The flavor is truly delightful. Ying Zheng, in high spirits, beckoned Madame Xiongnu to join in. Initially, upon seeing the locusts, her instinct was revulsion. However, observing the ministers and commoners savoring the delicacy with gusto, she felt compelled to partake, forcing herself to take a bite. At first, the texture was unsettling, but as she chewed the aromatic locusts, her eyes brightened, and her appetite surged. Your Majesty, the taste of these locusts is indeed splendid. I could enjoy them as a snack on ordinary days. Ying Zheng burst into hearty laughter, glancing at Zhao Yi with a thought. Such a delectable treat is entirely thanks to your son, and yet you remain oblivious. Zhao Yi stood quietly to the side, munching on locusts while observing the lively marketplace, experiencing an unfamiliar sense of belonging for the first time in his life. Meanwhile, the court officials, seemingly awakening to a realization, began to whisper among themselves. Have you noticed? The emperor has not brought Lady Gongsun or Prince Hu Hai with him today, only these two. Lady Gongsun is still recovering from her illness and cannot be brought out, and how could Prince Hu Hai compare to the general of the chariots? Mind your words. Such matters are not for you to discuss, Zhao Gao interjected sharply. As they spoke, Chong Huai, cheerfully clutching a large string of freshly fried locusts, noticed a figure and couldn't help but nudge Yang Duanhe. Old Yang, look over there. Isn't that Prince Hu Hai? With that, nearly everyone's gaze followed Chong Huai's finger, and as they recognized the direction he pointed, their expressions froze. When Ying Zheng's eyes also fell upon the scene, an eerie tension filled the air. At the end of the street, Prince Hu Hai strolled confidently, holding the hand of a young maiden on his left and a bald woman on his right, seemingly unbothered by the astonished stares of those around him. The lady on Prince Hu Hai's left was none other than Princess Zhao Li of the Zhao royal family. How could this be? Chong Huai blurted out. Old Chong, be quiet. Yang Duanhe, startled, quickly urged Chong Huai to cease his chatter, but Chong Huai, oblivious, continued to exclaim loudly. Indeed, it is Zhao Li, and the lady on the other side of Prince Hu Hai must be Zhao Yi, her twin sister. How did they end up together? Chong Huai, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Gao's face shifted from pale to enraged as he shouted. Feng Qiji shot a furious glance at Chong Huai, admonishing, Chong Huai, have you had too much to drink? The emperor is present. Unperturbed, Chong Huai ignored Feng Qiji's warning. Focusing instead on Zhao Gao's venomous glare, and in defiance, he shouted even louder, pointing towards Hu Hai. Just look. That is indeed Prince Hu Hai, with the two Zhao princesses. I am not mistaken. Cold sweat broke out among the courtiers as they all realized the gravity of the situation and the implications of Prince Hu Hai's actions. At this moment, Hu Hai remained blissfully unaware, casually holding hands with both women as they approached with an intimacy that was shocking. While Hu Hai's behavior might be considered trivial in later times, the context of the Qin Dynasty made it a grave transgression. It was well known that the Qin and Zhao kingdoms shared a common ancestor. Thus, it was strictly forbidden for the royal sons of Qin to marry those of Zhao. Hu Hai's close demeanor with the two princesses of Zhao was a severe breach of protocol. Moreover, the presence of Princess Zhao Yi, who had evidently undergone a humiliating punishment, was even more scandalous. This punishment, known as nail punishment, involved the removal of all body hair and was viewed with great disdain in society. Despite the era's progressive attitudes, women who had undergone such punishment were looked down upon. Yet, Prince Hu Hai's brazen association with such a woman was not only a disgrace to the royal dignity, but also a slap in Ying Zheng's face. Ying Zheng's fists clenched tightly, his entire being radiating fury akin to a primordial beast, his eyes bloodshot, teetering on the brink of explosion. Family shame must never be aired. Yet this disgrace lay bare before so many high-ranking officials. It is no exaggeration to state that had there not been so many witnesses, Ying Zheng would have been inclined to strangle Hu Hai. Zhao Gao was equally stunned. He had thought he understood Hu Hai well, yet he had never anticipated such outrageous behavior behind the scenes. That truly is Prince Hu Hai. Li Si stood erect, disbelief etched across his face. Moments ago, they had been speculating why Ying Zheng had not brought Lady Gongsun and Prince Hu Hai, assuming mundane matters were at play. Yet the next moment, they were confronted with this shocking spectacle, leaving them utterly astounded. Madame Xiongnu covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, that woman, didn't she undergo nail punishment? How dare she appear in public? And Prince Hu Hai, how could he? A wave of embarrassment washed over the courtiers. And Madame Xiongnu's words echoed the unspoken thoughts of all present, including Zhao Gao, who remained silent. Silence. No one will mistake you for a mute if you keep quiet, Ying Zheng bellowed, inciting a torrent of sarcastic commentary from Zhao Yi. Honestly, that old fool can only silence my mother. Why doesn't he manage his own son? I finally understand. It seems Hu Hai has quite the taste for excitement. A Zhao princess, no less, and one who has endured the Qin's punishment. How audacious, Hu Hai, I commend you. Given the old fool's temperament, he probably intends to downplay this incident. Forget it, I can't be bothered. As for Qin Ershi, if he doesn't act this way, how could he possibly meet his demise? Little brother Hu Hai, I have high hopes for you. Keep it up. Give it your all. Ying Zheng was instantly engulfed in fury, especially after hearing Zhao Yi's final remark about the downfall of the second emperor. How could such a rebellious offspring possibly inherit his throne? A rebellious son. Ying Zheng finally bellowed in outrage, causing Zhao Gao, who stood nearby, to momentarily lose his composure. In this situation, everyone understood that Prince Hu Hai was in grave trouble, a kind of trouble from which there was no return, and no plea for mercy would suffice. How dare you? Are you cursing Hu Hai or me? If it's me, am I to be unjustly implicated? What does it have to do with me? You spoiled him. This is the consequence of your indulgence. What good can he learn from that eunuch Zhao Gao? With Hu Hai's character, he could barely manage as a prince, yet you still pamper him. A mere gust of wind could send him soaring. Well, it's not entirely his fault. The old fool has his own issues. Born into the imperial family, Hu Hai, you must accept your fate. Forget it. With so many delectable dishes and fine drinks before me, why dwell on these distressing matters? Let us not waste this moment. Cursed be that rebellious son. Ying Zheng could hardly contain his inner turmoil. Hu Hai, disregarding the laws of the royal clan, shamelessly paraded alongside criminals. How could that possibly be his fault? On the contrary, Ying Zheng had specially arranged for Zhao Gao to teach him the principles of propriety and law since childhood. It was Hu Hai's own failure that brought this upon him. Yes, indeed. Ying Zheng raged internally, while his gaze towards Hu Hai brimmed with lethal intent. What is there to fear? Who dares to look at you or speak of you? Hu Hai, engrossed with the beauties surrounding him, was utterly oblivious to the fact that he had wandered right up to Ying Zheng, still reveling in his own revelry, thinking this was his domain. And who would dare to criticize him? Upon hearing Hu Hai's words, Yang Duanhe and Chong Huai exchanged strange glances, while Ying Zheng and Zhao Gao's expressions darkened, both unable to suppress their ire towards Hu Hai. Is there truly no one who can discipline you, you wretched creature? Ying Zheng roared in fury. At that moment, Hu Hai was too preoccupied with Zhao Yi to notice the gravity of the situation around him. Suddenly, upon hearing Ying Zheng's furious bellow, he felt an icy chill wash over him. His neck stiffened as he turned to face his father, Zhao Gao and the esteemed officials, and in an instant, his world went dark. Zhao Yi, witnessing Hu Hai's bewildered expression, nearly burst into laughter. Does Hu Hai lack common sense? Can't he perceive the situation? He is still clinging to her as if it were the most comfortable thing in the world. With so many princes and ministers present, and the old fool right in front of him, he still fails to notice. I'm utterly astonished. This is indeed a case of courting disaster. He's right in front of them and still flirting with those two women. Let us see how he extricates himself from this. For the first time, Ying Zheng found Zhao Yi's thoughts to be exceptionally grating, yet he had no time to dwell on that. His gaze remained fiercely fixed on Hu Hai, appearing as if he could devour him whole at any moment. Zhao Gao, observing Ying Zheng's expression, was drenched in sweat, utterly at a loss for how to manage the situation. Beside Hu Hai, Zhao Yi, though unfamiliar with Ying Zheng and the court officials, recognized Yang Duanhe and Chong Huai. Her suffering was not unrelated to those two. At that moment, unaware of the brewing storm, she pointed at Yang Duanhe and Chong Huai, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it's them. You said you would take revenge for me. That's why I would submit to you." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Hu Hai jolted to attention, abruptly pushing her aside, then fell to his knees before Ying Zheng, exclaiming, "Father, spare me. I was misled by them. I am innocent." Zhao Yi and her sister Zhao Li were instantly taken aback, realizing that everyone present revered Ying Zheng. Hearing Hu Hai refer to himself as innocent rendered their faces pale as death. They could never have imagined that they stood before the reigning emperor. Pleading for Hu Hai to punish Yang Duanhe and Chong Huai, it was tantamount to courting death. Rebellious son. Ying Zheng was seething with rage, then flung his sleeve and turned away, feeling utterly humiliated. Guards, imprison these two wretched women in the dungeons and confine Prince Hu Hai in the ancestral temple. No one is permitted to see him without my command. My prince, Zhao Gao, terrified, rushed forward, rebuking him. You're being foolish. How dare you commit such an act of rebellion? All that I have taught you, was it for naught? Hu Hai, now bereft of reason, cried out, I am wronged. They seduced me. Father, master. Zhao Gao closed his eyes in despair. Hu Hai was truly courting disaster, and how could he possibly save him now? Seeing that no one was paying him any heed, and that even Zhao Gao, whom he relied on most, was at a loss, Hu Hai instantly felt despondent, realizing that he was in dire straits. What should have been a joyous banquet, filled with camaraderie among rulers and subjects, ended in utter disarray. Chapter 46. Everything is entrusted to the teacher. However, the usually attentive Ying Zheng, in the presence of Lady Gongsun, unexpectedly hurled the bowl containing lotus seed soup to the ground. Lady Gongsun was taken aback. It was the first time she had witnessed Ying Zheng express such anger towards her. The palace maids and eunuchs, witnessing the scene, immediately knelt, each one internally shocked. Everyone knew that Ying Zheng held Lady Gongsun in the highest regard, and thus, those serving her would often be spared from punishment, even for minor mistakes. But what on earth was happening today? The emperor had unleashed his wrath on Lady Gongsun without discernment, even destroying the soup she had painstakingly prepared. Recalling the strict demeanor Ying Zheng displayed towards others in the palace, the eunuchs and palace maids were suddenly filled with a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, have I erred in some way? Lady Gongsun knelt on the ground, hastily gathering the shattered pieces while lowering her head and cautiously inquiring. Ask your beloved son what he has done, Ying Zheng coldly scoffed. Lady Gongsun's hand trembled, a shard cutting her finger, and blood instantly stained Ying Zheng's vision. He furrowed his brow, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes, yet he swiftly recalled Hu Hai's misdeeds and resolutely turned to leave. Witnessing this, Lady Gongsun's heart sank further into despair. Only after Ying Zheng's figure vanished from the grand hall did the eunuchs and palace maids rush forward to assist Lady Gongsun, quickly cleaning up the debris. Lady Gongsun sat in a daze on the soft couch for a long while, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Ying Zheng's words. Hu Hai had made a mistake?
How could that be?
That child had always been clever and astute. How could he provoke Ying Zheng's ire? Lady Gongsun understood well that her panic was futile. Since Ying Zheng was so enraged, it was clear that Hu Hai had indeed erred. She needed to ascertain what Hu Hai had done wrong. Zhao Gao, being Hu Hai's teacher and Ying Zheng's closest confidant, would surely know. Understood. Chunyi responded, taking Lady Gongsun's token and swiftly departing the palace. In the residence of the Minister of Chariots, Zhao Gao entered with a grim countenance. His son-in-law, Yanlu, welcomed him. Noticing his father-in-law's foul mood, and hurriedly summoned the servants to bring tea, personally serving it to Zhao Gao. Father, you went out to relax. Why do you look so displeased? Is it about business? Zhao Gao accepted the tea from Yanlu, casting a subdued glance at his son-in-law. Suppressing his anger as he replied, shallow-minded. Am I but a merchant? That meager profit is beneath my notice. A grave matter has arisen tonight. My years of planning may be undone in an instant. Ah! Hearing the gravity in Zhao Gao's tone, Yanlu realized he had misjudged the situation. It was evident that whatever had caused Zhao Gao's agitation was connected to the palace. When did Hu Hai entangle himself with those two princesses from Zhao? Zhao Gao raised an eyebrow, looking at Yanlu. Ah? Zhao princesses? Yanlu was taken aback, bewildered by this revelation. It seems that even you have been deceived. Zhao Gao let out a cold chuckle. This evening in the southern market, I coincidentally encountered His Majesty, who was disguised and touring incognito, alongside Li Si and other prominent ministers. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, but then Hu Hai, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, brazenly approached His Majesty while clinging to the two princesses of Zhao. He audaciously laid hands on them and uttered words of utmost disrespect in front of the emperor and the entire court. Yanlu was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. Surely, this would provoke the emperor's wrath. It finally dawned on Yanlu why his father-in-law had appeared so grim upon entering. For years, Zhao Gao had been scheming to elevate Hu Hai to the position of crown prince, but never did he anticipate such a scandal to erupt from Hu Hai's reckless behavior. This would undoubtedly lead to Hu Hai being despised by His Majesty. And all of Zhao Gao's efforts over the years would be rendered futile, forcing him to reassess his plans for the future. After a while, Lady Gongsun was revived by the palace maids and began to wail uncontrollably, lamenting, "What shall we do? How could that ungrateful son commit such an act of rebellion?" The palace maids fell silent, each too afraid to utter a word. With such a grave incident, they could not distance themselves from the fallout. But Lady Gongsun had no choice but to confront it. "I must see His Majesty," Lady Gongsun declared resolutely, fully aware that she could not remain passive. She had to plead for Ying Zheng's forgiveness, otherwise, Hu Hai's fate would surely be dire. Meanwhile, at Prince Fuse's residence, upon learning of the events in the southern market that evening, he was overwhelmed with joy. The news had been brought to him by the grand historian Hu Wujing, who was also present among the ministers that night. As Fuse's mentor, this situation certainly warranted a moment of celebration. "Master, with this turn of events, Hu Hai will undoubtedly incur the emperor's disdain. There shall be no rivals left in court, and the position of crown prince is assured for me." Fuse rejoiced as he learned of Hu Hai's reckless conduct with the Zhao princesses, which had been discovered by Ying Zheng. Hu Wujing nodded slightly, stating, "His Majesty places great importance on the law. Hu Hai's actions not only violate the familial protocols but also infringe upon the laws of the Qin. I suspect His Majesty is still seething with rage." Fusu wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that Hu Hai was his sole impediment to the throne. Now, with Hu Hai's self-destruction, he appeared to be the most suitable candidate for the position, both in rank and reputation. Yet, Fusu felt a twinge of insecurity within. "Master, Hu Hai is backed by Lady Gongsun and Zhao Gao. If they unite to plead with the emperor, it may prove troublesome." Hu Wujing chuckled and shook his head. "With such an incident occurring, tomorrow's court will surely witness a grand spectacle. There will undoubtedly be those who will denounce Hu Hai. We need only ensure that Zhao Gao and Li Si cannot voice their support, then Hu Hai will certainly face the consequences." Hu Wujing's strategy was prudent. Despite Fusu being the eldest son, his mother hailed from the Chu state, which precluded him from receiving the Qin people's favor. Thus, it was best to remain passive and avoid rash actions that could backfire. "I entrust everything to you, Master," Fusu said earnestly, bowing deeply to Hu Wujing. Chapter 47. A battle of wits. Just as he was walking smoothly, an elderly man suddenly bumped into him, nearly knocking him over. Zhao Yi focused his gaze and recognized it was Grand Historian Hu Wujing. Hu Wujing, annoyed, shot Zhao Yi an impatient glare, as if Zhao Yi were the one who had collided with him, leaving Zhao Yi speechless. How can a Grand Historian be so arrogant? Does he not understand the concept of rank and decorum? What is going on? This lady is risking her life. Her health has just recovered, and she is already so restless. It's truly worrisome. I see. It must be due to Hu Hai's incident. That troublesome child is indeed a source of distress for his mother. Ying Zheng maintained a stern expression until he overheard Zhao Yi's mutterings, at which point his demeanor softened slightly. Last night, he too had been restless due to Hu Hai and Lady Gongsun, leaving him uncertain about how to address Hu Hai's predicament. Ying Zheng had grown accustomed to seeking Zhao Yi's insights when faced with indecision, for he knew that Zhao Yi's perspectives often led him to the most judicious conclusions, frequently yielding constructive advice. "Madam, what brings you here?" Zhao Yi greeted respectfully as he approached Lady Gongsun. "Your Highness." Lady Gongsun remembered Ying Zheng's previous admonition and treated Zhao Yi with utmost courtesy. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhao Yi's presence elicited peculiar expressions from the high-ranking ministers. Is the 9th prince qualified to participate in discussions today? Is this not absurd? Why was he summoned? What purpose does his presence serve? Mind your words, he is the Grand General and an esteemed official. If he is here, it must be at the Emperor's behest. Noticing the murmurs among the gathered officials, Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and found a discreet spot to sit down. What else with these looks? As if I'm here, out of my own volition. A bunch of fools only engaging in verbal sparring while I'm wasting my precious sleep time. Zhao Yi was exasperated, and Ying Zheng was equally perplexed, determined not to grant Zhao Yi the opportunity to doze off. "Zhao Yi, You are the Grand General. You witnessed the events of last night firsthand. What do you propose we do about Hu Hai's actions? As the court assembled, the first person Ying Zheng called upon was not Li Si or Zhao Gao, but surprisingly Zhao Yi, catching all the ministers off guard. They had anticipated inquiries directed towards the Chancellor or the three dukes, but instead, the Emperor sought Zhao Yi's counsel first. Zhao Yi was taken aback, realizing that all eyes, including Ying Zheng's, were upon him, causing a wave of unease to wash over him. What is this old man thinking? Is he thrusting me into the role of the scapegoat? Hu Hai's transgressions ought to be dealt with according to the laws of the Qin. Why should I bear the burden of such decisions? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yi clasped his hands and spoke. Father, Hu Hai has indeed committed grave offenses. But in my humble opinion, he is but a child. It would be prudent for you and the esteemed officials to deliberate further before reaching a decision. Zhao Yi's response was measured and impartial, prompting a shift in the minister's perceptions of him. However, not everyone viewed him favorably. For instance, Grand Historian Hu Wujing, accustomed to wielding his seniority, was displeased that Ying Zheng did not consult him first, but instead sought the opinion of a prince who should have remained aloof from the matter. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's tempered remarks, Hu Wujing let out a derisive snort, casting a disdainful look at Zhao Yi, which left Zhao Yi baffled. Given the gravity of this issue, which involves far-reaching implications, I wish to gather diverse opinions. However, I am particularly interested in your perspective as an elder brother. Speak freely, and rest assured, I shall grant you immunity from any repercussions. The ministers were taken aback by Ying Zheng's words, realizing he genuinely sought Zhao Yi's input. Had an understanding been reached between them since last night, or was this a performance meant to convey a united front? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Father, I have already stated that Hu Hai is merely a child. His actions stem from youthful folly. Though he has erred gravely, he is not irredeemably wicked. I implore you to consider leniency in your judgment. Zhao Gao's eyes lit up at Zhao Yi's words, instinctively glancing at him. He had anticipated Zhao Yi would seize the opportunity to denounce Hu Hai, as there was no familial bond between the princes. Yet, to his surprise, Zhao Yi openly defended Hu Hai in court. Other ministers were equally astonished. After all, Zhao Yi was a prince, and both he and Hu Hai were contenders for the throne. Seizing the opportunity to eliminate Hu Hai at this moment would mean ridding oneself of the most formidable adversary to the throne, a desire shared by all. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Zhao Yi chose to assist Hu Hai instead, inciting a sense of fury in Hu Wujing. Chapter 48. The downfall of Hu Hai. Hu Wujing had initially contemplated how to employ treachery for his gain, for neither he nor Prince Fu Su was suited for a direct confrontation. He had anticipated that Zhao Yi would become a crucial asset against Hu Hai. But to his dismay, this individual seemed to be lacking in judgment, aiding Hu Hai instead. Realizing the situation was amiss, Hu Wujing cast aside his reservations and boldly declared, Your Majesty, I believe the words of the ninth prince are rather biased. Our great Qin is founded on law. It is known that the emperor is not above the law and shares the same fate as the common folk. Prince Hu Hai has acted with abandon, lacking self-restraint, and has brought shame upon the royal family. If we do not impose strict punishment, how can your majesty uphold authority and ensure the dynasty's integrity? Especially if the other princes follow his example? Upon hearing Hu Wujing's statement, Zhao Gao cast a furious glare at him. It was common knowledge that Hu Wujing was aligned with Fu Su, and his intentions to eliminate Hu Hai were transparent. Even though Zhao Gao was disappointed in Hu Hai, he would not allow Hu Wujing to trample upon him. Your Majesty, I believe what the Grand Historian has stated merits immediate rebuttal, Zhao Gao interjected. However, Ying Zheng had little interest in Zhao Gao's words, for his attention was firmly fixed on Zhao Yi's sentiments. Indeed, as I suspected, Zhao Gao is at odds with Hu Wujing. It seems Hu Wujing must be aligned with some prince. If I am not mistaken, it should be Fu Su, indicating that Fu Su still harbors aspirations for the throne. Yet, this fellow truly lacks the qualities of an emperor. If he were to ascend the throne, he would likely engage in covert machinations, making him no better than Hu Hai. Zhao Yi's thoughts resonated within Ying Zheng, who nodded repeatedly. After all, Hu Hai was his most beloved child. Although he was exasperating, as Zhao Yi had just pointed out, he was merely a child and did not warrant excessive ire. With proper guidance, he could still be a good son. Ying Zheng's elaborate display was also a warning to the other princes. Anyone who dared to imitate Hu Hai would not be spared. Alas, it is unfortunate that Hu Hai has squandered his potential. Based on his performance yesterday, he has become a pawn for Zhao Gao. Once he ascends, he will hastily eliminate all his siblings. Indeed, this troublesome child, now the second Emperor of Qin, might soon seek my demise. How foolish of me to plead for him. Let it be. Whatever happens, let it happen. This mischievous child deserves a lesson. At least he may yet preserve his life. Zhao Yi's reflections echoed like thunder in Ying Zheng's mind, leaving him nearly stunned. A rebellious son? What did this mean? He truly dared to act against the decree? If he possessed such audacity, then why not abolish him entirely? I shall not afford him any opportunity to meddle in my Qin. With that thought, Ying Zheng waved his hand decisively, silencing all. I have made my decision. Prince Hu Hai is irredeemable. Henceforth, he shall be relegated to commoner status and banished from Xianying, forbidden to return without my decree. What? Zhao Gao gasped, taken aback. He had not anticipated that, despite his lengthy arguments, Ying Zheng would leave no room for Hu Hai. Upon hearing this, Hu Wujing was filled with elation, exclaiming praises. The other ministers fell silent, hesitant to speak, as this matter was essentially a family affair for Ying Zheng. Aside from Li Si and Feng Qiji, who offered routine counsel, no one else dared to plead for Hu Hai. At this juncture, Ying Zheng had no desire to waste further time on Hu Hai. He stood tall, declaring, "My will is resolute. Zhao Gao, draft the decree. Li Si, ensure its prompt issuance today." The matter of Hu Hai was a significant blow to Ying Zheng. As an emperor who had vanquished 6 kingdoms and was invincible, how could he tolerate such inadequacy in his own son, who had become a mere pawn for others? Even if this was merely a possibility, it was intolerable to him. He must eradicate this threat now. "I implore you, your majesty, reconsider." The 18th prince has truly recognized his errors. Zhao Gao knelt, refusing to rise. He had hoped for some leniency during the court session, as not all ministers were relentless in their pursuit of Hu Hai's accountability. However, Zhao Gao was unprepared for the cold-heartedness Ying Zheng displayed towards his own son, casting him aside and banishing him from Xianying, which meant that Hu Hai had lost all potential value. All Zhao Gao's investments in Hu Hai now seemed utterly futile, causing him great distress. "Enough. This court session is concluded. Zhao Gao, if I learn that you dare to feign compliance while secretly opposing me, you shall join Hu Hai in exile from Xianying. Changkuai, swiftly proceed to the dungeons and execute the Zhao sisters. Yang Duanhe, lead 500 guards to seize Hu Hai's residence."
Yes.
Zhao Gao, Changkuai, and Yang Duanhe were all taken aback, but quickly complied. Such ruthless decisiveness from Ying Zheng was only expected during campaigns against the 6 kingdoms. None could have foreseen it manifesting in this context. The old man is indeed merciless. It seems that being an emperor requires one to be unyielding, showing no mercy to anyone. As for Hu Hai, he has fallen from grace, becoming a mere commoner. However, perhaps this will allow him to retain his life and live a mundane existence. In this turn of events, Fu Su has emerged as the ultimate victor. It seems that, before long, Fu Su will ascend to the position of crown prince. Prince Fu Su's aspirations for the crown may be misplaced. For I have my own considerations regarding the position of crown prince. Outside the Zhangtai palace, upon seeing the minister's exit, without Ying Zheng's presence, Lady Gongsun realized that he continued to avoid her. Yet, from the evasive glances of the ministers, an ominous thought crept into her mind. Spotting Zhao Gao, Lady Gongsun hastily rose to approach him, but after kneeling for so long, she stumbled forward. Zhao Gao, feeling a pang of sympathy, stepped forward to assist her, sighing, "Lady, there is no need for such distress. Simply await news in the palace." Chapter 49. Gossip among the common folk at such a critical moment. How could I remain idle? Lady Gongsun lamented, her face a picture of despair. Did the emperor reach a conclusion in the great hall just now? Zhao Gao sighed heavily. "Lady, the emperor's mind is made up. The prince has been demoted to commoner status and must immediately leave Xianying, forbidden to return without a decree." "What?" Lady Gongsun felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing, but was steadied by Zhao Gao. Clutching his robes as if grasping a lifeline, she exclaimed, "How could this be? How could the emperor do this?" "Lady," Zhao Gao interrupted her, "the emperor's decision is final, and no one can sway him." Despite last night's pleas from the prince and 9th prince, it proved futile. Lady Gongsun's heart sank, and at that moment, Grand Historian Hu Wujing noticed her and turned to leave. Seeing this, Zhao Gao seethed. Had it not been for Hu Wujing's treachery, the prince would not be in this position. Hu Wujing. Lady Gongsun suddenly realized. Is it Fu Su? Why does he constantly oppose Hu Hai? What benefit does Hu Hai's demotion bring him? With tears streaming down her face, Lady Gongsun was filled with despair. Zhao Gao merely sighed, offering no further comfort. Hu Wujing hastened to the palace, heading straight to Fu Su's residence. Upon learning that Hu Hai had been demoted to commoner status and banished from Xianying, Fu Su was elated, nearly leaping in joy. "Haha, splendid." Fu Su laughed heartily, expressing his gratitude to his teacher. "This time, your contribution is indeed invaluable." As Fu Su prepared to bow in reverence, Hu Wujing quickly stopped him, saying, "Your Highness, there is no need for such formality. Although Hu Hai has been deposed, the future of the crown prince position and the emperor's intentions remain uncertain. Everything will depend on the deliberations of the court. Indeed, this matter requires your esteemed guidance. Once more." Fu Su clasped his hands in respect towards Hu Wujing. "Do not be misled by the title of General of Cavalry that my father has conferred upon him, given Zhao Yi's temperament, unless the emperor is blinded by folly. Zhao Yi could never be our adversary." Hu Wujing nodded slowly, sharing this sentiment, yet a lingering unease resided within him. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news of the demise of the Zhao Yi sisters, Hu Hai was confronted by Yang Duanhe, who arrived with the imperial guard to deliver the decree. Upon hearing the edict that stripped him of his noble status, exiling him from the capital with the mandate of not returning without express permission, Hu Hai collapsed in despair, forgetting even to receive the decree. However, no one was inclined to show him any leniency at that moment. Yang Duanhe signaled for the court attendant to step forward and thrust the edict into Hu Hai's hands, before sternly urging, "Hu Hai, rise quickly." Do not make this difficult for me. Upon hearing Yang Duan, he addressed him by name. A flicker of madness crossed Hu Hai's eyes. Haha. You dare call me Hu Hai, Yang Duan he? Such audacity. Hu Hai's eyes blazed crimson as Yang Duan, he regarded him with pity. Having faced similar situations during past confiscations, Yang Duan, he understood the mindset of the once prince now reduced to a commoner. Hu Hai, the emperor has already shown you mercy. Do not squander it and invite further trouble upon yourself. Hu Hai erupted in another bout of maniacal laughter. Mercy? Who has caused me to fall to such depths? Yang Duan, he waved his hand, and the guard surged forward, swiftly searching Hu Hai's residence, ultimately expelling him from the city of Xianying, akin to a stray dog. Soon, the entire city was abuzz with news of Hu Hai's disgrace. Although the official decree cited his transgressions against royal law, the events witnessed in the night market had not gone unnoticed by the common folk. Consequently, the citizens of Xianying quickly found ample gossip material. Hu Hai has brought this upon himself, truly believing the emperor is blind to his misdeeds. Has he forgotten his own actions? How shameful. Indeed, just yesterday, I witnessed him with a woman who had endured torture, utterly shameless. When a prince behaves so, and still dares to aspire to the throne, what delusion? Have you heard? The tortured woman and another who followed him are actually twin sisters and princesses of the Zhao royal family. Isn't that incest? Hu Hai's audacity is astounding. No wonder the emperor is furious. Having already been granted leniency, this time Hu Hai is utterly finished. Who do you think the emperor will appoint as the crown prince? That is obvious. It must be the eldest son, Fu Su. Who else could it be? Yet, the emperor's recent favor towards Zhao Yi is notable. He has been appointed general of cavalry and serves as an advisor. That holds little weight. Zhao Yi would be a worse choice than Hu Hai. He's utterly incompetent. Yes, I've heard Zhao Yi spends his days indulging in revelry, neglecting his duties. His residence is merely a facade. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, he too had become fodder for the citizens' gossip due to Hu Hai's predicament. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, for his sole ambition was to lead a carefree life, oblivious to the world around him, as long as he could maintain his current comforts. Yet, the issue lay in the fact that while he sought peace, Ying Zheng had other plans. Chapter 50. The selection of the crown prince at the morning court assembly. The grand historian Feng Jie boldly proclaimed, Your Majesty, with the realm now stabilized, it is imperative for the future of the nation and its subjects to designate a crown prince without delay. I implore you to make a decision soon. Feng Jie's words instantly invigorated the courtiers, except for Zhao Yi. The left Chancellor Li Si and the right Chancellor Feng Chuji remained neutral, choosing not to voice their opinions. Meanwhile, Zhao Gao and Hu Wujing were poised, eager to advocate for their respective princes. Ying Zheng observed the room's dynamics with a cold smile, raising his hand to say, The grand historian speaks wisely. I too have been contemplating this matter. Let us deliberate on the crown prince today. It was clear that the day's topic reflected the emperor's own desires, seeking to gauge the opinions of his ministers regarding the selection of a successor. Li Si and Feng Chuji, both seasoned political players, recognized that remaining silent was the wisest course of action. However, Zhao Gao had a different perspective. With Hu Hai out of the picture, he needed to swiftly support a new candidate. After all, it is easier to enhance an already favorable situation than to remedy a desperate one, making this the opportune moment. Fu Su had always been at odds with Zhao Gao, naturally relegating him from consideration. As he assessed the remaining prominent princes, Zhao Gao quickly settled on a candidate and stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe that Prince Jianlu, diligent and studious, enjoys the favor of the old Qin people, making him an ideal choice for the crown prince. Humph. The words of the minister of the central chariot are misguided. Before Zhao Gao could finish, Hu Wujing interjected. Your Majesty, our Qin state is founded on law. Thus, it is most appropriate for the eldest son to inherit the throne. Upon hearing Hu Wujing's statement, the ministers who were close to Fu Su rallied in support. Although there were some who favored Prince Jianlu, he paled in comparison to Fu Su's standing. Ying Zheng contemplated the situation, for his initial preference had been Hu Hai. However, according to the Qin succession system, the eldest son holds absolute rights to inheritance. While Fu Su was not the legitimate firstborn, he was still the eldest son among the illegitimate heirs, granting him an inherent advantage in the line of succession. Especially now that Hu Hai was entirely disqualified, Jianlu stood no chance against Fu Su. Fu Su's only disadvantage lay in the fact that his mother was from Chu, and the historical animosity between Chu and Qin had always lingered in Ying Zheng's mind. Furthermore, Fu Su's tendency to defy Ying Zheng in court had not endeared him to the emperor, creating a dilemma. Failing to appoint Fu Su could provoke criticism. As Ying Zheng wrestled with this internal conflict, Zhao Yi's mockery suddenly echoed in his mind. Hu Wujing is blatantly a supporter of Fu Su. It's as if he fears no one knows where his loyalties lie. But is Fu Su truly fit to be an emperor? He cannot even contend with Hu Hai. Trusting him to be a capable ruler is sheer folly. It seems Fu Su holds Confucian ideals in high regard. But such doctrines of blind loyalty and ignorance would only lead Qin into ruin. Add to that Fu Su's timid nature, and it would be best to abandon that notion. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's remarks, Ying Zheng recalled that Fu Su indeed championed Confucian thought, albeit with a concurrent appreciation for legalism. Yet, as Zhao Yi pointed out, Fu Su's character bore too many hallmarks of Confucianism, traits that Ying Zheng found unappealing. Dismissing Fu Su's identity as the emperor's son, Ying Zheng stood from an objective viewpoint, doubting Fu Su's capability to bear the weight of the Qin Empire's throne. Just then, Fu Su knelt before Ying Zheng, proclaiming, "Father, I may be lacking. Yet if you should appoint me as the crown prince, I would willingly relinquish the throne to my capable brothers after 100 years." At this declaration, the court fell into a profound silence. Li Si and Feng Puji gasped in astonishment, while Zhao Gao's pupils dilated, as he cast a profound glance at Fu Su. It was utterly unexpected that this seemingly gentle and soft-spoken eldest son would dare to utter such words in court. He proposed the act of abdication. If he could truly execute such a gesture, the royal family of the Qin would bask in harmony, and the future of the Qin Dynasty might well be assured for countless generations. What audacity! Does Fu Su think no one comprehends his sinister intentions? I once believed Hu Hai to be ruthless, yet Fu Su proves to be even more cunning. Any person of reason can discern that his implication is clear. After his passing, should he have no brothers, the throne would naturally pass to his son. How presumptuous of Fu Su to consider everyone in the court a fool, believing himself the sole intellect among them. Enough! I shan't concern myself with this. Should he ascend to the position of crown prince, I shall be the first to flee with my mother, rather than remain here to be trampled upon. Why must that old man give rise to such wretched progeny? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's unspoken thoughts, Ying Zheng's pupils widened in shock, and he inhaled sharply. It dawned upon him that beneath Fu Su's visible humility lay ambition and cruelty. Such a character, with such a gaze, was one Ying Zheng had encountered far too often. He was certain he would not misjudge. For the first time, he realized he could not comprehend not only Hu Hai, but also his own eldest son. What a curse! Could the heavens not grant some respite? Allow that old man to linger a while longer, so I may indulge in a life of ease. Alas, some matters cannot be wished away. Whether it be Fu Su or Hu Hai, whoever becomes Qin Ershi will surely eliminate their siblings, such as fate. These duplicitous individuals. How could that old man not anticipate that he had birthed a pack of wolves and tigers? Zhao Yi's thoughts awakened Ying Zheng to the truth. Indeed, they were a pack of wolves and tigers. How had he fathered such beasts? Excluding Zhao Yi, this rebellious son was hardly more than a rascal. Ying Zheng would never permit the empire he fought so hard to establish to be squandered by a brood of reckless wolves and tigers. Father, what do you think? After Fu Su's lengthy discourse, he noticed Ying Zheng's prolonged silence and could not restrain his inquiry. Fu Su's reminder jolted Ying Zheng back to reality, and he shot an angry glare at Fu Su. Chapter 51. Cleverness backfires. Fu Su's mind felt as if it were about to explode. He could not fathom why his father was suddenly enraged. He had thought everything was settled, yet now all seemed lost. Fu Su sought clarity, but Ying Zheng offered him no opportunity. Do you not comprehend my words? Get out! Where are the imperial guards? Someone, drag this rebellious son out. Seeing the flames of fury in Ying Zheng's eyes, Fu Su turned ashen, no longer daring to ask further. After bowing deeply, he hastily exited the grand hall. This abrupt scene left the entire court in stunned silence. Even Zhao Gao was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Most of the courtiers were perplexed, unable to grasp why the emperor had suddenly punished Fu Su, who had spoken so well. Yet Zhao Yi detected a hint of nuance, though he could only speculate. Ah. The old man seems to have discerned Fu Su's hypocrisy. Truly, he is a remarkable emperor. Zhao Yi might have been the only one in the hall with the leisure to critique Ying Zheng, while the others dared not even breathe. At this moment, Zhao Gao observed Hu Jing trembling like a leaf and nearly erupted with laughter. Fu Su's chances were now utterly extinguished, leaving only a few candidates worthy of the crown prince's title. Zhao Gao quickly counted them in his mind, further commending his decision. With Fu Su out of the way, Gongzi Jianglu, whether by rank or reputation, was the most suitable candidate. However, Ying Zheng's attitude today was indeed intriguing, leaving Zhao Gao uncertain of the emperor's true intentions. Thus, he could not help but exchange a glance with the foremost Li Si. Li Si, initially reluctant to involve himself, realized that as one of the most powerful ministers in the Qin court, remaining silent would be inappropriate. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, may I inquire what transgression Prince Fu Su has committed to incur such wrath? By this time, Ying Zheng's emotions had gradually calmed, and he looked down at Li Si. Does the left chancellor not comprehend my intent? Li Si broke into a sweat, unable to respond. Ying Zheng was clearly hinting that he should not presume to interpret his thoughts. Hu Wujing, upon hearing Ying Zheng's words, felt darkness cloud his vision and inwardly cursed Fu Su for his impatience. The situation had seemed clear moments ago, yet this fool had to utter an extra word, not realizing that sometimes silence is golden. Unbeknownst to him, that single utterance had severed his ties to the crown prince position completely. It was truly a case of cleverness backfiring. Hu Wujing sighed to the heavens. At this juncture, no amount of regret would suffice. The court officials, having listened to the exchange, were finally enlightened as to why Ying Zheng had been so furious with Fu Su. The pretense of abdication could only deceive temporarily. Did he truly believe Ying Zheng could be so easily fooled? While this plan appeared to showcase Fu Su as virtue, considering the future of the Qin from the present, in reality, his words were a cruel lie. History provides examples. Did not Yao, Shun, and Yu implement the abdication system? Yet, after Yu, was there any further abdication? Fusu was clearly positioning himself as Yu. Zhao Gao, who had failed to grasp the crux of the matter, thought he should further support Gongzi Jianglu, and once again stepped forward. Your Majesty, I believe that Gongzi Jianglu could serve as the heir. Left Chancellor, Right Chancellor. What are your thoughts? Li Si and Feng Qiji furrowed their brows in unison. They had no desire to engage, but found themselves unwillingly dragged into this quagmire by the insufferable Zhao Gao, thus reluctantly stepping forward. Of course, both were weighing whether to align with Zhao Gao while considering if there were better candidates. Ying Zheng indeed had numerous sons. Hu Hai was the youngest, which meant, apart from Fusu and Hu Hai and the recently mentioned Jianglu, there were still 15 princes to contemplate. However, each prince had their own flaws. Even Fusu and Hu Hai bore unspoken deficiencies that the courtiers dared not voice. Fusu's mother hailed from the state of Zheng and had just been exposed for her insincere intentions, leading to her confinement. Hu Hai, treacherous and duplicitous, had already been demoted to commoner status, while Zhao Yi, the only remaining prince in the court, was utterly mediocre and unlearned, thus excluded from consideration. The other princes within Xianying were nearly all held in low esteem, leaving only Gongzi Jianglu as a slightly better option. In this context, they could only elevate the lesser of evils. Li Si and Feng Qiji exchanged glances, having reached a decision. Your Majesty, I believe the Minister of Chariots has a valid point. The second prince could undertake this significant responsibility. Gongzi Jianglu is benevolent and diligent, making him a suitable candidate for the heir. Upon hearing Li Si and Feng Qiji's words, Zhao Gao felt a surge of elation. The two chancellors had endorsed his thoughts. Consequently, Gongzi Jianglu's position as crown prince was practically secured that very day. In this moment, Zhao Gao was filled with a sense of satisfaction. Although Hu Hai had been demoted to commoner status, that was of little consequence. His insight in choosing whom to support remained sharp. Any candidate he proposed garnered the approval of both chancellors. This was his prowess. As for Jianglu, Ying Zheng pondered. His brow furrowed slightly, a hint of indecision flickering in his heart. After Fusu, there was Jianglu, who could indeed be considered a commendable candidate. His disposition was inherently virtuous. Yet due to the humble status of his mother, his character appeared somewhat timid. At least in the eyes of Ying Zheng, he bore no resemblance to him whatsoever. In Ying Zheng's heart, the successor to his throne should not only share his bloodline but also possess the audacity and responsibility befitting a ruler. At the very least, he should embody the grand vision and decisive prowess necessary for leadership. However, Ying Zheng could discern none of these qualities in Jianglu. Should he designate Jianglu as the crown prince, the future policies of the Qin Dynasty would inevitably lean towards conservatism, which was precisely what Ying Zheng wished to avoid. Chapter 52. The fury of Ying Zheng. The Qin Dynasty was a martial state, and its people were warriors, driven by the ambition for conquest and merit. A ruler who merely upheld the status quo could never satisfy the future needs of Qin. Young Master Jianglu, this name rings a bell, does it not? It seems that Hu Hai became the second emperor of Qin and subsequently took his own life. Can a person who knows not how to resist and easily succumbs to despair truly be a good ruler? Sighed Zhao Yi, his sarcasm almost causing Ying Zheng to spit blood in frustration. Yet, he could not deny the truth in Zhao Yi's words. Among his sons, it appeared that none were truly fit for significant responsibility. Zhao Yi continued his internal monologue. Did not that old man conquer the 6 kingdoms and bring all their beauties to the palace in Xianying? I recall he had 23 sons, and after Hu Hai, there should still be 5 or 6 left. Yet, not one seems capable. Oh well, even if that old man has more sons, according to the course of history, as soon as he embarks on his inspections across the realm, he won't last long. At that point, Zhao Gao and Li Si will likely stage a plot to alter the will, and even if the old man determines a successor, it may not be promptly announced. By then, won't Ying Zheng's harem simply fall into Hu Hai's hands? A chill ran through Ying Zheng as he inhaled sharply, his heart swelling with rage. He had not anticipated that the empire he painstakingly built could harbor such vulnerabilities due to a mere succession issue. Indeed, as Zhao Yi had suggested, Ying Zheng was preoccupied with the thought of inspecting the realm, but was it truly the case that if he did so, his days would be numbered? The conquest of the 6 kingdoms had been driven by his desire to satisfy his vanity and showcase the might of Qin. He had also intended to conduct a grand ritual at Mount Tai, yet after Zhao Yi's remarks, doubts began to creep in. In truth, Ying Zheng harbored a fear of death, should he perish in the field. The scenarios Zhao Yi described regarding Zhao Gao and Li Si tampering with the will could indeed come to pass. At that point, if they dared to forge an edict, given the harsh and rigid laws of Qin, the entire nation could plunge into chaos. Was resolving the issue of a successor truly so insurmountable? Ying Zheng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he spotted Zhao Yi hiding among the crowd below the platform, and suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Zhao Yi, despite his outward display of mediocrity, possessed talents that left Ying Zheng in awe. Particularly, this young man, having acquired knowledge of both celestial phenomena and terrestrial geography, along with an understanding of historical and cultural nuances, even demonstrating skills in divination, such a talent could serve as a worthy successor. Ying Zheng suddenly felt that this notion was quite promising. Yet, at that moment, Zhao Yi's inner thoughts surged into Ying Zheng's mind.
Oh,
If only I weren't aware of the burdens of being an emperor, I would yearn for the throne myself. 3 palaces, 6 courts, 72 concubines. 3,000 beauties nightly becoming the bridegroom. But that would be too exhausting. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's lament, Ying Zheng nearly spat blood again. Was this truly the extent of the allure of being an emperor in Zhao Yi's eyes? This was indeed a rebellious son, leaving Ying Zheng with no one to rely on. In the grand hall, seeing that Ying Zheng had yet to respond, Zhao Gao could no longer restrain his inquiries. Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on young Master Zhenglu? Upon hearing Zhao Gao's voice, Ying Zheng finally snapped back to reality, shaking his head and waving his hand in refusal. Zhenglu was unsuitable. This abrupt rejection left Zhao Gao and the others bewildered. How could a seemingly promising candidate suddenly be deemed unfit? Growing anxious, Zhao Gao stepped forward to plead, Your Majesty, young Master Zhenglu is the best choice for the crown prince. May I inquire as to your reasons for disapproval? You dare question me? Ying Zheng rose to his full height, and Zhao Gao felt an overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground. Yet, having brought the matter this far, Zhao Gao felt compelled to press on. This emperor was too enigmatic. He needed to understand Ying Zheng's thoughts, or he would have no idea how to proceed. Your Majesty, our Qin state is founded on law. By not establishing a queen or a crown prince, you act contrary to the state's needs. Contrary to state needs? Ying Zheng stepped forward, intensifying his aura. Young Master Zhenglu has never even graced the court. How can I trust him to govern? The successor I seek is one who can stand resolute in times of crisis and shoulder responsibilities. Do you truly believe young Master Zhenglu is capable of such burdens? Ying Zheng had never intended to express any stance on the matter of succession. It was Zhao Gao who, in his relentless scheming, had dragged him into this quagmire.
now.
Having incited Ying Zheng's ire, he had no intention of complying with Zhao Gao's whims. It is fortunate that the old man has not appointed Zhenglu. Zhao Gao harbors ulterior motives. If Zhenglu were made crown prince, he would undoubtedly become the next Hu Hai. Zhenglu would be more easily manipulated than Hu Hai. Once the old man passes, Zhenglu would be nothing but a puppet, and Zhao Gao would seize absolute power, perhaps even fashioning himself as a grand emperor. A grand emperor? Such a fantasy. Ying Zheng glared fiercely at Zhao Gao, wishing to eliminate him on the spot. A eunuch who had served diligently and understood the law during his reign. If it were not for their years of camaraderie, Ying Zheng would have surely dealt a fatal blow. According to historical precedent, when the second emperor of Qin ascends, he will, under Zhao Gao's instigation, turn against all the old man's offspring, leaving the Qin royal family nearly exterminated. I wonder if Zhenglu will meet the same fate as Hu Hai. Yet, either way, it matters not. For the old man has already condemned Zhenglu's future, and Zhao Gao will not easily relent. Damn him. I will eradicate his entire clan. Ying Zheng's fury surged forth, his gaze sharpening. He could not tolerate the thought of the empire he had painstakingly built falling into the hands of a mere eunuch. If such a day were to come, it would be utterly disgraceful. In that instant, a tempest of wrath ignited within Ying Zheng's eyes, drawing astonished glances from Li Si and Feng Qiji. None could fathom how Ying Zheng's demeanor had shifted so drastically. Even Zhao Yi was taken aback, perplexed by Ying Zheng's sudden fury, speculating whether this was the infamous volatility of his temperament. Yet, Zhao Yi could not have foreseen that Ying Zheng's anger stemmed from his recent thoughts. Chapter 53. Ying Zheng's choice for crown prince. At this moment, Zhao Gao remained unwilling to concede. Noticing Li Si's indifference, he steeled himself to inquire, Your Majesty, aside from young Master Zhenglu, who else do you deem suitable? Ying Zheng's crimson gaze fixed intently on Zhao Gao, his irritation at the latter's persistence reaching a boiling point. My decision is final. Young Master Zhenglu will never be the crown prince. Is it necessary for me to state this any more plainly? I would not dare. Zhao Gao hastily bowed, astonished to witness Ying Zheng's unprecedented wrath. Even during the turmoil of El Bui's rebellion or the upheaval instigated by Lao Ai, Ying Zheng had never exhibited such fury. Li Si and Feng Qiji were both cunning individuals, and in the face of the situation, they wisely chose silence, observing with keen perception. Although Ying Zheng was filled with fury at this moment, his mind remained clear, as all his decisions were influenced by Zhao Yi's inner voice, which he now accepted blindly. Since the moment Ying Zheng first heard Zhao Yi's thoughts, it seemed he had not erred in any significant matter. Thus, he firmly believed that everything Zhao Yi articulated was grounded in truth. To preempt any potential issues, Ying Zheng resolved to stifle all possibilities in their infancy. Initially, he aimed to curtail the powers of Zhao Gao and Li Si, and then he decided to postpone his long-pondered tour. At this juncture, someone stepped out from the ranks, and the ministers collectively sighed in relief, particularly Zhao Gao, who felt a surge of joy, realizing he had momentarily forgotten this figure. The elder statesman, Zhongjing Hong, inquired, Your Majesty, you have yet to establish an heir, and I am uncertain of your intentions. For the sake of the Qin Dynasty's longevity, I beseech you to clarify which prince may ascend to this position. Zhongjing, who oversaw matters concerning the royal family and was one of the 9 ministers, held significant authority despite his rank. Being one of the few remaining old Qin officials, Ying Zheng treated him with due respect. In my view, Ying Zheng began, hesitating, none of my sons seem suitable. Frustration bubbled within him as he suddenly realized he had not heard Zhao Yi's usual banter for some time. Turning to the spot where Zhao Yi stood, he discovered the young man was once again asleep. This wretched son, while I endure this torment, dares to sleep soundly. Unbearable. Ying Zheng declared, General Zhao Yi has exhibited remarkable diligence. Not only has he resolved the court's crisis in Shu, but he has also introduced the curved plow, significantly alleviating the court's burdens. I believe Zhao Yi is worthy of being the crown prince. The court was taken aback by Ying Zheng's unexpected proclamation, and they nearly simultaneously turned to gaze at Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi remained blissfully unaware, leaning against the jade pillar, lost in a deep slumber. Zhang Song, noticing the situation, quickly nudged Zhao Yi.
Hey.
Zhang Song, can you be gentler? Has the court adjourned? Oh, help me up, my legs are numb.
Zhao Yi vavet dismissiveli.
Oblivious to the astonished gazes of the surrounding ministers, Chang Kuai, witnessing Zhao Yi's demeanor, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, only the 9th prince could be so formidable. Yang Duanhe chimed in with a chuckle, to think that a nap could elevate one to the position of crown prince. What an unprecedented occurrence. Though Zhao Yi was lost in slumber, his ears were not deaf. He clearly heard Yang Duanhe and Chang Kuai. Crown prince? What is happening? Did the court not adjourn? He wondered. Zhang Song, feeling anxious, lowered his voice to inform Zhao Yi of the recent developments.
What?
Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the astonished expressions of the ministers. What nonsense is this? I merely wish to lead a leisurely life and have no desire to be the crown prince. Is it not enough that I am already the general of chariots and cavalry? Now, they wish to make me the crown prince as well? This is outrageous. Zhao Yi was genuinely exasperated. He had no intention of becoming a crown prince or emperor. Being the heir, especially to Ying Zheng, was akin to courting disaster. Within a few years, chaos would reign. He wished to be a carefree soul, imagining a future filled with endless scrolls and petitions from ministers, which was already overwhelming him. Silence. Ying Zheng dismissed Zhao Yi's protests, standing with hands clasped behind his back, addressing Ying Hong. What say you, esteemed Zhongjing and all present? What do you think of my proposal regarding the crown prince? The matter of succession was crucial for the dynasty, and even Ying Zheng could not make a unilateral decision. He required the support of the majority of ministers. Zhongjing Ying Hong was taken aback by Ying Zheng's unexpected choice and instinctively sought to dissuade him, but found himself at a loss for words. Li Si, however, chose to speak up. Your Majesty, I believe this is unwise. The 9th prince has a poor reputation in Xianying. How can he possibly be a candidate for the crown prince? Indeed. Feng Qiji added, stepping forward. Your Majesty, the situation in Shu was entirely managed by Zhang Song. The promotion of potatoes and the curved plow are his accomplishments, not those of the 9th prince. Seeing the ministers rallying against Zhao Yi, Zhao Gao joined in. Yes. Your Majesty, while the 9th prince holds a prominent position, he has spent his days indulging in feasting and revelry rather than attending to state affairs. How can your Majesty entrust the position of crown prince to him? Ying Zheng found the ministers' collective opposition to Zhao Yi's candidacy amusing. He waited patiently until they had voiced their objections before asking, does anyone else wish to speak? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's inquiry, Zhang Song stepped forward, and Zhao Yi's expression immediately shifted. Chapter 54. Zhang Song's support. Zhang Song had long been eager to voice his thoughts. He yearned to advocate for his master with unprecedented fervor. Before joining the general of chariots and cavalry, he had felt tragically cast aside, serving under a prince with a reputation that was nearly the worst in Xianying, leaving his future bleak. Had it not been for the annihilation of the 6 states, he might have contemplated fleeing to another kingdom. Yet, upon entering the general's household, Zhang Song felt the heavens had favored him. What he initially thought to be a troublesome position transformed into an extraordinary opportunity upon meeting Zhao Yi. His efforts to promote potatoes and the curved plow had made him a household name in Shu, and in many respects, he had become the true general of chariots and cavalry, beloved by the people. Whenever he noticed the envious glances from the populace and the ministers, Zhang Song's vanity was immensely gratified. However, as a student of Xuanzi and a junior to Li Si, he remained cognizant of reality. Everything he enjoyed stemmed from Zhao Yi's influence. As long as Zhao Yi stood strong, Zhang Song would continue to thrive. Thus, he tirelessly endeavored to reshape his master's public image, striving to establish a commendable reputation for Zhao Yi in Xianying and to ensure he shone brightly in court. Yet, after numerous attempts, Zhang Song discovered that Zhao Yi was indifferent to others' perceptions. In fact, he would rather be scorned as a fool than be celebrated as a virtuous man. Zhang Song found this frustrating, yet he firmly believed that true talent would eventually shine through, motivating him to work even harder under Zhao Yi. For he knew that when Zhao Yi finally rose to prominence, he would be the first minister in his service. Today, the opportunity had finally arrived. Zhao Yi was to be named crown prince, and Zhang Song was overjoyed. He felt that his master had finally reaped the rewards of his struggles, and he saw this as a second chance for himself. He even wondered if Zhao Yi had orchestrated this all along, subtly influencing the emperor to bring about this moment. Seemingly without effort, Zhao Yi was to become the crown prince, and Zhang Song was poised to become the foremost minister under the future emperor. Thus, When Ying Zheng sought his opinion, how could Zhang Song refrain from speaking on behalf of his master? Zhang Song stepped out of the train, striding forward with determination etched on his face, kneeling down to prepare a fervent speech on behalf of Zhao Yi. This was precisely what Zhao Yi dreaded. He knew Zhang Song all too well. The expression on Zhang Song's face indicated that he was about to cause significant trouble. Heaven help me, Zhang Song. Please behave and don't create chaos. I'm begging you. After being in my presence for so long, do you not understand my temperament? Criticizing me now would only serve to assist me. Please refrain from speaking of my merits. Hearing Zhao Yi's menacing thoughts, Ying Zheng nearly burst into laughter. His rebellious son had finally found himself in quite the predicament. Yet, Zhao Yi, despite the circumstances, seemed hell-bent on avoiding the role of the crown prince, as if being the crown prince were a great indignity. Ying Zheng looked at Zhao Yi with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, thinking, Zhao Yi, I shall not let you escape this time. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Zhang Song's first words made Zhao Yi's heart sink, an ominous feeling washing over him. Ying Zheng, sensing Zhao Yi's inner turmoil, smiled even wider and waved his hand dismissively, urging him to speak. At that moment, Li Si, who shared Zhao Yi's foreboding, despite having a mediocre relationship with Zhang Song, attempted to signal him to remain silent, yet Zhang Song paid him no heed. The remarks made by the left and right chancellors lack merit, Zhang Song declared, causing Zhao Yi to feel as though darkness had enveloped him. Li Si and Feng Qiuji's faces turned ashen, while Zhao Gao smirked, clearly dismissing Zhang Song's words. Zhang Song continued, promoting potatoes and curved plows in Shu. While I have taken the initiative, I am merely an official of the chariots and cavalry general's office. It is His Highness, the Ninth Prince, who is the true master of that office. My accomplishments are, in essence, his merit. Without the Ninth Prince's support and your Majesty's wise guidance, how could I have succeeded so effortlessly in Shu? Thus, to claim that the Ninth Prince has no credit is indeed a gross misrepresentation. Zhang Song's words left Li Si and Feng Qiuji speechless, finally drawing Zhao Gao's attention to this unassuming official of the chariots and cavalry general's office. Furthermore, your Majesty, I believe that the Ninth Prince has always been obedient. Although he seldom seeks the limelight, he has been diligent and practical in his endeavors, far more so than either Prince Fusu or Prince Zhenglu. Therefore, should your Majesty wish to appoint the Ninth Prince as the Crown Prince, I am wholeheartedly in favor. Zhang Song boldly made his case, having just offended Zhao Gao and Hu Wujing, who had opposed Zhao Yi's ascension to the throne. Indeed, Zhao Gao glared at Zhang Song, his eyes filled with resentment and fury, while Hu Wujing mirrored his sentiments. Yet, Zhang Song remained undeterred, maintaining his gaze fixed upon Ying Zheng. Ying Zheng nodded repeatedly. For Zhang Song's words resonated perfectly with his own thoughts. Though not exhaustive, they were certainly sufficient. Gentlemen, you have heard it. I find Zhang Song's assertions to be exceedingly reasonable and to the point. I wholeheartedly agree. The hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Those within were no fools. Ying Zheng's statement made it abundantly clear that his resolve to appoint the Ninth Prince Zhao Yi as the Crown Prince was unwavering, rendering any objections futile. Yet, Zhao Yi wore a countenance of despair, avoiding Zhang Song's gaze, for had he known Zhang Song's intentions, he might have wished to silence him permanently. In truth, he had already contemplated such drastic measures. Chapter 55, The Crown Prince of Qin, Can One Not Be a Person? Zhang Song, you have doomed me. All you do is create chaos. It's over, it's all over. After all the criticism from Li Si and Zhao Gao, I was on the verge of losing even the General of Chariots, and here you are, creating this mess. Now, don't even mention the General of Chariots. I fear I might lose the Crown Prince position itself. Thanks to you, Zhang Song. Old man, stop looking at me like that. Your gaze unnerves me. Can you not act like a human being? What about your dozen sons? Why are you fixated on me? I truly do not wish to be the Crown Prince. I don't want any position at all. Ying Zheng, overhearing Zhao Yi's thoughts, found amusement in the situation. It appeared that there was no escaping the inevitable. Who would not be elated at the prospect of becoming the Crown Prince? Even Ying Zheng himself, upon learning of his own designation as the heir, had been overjoyed.
How?
Then, had his son arrived at such a lamentable state? This boy would not escape, no matter what. I shall force him into this role. Ying Zheng rose, gesturing grandly. So it shall be decided. I wish to appoint my ninth son, Zhao Yi, as the Crown Prince. Do any of you have objections? In the grand hall, the ministers hesitated, exchanging glances, none daring to speak further. Zhao Gao, aware of the fiery gaze fixated on his back since Ying Zheng's announcement, felt as though he were pricked by 1,000 needles and dared not speak. Li Si and Feng Qiuji recognized Ying Zheng's unwavering determination and chose to distance themselves from the controversy. After all, any son of Ying Zheng would suffice for the role of Crown Prince. The remaining officials, ever the opportunists, fell silent upon witnessing the lack of dissent from Li Si and Zhao Gao. Feng Jia wished to interject, but upon meeting Ying Zheng's piercing gaze, he felt a jolt of fear and could not summon the courage to speak. Though he was a loyal advisor, he was not foolish. The matter at hand clearly touched upon Ying Zheng's limits, and he refrained from provoking the emperor, for the consequences could be dire. Yet, There were still those unafraid of repercussions, such as the Minister of Ceremonies Ying Zheng, who spoke up, "Your Majesty, I believe it may be unwise to appoint the ninth prince as crown prince. While he is indeed the general of chariots and cavalry, does he possess the necessary governance skills? He has scarcely received comprehensive education from the royal family. I believe this matter warrants further discussion." Minister, have you always held this position? Ying Zheng's expression darkened, unwilling to spare Ying Zheng any courtesy. Ying Zheng had always been rather stern, even ruthless, towards the Qin royal family. The past grievances caused by the likes of Li Si had shaped his resolve to reform the court, leading to the sweeping changes that had since unfolded. Ying Zheng, acutely aware of the complacency that had settled among the royal family, was determined to rectify this. "If you do not deem Zhao Yi suitable, then who would you propose as a more fitting crown prince?" Ying Zheng challenged, leaving no room for retreat. Indeed. Ying Zheng fell silent. Both Prince Fusu and Prince Zhenglu had been dismissed unequivocally, leaving him with no viable alternatives. The remaining princes paled in comparison to Fusu and Zhenglu. Yet Ying Zheng still hesitated. Ying Zheng, seeing Ying Zheng's reluctance to speak, stepped forward, looming menacingly, "Since the minister will not speak, allow me to declare, there is no one more suitable for the role of crown prince than Zhao Yi. I fear no embarrassment. Among the current princes, Zhao Yi is the only one fit for the position. Have you not long wished for me to appoint a crown prince? I now fulfill your wishes, however. Why do you seem reluctant? It is too late." Ying Zheng, astonished, raised his head, seemingly eager to explain, but his gaze collided with Ying Zheng's fiery eyes. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his spine and dared not utter another word. With no one left to speak, Ying Zheng turned directly to Li Si and commanded, "Left Chancellor, draft the edict for the court." After the court session, promptly announced to the world that Zhao Yi has been designated as the crown prince. The general of chariots and cavalry shall be renamed the crown prince's residence, retaining the authority to establish a residence. "Your servant obeys," Li Si replied, not daring to delay, and quickly bowed in acknowledgement. Let us conclude the court session. With a heart unburdened, Ying Zheng felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. However, just before departing, he seized Zhao Yi and admonished in a lowered voice, "You young man, ought to show some spirit. Do not keep your thoughts bottled up. Do not presume I am unaware of your capabilities. Why do you wish to conceal your talents? This realm belongs to you as well." Most court officials were accustomed to shifting allegiances. Upon witnessing Li Si finalize the decree for the crown prince, they began to contemplate their futures. Who would have thought that the crown prince position would ultimately fall into his lap? Indeed, it is said that the most dangerous dogs do not show their teeth. Had His Majesty not declared it today, none would have suspected it was him. Is this the legendary wisdom that appears foolish? Why does it seem like the ninth prince has been waiting for this day? Silence. Quickly amend your titles. No longer is he the ninth prince, but rather the crown prince. Yes, crown prince, let us go pay our respects to our crown prince. The civil and military officials surrounded Zhao Yi, showering him with flattery. Those who had just moments before derided Zhao Yi as incompetent and unlearned now transformed into loyal subordinates of the newly minted crown prince. Yet, as Zhao Yi beheld this spectacle, his expression was one of despair, and he hurriedly dashed out of the palace. Chapter 56. The Emperor's invitation at the residence of Prince Fusu. Upon learning of the crown prince's selection from Hu Wujing, Fusu erupted in fury. "On what grounds? That good-for-nothing Zhao Yi. What right does he have to vie with me? His ascension to the position of crown prince is nothing but a farce." Fusu was nearly beside himself. He could have accepted any other candidate, be it Jiang Lu or Hu Hai, but how could it be Zhao Yi? Among the princes, Fusu held Zhao Yi in the lowest regard, a boy raised outside the palace, often referred to as a bastard. How could such a person be his rival? Yet, Fusu never anticipated that this seemingly insignificant individual he dismissed would ultimately become the heir to the Qin throne. Meanwhile, he, who was the most favored candidate, was ordered by Ying Zheng to remain confined at home for introspection. It felt as though fate were mocking him, a situation utterly preposterous. "Calm down, my lord. Nothing is settled yet. We still have opportunities," Hu Wujing counseled, observing Fusu's rage. "Consider how Hu Hai was demoted to a commoner. Do you wish to follow in his footsteps?" Upon hearing his mentor's advice, Fusu's frantic demeanor softened, and clarity returned to his eyes. Hu Wujing's insight sparked a realization. Since Hu Hai, so favored by His Majesty, had fallen from grace, there was no guarantee Zhao Yi would retain his position as crown prince. This thought illuminated Fusu's mind. Indeed, as long as Zhao Yi had not claimed that title, they still held a chance. Precisely. Hu Wujing nodded vigorously, and the teacher and student began to devise a plan for dealing with Zhao Yi. Meanwhile, after the court session, Zhao Gao pondered his next steps and resolved to leverage his long-unused position as an inner palace attendant to visit the harem. Since Jiang Lu was out of reach, it would be prudent to maintain connections with Lady Gongsun. Zhao Gao then recounted the events of the court to Lady Gongsun in detail. "What did you say? His Majesty has appointed Zhao Yi as the heir?" Lady Gongsun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it truly so?" "Indeed, my lady. The decree has been issued. Li Si drafted the edict, and by now, it has likely spread throughout Xianying City. Before long, everyone will know," Zhao Gao lamented. This time, The young master has been reckless, otherwise the position of crown prince would certainly have been his. Lady Gongsun slightly shook her head. I have sent someone to observe Zhao Yi and his mother, Xiongnu. I find them rather inscrutable. According to the director of the central chariots, Zhao Yi seems to share a striking resemblance to his mother and appears indifferent to his new status. Zhao Gao countered. How can there be a person in this world who does not aspire to greatness? I believe Zhao Yi is merely feigning modesty. He may have been hiding his true talents all along. Born into a royal family, with such a precarious position, how could I not strategize for him? Lady Gongsun sighed deeply, and upon hearing her sigh, Zhao Gao felt a pang of anxiety. I appreciate your visit today, director of the central chariots. I thank you. Lady Gongsun rose, weary, and called for her attendants to see Zhao Gao out. Zhao Gao hesitated, wanting to say more, but upon glancing at Lady Gongsun, he ultimately chose to leave. The following day, at Zhao Manor outside the city, Zhao Yi remained sound asleep while the commotion of moving items disturbed his peace. Steward, what is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? The steward, who had been waiting outside, rushed in and reported, Your Highness, the palace has sent people to instruct us to move to the crown prince's residence immediately. The steward's smile was brighter than usual. In truth, the entire Zhao Manor was filled with joy. No one had anticipated that their master would become the crown prince, the future sovereign of Qin. It was evident that those who had once kept their distance from them now approached with smiles, even offering gifts of silver, stirring excitement among the household. Enough. Let them come tomorrow. I want to sleep. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes and gestured for the steward to dismiss the commotion. But, Your Highness, the palace has just sent word that His Majesty urgently requests your presence in the study for an important discussion. Damn it.
Zhao Yi climate.
Realizing that with his new title as crown prince, his days of peace were over. After freshening up, he reluctantly made his way to the palace. Upon entering the imperial study, Zhao Yi was surprised to find prominent ministers, including Fang Xianling, present. Given the company, he suspected it was yet another significant military matter. The thought of having to deal with such burdensome affairs in the future vexed him, and he ignored Li Si's friendly greeting, heading directly for Ying Zheng. Chapter 57. Princess Huang. Zhao Yi spoke candidly. He truly did not wish to be the crown prince, even if it meant displeasing Ying Zheng. Li Si, observing this, regarded Zhao Yi's actions with a perplexed expression. In the realm of princes, it is not uncommon for them to aspire to the throne, eager to ascend the ranks. Yet, remarkably, Zhao Yi, having barely donned the crown of the crown prince for a day, yearns instead for the simplicity of common life, leaving Li Si utterly astonished. What further surprised Li Si was Ying Zheng's demeanor. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, he displayed no sign of displeasure, instead smiling gently and inquiring, Is being a crown prince so unbearable for you? Not at all. Zhao Yi replied candidly, I simply possess a self-awareness. I am prone to excessive slumber, often rising only when the sun is high in the sky. Forcing myself awake would leave me languid throughout the day. Observing Zhao Yi's pained expression as he spoke, both Ying Zheng and Li Si were rendered speechless, caught between laughter and disbelief. Ying Zheng felt an urge to reprimand this rebellious son. As emperor, he rose before dawn daily, yet here was his son, brazenly declaring a preference for slumber until the sun reached its zenith. Even a woman with child could not rival his capacity for sleep. The only creature that could compare would be the legendary sloth. Ying Zheng chuckled heartily, but swiftly redirected the conversation, deeming Zhao Yi's trivialities unworthy of discussion. There is a matter of great significance that we must address first. What could possibly be more pressing than my affairs? Does this old fool lack basic common sense? The heir to the Qin Dynasty is a matter of paramount importance. Spare me from your petty concerns. As Ying Zheng listened to Zhao Yi's lamentations, he felt an immense sense of relief and continued to discuss his own pressing matters. I intend to betroth Princess Huang to the son of the left chancellor. What are your thoughts, Crown Prince? Li Si's son marrying a princess? This name sounds oddly familiar. Suddenly, Zhao Yi had an epiphany, his eyes widening as he turned to Li Si, who wore an expression of hopeful anticipation. Stifling a laugh, Zhao Yi eagerly nodded in agreement. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. I have no objections. The left chancellor is a capable statesman, and his son must surely be both cultured and martial. My sister, Huang, is both beautiful and intelligent. They are indeed a match made in heaven, and I wholeheartedly support this union. Ying Zheng and Li Si, upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, were struck by a revelation. Though Li Si had previously held Zhao Yi in low regard, he now saw him in a more favorable light, recognizing that he could indeed fulfill the role of crown prince. Ying Zheng, having previously hesitated, was reassured. The political implications of this union between their families were significant, and as long as Zhao Yi remained astute, he would not oppose the marriage. However, just as Ying Zheng was preparing to issue a decree, Zhao Yi's inner thoughts suddenly intruded upon his mind. Is this the same Princess Huang? Surely there can be no other. This pairing is truly laughable. Forget it. These matters are of no concern to me. That old fool is truly mismatching couples. Now I understand why Li Si later allied himself with Zhao Gao to commit acts of treachery. Ying Zheng was taken aback by Zhao Yi's musings. What was he implying? Zhao Yi's support for the marriage between Princess Huayang and Li Si's son seemed unrelated to political acumen. Rather, it appeared to be a scheme. What was amiss with this union? Zhao Yi's thoughts left Ying Zheng perplexed, and soon, another wave of Zhao Yi's inner voice echoed in his mind. It seems that the old fool has too many offspring to discern their true character. Surely he is unaware that marrying off Huayang will render Li Si's son the laughingstock of the Qin, causing Li Si no small distress. Huayang is an idol revered in posterity. How could such a formidable woman be tamed by Li Si's son? It appears that trouble will arise shortly after their marriage. I suspect Huayang is already entangled with another. I have even heard that Li Si, in a bid to maintain peace, is covertly protecting Huayang and her lover from his own son. What? How dare Huayang behave so recklessly? Ying Zheng's fury ignited. His own princess was already entangled with another man, an affront to propriety, and even after marriage, she had not reformed her ways, allowing her father-in-law to cover for her indiscretions. This was utterly absurd. Most importantly, Huayang had been sheltered within the palace. How could she have found an illicit liaison? Did the Imperial Guard not deter such behavior? Ying Zheng rapidly pondered these revelations, casting doubt on Zhao Yi's previous thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Si, initially eager and awaiting Ying Zheng's decree to secure a favorable match for his son, felt perplexed by the prolonged silence. He stepped forward to inquire, "Your Majesty, what are your thoughts on this union?" Upon hearing Li Si's prompt, Ying Zheng slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with resolve. "Left Chancellor, I believe it prudent to deliberate further. Princess Huayang is still quite young, and I shall reassess the situation." Li Si was taken aback, bewildered by this sudden shift. What was happening? Initially, it was he who proposed the marriage, and now he was the one suggesting it might not proceed? What then? Was the purpose of summoning the crown prince for his opinion? Li Si could not fathom Ying Zheng's motives. Was he now hesitant to proceed with the marriage? Yet, he had previously married off his much younger daughter, Ying Yiman, to the elderly Wang Jian without hesitation. Why, then, was age now a concern? Was Ying Zheng dissatisfied with him? As these thoughts coursed through Li Si's mind, he resolved to advocate for the marriage while seeking clarity. "Your Majesty, I believe this union is a match made in heaven. If you have any reservations, please share them with me." Li Si's words left Ying Zheng in a quandary. Yet he could not articulate his true concerns. He was genuinely afraid. While he had begun to doubt Zhao Yi's inner thoughts, he feared the repercussions of dismissing the match. He did not truly know his daughter, and should Li Si's son wed Princess Huayang only for scandal to ensue, even if Li Si rebelled, he would find no defense. The implications of a princess engaging in an extramarital affair prior to marriage, followed by a scandalous liaison afterward, would tarnish not only his reputation but also that of the royal family and Li Si's clan. The mere thought filled Ying Zheng with dread. He promptly issued a dismissal, and Li Si, witnessing the emperor's demeanor, could only bow in resignation as he took his leave. Zhao Yi, observing this exchange, regarded Li Si's bewildered expression and felt equally perplexed. This old fool's recent actions are truly baffling. Why does he continually make incomprehensible decisions? However, the match between Li Si's son and Huayang certainly merits reconsideration. If this couple were to unite, it would spell disaster for both parties. It would be best to abandon the idea. Though Li Si may not grasp this now, I trust that when the truth emerges, he will be grateful to the old fool. Ying Zheng's expression darkened. Did he require Li Si's gratitude? The chaos stirred by his son's thoughts had left him branded as capricious. Ying Zheng had intended to solicit Zhao Yi's opinion on other matters, but now, with his mind clouded, he dismissed Zhao Yi without further ado. Zhang Han, observing Ying Zheng's demeanor, understood the gravity of the situation and promptly complied with the emperor's commands. On the other side, Zhao Yi emerged from a study, with no intention of dining with Lady Gongsun. He lacked the rapport for such an invitation and was preoccupied with his own troubles, desiring no interaction with Lady Gongsun. Yet, before he could leave the palace, Lady Gongsun's personal maid, Xiongnu, had already blocked his path. "Your Highness, the lady requests your presence." Taking in the maid before him, who was far more attractive than his own servant, Zhao Yi hesitated, unable to resist stealing a few glances. Just as he prepared to leave, Xiongnu unexpectedly darted forward and directly obstructed his way. "Your Highness, please do not put me in a difficult position. I am merely following orders." Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, his impression of Xiongnu plummeting. "Oh, what is this? Do you think that if I refuse to go, you can do anything about it?" This thought was not entirely unappealing. As he spoke, Xiongnu surprisingly stepped closer, seizing Zhao Yi with ease and effortlessly lifting him onto her shoulder. What the heck, is she the legendary strong woman? Zhao Yi was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that such a petite maid possessed such strength, especially one who served Lady Gongsun. Yet he had to admit, Xiongnu felt as if she were boneless, and he relished being carried while also enjoying some personal space. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi being hoisted by Xiongnu into the grand hall, the attendants and maids were taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Sister Xiongnu, how could you bring the crown prince like this? Aren't you afraid of the lady's reprimand? Quickly, set the crown prince down. We must not let him fall. Hurry, and inform the lady." As Zhao Yi descended from Xiongnu's shoulder, he whistled playfully at her. And while Xiongnu had been indifferent before, she now felt a flush of heat at his mischievous grin. Zhao Yi bowed slightly to Xiongnu. complimenting her agility and expressing a desire for a friendly sparring match in the future. Chunyu's face reddened further at his words, but she dismissed his provocation, thinking it absurd that a man who could not withstand a single blow would dare challenge her. Little did she know, for someone of Zhao Yi's stature, it required no actual combat to handle her. With just a word, he could easily compel Lady Gongsun to send her to his residence, though such actions were beneath him. Before long, Lady Gongsun emerged, nodding at Zhao Yi. "Your Highness has arrived. Please take a seat." Zhao Yi felt a twinge of discomfort in Lady Gongsun's presence, but politely returned her gesture. "You are too kind, my lady. Please, Your Highness, I have prepared a feast. It is our first time dining together like this." Lady Gongsun's warmth did little to sway Zhao Yi, who merely intended to eat quickly and depart. Yet, Lady Gongsun clearly had ulterior motives, thwarting his plans. "Your Highness, I have heard of a remarkable individual in Xianying City, revered by your father as the Emperor's teacher. Have you had the pleasure of meeting him?" Remarkable individual? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, he had heard of this person, but he had never encountered him. Lady Gongsun's mention of the Emperor's teacher was surely with some intention. Yet it seemed she had misjudged her target. Why would she seek him out? Merely due to his recent closeness with Ying Zheng? With a chuckle, Zhao Yi replied, "My lady, I have also heard of this remarkable individual from the Emperor, but I have never laid eyes upon him. You must know that I have been thrust into the role of Crown Prince against my will. If you have the time, perhaps you could speak with the Emperor about relieving me of this title."
Ah?
Lady Gongsun's mouth fell slightly open in surprise. Zhao Yi's boldness was truly eye-opening. Yet, from his demeanor, she recognized that this new crown prince was quite adept at diverting conversation and did not appear as inept as the rumor suggested. However, Lady Gongsun was determined, and Zhao Yi's words did not dissuade her from her original purpose, nor did they place him in a difficult position. The meal was not harmonious. Yet no significant events transpired. Just before Zhao Yi departed, he cast a glance at Chunyu, which left Lady Gongsun's expression tinged with intrigue. Chapter 59. Who is that person? Are you suggesting that Lady Gongsun actively invited Zhao Yi, and when he was reluctant to attend, her maid insisted he go? The lady inquired whether the crown prince was aware of the whereabouts of the remarkable individual by the emperor's side, only for Zhao Yi to divert the topic to his desire to relinquish his title. What? Ying Zheng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. This was indeed Zhao Yi's style. How deeply he wished to avoid the crown prince position, even going so far as to plead with Lady Gongsun for support. Unfortunately, she had misidentified her target, unaware that the remarkable individual was actually Zhao Yi himself. Ying Zheng grew curious, pondering how Zhao Yi would feel upon discovering his true identity as that remarkable figure. The mere thought of such a scenario amused him. Zhang Han hesitated for a moment before Ying Zheng's piercing gaze urged him to speak candidly. "Sorcerer?" Ying Zheng's expression darkened, his demeanor shifting. "Get to the point. Who is this person?" Due to Lu Sheng's unique status, Ying Zheng had previously issued a decree allowing him unrestricted access to the palace. Yet, he had not anticipated that Lu Sheng would dare target the princess. However, Ying Zheng quickly realized that for Lu Sheng to pursue the princess, she must have consented. Did Princess Huang play an unsavory role in this? With this thought, Ying Zheng's mind whirled, overwhelmed by the implications of his children's actions. It seemed the rumors surrounding Princess Huang were indeed substantiated. There was a clandestine affair between Lu Sheng and her. The Black Ice Warriors had confirmed that Lu Sheng was currently residing at a dock outside Xianying City, under close surveillance. Yet, that very evening, the Black Ice Warriors reported that Princess Huang had secretly met with Lu Sheng, lingering for 2 hours before departing. Ying Zheng, consumed by rage, felt as if he were about to ignite. His eyes turned crimson, radiating a fierce aura akin to a primal beast. Wretched creature, shamelessly degrading herself. A dignified princess of the Qin, clandestinely consorting with someone. She has tarnished the royal family's honor. She must pay for this transgression. He immediately commanded the Black Ice Warriors to raid Lu Sheng's residence, imprison him in the dungeons, and confine Princess Huang within the palace, forbidding her from leaving, without express permission. All those around her were to be replaced by his own people, and the entire former princess's household was to face execution without exception. Zhang Han trembled slightly at the command. Indeed, the wrath of an emperor often resulted in bloodshed. Even if some servants were innocent, they could not escape the consequences of serving such a master. Zhang Han swiftly exited the study, while Ying Zheng slumped onto his dragon throne, his chest heaving violently. He was genuinely furious and felt fortunate for having overheard Zhao Yi's thoughts. Had it not been for Zhao Yi's insight, he might have hastily betrothed Princess Huang to the son of Li Si. Once the deed was done, it would have caused insurmountable trouble. According to Zhao Yi's reflections, were Princess Huang to marry, she would still be unfaithful, daring to engage in an affair with Lu Sheng. If this scandal were to come to light, the royal family's prestige would be irrevocably shattered, and no amount of force could suppress the fallout. The murderous intent in Ying Zheng's eyes deepened. At that moment, the Black Ice Warriors stormed into a civilian residence near the docks, where they found a gathering of sorcerers. The sorcerers, shocked by the intrusion, attempted to resist but were swiftly subdued by the Black Ice Warriors. Zhang Han himself led the capture of Lu Sheng, who audaciously fought back, proclaiming his innocence. Before him, The figure of Princess Huang materialized, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He thought, could it be that the matter has been exposed? Tempting an unmarried princess of the royal family was a grave offense under Qin law, punishable by dismemberment. With this thought, Lu Sheng felt his entire being go limp. The happenings within Lu Sheng's residence quickly reached the princess's palace, but soon after, an imperial edict from Ying Zheng arrived. Upon learning of her confinement within the palace, barred from leaving without an order, and hearing the wretched screams emanating from behind her as she stepped out, Princess Huang's heart raced, instantly realizing that her disgrace had indeed been unveiled. Princess Huang was no fool. Her father would not issue such a decree without cause. She recognized that the individuals delivering the edict hailed from the Black Ice platform, the most fearsome entity in all of Qin. The cries she heard were indicative of the terror that the Black Ice embodied. Yet, Princess Huang understood that they would not dare act against her without her father's sanction. Ultimately, she was forcibly taken away by the Black Ice warriors, dragged onto a carriage. Like a lump of clay, Princess Huang could not fathom how her careful actions had led to such exposure. What awaited her next? Chapter 60. The Eastern Palace reluctantly, Zhao Yi, under the relentless urging of the steward, finally moved into the refurbished prince's residence, originally the residence of the general of chariots and cavalry. The estate was already grand and imposing, but after renovations, it appeared even more magnificent. Standing before the grand entrance, Zhao Yi gazed at the immense plaque of the prince's residence and could not help but chuckle in disbelief. After years of wandering, he had never wished to be embroiled in such matters, yet unexpectedly, within just a few months, he had ascended to a position perilously close to the throne. The prince's residence, in essence, was the so-called Eastern Palace, a place where countless princes disregarded familial ties and engaged in ruthless strife. How could such a blood-soaked arena be suitable for someone like me, who merely wishes to live a leisurely life? Why must I be thrust into the role of prince? Is this not leading the future of Qin astray? While Zhao Yi sighed at the plaque, a flock of beautiful maidens from Zhao Manor joyfully bounded out from within the estate, enveloping him in their excitement. Your Highness, this prince's residence is far grander than our Zhao Manor. Indeed, from now on, each of us will have our own courtyard, and the air here is truly refreshing. Yes, just the kitchen alone is larger than our entire courtyard at Zhao Manor, capable of preparing meals for hundreds. Your Highness, come with us to the back garden. This is my first time seeing such a grand garden in a residence. Surrounded by their lively chatter, Zhao Yi could not help but feel a spark of interest. Women have a penchant for spacious homes, and it seemed that this was the sole benefit of moving. He wondered if there was a swimming pool. If there were, he could don his bikini and let the maidens frolic and play, a delightful image that filled him with joy. All right, go ahead and play. For a day as the prince, let us see how long the bells of Qin can toll.
Zhao Yi laughed heartily,
Embracing the maidens as he officially settled into the prince's residence. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's eyes darkened with a hint of coldness. Lu Sheng's audacity to engage in such treachery with the princess warranted death. However, before carrying out the execution, Ying Zheng deemed it necessary to clarify the situation, as it pertained to the reputation of the royal family and could not be handled recklessly. After issuing his orders, Ying Zheng leaned back in his dragon throne, a pained expression on his face, casually inquiring, has Huang said anything since entering the palace? Humph, Ying Zheng scoffed, instructing the Black Ice warriors to keep a close watch on her, ensuring she had no chance of escape. Zhang Han was taken aback, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he hurriedly agreed. Just as he prepared to leave, Ying Zheng suddenly asked, by the way, what is the situation at the prince's residence? Upon hearing that Zhao Yi had moved in, Ying Zheng seemed to brighten. This boy has indeed shown some understanding. I knew no one could resist the allure of being the prince. Ying Zheng felt a weight lift from his heart. Zhao Yi's acceptance of reality relieved him somewhat. Glancing at the mountain of memorials before him, he suddenly grew weary and declared, let us go see the prince's residence. Within the Eastern Palace, Zhao Yi directed the servants to transplant the vegetables from Zhao Manor's back garden, then reclined comfortably under the cool shelter of the back garden. Although there was no swimming pool as he had imagined, the symphony of birdsong and the sweet fragrance of flowers, accompanied by the cheerful chatter of maidens, was utterly soothing. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, the steward hurriedly approached, startling Zhao Yi awake. Your Highness, hurry. His Majesty's carriage has arrived at the entrance. What the hell? Zhao Yi exclaimed as he sprang into action, racing towards the front courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw Ying Zheng dismounting from the imperial carriage and immediately rushed over to offer his assistance, leaving the steward utterly dumbfounded. Ying Zheng was pleased with Zhao Yi's actions and, with a teasing tone, asked, did you not say you were unwilling to be the prince? Why are you so eager to move into the prince's residence? Zhao Yi chuckled in response. Father, you jest. Since I am already the crown prince of this great Tang, I must act sensibly to spare you worry, lest it be said that I lack understanding. Zhao Yi's words were impeccable, leaving Ying Zheng with no room for reproach. However, inwardly he thought, curse you, old man. Just wait, I will make you regret not demoting me when you had the chance. One day, I will create a hole in the heavens that will make you rue this day. Damn it, you pestered me to move into the prince's residence. And now that I have, you mock me. Are you truly intent on making this difficult for me? Very well, I will remember this. From today onward, I shall start as a carefree fish, aiming to leave a mark in history.
Affilial son.
Wretched beast. You deserve death. The inner thoughts of Zhao Yi incited an immediate fury in Ying Zheng, who nearly struck him on the spot. Ying Zheng could not comprehend why. While both Fiasu and Hu Hai eagerly sought to be the prince, Zhao Yi stubbornly clung to the role of a carefree fish. Did he not find the position of prince appealing? Ying Zheng, in anguish, could not suppress his curiosity and asked, I wish to know your thoughts and insights regarding the position of prince. Despite forcibly establishing Zhao Yi as the crown prince, Ying Zheng felt a lingering unease. Historically, the practice of abolishing the elder in favor of the younger had been a path to chaos, yet times had changed. Ying Zheng did not believe that placing Fiasu or Jiang in the position of prince would surpass Zhao Yi. Thus, he was eager to hear Zhao Yi's true sentiments about the role of prince. Chapter 61. Mind your own affairs. Father, once Fiasu was reprimanded and confined, and Jiang was cast aside, I knew my position as crown prince was secure. After Jiang, aside from a few elder sisters and my 3 deceased brothers, I am the only one left, making my claim to the title entirely legitimate. Zhao Yi spoke without humility, but his mention of abolishing the elder in favor of the younger, of untimely deaths, and of legitimacy rang unpleasantly in the ears of those who heard it. Indeed, as he stated, Ying Zheng had not appointed a consort, and with over a dozen sons, all had a claim to succession. However, to speak so boldly was undoubtedly treasonous. Had this been the past, Ying Zheng might have disposed of Zhao Yi for such words. Yet, upon hearing Zhao Yi's assertions, Ying Zheng nodded repeatedly. Ultimately, all he required was Zhao Yi's willingness to accept the role of prince. Everything else was inconsequential, for he faced no loss in the matter. Seeing Ying Zheng with a beaming smile, Zhao Yi felt utterly bewildered, promptly voicing his inner thoughts. Is this truly the Qin Shi Huang I know? How is it that he remains unperturbed? All my prior remarks might have been in vain. What am I to do? Can't this old man behave normally? Why can't he be like the Qin Shi Huang I remember, decisive in action, treating me with the same severity as he did Hu Hai? His current demeanor is genuinely unsettling. Zhao Yi's candid musings left Ying Zheng both amused and perplexed. He had never imagined he would have such an eccentric son. Indeed, after the recent events, Ying Zheng had come to realize that perhaps he was the legendary emperor Zhao Yi spoke of, given his unparalleled achievement of unifying the 6 states. However, as a father, he felt a profound absence in their relationship, where his children viewed him with either utilitarian motives or fear, lacking any semblance of familial affection. Thus, even when Zhao Yi showed him disrespect, he chose to tolerate it, understanding that a smooth transition was necessary for Zhao Yi to become a competent heir. Of course, Ying Zheng had not been idle. He had long pursued immortality, as evidenced by his endeavors with Su Fu and Lu Sheng, sending them to seek elixirs of life in distant lands, their intentions crystal clear. You must participate regularly in morning court, as the crown prince. Your father holds great expectations for you. Do not disappoint him. Ying Zheng's tone was grave, startling Zhao Yi. What? Are you serious? Don't scare me like this. Are you already trying to pressure me into action? All I desire is to live a carefree life. Why can't you comprehend that? You have expectations for me. Yet I see none for myself. I just wish to be free and let nature take its course. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's despondent thoughts, Ying Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt compelled to reprimand him, yet Zhao Yi's complaints seemed unending. In truth, there's no need for you to cultivate me. Regardless of your efforts, everyone's gaze is fixed upon you. With you at the helm, no one dares to oppose the great Qin, all bowing in submission. Even the likes of Zhao Gao and Li Si must first disarm themselves before they can act. But what happens if you die? From the unification of the 6 states to your passing, it seems there are only 12 years. How many years have already passed? Ying Zheng's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What blasphemy was this? Was he to perish within a decade? How could that be possible? His agitation propelled him to stand abruptly, his mind racing with Zhao Yi's remarks. Could it be that his lifespan was indeed so limited? The very thought filled him with dread, for nothing is more distressing than the knowledge of impending death. Ah, so you mean to say that this old man has 9 years left to safeguard the great Qin for another 9 years? As long as I commit no blunders during this time, I can remain a carefree prince. When I ascend the throne, my first act will be to exile Zhao Gao and Li Si, preventing future troubles. Then I shall employ capable ministers. After all, it is impossible for one person to review all the daily petitions. Such a feat is inhuman. Utilizing each person's talents and resources is the truth. Should I shoulder everything alone? That would not be centralization, but a desire to prolong my own life. Alas, from this perspective, it seems this old man truly is overworked. How pitiful. The prince's idle thoughts of being a carefree ruler, of preemptive measures, and of utilizing talent over centralization stirred a tempest of emotions within Ying Zheng, his expression shifting from pale to flushed, from astonishment to anger, as he grappled with Zhao Yi's insolent thoughts. While Zhao Yi's musings contained a grain of truth, they did not excuse his lack of ambition. He was calculating, positioning himself to bask in the glory while leaving the burdens of governance to others once he was gone. What, then, had been the purpose of Ying Zheng's years of toil? To fashion a robe for another? Ying Zheng resolved to no longer indulge Zhao Yi's bad habits. Casting aside thoughts of his own mortality, he began to issue commands to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi felt his temper flare, nearly exclaiming in frustration. As the crown prince, he already felt a lack of freedom, yet this old man continued to press him, demanding he allocate 4 hours daily to review petitions. Was this a jest? Zhao Yi could not accept it. Without needing to hear Zhao Yi's thoughts, Ying Zheng anticipated his sentiments and, before Zhao Yi could voice his objections, dropped a heavy bombshell. I shall have Madame Xiongnu keep a watchful eye on you, and Li Man will assist her. You had best be prudent. With that, Ying Zheng departed, leaving no opportunity for Zhao Yi to respond. What is this? A threat? Knowing he cannot intimidate me, he resorts to outside help. How cunning. When did this old man become so astute? He has always preferred grand gestures, yet now he employs my mother and Li Man to coerce me. What can I do? This is utterly unsolvable. Zhao Yi felt overwhelmed, for he feared but a few individuals. Having traversed into the realm of the great Qin, he was raised by Madame Xiongnu with immense care, and he could never bear to see her distressed. Li Man was the most obedient to Ying Zheng's wishes. A true Achilles heel for him. The thought of both Madame Xiongnu and Li Man joining forces was terrifying. Why must my fate be so tragic? I must summon a few beautiful maidens to massage my legs and calm my nerves. Things will naturally resolve themselves. When the time comes, I shall deal with whatever arises. For now, I shall simply enjoy life. Zhao Yi maintained a carefree outlook, yet before he could exit the prince's residence, Ying Zheng overheard Zhao Yi's musings, nearly stumbling down the steps in shock. This rebellious child, how absurd. Even under pressure, he still thinks of enjoyment, living even more lavishly than I. As Ying Zheng departed, Li Man arrived, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. Sister Xu Yi, let me tell you, my prepares the most delectable meals. I guarantee that once you taste them, you will crave them daily. Li Man tugged the lovely maiden along, marching into Zhao Yi's residence. Upon her arrival, the servants and guards at Zhao Yi's estate did not hinder her. Within Zhao Yi's domain, there was no need for announcements, as everyone knew she was his favorite companion. Even if Ying Zheng or Madame Xiongnu were to arrive, they would require prior notice. Yet Li Man could come and go freely. She skipped into the inner courtyard, finding Zhao Yi lounging comfortably in a hammock, attended by several beautiful maidens who were massaging his shoulders and legs. As the maidens noticed Li Man, they began to rise in courtesy, but she gestured for them to remain seated. Then, Li Man tiptoed in front of Zhao Yi, covering his eyes with her small hands and playfully asking, "Guess who I am?" Zhao Yi burst into laughter. Even without her words, he recognized her by the touch of her delicate hands. Is it Hua Hua? No, wait. Is it Farong? This is not right. Could it be Okra?
Her hands are not that rough either.
Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Li Man and her companion Feng Shui burst into laughter. However, Li Man quickly turned petulant, delivering 2 playful punches to Zhao Yi. You bad guy, brother Yi. You can't even recognize my voice and say my hands are rough. Li Man struck Zhao Yi again, still feeling unsatisfied. Zhao Yi laughed heartily as he rose, unexpectedly noticing Feng Shui standing in front of Li Man, raising an eyebrow. Oh, this little girl is quite attractive, far prettier than my maid. So there are such beauties in the great Qin? Alas, my drowsiness has vanished. This girl is quite captivating. Just one glance is invigorating. Zhao Yi sat up from his lounge chair, playfully pulling Li Man to sit beside him. Li Man, aren't you going to introduce your friend to me? Friend? Feng Shui looked bewildered, and Zhao Yi's gaze made her even more appealing to him. Brother Yi means that you are my best friend. Li Man explained as she stood up, taking Feng Shui's hand. This is my sister Shui. She is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice? The legitimate daughter of that old fellow Feng Jia, is this young? Zhao Yi looked at Feng Shui with a curious expression, only to be pushed away by Li Man. Brother Yi, you moved from Zhao Manor to the Crown Prince's residence without telling me. You just moved without a word, and even brought all the delicious food with you. I don't care, you have to make me something delicious tonight, double portions. No, with Sister Shui, make it 3 portions and they better be large. You little glutton. I moved without you helping me, and you came over empty-handed to mooch off my food and drinks? Is there such a sister like you? Zhao Yi feigned hurt, declaring that he would starve himself that night. Oh, my heart aches, he exclaimed, clutching his chest and collapsing onto the rocking bed, displaying an exaggeratedly pained expression, which startled Li Man instantly. Don't, brother Yi. I was wrong. Please don't die. I only just found out you moved. You are my sister, my dear sister. You only just found out I moved? I am so disappointed in you. Oh, my heart aches again. Zhao Yi's acting skills began to shine. Li Man was indeed taken in, growing increasingly anxious. However, she could not hide this from Feng Shui, who, seeing her friend panicking, tugged at Li Man and pointed at Zhao Yi's eyes. In her fluster, Li Man realized that Zhao Yi was sneaking glances at her. The young girl instantly understood everything and became defiant. You dare to deceive me, you scoundrel. I'm going to fight you. A woman who knows how to act coy is most cherished, and Zhao Yi quickly succumbed to Li Man's defiance, hastily offering comfort. All right. Brother was wrong. What do you want to eat? Just go to the backyard and pick something. My backyard is much larger than before, and I've planted a few new things recently. Whatever you want to eat, I will make it for you. Hooray. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's promise of delicious food, the initially defiant Ying Limin instantly perked up, pulling Feng Shui along as they dashed towards the backyard. As they ran, she did not forget to say, Sister Shui, let me tell you. Brother Yi is much more interesting than Brother Fusu. Brother Fusu is just a blockhead. Brother Yi knows everything. Besides cooking delicious food, he also tells stories. And his stories are so captivating. Feng Shui followed Ying Limin, listening with a serene smile to her praises of Zhao Yi. Both she and Ying Limin were of noble status and often encountered each other in the palace. However, today Ying Limin had somewhat overturned Feng Shui's usual perception of her. In the palace, Ying Limin's every word and action exuded grace and propriety, revealing a demeanor of an upper-class individual, even at such a young age. She treated others with an air of authority that even Feng Shui found herself unconsciously influenced by. But today, in the Crown Prince's residence, Ying Limin seemed to have transformed, behaving like a wild child, daring to frolic and tease with a man. And the cause of all this was Zhao Yi, the man rumored throughout Xiongnu City to be mediocre and incapable, a good-for-nothing who spent his days in sloth. Chapter 63. Chilled watermelon juice. Feng Shui's beautiful eyes continually assessed Zhao Yi. She could deduce that Ying Limin's sudden change stemmed from the young man before her. After all, in the palace, Ying Limin would always respectfully address Fusu and Hu Hai as royal brother. Yet, in Zhao Yi's presence, she simply called him Brother Yi, behaving like a little girl, coquetting charmingly. The difference in her attitude was enough to reveal the depth of her feelings for Zhao Yi. Feng Shui was intrigued, wondering what kind of charm Zhao Yi possessed that could transform Ying Limin's character so drastically. The people of Xianying City all claimed Zhao Yi was mediocre and incapable, only knowing how to indulge in eating, drinking, and playing. When she and Ying Limin entered, she had indeed seen Zhao Yi sleeping soundly, attended to by several beautiful maids. Yet, inexplicably, when Feng Shui first encountered Zhao Yi, she did not perceive him as a spoiled young master. Instead, she felt that this man seemed to be concealing something. Observing the interaction between Ying Limin and Zhao Yi only solidified her belief that her judgment was correct. Feng Shui felt an inexplicable impulse to carefully observe this man, wanting to delve deeper into his character. It is still early. You both relax for a while, have some drinks, and I will prepare some food for you. Zhao Yi waved his hand grandly, instructing the steward. Brother Yi, I want ice. Ying Limin interrupted before Zhao Yi could speak, her expression indicating that if he did not accommodate her, she would become upset. Ice. Summer is already half over. The palace's ice supply has long been consumed. The emperor himself has no ice to eat. How could the crown prince's residence possibly have any? Zhao Yi frowned, though he could not maintain his stern demeanor for long. Within moments, he wore a nearly ingratiating smile. Limin, I have prepared chilled watermelon juice for you. I guarantee you will love it. Upon hearing that Zhao Yi would not give her ice, Ying Limin initially prepared to protest. However, when she heard him mention chilled watermelon juice, her big eyes blinked rapidly. Momentarily taken aback, Feng Shui was also puzzled. She had never heard of chilled watermelon juice before and was quite curious about what it entailed. The answer soon revealed itself as the steward, having received Zhao Yi's instructions, promptly presented a tray containing 2 bronze cauldrons. The cauldrons held a substantial amount of red liquid, the surface covered with a thin layer of floating ice, sparkling under the sunlight, looking exceptionally crystal clear. The floating ice emanated a gentle chill, appearing ethereal and captivating, particularly for naive girls like Ying Limin and Feng Shui, who had no resistance to such a novel spectacle. My goodness, brother Yi, what is this? It looks so beautiful, Ying Limin exclaimed, inspecting the chilled watermelon juice before her and testing the coldness of the floating ice. Is it really ice? Do you still have ice, brother Yi? Zhao Yi chuckled, picking up a cup of watermelon juice and drinking it down in one go. On a scorching summer day, sipping chilled watermelon juice felt utterly delightful.
Come.
Give it a try. You can sip it slowly or drink heartily, Miss Foam. You might want to savor it slowly. It tastes delightful. Ying Limin immediately imitated him, taking a big gulp. A refreshing chill and sweet flavor spread from her throat throughout her body, making her feel as if she were floating in the clouds. The sensation was simply divine. Feng Shui followed Zhao Yi's advice, intending to take just a sip, but after tasting the sweet and icy watermelon juice, experiencing the delightful transformation of her taste buds and the refreshing chill, she could not help but drink it all at once. Her beautiful eyes widened, and she covered her mouth in amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so delicious. What is this?" "This is chilled watermelon juice, of course made from watermelon," Zhao Yi replied with a cheerful smile, glancing at Ying Limin. "Are there watermelons in the palace? Watermelon? What is that?" Ying Limin and Feng Shui were both bewildered, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Watermelons, after all, were introduced to the Central Plains during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, and at this moment, it was still the Qin Dynasty. How could watermelons possibly exist? "I stumbled upon 2 seeds by chance and tried to grow them," Zhao Yi said with a smile. "Only one has ripened so far. I've set aside most of it for you to make juice, and the remainder will be prepared as a dessert later." "Wonderful. Dessert. Upon hearing this, Ying Liman immediately dismissed the thought of the watermelon. The little girl nudged the still-dazed Feng Shui. Sister Shui, I am not mistaken, right? My brother is most suited to be the crown prince. With him, there would always be delightful treats. Unlike their elder brother and the 18th brother, who were perpetually engrossed in lofty precepts and laws, they lacked any excitement. If they were to become crown princes, the entire Qin would be devoid of joy. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes at this. How fortunate that Fusu and Hu Hai did not hear this. It would surely infuriate them. Huayang has been placed under house arrest? Zhao Yi was somewhat taken aback. This was not a fade, but genuine ignorance. He had scarcely encountered Princess Huayang, knowing only that she was a standard-bearer of liberation among Qin women, with no real connection to her. In the vast city of Xiongnu, capturing someone was hardly an unusual occurrence, and Zhao Yi was unfazed. The crown prince is mistaken. His Majesty captured Lu Sheng specifically to seek the elixir of immortality. Feng Shui suddenly interjected. Yes, Brother Yi, I have heard that father even deployed the black ice platform to capture Lu Sheng. As the crown prince, how could you be unaware? Ying Liman turned her gaze back to Zhao Yi. You know it was the black ice platform that apprehended him? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's eyes glimmered with understanding. Upon hearing the news of Huayang's house arrest and Lu Sheng's capture, he had instinctively linked the two. And everything fell into place. It was evident that Lu Sheng was involved with Princess Huayang. Their affair had been exposed, prompting the black ice platform's involvement, which could only be commanded by Ying Zheng himself. Lu Sheng was not a major concern, merely a sorcerer whose fate would be sealed once imprisoned. As for Princess Huayang, her fate depended on Ying Zheng's disposition. From Zhao Yi's perspective, since Ying Zheng had chosen to confine Huayang within the palace, it indicated a desire to minimize the situation. One could not rule out the possibility of finding a compliant individual to take her hand in marriage, even if she became pregnant. Now, the question remained as to which unfortunate minister Ying Zheng would select for this arrangement. Zhao Yi couldn't help but smile slightly, taking another sip of the chilled watermelon juice, though he was still somewhat astonished. Historically, such matters were only whispered in unofficial accounts. The true nature of Princess Huayang's affairs would only be revealed after her marriage, or how else could Li Si have developed treachery against the Qin? Brother Yi, how can you be so oblivious? Ying Liman pressed, I know so much, and as the crown prince, how can you lack any insider knowledge? Are you unwilling to share? She pouted, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity, while Feng Shui beside her displayed a keen interest, eagerly awaiting gossip. Why are young ladies so preoccupied with such trivial matters? Zhao Yi raised his hand, playfully tapping Ying Liman on the head. Ah! She squealed, covering her head in mock indignation. You're going to make me foolish. Brother Yi, you are already the crown prince. Beyond your personal affairs, shouldn't you pay more attention to state matters? This is your future empire. Why are you not concerned? Zhao Yi widened his eyes, having just been chastised by Ying Zheng, and now this little one dared to lecture him. Truly, the audacity. Zhao Yi recalled that Ying Zheng intended for Ying Liman and his mother to oversee his education. Was this already in motion? How could he tolerate this? He raised his hand for another playful tap. You little rascal, if you dare speak of matters that irk me again, do not come to the crown prince's residence. Hearing Zhao Yi call her a little rascal, Ying Liman made a face but refrained from broaching state affairs again. She knew that whenever Zhao Yi addressed her in this manner, it signified genuine displeasure. Subsequently, Ying Liman dragged Zhao Yi to the vegetable garden in the backyard, pulling Feng Shui along to pick vegetables, thus diverting the conversation. After tasting a slice of watermelon, the two girls' eyes brightened even more. Wow, so delicious. This is watermelon. I want more. Eating a slice of watermelon in the sweltering summer was a delight, and if it could be chilled, it would be perfection. Brother Yi, may I stay in the crown prince's residence? Please give me a courtyard. I want to eat watermelon every day. Zhao Yi scoffed at Ying Liman's request. He might agree, but Ying Zheng certainly would not, and the little girl knew it was merely a fleeting whim. However, Zhao Yi was aware that in the future, she would undoubtedly visit him frequently, often bringing her family along. After finishing the watermelon, Zhao Yi personally prepared several dishes, all freshly picked from his vegetable garden, primarily Ying Liman's favorites, which they devoured with great satisfaction. As for Feng Shui, it was her first time tasting shredded potatoes with meat and tomato stir-fried eggs. The exhilaration of discovering such flavors left her utterly enchanted. Though surprised, Feng Shui complied and left.
How could this be?
Father dotes on me the most, Ying Liman said with a beaming smile as she approached Zhao Yi. But Brother Yi, you don't think I came here just to mooch off your food, do you? You little rascal, what mischief are you plotting now? Zhao Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. Brother Yi, how can you view me this way? I am your beloved sister. Ying Liman pouted defiantly. Look how much I care for you. I have already brought you potential candidates for the crown princess. What do you think? Are they pleasing? Goodness. This little one is quite clever. Who taught her this? Is that not her close friend? Stop it. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. This is not a matter for you or me to decide. If your friend finds out, you'll be in trouble. Brother Yi, do you dare say you do not fancy Sister Foam? Ying Liman asked with a mischievous grin. Sister Shi almost became engaged to Brother Fusu. But that matter has recently been cancelled, which is why I brought her to you. Feng Shui almost engaged to Fusu? Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed. He had a good sister. Was she not afraid of meddling?
So, what do you think?
Do you have feelings for Sister Shui? I've considered many candidates, and I believe Sister Shui possesses the poise most suitable to be your crown princess. Ying Liman's earnest demeanor resembled that of a seasoned matchmaker, much to Zhao Yi's amusement. Child, this is not our concern. Even if I were inclined, it would ultimately depend on Lady Feng's feelings. And even if she agrees, if father does not approve, it is all for naught. As he spoke, Zhao Yi reclined on a hammock, leisurely closing his eyes. Watching Zhao Yi lounge idly, Ying Liman grew increasingly frustrated and gave the hammock a forceful shove. You truly infuriate me. I shall not speak to you. With that, the indignant Ying Liman stormed off, stomping her little feet. Zhao Yi barely managed to stabilize the hammock, watching Ying Liman leave in a huff, and he couldn't help but chuckle. He was determined to embrace a leisurely life. Women were far more troublesome than state affairs, and he would not entangle himself. The following day, Ying Zheng did not speak falsely. He sent one of his attendants to urge Zhao Yi to the imperial study to review memorials. However, Zhao Yi completely ignored the matter. For 2 continuous days, every day a court official would come to him, but Zhao Yi maintained the same attitude, stubbornly refusing to budge. He would rather take up a hoe to dig a swimming pool than enter the palace to review memorials. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day after dinner, he was graced by the presence of Madame Qiongji. Although he did not see Liman, the fierce expression on Madame Qiongji's face already gave Zhao Yi a headache. What can I say to you? With a wave of her hand, Madame Qiongji dismissed the beautiful maidens surrounding Zhao Yi. Everyone was well aware of the significance of Madame Qiongji to Zhao Yi, thus, they quickly vacated the area, leaving the space for this mother and son. Mother, what brings you here? Zhao Yi feigned ignorance. If you have something to say, just let me know, or send someone to summon me to the palace. Why come in person? Even your father cannot summon you. How could I dare to let His Highness lower himself to enter the palace? As soon as Madame Qiongji spoke, Zhao Yi felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, and he could only awkwardly smile at her. Smile? You still have the nerve to smile. Madame Qiongji erupted at the sight of Zhao Yi's sheepish grin. You say others become crown princes and know they must be diligent in their studies. Yet when it comes to you, you merely avoid reviewing memorials. You truly drive me to madness. You spend all day in the residence, with no idea what you're doing. Constantly seen playing around with those beautiful maidens. Do you have any sense? You are the crown prince. Do you think this is acceptable? In the entirety of the Qin Dynasty, it seemed that only Madame Qiongji could scold Zhao Yi to such an extent, and Zhao Yi would remain obedient and compliant throughout. Thankfully, only Madame Qiongji had come today. Otherwise, if Ying Zheng or Ying Liman had witnessed the scene, he would have been the butt of their jokes. Even so, Zhao Yi felt utterly overwhelmed. Yes, I understand, mother. I acknowledge my mistakes. Starting tomorrow, I will certainly check in at the imperial study daily and ensure I do not provoke you again. Zhao Yi hurriedly admitted fault. Knowing Madame Qiongji's temperament, he understood that if he did not admit his mistake and stood firm, she would scold him for an entire night without repeating herself, leaving him with nothing to do the next day. Will you truly go? Madame Qiongji, well aware of her son's nature, did not believe his words. I will. More genuine than gold. Zhao Yi nodded vigorously, but unexpectedly, she replied, All right, then I shall stay here today, and tomorrow morning, I will accompany you to the palace. Madame Qiongji leisurely took a seat across from Zhao Yi, fixing her gaze upon him. Zhao Yi was in a frenzy. If his mother stayed, she would undoubtedly drag him out of bed early the next morning, which would be the most torturous experience of his life. Mother, this is not proper protocol. Father would not. You need not worry. Madame Qiongji smiled slightly. Your father has already given his decree. I am staying at the Crown Prince's residence today, with his approval. So no one will dare to question this matter. Old man, I will not share the same sky with you. Zhao Yi nearly shouted, but at this point, he had no choice. As expected, the next morning, shortly after the 4th watch, Madame Qiongji personally called Zhao Yi to rise. Her method of waking him was quite unique. She splashed a basin of water directly onto his bed, making it impossible for Zhao Yi to indulge in further slumber. According to Madame Qiongji, since he would need to bathe and incense himself before entering the palace, this was quite fitting. Zhao Yi was thoroughly resigned, nearly closing his eyes as the beautiful maidens prepared him. Under Madame Qiongji's pressure, he found himself at the gates of Xiongnu Palace before dawn. Even so, upon entering the palace and arriving at the imperial study, he found Ying Zheng had already been reviewing memorials for quite some time. Seeing Zhao Yi arrive, a flicker of joy crossed Ying Zheng's eyes. However, Zhao Yi completely ignored the towering piles of documents on the dragon table and, after performing his greeting, stated, Father, there should be no matters today, right? If not, I shall take a nap here. Unfilial son. Ying Zheng's anger surged instantly. He had intended to let Zhao Yi stew for a while, but he did not expect this impudent boy to be so unbothered. Even wishing for his father to become angry and strip him of his title. Zhao Yi glanced at the mountain of documents before him, and his head buzzed with frustration. But he had no choice but to start reviewing the memorials. In truth, Zhao Yi was merely lazy. When it came to handling memorials, he was often quicker, than Ying Zheng. His method was simple. He prioritized documents based on their urgency and relevance. After all, it was unnecessary to waste time on trivial matters. Ying Zheng was astonished to see his son working diligently, preparing to check in when an unexpected event occurred. With a loud bang, Zhao Yi slammed his hand on the table, holding a memorial, and shouted angrily, "Outrageous! Truly despicable! They deserve death!" It was no surprise that Zhao Yi lost his composure. The content of the memorial was infuriating. The memorial reported that the Eastern Hu envoys had recently committed crimes in Xiongnu, stating that 3 warriors from the Eastern Hu had brutally murdered the owner of a tea house and insulted his wife. According to the Xiongnu magistrate's account, the resolution was to immediately repatriate the 3 offending warriors back to the Eastern Hu, and thus the matter would be dismissed. It was precisely this resolution that sent Zhao Yi into a fit of rage. What sort of wildlings have emerged from that miserable pit of the Eastern Hu? When did the Great Qin begin to fear these rabble? Doesn't the Great Qin sweep through the 6 directions? Who dares to disrespect us? It would be a matter of exterminating nations and laying waste to cities. How could I see such a disparity? This even bears the seal of the envoy, which means the envoy consented. At this moment, Zhao Yi transformed into a furious youth. Although he dared not roar in court, his expression was twisted, teetering on the edge of losing control. Even Ying Zheng, who could hear Zhao Yi's inner thoughts and had some psychological preparation, was taken aback by Zhao Yi's current fury. This was the first time Ying Zheng witnessed such a dramatic emotional shift in Zhao Yi. He never expected Zhao Yi to become enraged over a memorial. Yet, after hearing Zhao Yi's sentiments, Ying Zheng's attitude aligned closely with Zhao Yi's. The Great Qin was founded upon law. Regardless of noble birth or lowly merchant, all were treated equally, especially when it came to foreign tribes. The Eastern Hu envoys, indeed as Zhao Yi described, were akin to the barbaric nomads of the Xiongnu. Their warriors dared to commit murder and insult women on Great Qin territory. Any of the laws of the Great Qin would warrant their execution without mercy. Summon the magistrate of Xiongnu. The morning court is about to begin, and the officials are already in the main hall. It is quite convenient to call someone now. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. The magistrate of Xiongnu, Fan Dong, entered the imperial study alongside an attendant, bowing deeply. Magistrate, have the crimes committed by the Eastern Hu warriors within our Great Qin been investigated? Ying Zheng did not afford the magistrate any chance to think and directly posed the question. The 3 Eastern Hu warriors arrived in Xiongnu a month ago, accompanying the Eastern Hu envoy to negotiate aid materials from our Great Qin. However, the Eastern Hu warriors accidentally killed the owner of the tavern in a drunken brawl, during which the tavern owner's wife was also insulted by a few of the Eastern Hu warriors. As Fan Dong recounted the events, Ying Zheng's frown deepened. Though he had already grasped the situation's essence, the Eastern Hu, akin to the Xiongnu, were a nomadic people beyond the frontier. Due to a national policy previously designated by Ying Zheng, the Great Qin had allied with the Eastern Hu and the Yuezhi to jointly confront the Xiongnu, with one of the conditions for this alliance being to provide the Eastern Hu with aid materials following a snow disaster. However, unexpectedly, the envoy sent by the Eastern Hu was so audacious as to commit crimes within the Great Qin's territory, leaving Ying Zheng with a feeling of anger akin to dropping a stone on his own foot. Without fully hearing the words of the Xiongnu order, Ying Zheng abruptly interjected. Has the matter been thoroughly investigated? What exactly is the reason behind the conflict between the Eastern Hu and our Qin citizens? Who initiated the altercation? From what I understand, it was an Eastern Hu warrior who, after indulging in drink, made lewd remarks towards the wife of a tavern owner upon noticing her beauty. When the tavern owner intervened, the Eastern Hu warrior resorted to violence, leading to chaos. With a forceful slam of his hand, Ying Zheng interrupted the Xiongnu order once more, exclaiming in anger. Since it was the Eastern who struck first, why is it that not a single word is mentioned in the memorial? The Xiongnu order trembled, immediately bowing in acknowledgement of the grave trouble he had caused. I wish to know, aside from this incident, have they committed any other offenses? You have withheld information from your majesty. The Xiongnu order, Fan Dong, panicked, realizing he could not continue this conversation without dire consequences. Your majesty, these Eastern Hu envoys were sent to establish good relations with our Qin to jointly confront the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu order continued. Did you not previously mention that we should offer these outsiders leniency and not overly restrict their actions according to our laws? Preposterous, Ying Zheng retorted, advancing towards the Xiongnu order with a fierce glare, nearly poking him in the forehead as he scolded. You misconstrue my words with malicious intent. I permitted you to extend courtesy to the Eastern Hu envoys, not to allow them to commit crimes upon our territory, nor to murder or dishonor our women. Such transgressions are unforgivable, and you dare to think of sending them back unpunished? Have you all gone mad? The Xiongnu order stood speechless, while Zhao Yi silently observed, inwardly mocking the absurdity of the situation. How ludicrous! Is this truly the reason for such an uproar? This old fool is enraged out of embarrassment.
Fan Dong.
You Eastern Hu lapdog, you have done well. Haven to you? It seems you've become quite accustomed to cleaning up after them. I cannot fathom whether these officials belong to Qin or the Eastern Hu. If it were me, I would have kicked him to death. As Zhao Yi's thoughts reached their climax, Ying Zheng suddenly delivered a swift kick to the back of the Xiongnu order's head. The Xiongnu order, bowing in submission, was oblivious and found his face slammed into the floor. He dared not cry out in pain, enduring the agony as Ying Zheng pressed down on his head. Fully aware that the emperor's wrath meant that any act of defiance would spell doom for his entire family, Ying Zheng, in a fit of fury, showed no restraint, delivering several kicks to the Xiongnu Order's head, still feeling unsatisfied. I ask you, are you the Xiongnu Order of Qin, or the Xiongnu Order of the Eastern Hu? Do you possess any sense of shame? I never imagined that beneath the emperor's feet, you would conduct affairs in this manner, allowing foreign tribes to murder my citizens and dishonor my women, and you dare to claim it is my instruction to treat them with leniency? Is such leniency warranted? What nonsense fills your minds? Must everything I say be subjected to your interpretation? How then can the governance of Qin be effectively promulgated throughout the realm? The Xiongnu Order felt utterly humiliated, yet as Ying Zheng concluded his tirade, he managed to say, Your Majesty, I am merely the Xiongnu Order, and I wish to act in accordance with the law, but not every matter is within my purview. Your Majesty, you must have seen the memorial. The chief envoy personally instructed that you wish to offer favorable treatment to the Eastern Hu, so that our Qin could swiftly reach an alliance with them. Such trivial matters do not require excessive scrutiny. Chapter 67. The old fool is cowardly. Zhao Yi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Such trivial matters do not require excessive scrutiny? Is this how one speaks? It seems not only should the Eastern Hu be punished, but the chief envoy deserves punishment as well. The root of the problem lies with the old fool. If he had not set a poor example, how could his subordinates have acted in such a way? It is hardly surprising. Ying Zheng, upon hearing Zhao Yi's inner thoughts, was even more infuriated. But he could do nothing about Zhao Yi and instead delivered another kick to the Xiongnu Order. Preposterous. When did I ever say that our laws could be lenient towards these foreign tribes? They are a pack of beasts, wild wolves that cannot be tamed. I will eventually deal with each one of them. You dare to misinterpret my words, distort my intentions, and act as dogs for these outsiders, and then have the audacity to claim it is my fault? The Xiongnu Order stood in shock. He had never suggested treating the Eastern Hu as dogs. He was merely following orders, unable to act independently. Yet, he couldn't comprehend the situation. It had always been handled this way when similar incidents with the Eastern Hu or the Yuezhi occurred, and there had never been issues before. Why was today different? Ying Zheng, panting with rage, demanded once more, I ask you, was it the chief envoy who instructed you to handle the Eastern Hu's offenses in this manner? Did the chief envoy personally send someone to direct you to act this way? Upon hearing this, the Xiongnu Order, with a mournful expression, replied, Indeed. It was Lord Ying Hong who specifically said not to sacrifice the greater good for the small, and to avoid causing discord between the Eastern Hu and our Qin over trivial matters. Thus, after discussions between the chief envoy and the Eastern Hu, it was decided to return those few Eastern Hu warriors. It is said that the chief envoy even granted additional concessions to the Eastern Hu in negotiations regarding supplies. In a fit of rage, Ying Zheng did not kick the Xiongnu Order this time, but instead overturned the table closest to him in the study. Upon learning the truth, Ying Zheng was furious. Ying Hong, you are utterly despicable. How could I have appointed you as the chief envoy? I knew it all along. Ying Zheng was genuinely enraged, unable to believe that the very person he had placed in a position of authority among the high officials of Qin would undermine him and nearly bring shame upon the entire state of Qin. The attendants were startled, not daring to meet Ying Zheng's gaze, and hastily made their way towards the main hall. The Xiongnu Order knelt on the ground, trembling, too terrified to wipe the blood from his face. He was genuinely frightened, never expecting Ying Zheng to become so enraged over this matter. Zhao Yi, now fully awake, felt that his visit to the study today was fortuitous. Ying Hong, an individual of the old Qin, when did the old Qin become so cowardly? He simultaneously holds the position of chief envoy, and with someone like him, how can justice be expected? If Qin continues to operate in such a manner, it would be better for it to be destroyed. I would rather not be known as the second emperor of Qin. Hearing Zhao Yi's sentiments, Ying Zheng felt both embarrassed and reassured. Embarrassed for having misjudged his advisors, bringing shame to Qin, and allowing his son to witness such a disgraceful spectacle, leaving the citizens of Qin disheartened, yet reassured, for he felt he had not chosen the wrong heir. As long as Zhao Yi maintained the spirit, no one would dare to act recklessly during his reign. With this in mind, Ying Zheng suddenly turned to Zhao Yi, Crown Prince. How do you propose we handle the Eastern Hu envoys? Zhao Yi, still lost in his thoughts, was momentarily taken aback by Ying Zheng's question, while the Xiongnu Order suddenly became alert, eager to hear how this new crown prince would address such foreign disputes. Is this even a question? Simply execute those Eastern Hu dogs, reprimand their envoys, and make our terms with the Eastern Hu much harsher. Cut their supplies in half, so they understand the consequences.
No.
I mustn't say that. If I do, the old fool might just have me carry out the execution. Do they think I am a political novice? I am determined to be a bystander, and will not fall into your trap. Zhao Yi's words, albeit grandiloquent, amounted to nothing substantive. The Chief Justice, who also served as the left chancellorly see, was hardly likely to concern himself with such trifles. Although the prefect of Xianying and the deputy were responsible for law and order within the city, matters involving foreign tribes fell under the jurisdiction of the Chief Justice. In other words, if Zhao Yi were to follow his proposed course of action, the outcome would ultimately mirror the previous resolution. The prefect of Xianying, Fan Dong lowered his head with a cold smile, contemplating that the newly appointed crown prince was merely putting on a show. Ying Zheng cast a penetrating gaze at Zhao Yi, who had just finished speaking, leaving him unable to discern Zhao Yi's true intentions. Based on Ying Zheng's understanding of his son, he was certain that after making his statement, Zhao Yi would promptly begin to harbor doubts, and only then would the true insights of his heart emerge. This performance should leave no discernible flaws. But it seems I must learn to better control my emotions in the future. It is better to feign ignorance. Otherwise, that old fool might burden me with further troubles, which would surely exhaust me. However, those Eastern brutes hardly require extensive interrogation. The facts are clear-cut. Simply dispose of them as dog food. How dare they be so audacious on Qin territory? They should be fortunate if they escape being drawn and quartered. If anyone dares to protest, they shall be extinguished. After all, they are merely Eastern who. Sighing, he mused, but I can only assume that old fool has considered something, which is why he inquired of me. In the end, he will surely refrain from executing them. Perhaps it will be a case of thunderous proclamations, but minimal action. Ultimately akin to that other instance where someone was released. After all, that old man is quite cowardly. Chapter 68. Ying Hong, you've caused this mess. Zhao Yi's inner thoughts nearly drove Ying Zheng to the brink of fury. You think I am cowardly? Which of your eyes perceives me as such? I shall make you see clearly. Ying Zheng yearned to engage Zhao Yi in a rigorous debate. Being perceived as cowardly by his own son was simply intolerable. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even if he could not tolerate it, he must endure, for revealing his greatest secret was not an option. There were myriad ways to prove his bravery, and within himself, Ying Zheng silently vowed to achieve a double victory, demonstrating to Zhao Yi what it truly meant to possess the demeanor of an emperor. At that moment, in the path outside the imperial study, the Chief Justice and Chief of the Eastern Ying Hong, along with Left Chancellor Li Si, the Grand Historian Feng Jie, and the Minister of Chariots Zhao Gao, hurriedly approached. The inner attendants had reported that the Eastern incident had incited the emperor's wrath, and the subsequent handling of the matter would likely be challenging. Zhao Gao lowered his voice, stating, the emperor has summoned the prefect of Xiongnu, so he must have already conveyed the events in detail. Li Si furrowed his brow, recognizing that the Chief Justice could not be entirely blamed, as the emperor had previously advised leniency towards foreign tribes. The sudden shift to strictness made the emperor's thoughts increasingly difficult to fathom. Ying Hong sighed deeply, recalling how the emperor had once decreed against being overly harsh with foreign tribes allied with Qin, urging that they not be bound too tightly by Qin's laws. It was this very leniency that led them to treat these foreign tribes with tolerance. Yet now, after extending such clemency, the emperor disapproved. How were they to proceed? Noticing Ying Hong's innocent expression, Feng Jie remained expressionless, urging the officials to enter promptly, for they all understood the emperor's temperament. The longer they kept him waiting, the more difficult the situation would become to manage. Upon entering the imperial study, they were greeted by the sight of the prefect of Xiongnu, Fan Dong, kneeling on the ground, his face smeared with blood. Witnessing the scene, Ying Hong gasped. He had believed the emperor was merely angry, but the severity of the situation exceeded his expectations. It seemed that Ying Zheng had taken matters into his own hands. Ying Hong, you've caused this mess. Ying Zheng bellowed as soon as Ying Hong and the others entered. At that moment, Ying Hong dared not maintain his usual authoritative demeanor. He quickly bowed and proclaimed, Your Majesty, I am guilty. I implore your Majesty to punish me. By voluntarily kneeling, Ying Hong sought to retreat while advancing, hoping to appease Ying Zheng. Regardless of how things unfolded, he reasoned, the emperor would not execute him outright. You have stirred the hearts of the people into chaos. Thus, you are indeed culpable. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, declaring, What I seek now is a solution. Here is your chance. Your Majesty. Ying Hong, seasoned and shrewd, quickly devised a response. I propose that the family of the deceased shopkeeper Lin be compensated 1,000 gold by the Eastern envoy, and I shall immediately dispatch officials to reprimand the envoy. Li Si and Zhao Gao nodded in agreement, while Feng Jie remained silent, offering no dissent. Yet Zhao Yi could not suppress his derisive laughter. Casting a glance at Ying Zheng squinted at Ying Hong, withholding immediate judgment. As time passed without affirmation, Ying Hong's anxiety grew, prompting him to add, As for the 3 Eastern warriors, I believe they should be immediately detained by the prefect of Xiongnu and imprisoned for 5 years according to Qin law, after which they should be expelled from the realm. How utterly absurd. When did our esteemed Qin laws include such provisions? Show me the text. Zhao Yi interjected, incredulous. To kill, and then imprison for 5 years, only to expel? If that were the case, I might as well execute you now, and similarly imprison you for 5 years before expulsion. Zhao Yi could not contain his scorn, and as he continued to express his derision, he nearly led Ying Zheng astray. Initially, both Ying Zheng and Zhao Yi held the same conviction: murder warranted retribution. Ying Hong's proposed punishment seemed trivial, akin to a child's game, treating the laws of Qin with utter disregard. Someone, bring forth the laws of Qin for our esteemed Chief Justice Ying Hong. I demand to see it. You claim to act according to Qin law. Now find the relevant statute. Ying Zheng demanded. I have always understood that murder demands a life in return, and debts must be repaid. Are the Eastern who to be treated with greater leniency than the citizens of Qin? They took a life and are to be imprisoned for merely 5 years before being expelled? Ying Zheng, show me the statute. I wish to see it with my own eyes. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's expression tightened. There was no provision in Qin law that favored the Eastern who. His earlier statement had merely been habitual. As the Chief Justice, he had grown accustomed to handling matters in such a manner, believing that mutual respect would facilitate future dealings with the Eastern who. However, Ying Zheng had underestimated the gravity of his words, thinking that Ying Zheng would grasp his meaning. Now, faced with the emperor demanding the legal text, Ying Zheng realized he could not produce it. Failing to do so would amount to treason. An overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. Seeing the tension in the air, Zhao Gao attempted to intervene. Your Majesty, the Eastern who warriors are guests, as hosts. We should not treat our guests with such severity. Even considering the circumstances, it was merely an accidental killing, which is understandable. It would be wiser to downplay the matter. As the Chief Justice is acting in the interest of maintaining good relations with the Eastern who. The concealed intentions run deep, hidden beneath layers of deceit. Engaging with this and that, only to discard them once their utility is exhausted. Henceforth, I must remain vigilant of this individual. It is said that the old fool has blinded himself, allowing a venomous serpent to linger by his side. Indeed, rumors suggest that Zhao Gao was responsible for his demise. Chapter 69, Ying Zheng confronts Ying Zheng. Upon hearing Zhao Gao's words, Ying Zheng's displeasure surged, intensifying after listening to Zhao Yi's sentiments. Zhao Gao, a member of the Zhao royal family, had he truly been lurking in my vicinity all along? Does he intend to poison me in vengeance for Zhao's state? Ying Zheng, both astonished and enraged, seized a bamboo scroll within reach and hurled it at Zhao Gao. Allow me to impart a lesson, envoy of the Eastern who. As a guest upon the soil of my Qin, you must adhere to our laws. A life for a life, debts repaid. The Eastern who must face the same justice for their transgressions. The Lin couple, innocent citizens of Qin, have suffered unjustly. Must they perish simply due to their status as commoners at the hands of foreign invaders? Such a notion is utterly absurd. You dare speak of diplomatic relations? What significance does the Eastern who hold? Have they ever provided an explanation for the murder of my subjects? Zhao Gao, do you serve me? Or the king of the Eastern who? Your repeated justifications for their actions reveal your true motives. As Ying Zheng concluded, he struck the table with force, roaring in indignation. Zhao Gao trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground and repeatedly professing his remorse. Li Si and Feng Jie, too, dared not breathe, kneeling alongside Zhao Gao. The atmosphere in the imperial study thickening to a chilling silence. Your Majesty, I spoke in folly. Please do not be angered. Zhao Gao bowed repeatedly, his words tumbling forth in desperation. I was momentarily confused. I deserve death for my transgressions. I implore your punishment. Understanding Zhao Gao's motivations, Ying Zheng realized that while Zhao Gao had initially acted in self-interest, his cowardice in the face of Ying Zheng's fury rendered him useless. Although it seemed the Eastern who were at fault, this incident had evolved into a contest between the old Qin and Ying Zheng. The influence of the old Qin within the court had waned, leaving only Ying Zheng as a solitary support. Since Ying Zheng appointed Ying Zheng as the head of the religious rites and guest management, he had diligently fulfilled his duties. Yet now, everything had changed. Ying Zheng could only surmise that Ying Zheng had grown weary of the old Qin and sought to expel him from the court. With gritted teeth, Ying Zheng declared, Your Majesty, if that is the case, let the Eastern who warriors responsible for this incident be executed. Please temper your wrath. Seeing Ying Zheng's defiance, Ying Zheng's anger flared further. However, upon observing Ying Zheng's demeanor, he grasped the underlying defiance. You still harbor discontent? Must I reiterate the principle of retribution? The laws of Qin apply uniformly. My subjects abide by the law, and so too must the Eastern who. Li Si, you are more versed in the law than Zhao Gao. Elucidate this matter to our guest. Your Majesty has spoken plainly. It is our negligence, and we beseech your punishment. Li Si, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hastily offered his apology to quell Ying Zheng's fury. Indeed, you have been negligent, as the foremost of the officials. You should have set an example. Ying Zheng's tone softened slightly upon hearing Li Si's admission, yet he turned to Ying Zheng with renewed severity. But Ying Zheng, do you not comprehend the purpose of your dual role as head of rites and guest management? You are a representative of the old Qin, the face of my Qin Dynasty to the outside world. If you bow to foreign powers, you disgrace not only yourself, but the dignity of Qin itself. Do you understand? Ying Zheng's impatience was palpable, revealing his dissatisfaction with Ying Zheng's handling of the situation. Ying Gong trembled. Having narrowly escaped death at Ying Zheng's hands only to now be singled out for tarnishing the reputation of the Qin Dynasty. Your Majesty, I have stated before that my role as guest manager is merely concurrent. I urge you to appoint a capable successor soon. I am weary and feel unworthy of your trust. I misunderstood your intentions regarding leniency towards the Eastern who, if you are displeased with me, I implore you to relieve me of my duties. Though Ying Zheng spoke with a calm and respectful demeanor, his words were laced with dissatisfaction, subtly shifting blame onto Ying Zheng. His final remarks, suggesting his resignation, only served to further ignite Ying Zheng's ire. Zhao Yi, observing from the sidelines, chuckled at Ying Zheng's audacity, his eyes filled with a mixture of pity and amusement. Lo and behold, Ying Zheng is quite the character. Is this the spirit of the old Qin? Yet, why does he not exhibit such vigor towards the Eastern Hu? To live long, but not die, is to be a thief. This old man seems to have gauged the old fool's temperament, leveraging his status as an old Qin representative to challenge him. Haha, it seems we are in for quite the spectacle. Look, the old fool's expression has turned ashen. Let us witness his fury. As Ying Zheng's temper flared, the realization that Zhao Yi was merely relishing the unfolding drama intensified his agitation. Enraged by multiple provocations, Ying Zheng's eyes glinted with lethal intent. Ying Zheng, are you daring to defy me, emboldened by your status as an old Qin? Do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Hearing Ying Zheng's admonition, Li Si, Zhao Gao, and Feng Jia were taken aback, hastily attempting to counsel Ying Zheng. My lord Ying quickly apologized to his majesty. You cannot speak to him in such a manner. Indeed, my lord Ying, we were at fault. You cannot simply resign at this juncture. My lord Ying, your position is irreplaceable. There are pressing matters ahead. You cannot abandon your duties. Although their words seemed to implore Ying Zheng to relent, they subtly revealed the precariousness of his position as guest manager. The complexities of foreign relations necessitated a leader of great renown, and among all in Qin, only Ying Zheng possessed the requisite credentials. Their attempts to bridge the gap between Ying Zheng and Ying Zheng were futile, as their contest of wills demanded no such concessions. Chapter 70. Zhao Yi's new official position. Ying Zheng represented the dignity of the old Qin, and his obstinate nature had reached a breaking point. Ying Zheng, equally headstrong, could never lower his stature as emperor, especially when he bore no fault, and his disdain for the old Qin's antiquated practices had long been established. Very well, Ying Zheng. If you wish to abdicate, then relinquish your position as head of rights as well. Clearly, you have accomplished little. Ying Zheng's words irrevocably severed Ying Zheng's political career, leaving Li Si and the others astounded. How could Ying Zheng so casually dismiss a member of the royal family and the face of the old Qin? With one stroke, he stripped Ying Zheng not only of his role as guest manager but also as head of rights, offering him no recourse. The old Qin was thrown into disarray, their composure shattered. Ying Zheng's visage twisted in turmoil, his once eloquent tongue rendered speechless, as he appeared to age several years in an instant. When Feng Jia witnessed the unfolding events, his heart ached. He stepped forward to counsel, Your Majesty, the affairs of the Minister of Guests hold immeasurable significance for our great Qin and are exceedingly intricate. Lord Ying has overseen these matters for many years without a single error. Indeed, Your Majesty, Lord Ying harbors no intention of defying you. Given his diligent service over the years, I beseech you to pardon him. Li Si joined in the plea. In response, Ying Zheng's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance. He refused to lower himself, refraining from softening his words to Ying Zheng, seemingly eager to engage in a battle of wills. Zhao Gao, who had been by Ying Zheng's side the longest, understood his temperament well. Had Ying Zheng chosen to humble himself, accepting the appeals of his fellow ministers and acknowledging his mistakes, he might have salvaged the situation. Even if he could no longer serve as Minister of Guests, at least he could retain his position as Minister of the Imperial Clan. However, Ying Zheng's obstinacy only fueled Ying Zheng's fury. The sovereign's authority is sacrosanct and should not be challenged. Not even an old Qin man is exempt. No matter how challenging the duties of the Minister of Guests, the great Qin would not falter with the absence of one Ying Zheng. History has shown that the world continues to turn irrespective of any individual's presence. Ying Zheng's stubbornness was intolerable to Ying Zheng. Ridiculous. How convoluted can the affairs of the Minister of Guests be? Our great Qin is blessed with talent. Surely we can find someone capable to manage these duties. Ying Zheng declared firmly, casting his gaze around the room. He noticed Zhao Yi observing the spectacle with apparent amusement, and an idea struck him. As the Crown Prince and Grand General, you ought to shoulder more responsibilities for the court. You must expedite the establishment of your own residence. Your prince's residence and the Grand General's estate are still unoccupied. Why not take on the role of Minister of Guests as well? What? Zhao Yi, caught off guard, nearly choked on his drink upon hearing Ying Zheng's pronouncement, erupting into a fit of coughs and missing the opportune moment to refuse. He had never anticipated being singled out for such a role, particularly when he was wholly unfamiliar with the responsibilities of the Minister of Guests. In a state of disbelief, Zhao Yi realized he had unwittingly accumulated 4 titles: Crown Prince, Grand General, Minister of Affairs, and now Minister of Guests. Ying Zheng, it seemed, could not bear to see him idle. Ying Zheng took delight in Zhao Yi's flustered expression, and as he observed Zhao Yi's discomfort, his own mood lightened considerably. Indeed, joy is often derived from the misfortunes of others. Ying Zheng began to reflect on whether his relentless toil was misguided. People ought to be utilized to their fullest potential, and as a ruler, it is his duty to manage affairs effectively. If he were to micromanage every detail, he would surely face the same fate as Zhao Yi, overwork leading to demise. Meanwhile, Ying Zheng and the other ministers were utterly bewildered by Ying Zheng's decision. How could it be that all favorable outcomes fell into Zhao Yi's lap? They had nearly come to blows over the matter, while Zhao Yi, merely an observer, had effortlessly inherited the authority of the Minister of Guests. As if it were a trivial matter, Ying Zheng gazed deeply at Zhao Yi, suddenly realizing he had fallen victim to Ying Zheng's cunning strategy. The Emperor of Qin had likely devised this plan long ago, using today's events merely as a pretext to bolster Zhao Yi's standing. In order to establish the new crown prince's authority, Ying Zheng, representing the old Qin, had become a mere stepping stone. Yet, at this moment, Ying Zheng felt disoriented. Perhaps in a bid to preserve his final shred of dignity, he remained motionless, kneeling silently like a statue. Zhao Yi, in a state of exasperation, recognized that the old man failed to comprehend the situation. Thus, he took it upon himself to intervene. "Father, I am already burdened with multiple roles and cannot bear the heavy responsibilities of the Minister of Guests. This title belongs to one of the 9 ministers. How can it be concurrently held by me? Should I falter, it would tarnish the reputation of our great Qin. I implore you to reconsider." The former Minister of Guests also acted with the greater good in mind, harboring no selfish motives, fully devoted to the interests of our great Qin. "Your Majesty, should you not acknowledge his contributions and allow him to serve to the best of his abilities?" Chapter 71. Ying Zheng's realization. Zhao Yi's words were both self-aware and heartfelt, evoking gratitude from Ying Zheng. Even Zhao Gao, Li Si, and others regarded Zhao Yi with newfound respect, acknowledging that despite his lack of scholarly knowledge, he understood the essence of human relations. However, Ying Zheng was acutely aware of Zhao Yi's true intentions. His reluctance stemmed from a desire to evade responsibility. Having discerned Zhao Yi's ulterior motives, how could Ying Zheng allow him to succeed? Zhao Yi, upon witnessing Ying Zheng's demeanor, was left completely flabbergasted. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts. He understood all too well that speaking out might jeopardize even his position as minister of the imperial clan. "This palace is a veritable nightmare. I have barely set foot in it a few times, yet each visit results in a promotion. It is truly a dreadful dream."
Zhao Yi said.
He perceived the palace as a nightmare, and so did Ying Zheng and others, particularly Ying Zheng, who felt as though he were trapped in a surreal dream. "Alas, what will be will be. I shall accept my fate. This old man has aged and should retire to his home." Ying Zheng lamented, unable to shake off the indignity of his circumstances. He sighed deeply, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. Seeing this, Zhao Gao and the others approached to offer comfort, but Ying Zheng's gaze fell upon the brooding Zhao Yi. "Your Highness, today you spoke on my behalf, and I shall remember your kindness. I reside in the West Market of Xiongnu. Should you encounter any uncertainties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my counsel. I shall share all knowledge without reservation." Zhao Yi, still mulling over his grievances against Ying Zheng, was taken aback by Ying Zheng's words, caught between laughter and tears. He chose not to explain himself, for even if he did, no one would likely believe him. With a respectful bow, Zhao Yi addressed Ying Zheng. "Old minister, I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he hastily exited the palace, eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere. Observing Zhao Yi's swift departure, Ying Zheng nodded repeatedly. Though the crown prince may be lacking in talent, he displayed humility and propriety, which were commendable traits. "Zhao Gao, you must cultivate a closer relationship with the crown prince moving forward." Zhao Gao rolled his eyes at this suggestion. His alliance with Ying Zheng had been predicated on the strength of the old Qin faction. Now that Ying Zheng had fallen from grace, he had little interest in maintaining such ties. As for Li Si and Feng Jie, while they remained silent, their thoughts mirrored Zhao Gao's sentiments. From that moment onward, Ying Zheng would inevitably distance himself from the political sphere of Great Qin, and it seemed unlikely that their paths would cross again. The crown prince, Zhao Yi, was not to their liking, and no amount of praise from Ying Zheng would alter their perceptions. These fools are so misguided. The crown prince is a matter for the emperor's family. Does he truly need to seek your opinions on whom to appoint? The entirety of Great Qin belongs to him. We are all but subjects, unable to influence the emperor's decisions. My past experiences serve as a cautionary tale. I am still an old Qin man. Do not repeat my mistakes. Ying Zheng appeared to have suddenly comprehended the situation, articulating his thoughts eloquently. Yet he seemed to have forgotten the stubbornness he displayed moments ago in the imperial study. Addressing Zhao Gao and others with a lecture, he noticed that Li Si and the others seemed to misunderstand his intentions. With a hearty laugh, he flicked his sleeves and departed. As they watched Ying Zheng's retreating figure, Zhao Gao and his companions seemed to grasp something, yet remained somewhat perplexed. However, one thing was clear to them. No matter the circumstances, they must not provoke the individual in the imperial study. The thoughts of that person were not to be casually speculated upon, for otherwise, Ying Zheng's fate today would become theirs tomorrow. At that moment, Fan Dong, the magistrate of Xiongnu, limped out of the imperial study. Upon seeing Zhao Gao and Li Si, he approached and clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, "Esteemed sirs, have you seen His Highness the Crown Prince?" Sighing, he continued, "What else could it be? His Highness is currently dealing with matters concerning the Eastern Hu. This is a recent decree from His Majesty that I must attend to urgently. I bid you farewell." With that, Fan Dong bore through his excruciating pain and hurriedly pursued the direction in which Zhao Yi had departed. While Ying Zheng exhibited resolve in resigning from his post, Fan Dong lacked such courage. Li Si and the others observed Fan Dong's limping form, a shared sentiment of melancholy washing over them as they recalled the earlier scene in the imperial study. The crown prince is indeed quite commendable, adhering to propriety, unambitious and ungrasping, such rarity. Yet, despite this rarity, A mediocrity unbefitting the heir of the Qin Dynasty lingered in their minds. Zhao Gao, upon hearing Li Si's words, expressed his skepticism. Feng Jie glanced at Li Si and Zhao Gao, stating, "Enough of this. His Majesty is not attending court today. We must promptly inform the officials in the front hall, or they shall be left waiting in vain." With that, Feng Jie and Li Si hastened towards the front hall, leaving Zhao Gao behind, who strolled leisurely, his eyes darting with rapid thought, the content of which remained a mystery. However, Madame Xiongnu had arranged for someone to inform the young man that if the crown prince did not arrive at the imperial study on time the following day, she would personally request His Majesty's decree to summon him. Oh, dear. Zhao Yi lamented, realizing that this was Ying Zheng's cunning scheme, manipulating his mother for his own ends, leaving him utterly helpless. This is truly vexing. I must devise a way to swiftly relinquish these burdensome positions, or it shall be an endless ordeal. As Zhao Yi prepared to enter, a carriage suddenly halted behind him, and he saw the bruised Fan Dong leap down, rushing toward him and bowing deeply. "Your Highness, I humbly request guidance on how to deal with the Eastern Hu warriors moving forward." "Oh, those rascals." Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. "Capture them immediately. You are the magistrate of Xianying, are you not? Take responsibility and imprison them in the Xianying jail, awaiting their fate." But Fan Dong interjected, realizing Zhao Yi's command was final. The emperor had just indicated that they should act together, yet the crown prince was dismissing him, clearly attempting to shift the burden onto Fan Dong as he feigned humility. However, Zhao Yi was not easily deceived, particularly since he currently held a higher rank than Fan Dong. "This crown prince is quite occupied. Such trivial matters do not require my direct involvement. It would be a disgrace to personally apprehend a mere band of Eastern Hu." Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, firmly asserting his position. "But, Your Highness, what if we fail to capture those Eastern Hu warriors?" Fan Dong stammered, stunned by Zhao Yi's refusal to comply. He realized he had no authority to compel Zhao Yi to act. Indeed, as Zhao Yi had rightly pointed out, sending the crown prince to apprehend a few Eastern Hu warriors would be a significant loss of face. Yet the situation regarding the Eastern Hu was indeed complex. Ying Hong had previously mishandled it, leading to the emperor's wrath upon Fan Dong. If they were to fail now, the consequences could be dire. This task should rightly fall to you as the magistrate of Xianying. You must devise a plan and dispatch your subordinates. Zhao Yi waved his hand, noting Fan Dong's injured demeanor and offering a suggestion. "However, the capture and execution of those Eastern who require authority beyond my position." Fan Dong protested, demonstrating a shrewdness that surprised Zhao Yi. "If I send my subordinates to capture them, they will simply bring the prisoners to you, Your Highness." Zhao Yi, growing impatient, contemplated the matter. While the magistrate of Xianying could indeed send men to apprehend the Eastern Hu, the authority to punish them severely lay beyond his jurisdiction. If complications arose, it would be a disaster for all involved. "Very well, but ensure that you notify me before you capture them," Zhao Yi concluded casually, already strategizing how to navigate the complications ahead. "Thank you, Your Highness. I have a subordinate named Sima Xian, who is quite capable. I will have him liaise with your people." Fan Dong replied, elated by Zhao Yi's acquiescence. "Who?" Zhao Yi inquired, his expression shifting upon hearing Sima Xian's name. "Is that the descendant of Cheng Guoxiu, serving as your chief historian?" Fan Dong's eyes widened in realization, panic surging through him as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed. That is the very Sima Xi." At that moment, Fan Dong was certain that Sima Xian had somehow offended Zhao Yi, for how else could Zhao Yi be so informed? Although he wished to deny it, the mention of Cheng Guoxiu's lineage left him without recourse. He could only hope that Sima Xian had not crossed the crown prince too severely, lest he find himself embroiled in trouble. Zhao Yi, however, found delight in Fan Dong's confirmation, pleasantly surprised to learn of such an impressive individual in Fan Dong's ranks. Presently, Sima Xian was merely a chief historian under the magistrate of Xianying, his reputation not yet established. Yet Zhao Yi, being a time traveler, was well aware of Sima Xian's future accomplishments. Sima Xian would later be enfeoffed as the king of the past by Xiongnu, and Zhao Yi began to plot how to align Sima Xian with his own interests. "But, Your Highness, is there something amiss with Sima Xian?" Fan Dong, sensing Zhao Yi's contemplative silence, asked nervously. "Nothing at all. I merely find the name rather intriguing." Zhao Yi chuckled, playfully deflecting. Fan Dong, feeling exasperated, sensed Zhao Yi's teasing. Nonetheless, as the crown prince, he could only suppress his frustration. "Very well, let it be settled then. Make certain to have Sima Xian come and meet me." Zhao Yi waved his hand, issuing a final instruction. "Your command shall be obeyed." Fan Dong nodded quickly and departed from the crown prince's residence. He had resolved to distance himself from Sima Xian, regardless of any connections to Zhao Yi. After all, the descendant of the former ruler of Cheng was now merely a pawn to be discarded at will. Shortly after Fan Dong's departure, Ying Liman and Feng Shui bounced into Zhao Yi's courtyard. "Why are you here again, young lady?" Zhao Yi teased Ying Liman, his gaze shifting to Feng Shui, who promptly blushed. Unfazed, Ying Liman grinned and approached Zhao Yi, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, I want to eat watermelon. And there's chilled watermelon juice." Zhao Yi noticed Feng Shui's face redden even further, realizing that while Ing Liman genuinely desired watermelon, she had undoubtedly been encouraged by Feng Shui, who likely wished for it even more. The mischievous Ing Liman was clearly attempting to set Feng Shui up with Zhao Yi by making her intentions so obvious.
Zhao Yi,
however, paid little mind to their antics. He waved to the steward, instructing, "Go and fetch the largest watermelon you can find." Buying watermelons? Zhao Yi cast a half-smile towards Feng Shui, inquiring how much she was willing to pay. Feng Shui was momentarily at a loss for words, suddenly realizing that the only place in the entire Great Qin that might have watermelons was the prince's residence. Rarity elevates value, and given that it belonged to the prince, acquiring such a watermelon was far from a simple endeavor. Chapter 73. When flowers bloom, they must be plucked. Observing Feng Shui's flustered, yet composed demeanor, Zhao Yi smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "For the sake of Liman, I shall gift you one, though it may not be the largest. The biggest one has surely already been sliced by the steward." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Feng Shui realized that he had no intention of putting her in a difficult position, and she immediately expressed her gratitude profusely. Zhao Yi gestured for the servants to arrange the seating, with Ing Limin and Feng Shui gathering around him.
Brother Yi,
"Did you know that Sister Huayang's marriage to the son of the left chancellor has been arranged? I wondered why she was suddenly confined to the palace. It turns out she is to be wed," she remarked.
Oh?
Zhao Yi replied with a slight smile. He was already aware of Lu Sheng's execution but was surprised that immediately following Lu Sheng's demise, Ying Zheng had arranged for Huayang's marriage, and to none other than Li Si's son. Zhao Yi's lips curled up. He understood that this was all part of Ying Zheng's scheme. In the Great Qin, both the royal family and its subjects held a deep reverence for the hierarchy of legitimacy and age, where only the legitimate sons possessed absolute inheritance rights, while illegitimate sons often found themselves at the mercy of others unless they could forge their own path. It was clear that Ying Zheng and Li Si had come to some accord. Despite Huayang having been compromised, she was still to be married off, undoubtedly a political union. Alas, the evils of the old society. Zhao Yi couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity for Li Si's illegitimate son. He pondered whether Princess Huayang would truly settle down to become a virtuous wife and mother after her marriage, and whether the tales of her past escapades would resurface. Zhao Yi found himself intrigued by the possibilities. At that moment, the steward laboriously brought over the watermelon. Zhao Yi, upon seeing it, laughed heartily and rose to take the knife from the servant's hands, slicing the watermelon into small pieces.
Come.
"Let us raise our slices in celebration of Huayang's marriage." Ing Limin and Feng Shui exchanged bewildered glances as they held their watermelon pieces, echoing his sentiment while sensing an underlying meaning in Zhao Yi's words. Just then, the steward reported, "Your Highness, the roses you instructed the gardener to plant have bloomed today." "Roses have blossomed?" Zhao Yi's eyes lit up. After his arrival in this world, he had been endowed with a system that allowed him to randomly acquire items upon signing in. The rose seeds were a gift from the system, now planted in the prince's courtyard. "Brother Yi, what are roses?" Ing Limin asked with wide eyes, having heard of many flowers but never of roses. Zhao Yi's heart stirred as he smiled and replied, "They are exquisite flowers, symbolizing love." "Love?" Both Ing Limin and Feng Shui became animated. Young girls often have a weakness for flowers, and the idea of flowers representing love was especially captivating for them. "Brother Yi, can you take us to see the roses?" Ing Limin's eyes sparkled with hope, and Feng Shui's eyes shone brightly as well. Clearly at that moment, the allure of the watermelon paled in comparison to the prospect of the roses. "Certainly, let us go." Zhao Yi waved his hand, and they soon arrived at the courtyard. In a corner, a vibrant patch of red greeted them, a sea of roses that elicited gasps of awe from the two young ladies. "Wow, such beautiful flowers. Goodness, is this what roses look like? I've never heard of such stunning blooms," they exclaimed, entranced by the sight. "Be careful, Limin, these flowers have thorns." Zhao Yi cautioned as they cautiously ventured into the fragrant rose garden, captivated by the intoxicating aroma of the blossoms. Zhao Yi himself felt indifferent towards the roses. He had planted them merely to delight the girls, never anticipating their immediate impact on Ing Limin and Feng Shui. "Your Highness, why have I never seen these roses in Xianying? Where did you acquire them?" Feng Shui, who had always adored flowers, was particularly enamored by the vibrant red roses and contemplated growing some herself. Little did she know that Zhao Yi's roses were sourced from the system and represented a unique breed. While roses did exist in this world, they were found with the Eastern Hu people, who referred to them merely as wildflowers. Their rarity and inferior quality paled in comparison to Zhao Yi's exquisite blooms. "Thank you, Your Highness," Feng Shui exclaimed, her delight palpable. She recognized that the roses, like the watermelon, were unique to the prince's residence, and if Zhao Yi valued them highly, obtaining them would be no easy task. His willingness to share them elevated her perception of him significantly. "Brother Yi, I want some as well. Limin wants roses too," Ing Limin declared, immediately reaching for the flowers, not seeking seeds like Feng Shui, but plucking the roses directly, causing Feng Shui to wince in distress. "Flowers are meant to be picked and enjoyed, otherwise they wither away in the field, which is a waste," Zhao Yi remarked, stating a simple fact. Yet, to Feng Shui's ears, it carried a different connotation. While a typical person might have been offended, Feng Shui felt no resentment towards Zhao Yi's seemingly playful words. Instead, she blushed shyly. As Feng Shui entered the residence with a basket of flowers, she coincidentally bumped into Madame Feng. The sweet fragrance emanating from her daughter's basket caused Madame Feng's eyes to light up as she leaned in closer. Mother, these are called roses. Be careful of the thorns. Aren't they beautiful? Today, I saw an entire field of them, and it was simply breathtaking. Feng Shui exclaimed, her mind drifting back to the enchanting scene of the flower field at the prince's residence. Unconsciously, she also imagined Zhao Yi's face amidst the blossoms, causing her cheeks to flush. Isn't that the prince's guard? What is he doing at our doorstep? Madame Feng's heart tightened at the thought. Upon entering the house, she was greeted by an overwhelming sweetness in the air, and seeing her daughter's bashful smile stirred an ominous sense of foreboding within her. Does this mean Princess Li Min took you to the prince's residence? Madame Feng asked, her unease deepening. Those flowers, they must have come from the prince's estate, correct? Realizing her father had discerned the truth and was pressing her, Feng Shui felt flustered and instinctively clutched her mother's arm. Mother, I told you I was with Princess Li Min. Why is father still questioning me? Madame Feng shot a glare at Mr. Feng, thinking, are you treating our daughter like a criminal? Did some troublesome rival in court upset you today? My dear, I mean no harm. Mr. Feng, sensing his wife's discontent, quickly retreated. He turned to Feng Shui. I simply wish to inquire whether you have met the prince and what your impressions of him are. Please, do not misunderstand. The prince? You met him today? Madame Feng inquired, curiosity piqued. Are all these flowers from the prince's residence? Seeing her parents' simultaneous inquiries, Feng Shui could only nod earnestly. I have met him. The prince possesses the demeanor of a true gentleman, exuding magnanimity, which contrasts greatly with the rumors. At this moment, Madame Feng also sensed something amiss. Her daughter's evaluation of Zhao Yi was unexpectedly high. Previously, when Feng Jia mentioned marrying off Feng Shui to young Master Fusu, Feng Shui had interacted with Fusu a few times, but her impression of him was far inferior to her current admiration for Zhao Yi, to the extent that she even defended Zhao Yi. Wasn't it commonly said that Zhao Yi, the crown prince, was overrated, mediocre, and would inevitably be deposed? Why did her daughter hold him in such high regard? Feng Jia and Madame Feng exchanged glances, both astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. Oh, father, mother. His Highness the Crown Prince even gifted me a watermelon, and it was delicious. I shall have the kitchen cut it for you both. At this thought, Feng Shui hurriedly summoned someone to fetch the watermelon to show her parents. Could this round, green object truly be delicious? Feng Jia and Madame Feng looked curiously at the watermelon. You will know once you taste it. Feng Shui beamed as she directed the servants and followed to the small kitchen to cut the fruit. Watching his daughter's cheerful demeanor, Feng Jia felt an increasing unease and turned to his wife, saying, Madam, do you not feel that our daughter is entirely different today than she was before? My dear, you worry too much, Madame Feng replied, smiling as she watched their daughter, nodding repeatedly. Is it not typical for our Qin women? Perhaps our daughter has found someone she likes. What? Feng Jia was taken aback, suddenly realizing that his wife was referring to the crown prince. It was quite likely. Madame Feng chuckled. Did you not notice how her eyes sparkled when she spoke of the crown prince? Yet you always say he is mediocre. So, why does she speak of him so differently? It must be that the lad possesses a handsome visage, Feng Jia said gravely. With that, he left, burdened by his thoughts, while Madame Feng found the situation amusing. Did Fusu not also possess good looks? He was, after all, quite handsome and captivated countless maidens in Xiongnu. Yet he was dismissed by their daughter, who believed the crown prince's position was unattainable for him. And indeed, it turned out to be true. Thus, Madame Feng believed her daughter's judgment was sound, and if she could forge a bond with Zhao Yi, it would not be a bad thing. Meanwhile, upon receiving an order from Fandong, Sima Xian promptly headed to the East Palace. You are Sima Xian? Zhao Yi scrutinized the man before him, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him, just an ordinary middle-aged man, albeit one with a hint of determination in his gaze. Upon receiving Sima Xian's affirmative response, Zhao Yi issued his command. The Eastern who have committed murder and dishonor against women outside our capital, and the Emperor is already aware. I hereby appoint you as the full authority to deal with this matter. Proceed to the Eastern who encampment and apprehend those 3 Eastern who men. I demand results. I care not for the means. Ensure that by sunset, before the Lin couple's winery, you act as the executioner for those 3 Eastern who men, displaying their heads for all to see at the entrance of the winery. Hearing Zhao Yi's words, Sima Xian was filled with elation. He had long heard of the Eastern whose crimes outside Xiongnu but had been powerless to influence the outcome, only harboring resentment in his heart. Prior to this, Fandong had merely informed Sima Xian to follow the crown prince's orders, but he never expected such trust from Zhao Yi, leaving him astonished. I shall obey your command, and I will not let you down. Sima Xian immediately knelt to express his determination. Zhao Yi smiled slightly as he approached Sima Xian, not asking him to rise. With a casual wave, the guards of the crown prince's residence formed ranks behind Sima Xian and knelt. These guards are under your command. Deal with anyone who dares to obstruct you as you see fit. Zhao Yi spoke as if it were a simple task. Complete the assignment well. and he would have a position at the Department of Guests. Sima Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, yet he hesitated not, bowing deeply to Zhao Yi. The Department of Guests was a vital agency among the 9 ministers dedicated to foreign affairs and wielding significant authority, often holding more sway than other offices. Sima Xian was no fool. The Crown Prince himself had taken an interest in him and had laid out a path for his advancement. If Sima Xian executed this task successfully, it would mark the end of his long years of hardship. Remember, I do not demand elegance in your execution of this task. I only require that it brings satisfaction to the people and instills fear in the Eastern who, Zhao Yi instructed. Barbarians are barbarians. Once they tread on the land of Qin, they are no different from the common folk. The people must understand that no matter who they are, those who kill will inevitably be killed. Sima Xian bowed once more, declaring, I shall adhere to your command, and I will not fail you. As he departed the Crown Prince's residence, glancing back at the imposing guards, Sima Xian felt as though he were dreaming, unable to contain his inner joy. Yet he quickly composed himself, leading the guards straight to the Eastern whose encampment, where they swiftly apprehended the 3 Eastern who warriors still present. Upon seeing Sima Xian and his men, the 3 Eastern who warriors displayed no sign of panic. You dare to act so boldly within the Eastern who encampment? Do you wish to die?
One of them shouted.
I advise you to release us quickly. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Even your superiors cannot control us. So, who do you think you are to lay hands on us? The 3 Eastern who warriors boasted arrogantly, while others in the encampment began to stir restlessly. However, the Crown Prince's guards unsheathed their swords, their murderous intent palpable, immediately quelling any further unrest among the other warriors. Observing this scene, the Qin citizens gathered around expressed their discontent in hushed tones, aggravating Sima Xian further. What is happening? Why are they being captured again? Were we not told there would be no arrests? Is this merely for show? One citizen scoffed. Look at that display. Swords drawn, and yet no one dares to act. It is clearly just for appearances. Even the Emperor has said that the Eastern who enjoy privileges here, free from the consequences of murder. It's a travesty. Unfair indeed. My brother accidentally killed someone and paid the ultimate price, yet these Eastern who murderers, who have insulted our women, only face expulsion. Had I known, I would have preferred to be one of them. Another lamented. Those poor souls, struggling to run a small shop outside the city, now suffer this calamity. Exactly. It is infuriating. If this were decades ago, I would have been the first to take up arms against these beasts. Upon hearing the citizens' murmurs, Sima Xian felt a mix of anger and urgency, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. No wonder the Crown Prince demanded results and emphasized the need for the people to understand that the laws of Qin must not be violated. Those who did so would face the consequences. Otherwise, the people would become disillusioned with the court, even wishing to become Eastern who themselves. If this continued, the dignity of Qin would be utterly diminished. Resolute, Sima Xian suddenly lashed out with his whip, striking the face of the Eastern who warrior who had been boasting. You dare to be so brazen. I am here to apprehend you, and you will be executed publicly, he declared. By the order of the Emperor, Eastern who warriors who kill our Qin citizens and dishonor our women are to be executed without delay. You shall be taken outside the city for immediate execution. As Sima Xian's words rang out, the crowd erupted in astonished chatter, while the Eastern who warriors stood dumbfounded, and chaos ensued within their encampment. After a moment, the gathered citizens began to cheer jubilantly. Well done. Execute these beasts. It is long overdue. Your Majesty is formidable. Let us proceed together to witness today's exhilarating events. The might of our Qin cannot be trifled with. Ha ha ha, splendid. The beheading outside the city. Could it be executed before the door of that couple's tavern? If so, it would be most delightful. The authority of Xianyang is impressive. Your Majesty is impressive. The people of Qin are aflame with fervor, and Sima Xian, with a grand gesture, commanded the guards of the Crown Prince's residence to seize 3 Eastern who warriors, binding them securely and escorting them beyond the city. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Eastern who camp erupted in chaos. None anticipated that the Qin would act so decisively against them. These are Eastern who warriors. Even if they have violated your laws, it is not for you, the Qin, to mete out punishment. Indeed, you still rely on us to combat the Xiongnu. Do you not fear that such actions will sour our diplomatic relations? Should you dare to strike against our warriors, we shall not let this matter rest. We demand an audience with the Emperor of Qin. The Eastern who camp began to clash with the guards of the Crown Prince's residence, and Sima Xian, witnessing this, let out a chilling laugh. You Eastern who rulers expect us, the Qin, to assist you in your tribulations, yet your men come to our land and behave so lawlessly, even resorting to murder and plunder. Such actions are deserving of the harshest punishment. You shall not rest easy, for the Qin is also prepared to pursue relentless retribution against you. With Sima Xian's words, the Eastern who camp descended into turmoil, watching helplessly as their warriors were taken away. Yet no one dared to confront the guards of the Crown Prince's residence. Soon, news of the impending execution of the Eastern who warriors spread throughout nearly all of Xianyang. Is it true? Which of those murderous Eastern who will face the sword before their very tavern? Indeed, let us go see this significant event. Let it not be mere rumor. It is true, they have arrived at the city gate and are nearing the Lin couple's tavern. I have heard that the king has summoned the guards for this purpose. Some say it is the crown prince's guards. They say the crown prince has full authority to act, specifically dispatching the guards of the crown prince's residence, and the eastern, who camp dares not act against them. It is about time. The emperor has finally taken decisive action. Let us go and witness this together. The populace buzzed with excitement, gathering in droves before the Lin couple's tavern. Upon seeing the three Eastern Hu warriors, bound and kneeling in despair, the crowd erupted in fervor. The widow of Lin, upon witnessing the scene, was overcome with tears. The day she had long awaited had indeed arrived. As the Eastern Hu warriors knelt before them, the suppressed emotions of the people found release. Various refuse and prepared filth were hurled at the warriors, accompanied by jeers. Well done. This should have been done long ago. The laws of Qin must not be violated, not even by the Eastern Hu. To kill is to pay with one's life. It is only just. I had intended to personally deal with them, yet I am astonished that the authorities have truly acted. In breaking news, the veteran official Ying Zheng has been demoted. The emperor even stripped him of his position as the Minister of State. Now, the minister's duties are assumed by the crown prince. And this official action was conducted under the crown prince's directive. The crown prince? He controls the minister's office and dares to confront the Eastern Hu so boldly upon taking office. Who would have thought? The new crown prince, Zhao Yi, is said to be mediocre and incompetent. Is he truly a waste? Such claims are utter nonsense. The crown prince has merely been biding his time. Otherwise, how could he have accomplished such a gratifying feat for the nation and its people so soon after taking office? Indeed, from this day forth, we shall support the crown prince. The court still considers the interests of the common folk. The might of Qin must not be trifled with. In an instant, the people's favor towards the crown prince surged as they learned it was Zhao Yi who ordered the capture of the Eastern Hu and their execution before the victim's establishment. While executing justice at the victim's doorstep may seem excessive, considering the gravity of the situation and the victim's sentiments, Zhao Yi made this decision without waiting for an appropriate hour, opting for swift retribution.
Kill.
Sima Xian executed Zhao Yi's orders without hesitation, seeing that the onlookers had gathered and the victim was present. He cast the execution order without a moment's pause. As the order fell to the ground, the guards of the crown prince's residence unsheathed their swords, and in an instant, 3 heads rolled on the ground, igniting a frenzy among the populace. Seeing the blood-soaked ground and the severed heads, the common folk could hardly believe their eyes. And they erupted into jubilant cheers, akin to a festive celebration. Of course, some were taken aback, yet the majority of Qin's citizens rejoiced, celebrating as if it were a festival. The past days had been overwhelmingly stifling. News of the swift execution of the 3 Eastern Hu warriors quickly spread throughout Xianying, and the citizens rejoiced, some lamenting their lack of earlier attendance at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the Eastern Hu camp, upon hearing of the beheading, was thrown into a frenzy. They had assumed that Qin was merely posturing, yet they had not anticipated such decisive action. Heads now hung at the gate of Xianying, igniting the fury of all within the Eastern Hu camp. Nearly all warriors from the Eastern Hu camp stormed out, heading straight for the minister's residence, demanding an explanation. The court quickly received this news. Li Si and other high officials heard the news, but refrained from commenting. However, upon learning of the events, Ying Zheng could not contain his delight. He was deeply satisfied with Zhao Yi's actions. This is the minister's seal. You are now fully responsible for all affairs of the minister's office. Report to me every 3 days. And whether you can continue in this role depends on your future performance. Sima Xian was overjoyed, bowing deeply. Your servant thanks the crown prince. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Though still a long history official, with Zhao Yi's promise, his position was entirely different from that of an inconspicuous official in Xianying. Not to mention, Zhao Yi had almost explicitly indicated that the minister's position was intended for him. If he performed diligently, his future was boundless. Your Highness. With the execution of the Eastern Hu warriors, their nature dictates they will certainly cause trouble at the minister's residence. Sima Xian recalled a troubling thought as he accepted the seal from Zhao Yi. It was certain that the Eastern Hu would cause a ruckus, and if mishandled, it could potentially ignite war between the two nations. Sima Xian, upon hearing this, straightened up and bowed once more. Yes, your servant will heed your command. As he departed from the crown prince's residence, Sima Xian gazed at the minister's seal in his hand, feeling as though he were in a dream. Just that morning, he had been but an inconspicuous history official under Xianying. Now, he had become the head of the minister's office, wielding the authority of the minister's seal, almost a de facto minister. The sensation of such rapid promotion felt like being propelled by a rocket, elevating Sima Xian's loyalty to Zhao Yi exponentially. After leaving the crown prince's residence, Zhao Yi pondered and decided to visit the imperial study, reporting the day's events to Ying Zheng. After all, this involved court matters, particularly foreign affairs, and Zhao Yi informed Ying Zheng of Sima Xian's current authority to prevent any future grievances. On the matter of the Eastern Hu, Ying Zheng did not speak, but his expression grew serious upon hearing of Sima Xian's command of the minister's seal.
Here.
I have no objection to your appointment of Sima Xian as head of the minister's office, but do you not think it frivolous to allow him, a mere history official, to wield the minister's seal? Zhao Yi chuckled inwardly at these words, unable to suppress his thoughts. The old man fails to recognize talent and is unaware of how to utilize it. He does not see Sima Xian's exceptional qualities. Of course, at first glance, Sima Xian appears quite ordinary, but he will soon shine brightly. Those whom I, the Crown Prince, favor have never disappointed me. Ying Zheng, upon perceiving Zhao Yi's thoughts, was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why Zhao Yi valued Sima Xian so highly. Was it merely because he was a descendant of Qing Boxiu? He had investigated Sima Xian before but had seen no extraordinary qualities. Never mind, speaking of this matter, I fear no one would believe it. Sima Xian is destined to become a king, and those who can ascend to such heights are astute individuals. How could he possibly falter at the role of a guest minister? We, as the upper echelons, should delegate power and fulfill our supervisory duties adequately. To meddle in every detail is to tempt fate. The old man remains oblivious to the nuances of self-care, and it is hardly surprising that his days are numbered. The rebellious son. Upon hearing these words, Ying Zheng was immediately filled with rage. Chapter 77. Dare to act thus? Zhao Yi, oblivious to Ying Zheng's expression, continued to speak. Father, Sima Xian is truly remarkable. Take the recent incident with the Eastern Hu, he handled it quite commendably. Furthermore, I am burdened with numerous responsibilities. Grand Secretary, General of Chariots and Cavalry, and now, as the Crown Prince, I have been assigned yet another role as a guest minister. It is simply overwhelming. Have you not always advocated for appointing capable individuals? I believe Sima Xian possesses the qualities that could elevate the guest ministerial office. Zhao Yi's words bore an unmistakable tone of seeking favor from Ying Zheng. It was clear that if Ying Zheng refused to promote Sima Xian, Zhao Yi would forfeit his position as guest minister entirely. Ying Zheng felt a pang of frustration. It was rare to find someone like Zhao Yi in the vast realm of Qin, where many would gladly take on additional duties. With so many officials receiving their stipends, yet relying on him for decisions, what purpose did their position serve? It seemed a sheer waste of resources. Though he silently acknowledged Zhao Yi's perspective, Ying Zheng could not suppress his displeasure and shot a fierce glare at Zhao Yi. Very well, consider this a one-time concession. With Ying Zheng's consent, Sima Xian was promptly reassigned from the position of Xianyingling to the guest ministerial office. Upon learning that Sima Xian held the authority of the guest minister's seal, every official in Xianying turned green with envy. Goodness, who exactly is this Sima Xian? He has indeed ascended to great heights. Indeed, although he was merely a changsher, possessing the ministerial seal set him apart in the realm of Qin. Sima Xian had struck fortune's favor by gaining the crown prince's admiration. It would not be long before he genuinely became the guest minister. Having slain 3 Eastern Hu warriors, he had unexpectedly become a candidate for the position of guest minister. Had I known this would be the outcome, I too would have dispatched a few of those ruffians. Such promotions are truly enviable. Amidst the envious, resentful gazes of countless officials in Xianying, Sima Xian officially took residence in the guest ministerial office. However, on his very first day, the Eastern Hu camp surrounded the guest ministerial office. Sima Xian, why did you kill our Eastern Hu warriors? By what right? Does the Qin seek to wage war against us? You dare openly execute our people. We came at the behest of your emperor. How dare you slay our men? The King of Eastern, who shall not let this matter rest. The Eastern Hu warriors outside the guest ministerial office boisterously voiced their grievances, attracting a crowd of onlookers from Xianying. How audacious. These Eastern Hu dare to surround the guest ministerial office. What do they intend? For what reason? Other than the recent execution of a few Eastern Hu scoundrels? Was it not the emperor's decree? Did not the crown prince himself order the beheading of those Eastern Hu warriors? How can they still dare to cause such a ruckus? Truly outrageous. The Eastern Hu disregard the laws of Qin. They are utterly lawless. They even claim to have been invited by the emperor. Had it been a decade ago, I would have had the audacity to publicly execute these ruffians. The atmosphere at the guest ministerial office was tense, with the guarding Qin soldiers feeling somewhat at a loss. Though they drew their swords, no one dared to act recklessly until Sima Xian stepped forward. What do you intend? This is the official residence of Qin. Who dares to trespass? According to our laws, such an act warrants immediate execution. Sima Xian's roar instantly quelled the rowdy Eastern Hu. You 3 Eastern Hu warriors have committed murder and dishonor within the borders of Qin. According to our laws, death is the only sentence. If anyone has an objection, step forward and voice it. Qin welcomes friends from afar, but upon entering our territory, you must abide by our laws. Whether it be murder or petty theft, such acts are strictly forbidden. Even if you are guests of the emperor, violating our laws will not go unpunished. Anyone who continues to disturb the peace outside the guest ministerial office shall face my sword without mercy. As he spoke, Sima Xian swiftly unsheathed his bronze sword, its glimmering edge sending a shiver through the Eastern Hu present. Yet soon, the Eastern Hu erupted in defiance, as if Sima Xian's act of drawing his sword had ignited their inherent savagery. How bold! Who do you think you are? The guest ministers fear us. And you dare to draw your sword at us. The guest ministerial office is nothing special. I shall block your door. If you dare, slay one of us. We are Eastern Hu warriors. Do you dare to raise arms against us? Are you seeking to provoke war between our nations? The Eastern Hu warriors clamored, pushing forward. Some even attempting to seize the sword from Sima Xian's hand, deliberately instigating a conflict. A fierce glint flashed in Sima Xian's eyes. He deliberately allowed the guest ministerial seal to be snatched away, then bellowed, "How dare you seize the seal of my office? Come, let my sword deal with him." With that, he thrust his sword forward, and the Eastern Hu warrior who had just taken the seal fell lifelessly to the ground, eyes wide open. "Arrest them all. Take them down. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy," Sima Xian declared, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The Qin soldiers guarding the guest ministerial office, seasoned warriors of the battlefield, recognized their superiors intent upon seeing blood drawn. They surged forward like wolves, overwhelming the Eastern Hu warriors. The Eastern Hu were taken by surprise. They had not expected Sima Xian to truly act. However, upon seeing the lifeless body of their comrade with the official seal in hand, their resolve faltered, and they were swiftly subdued by the Qin soldiers. Those Eastern Hu warriors who lagged behind, sensing the tide turning, fled in fear. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers understood that the Qin were not jesting. Any further transgression against the guest ministerial office could cost them their lives. Thus, they scattered in panic. Though only a few Eastern Hu managed to escape, while the rest were apprehended. The citizens of Xianying, witnessing the unfolding events, were initially taken aback, but soon erupted in cheers. "Well done. This is the authority of our Qin officials. This is how we should deal with those Eastern Hu." It seems the court is genuinely enraged with the Eastern Hu, having executed 4 of their warriors. Now those foreign scoundrels will think twice before causing trouble. Indeed, a change in leadership makes all the difference. The previous minister, Ying Zheng, was utterly inept. He squandered the martial spirit of our Qin people. In essence, it is our emperor's strength and the crown prince's might that allows the guest ministerial office to act thus. Long live the emperor. The crown prince is magnificent. Chapter 78. The thoughts of Hu Wujing and Fu Su simultaneously. Qin officials expressed praise for the guest ministerial office, yet figures like Li Si and Feng Qiji, among the higher-ranking ministers, harbored concerns. After all, this matter pertained to diplomatic relations. The Eastern Hu, despite their size, were still a nation. With Qin currently engaged in negotiations with the Eastern Hu regarding a united front against the Xiongnu, provoking the Eastern Hu could push them to ally with the Xiongnu, placing Qin in a precarious position. However, the grand historian Feng Jia was too preoccupied with another issue to concern himself with these matters. At that moment, he stood in the crown prince's residence, beside the solemn Fu Su, while the grand historian Hu Wujing stood before Feng Jia, appealing to him with both emotion and reason. At last, Hu Wujing spoke solemnly to Feng Jia, "Your Excellency, it was previously agreed that the marriage between your daughter and the young master should be expedited. The young master is the rightful heir, whereas Zhao Yi is utterly unworthy of his position. Have you seen the recent affairs he has orchestrated? He even had the chief historian of Xianying assist him in managing the directorate of guests. Can such a person be considered for the position of crown prince? Once your daughter weds the young master, his majesty will undoubtedly take notice of him, and the young master may once again return to the core of power, becoming a candidate for the throne." Hu Wujing had meticulously calculated his words, yet Feng Jia remained unconvinced. Though he had once supported Fu Su's claim to the throne, the Emperor Ying Zheng's demeanor in the Grand Hall had left him deeply disillusioned, particularly after Fu Su's disheartening remarks. Consequently, Feng Jia chose to distance himself from Fu Su, only to discover that Fu Su and his mentor were still intent on rekindling their past ambitions, seeking to consolidate their plans through marriage. However, Feng Jia now believed that Fu Su was not only unworthy of the title of crown prince, but also unworthy of his own daughter. To wed his daughter to such a man would be to cast her into the fire. Certainly, Feng Jia harbored his own selfish motives. His daughter, Feng Shi, had recently grown close to both Zhao Yi and Princess Liman. As both Zhao Yi and Princess Liman were currently favored by Ying Zheng, Feng Jia abandoned his previous intentions, and his attitude towards Fu Su and Hu Wujing had significantly shifted. Noticing this change, Hu Wujing's heart sank, and he immediately signaled to Fu Su. Fu Su, sensing the urgency, gritted his teeth and knelt before Feng Jia. "My father-in-law, I have acted rashly in the past, causing my father to be displeased. However, I have reformed, and I assure you that my love for your daughter is sincere. I beseech you to grant us your blessing." Startled by Fu Su's sudden kneeling, Feng Jia rushed to assist him. Yet, upon hearing Fu Su's defense, Feng Jia could not suppress a frown, a hint of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. "You are mistaken, and gravely so. Not only have you erred before Ying Zheng, but you dare to utter such falsehoods in my presence. You have yet to be wed, yet you presume to call me father-in-law. Fortunately, we are in private. Had this been in public, your presumptuousness would have tarnished my daughter's reputation." Hu Wujing, being Fu Su's mentor and an astute political veteran, recognized the difficulty of the situation from Feng Jia's expression. He was also exasperated by Fu Su's lack of tact. He had intended for Fu Su to speak eloquently, not to make a fool of himself. Nevertheless, as they were now in the same boat, sharing both glory and disgrace, Hu Wujing resolved to salvage the situation for Fu Su. "My lord, the young master has been under your watchful eye since childhood. You are in a sense his mentor. Is it not true that once a teacher, always a father? Seeing the young master in this state, can you truly bear to abandon him? Yet, what did it mean to have seen Fusi grow? Weren't there many in the court who had witnessed his upbringing? Furthermore, when had Hu Wujing ever become Fusi's teacher? They had merely discussed state affairs together, which hardly constituted a teacher-student relationship. If that were the case, he would have countless disciples. Moreover, considering the current political landscape, Fusi's chances of a comeback were almost non-existent. In the court, one must tread carefully to avoid offending both sides. And Feng Jia could not outright refuse without causing Fusi to lose face, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, Feng Jia feigned contemplation before finally responding, "Young master, Hu Daren. This matter ultimately rests with His Majesty. The young master's marriage has always required the emperor's consent, and we must deliberate further." Hu Wujing was about to reply when Feng Jia, citing pressing matters, excused himself hastily from Fusi's residence. Watching Feng Jia's retreating figure, both Hu Wujing and Fusi felt their hearts plummet. Rumor had it that the Directorate of Guests was now under the management of the Crown Prince's appointed chief historian, a formidable figure known for his ruthlessness, who had captured numerous Eastern Hu individuals, leading to a notable cessation of hostilities from their side. Madame Feng, animatedly recounting her observations, aimed to subtly gauge Feng Jia's sentiments towards Zhao Yi. However, she was taken aback by Feng Jia's distracted demeanor and could not help but inquire, "My lord, what troubles you? Who did you meet today?" Upon realizing her husband's preoccupation, she was startled, her voice rising in alarm. "What do they intend? Do they still have designs on our daughter? You must not have agreed, for you cannot cast our precious girl into the flames." Chapter 79, The Eastern Hu's Complaint at the Prime Minister's Residence. Several Eastern Hu individuals confronted Li Si and Feng Qiji, who were preparing to leave. Li Si immediately recognized the leader as Ashalak, the envoy from the Eastern Hu. Behind him stood his aide and several Eastern Hu warriors. "Have you come to the wrong place?" Li Si asked, his expression one of indifference. "This is the Prime Minister's residence. You should be at the Directorate of Guests if you have business. We have come today to seek justice from the left and right Prime Ministers." Ashalak presented a large scroll of bamboo slips, his countenance sorrowful. "Our envoy wishes to accuse the Directorate of Guests of indiscriminate slaughter. This is our grievance, which we hope the left and right Prime Ministers will examine." Upon receiving the bamboo slips from Ashalak, both Li Si and Feng Qiji exchanged bewildered glances. However, as they read further, their expressions shifted to one of incredulity. The first accusation on the Eastern Hu's complaint stated that the Directorate of Guests had wantonly executed and abducted their people, obstructing friendly negotiations between the Eastern Hu and the Qin. They demanded that Ying Zheng swiftly and severely punish all involved at the Directorate of Guests. Li Si counted the charges listed in the complaint, which numbered 18, most of which were utterly absurd. His brow furrowed as he finally blurted out, "So, what do you Eastern Hu intend to do? We hope that the left and right Prime Ministers will present this complaint to the Emperor of Qin," urging him to swiftly dismiss and investigate the Directorate of Guests and all related parties, reinstating Lord Yinghong and resuming negotiations between our two nations. Otherwise, we shall pursue this matter to the end. The wrath of the Eastern Hu king is such that even the Xiongnu, who reign over the world, would fear it. Li Si's expression darkened as Ashalak continued to speak with increasing audacity. Eventually, he replied curtly, "Very well, I shall accept your complaint. Do you have anything else to say? If not, refrain from blocking the entrance to the Prime Minister's residence, for this is not a place for you." Ashalak's speech was abruptly interrupted by Li Si, who felt a surge of irritation. Yet, upon seeing Li Si's thunderous gaze and recalling the guards stationed at the Prime Minister's entrance, he dared not provoke further. "Understood." Ashalak conceded reluctantly. Li Si's disdain only grew. He could hardly comprehend what had emboldened these Eastern Hu individuals. Did they think that merely providing resources to assist Qin in dealing with the Xiongnu granted them any leverage? Their audacity in presenting a complaint at the Prime Minister's doorstep and addressing him so boldly was infuriating. Were it not for his uncertainty regarding Ying Zheng's stance towards the Eastern Hu, Li Si would have been tempted to sever ties with them entirely. Left Prime Minister. Since the Eastern Hu seem intent on destruction, perhaps we should accommodate their wishes. Feng Qiji, with insight, recognized the implications of Ashalak's actions. Understanding the potential consequences should Ying Zheng become aware, he urged Li Si to present the matter to the emperor immediately. Very well. Li Si's eyes glinted as he grasped Feng Qiji's intent and promptly headed to the palace. Shortly thereafter, within the imperial study, Ying Zheng perused the Eastern Hu's complaint against the Directorate of Guests, a cold smile playing upon his lips. "The matters concerning the Dienka mansion have reached my ears, and I have also reviewed the accusations from the Donghu people. Ministers, what are your thoughts?"
Your Majesty, Li Si replied respectfully.
"The charges listed by the Donghu are largely baseless and fabricated, nothing more than sheer nonsense." "What?" Ying Zheng paused momentarily upon hearing this. "Are you certain they made such claims?" "The Right Chancellor can testify," Li Si affirmed, as Feng Qiji stepped forward, nodding in agreement with Li Si's assertion. "This is utterly absurd. How audacious. Do they presume themselves to be? What do they take the Great Qin for? And me?" Ying Zheng's anger flared, transforming into a grim smile. "Have the left and right chancellors ascertained the intentions of the Donghu?" "Indeed," Li Si reported candidly. "They are stationed at the gates of the Prime Minister's residence, demanding that your Majesty dismiss all personnel from the Dienka mansion and reinstate Yinghong." bold and insolent. Ying Zheng was livid. Summon the crown prince and Sima Xian to the palace. Yes. The eunuch hastily departed to convey the order, and shortly thereafter, Sima Xian entered the study, accompanied by a visibly helpless Zhao Yi. It was Sima Xian's first encounter with so many high-ranking officials, and he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, trailing closely behind Zhao Yi with his head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe, unaware of the scrutiny from the powerful figures around him. Zhao Yi, however, appeared nonchalant, yawning as he brought Sima Xian forward to pay respects to Ying Zheng. Waiting patiently for the emperor's words of wisdom. Crown Prince, here are the accusations brought forth by the Donghu against your Dianke mansion. Take a look. Ying Zheng instructed the eunuch to hand the document to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi barely glanced at it, passing it to Sima Xian with indifference. You review it. What more is there to be said about the trifles of the Donghu? Did you not eliminate them all? Why are there still survivors? Sima Xian felt a wave of shame, nearly on the verge of tears. He had only slain one Donghu person, and that was through cunning. How had he been transformed in Zhao Yi's words into a heartless killer? What would Ying Zheng and the ministers think of him? He had finally stepped into the elite circle of Qin's highest ranks, wishing to make a good impression, yet Zhao Yi's remark left him unable to explain himself, forcing him to confront the accusations. The origin of the matter lies in the Donghu's acts of violence and dishonor against our people. I, upholding justice, executed the 3 Donghu criminals. Yet, the Donghu retaliated by besieging the Dianke mansion and seizing the Dianke seal. I had no choice but to impose severe punishment on the instigators and capture the accomplices, not anticipating they would. I am fully aware of what you speak.
Ying Zheng interrupts Sima Xin.
Currently, the Donghu demand severe punishment for all personnel at the Dianke mansion and the reinstatement of Ying Hong before they will consider negotiations with our court. Crown Prince, Sima Xian, what do you have to say? Chapter 80. Go, slaughter the Donghu encampment. Upon hearing this, Sima Xian's complexion changed dramatically. He was at a loss for words. Instinctively glancing at Zhao Yi, he had acted according to Zhao Yi's wishes, yet he had not anticipated the audacity of the Donghu, who dared to bring their grievances directly to Ying Zheng. Sima Xian was unconcerned about Zhao Yi's stance, but the reigning authority of the Qin was Ying Zheng, and he was uncertain whether the emperor's views aligned with those of the crown prince. If Ying Zheng's sentiments diverged from the crown prince's. As this thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat formed on his brow. Should Ying Zheng side with the Donghu, all his recent glory would dissipate like smoke, and he would become the laughingstock of the entire city of Xianying. Ignoring Sima Xian's pleading gaze, Zhao Yi maintained his indifferent demeanor. The Dianke has acted justly. Let the former Dianke officer be reinstated. I have no objections. Seeing Zhao Yi's nonchalant expression, Ying Zheng struggled to contain his mounting fury. Ah, so the old man enjoys complicating matters, does he? Then let us complicate things further. I have long wished to distance myself from the affairs of the Dianke mansion. If the Donghu enjoy causing a ruckus, let them continue. That fool Sima Xian and his band of idiots could be dealt with swiftly. Why must they enact such a farce? However, Sima Xian, like many ministers, surely feared the old man's stance towards the Donghu. If it were me, I wouldn't hesitate. I'd eliminate them all without a second thought, allowing no room for their insolence. The old man must certainly be concerned about the state, unable to withstand the pressure from the Donghu, and thus would hasten to dismiss my Dianke, perhaps even the crown prince, the general of chariots, and the minister of affairs. Had I known, I would have told the steward to prepare for a move immediately. I shouldn't have brought anything here. Ying Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated Zhao Yi's resentment to be greater than he had imagined. Why should he assume he could not withstand the pressure from the Donghu? To him, the Donghu were insignificant. The old man is merely deluding himself. The Donghu are akin to wolves raised in captivity. Collaborating with them is like throwing a meat bun to a dog. Foolishness. How could he not foresee the trouble in inviting them to our domain? Ying Zheng gasped, realizing that what he had once considered a clever strategy had transformed into a self-inflicted dilemma in Zhao Yi's words. The current Donghu are no different from the Xiongnu. They dwell in a primitive society. Upon witnessing the abundance of the Central Plains, they are bound to develop ulterior motives. I need not speculate. I know the old man is likely offering generous terms to the Donghu to demonstrate goodwill. Surely he is providing both gold and provisions. This will only embolden their greed and sense of entitlement. One cannot regard the Donghu as equals. They should be treated like dogs. Too much food will spoil them. And giving them meat is utterly laughable. The old man simply does not comprehend these creatures. One cannot treat beasts humanely and expect them to refrain from biting. As Ying Zheng absorbed Zhao Yi's perspective, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. He finally comprehended that he had likely made a grave error. He had indeed intended to showcase the grandeur of the Qin, to let the Donghu witness its prosperity, hoping they would understand that only through alliance with the Qin could they find a way forward. He had failed to consider that the Donghu, like the Xiongnu, were limited by their geography and circumstances. Ying Zheng's policies would only serve to fuel the ambitions of the Donghu, rather than instilling any sense of gratitude towards the Qin. It might even incite them to covet Qin's territory. As Zhao Yi had pointed out, should the Donghu receive provisions from the Qin, they might well ally with the Xiongnu against the Qin. For they are no different from the Xiongnu. Once they taste a morsel, they will seek more. And if the Qin does not provide, they will resort to plundering. History has shown such occurrences time and again. Ying Zheng's gaze hardened as he recalled the grievances he had just read. His anger surged uncontrollably. What was presented was not merely a petition, but a test of his resolve. Should he show even the slightest concession, the Donghu would undoubtedly take advantage. Perhaps even mock him in secret as a fool. The Donghu are courting death. Ying Zheng's fury ignited, causing an instant tension to envelop the court. When an emperor is enraged, the consequences can be dire. No one could withstand Ying Zheng's wrath. Your Majesty, Li Si struggled to bear the weight of such fury. Recalling only one prior instance of such wrath, when Jing Ku attempted to assassinate Qin. Back then, Li Si had been youthful enough to endure, but now. Your Majesty, the Donghu have indeed overstepped their bounds. Feng Qiji interjected, unable to contain his concern in the face of Ying Zheng's murderous intent. Yes, they are indeed ungrateful. Ying Zheng interrupted Feng Qiji, his voice laced with fury. My goodwill has been mistaken for foolishness. And they dare to presume to dictate terms to me. They are courting death. Li Si and Feng Qiji felt their hair stand on end, utterly astonished by the extent of Ying Zheng's fury. Just moments prior, no one had uttered a word of dissent, so what had provoked such a sudden wrath? The two men were nearly beside themselves. The decree to execute was alarming, especially with the involvement of the Black Ice platform. If the Eastern who were to be eradicated completely, it would surely lead to a rupture in relations with them, jeopardizing the previously established strategies. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's pronouncement, Zhao Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Father, do you truly intend to eradicate that Eastern Hu group? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han was as startled as a rabbit caught by its tail, hastily kneeling to receive the command, urgently summoning the Black Ice warriors to prepare for a bloodbath at the Eastern Hu camp. Good heavens, is this truly happening? Li Si and Feng Qiji, akin to those same startled rabbits, rushed to intervene. Your Majesty, this is utterly inadvisable. The Eastern Hu envoy represents their people, even amidst conflict. We must adhere to tradition and refrain from harming envoys. You cannot proceed thus. Indeed, Your Majesty, they echoed. To provoke the Eastern Hu will undoubtedly embroil our realm in a dual-front war against both the Xiongnu and the Eastern Hu. Sima Xian observed the unfolding events with palpable excitement, recognizing that the Emperor's heart mirrored that of the Crown Prince's iron will, perhaps even more fervently so. The Crown Prince maintained a semblance of rationality, whereas the Emperor seemed resolved to obliterate the foe. Under these circumstances, Sima Xian feared that his position as chief clerk would soon be supplanted. Beautiful. Let us act decisively. Do not hesitate. The Eastern Hu are mere barbarous outsiders, unable to best even the Xiongnu. What fear should we have? To annihilate the Eastern Hu envoy is but a prelude. We could send a royal decree afterwards, scolding their king. And if he dares to defy us, we shall crush him with our forces. The Eastern Hu can serve as a preliminary front against the Xiongnu. Do not falter. Old man, do not waver in your resolve. Zhao Yi stifled his exhilaration, emboldening Ying Zheng even further. The emperor had indeed contemplated this course post the unification of the 6 states, with the Xiongnu and Nanyue as his next adversaries. The Eastern Hu presented an opportune target for practice. This matter is settled, Ying Zheng declared with commanding authority. The Eastern Hu envoy dares to wreak havoc upon my Qin territory. Their crimes are unforgivable. A mere nomadic tribe presumes such audacity. Crown Prince, draft a royal edict. You may determine its contents, rebuking the Eastern Hu king and demanding an apology to our dynasty. As Ying Zheng spoke, an aura of imperial might enveloped him, embodying the essence of a timeless emperor, invigorating Zhao Yi's spirit. This was the sovereign he yearned to behold. Yet Li Si and Feng Qiji continued their pleas, deeming Ying Zheng's resolution excessively impulsive. Your Majesty, it is crucial to reconsider. While the Eastern Hu envoy is indeed culpable, their transgressions do not warrant death. To execute all Eastern Hu envoys will breed suspicion among other nations, severely undermining our diplomatic relations and bolstering the Xiongnu's support. I implore you to reconsider. Li Si even reverted to the old honorific for the king, a clear sign of his urgency. Zhao Yi, however, scoffed at their concerns, recognizing their limited perspective. From a certain viewpoint, their arguments bore validity, yet Zhao Yi understood that the situation with the Eastern Hu necessitated decisive action. If Qin did not resolve the Eastern Hu issue, it would only sow discord among its people. Presently, Ying Zheng's authority quelled dissent, but once he was gone, rebellion would surely erupt. Zhao Yi was acutely aware of the historical demise of the Second Emperor of Qin. He needed to preemptively address matters, ensuring Ying Zheng remained occupied with pressing issues rather than indulging in leisure. A ruler oblivious to the pleasures of governance must have sufficient adversaries, and the Eastern Hu would serve as an excellent sharpening stone. Ying Zheng spoke with unassailable resolve. Crown Prince, as you command the cavalry general's office, I entrust my tiger talisman to you. You are to act with full authority. Dismiss everyone else. Upon hearing this, Li Si and Feng Qiji recognized that Ying Zheng had made his decision and that further persuasion was futile. Zhao Yi took a step back, declaring, as the Crown Prince, I seek results. Your Majesty demands the heads of the Eastern Hu. Ensure you procure them. One less will be a question for you. Indeed, Feng Qiji lamented. While the Eastern Hu may be arrogant, their crimes do not warrant execution. Your Majesty's decree risks inciting significant trouble. In the face of such a formidable duo as Zhang Han and Sima Xian, the Eastern, who had little hope for survival. The prospect of engaging in a multi-front war against the Eastern, who and Xiongnu loomed ominously. Li Si shook his head, unwilling to dwell on this issue further. Qin governed by law and strengthened through military might. With the 6 states now vanquished, the Eastern, who, Xiongnu, and Nanyue would eventually become adversaries, merely a matter of time. At that moment, news arrived from Xianying City of a decisive victory on the front lines. Meng Tian's forces had bested the Xiongnu in the Hatao region, routing them with an army of 300,000. As Zhao Yi had articulated, the Xiongnu were caught between the Eastern Hu and the Yuezhi, their tribes scattered and ill-prepared for the sudden Qin assault. Even with their renowned mobility, the hastily assembled Xiongnu cavalry found no advantage against the terrifying onslaught of the Qin archers or the relentless pursuit of the cavalry crossbowmen. After this battle, the Xiongnu retreated over 700 miles north, never daring to encroach south of Yin Mountain again. Meanwhile, the Eastern Hu camp remained oblivious to the events unfolding beyond their borders. The Eastern Hu envoy Asarak, alongside his aides, envisioned the Qin bowing to them in apology and offering generous reparations. They believed that Qin would not dare to confront them at this juncture, convinced that a response would soon be forthcoming. You are unaware that after presenting our grievances, the faces of the left and right ministers of the Qin court turned ashen. They surely did not anticipate that we would lay out the charges against the chief clerk so clearly. We shall not relent until we receive a satisfactory response. Indeed. The Eastern, who believed that their presentation of a nearly accusatory petition would leave the Qin court flummoxed, yet the reality diverged sharply from their expectations. With a resounding crash, the door of the Eastern Hu camp was kicked down, and a multitude of Qin soldiers surged in, their dark iron weapons and glinting crossbows aimed menacingly at the Eastern Hu. Amidst the intoxicated revelry, the Eastern Hu, emboldened by their past impunity, were taken aback.
Who are you?
How dare you invade our territory? Do you know where you are? This is the land of the Eastern Hu. You dare to trespass? You are committing a grave offense. Leave at once. A group of wildlings dares to intrude upon our camp. Who is your superior? Bring him forth. Having grown accustomed to their arrogance, the Eastern Hu disregarded the Qin soldiers from Xianying. However, as some among them drew their swords, they finally grasped the severity of the situation, and one by one, they brandished their weapons to confront the Qin warriors, save for Asarak, who maintained his composure. Lord Sima, how did you come to be here? We have already submitted our petition to your esteemed emperor. Are you here to execute us before your emperor can dismiss you? Do you understand the implications of such a crime? Sima Xian, upon hearing the foolish remarks of Asalak, could not help but laugh. You Eastern Hu wild dogs. What audacity grants you the courage to recklessly speculate on the thoughts of our esteemed emperor? With your ragtag band, you dare to usurp my position? You are dreaming far too early. Let me inform you, your doom is nigh. You vile miscreants, I can hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Come forth, keep a close watch on each one, spare not a single soul, leave no survivors. Asalak, realizing the gravity of the situation, understood that the Qin no longer favored them and intended to annihilate them completely, yet he clung to a flicker of hope. Sima Xian, noticing the fear emanating from the Eastern Hu, let out a cold, disdainful laugh, finding their ignorance utterly laughable. Upon hearing Sima Xian's words, Asalak and the other Eastern Hu turned pale, nearly paralyzed by despair. Does the Qin not fear the wrath of our great Eastern Hu king? Should he learn of how you treat his subjects, he shall surely demand a price 100-fold, if not 1,000-fold. Sima Xian, incensed by this, commanded the Qin soldiers. No mercy shall be shown to these Eastern Hu. Search every corner of Xianying City. Capture every last Eastern Hu and imprison them in the guest house dungeon. Let it be known, should anyone dare to resist, they shall be executed without hesitation. With the command issued, the Qin soldiers rallied with an immediate and thunderous response, unleashing a wave of violence upon the Eastern Hu before them. The Eastern Hu stood no chance against the fierce Qin elite. Simultaneously, countless Qin soldiers surged throughout Xianying, ensuring that every Eastern Hu was apprehended. The following day, news of the complete capture of the Eastern Hu camp spread throughout Xianying, igniting a mix of astonishment and joy among the populace. I knew the court would eventually take action against these despicable rogues. From the moment I witnessed the execution of those few scoundrels, I realized the emperor could not tolerate such lawlessness. It was high time. These ruffians have done nothing good since their arrival in Xianying. Who could disagree? It's all that Ying Zheng's fault, claiming that the emperor wanted to grant these foreigners a lenient environment. Utter nonsense. Such leniency only emboldens them to commit every imaginable crime. What a disgrace that Ying Zheng, being a native of Qin, turned a blind eye to their misdeeds. Now, with Ying Zheng dismissed and the crown prince taking over the guest house duties, the court finally took decisive action against these ruffians. The citizens expressed unanimous approval for the court's crackdown on the Eastern Hu, revealing that in the eyes of the Qin people, the Eastern Hu were not allies but rather pests to be exterminated. In the grand palace of Qin, ministers gathered outside the hall, waiting for their entry while engaging in lively discussions. Their conversations did not revolve around General Meng Tian's victory over the Xiongnu. but rather the fate of the Eastern Hu. Have you heard? Last night was chaotic. The black ice platform captured them all during the night market. The Eastern Hu were caught in a single sweep. Is that true? It seems the Emperor is truly serious this time, showing no mercy towards the Eastern Hu. Is this the Crown Prince's idea? It appears he is quite formidable. Be cautious. That is Sima Xian, the chief of the guest house, and a man favored by the Crown Prince. However, Sima Xian paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. This was his first attendance at the morning court, granted by a special decree from Ying Zheng due to his actions against the Eastern Hu the day prior. Thus, Sima Xian adhered to the principle of discretion, standing humbly at the back of the gathering, appearing as a novice in the bureaucratic realm. Yet to the onlookers, this only highlighted Sima Xian's exceptional nature and pride. As the prefect of Xianying, Fan Dong was also present at the morning court, positioned a few individuals away from Sima Xian. Although the prefecture and the guest house were of similar ranks, Fan Dong's position was evidently superior. Nonetheless, with Sima Xian now holding the guest house seal, they were essentially equals, prompting Fan Dong to consider forming an alliance with Sima Xian, drawing closer to the Crown Prince. Having recuperated from his injuries inflicted by Ying Zheng, Fan Dong's exterior wounds were healing swiftly, leaving only unsightly bruises that marred his visage. Hence, when conversing with Sima Xian, he dared not smile, as the pain was unbearable. My lord Sima, during our previous collaboration, I never treated you poorly. Now that you have ascended, I shall require your eloquence before the Crown Prince in the future. Haha. Sima Xian understood the underlying message in Fan Dong's words, offering a perfunctory nod and chuckle. Just then, he spotted a figure approaching in the distance, causing his expression to shift abruptly as he hastened over. Zhao Yi, yawning and stretching, ambled closer, lamenting yet another morning devoid of restful sleep. Having traversed to the Great Qin as the Crown Prince, and yet I cannot sleep in peace. I feel utterly defeated.
Zhao Yi said.
Upon reaching Sima Xian, Zhao Yi sensed the impending report without needing to ask, as Sima Xian began detailing the outcomes of their endeavors.
Zhao Yi,
having never received the imperial seal, yawned again and replied, well done. Present this at court. Your opportunity to become chief of the guest house hinges on your subsequent performance. Thank you, your highness. Sima Xian's face brightened, showering Zhao Yi with gratitude. In Sima Xian's view, the Crown Prince's patronage was a boon, and he was determined to meet his expectations. Yet, in reality, Zhao Yi had no such intentions. He merely wished to catch a few more moments of slumber without Ying Zheng calling his name, disrupting his rest. Before long, an attendant announced the emperor's arrival, prompting the ministers to enter and pay their respects according to protocol. Zhao Yi, following suit with a look of resignation, performed the ritual with a palpable lack of enthusiasm, a unique indulgence granted by Ying Zheng himself. Meanwhile, Sima Xian executed the motions with meticulous precision, having devoted a significant portion of the previous night to mastering the formalities. After completing the bow, he felt a sense of profound honor, while Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in response. My esteemed subjects, I am filled with joy today. General Meng Tian, leading our Qin's 30,000 elite troops, has engaged the Xiongnu on the vast steppes and achieved a resounding victory, driving them hundreds of miles beyond the Helan and Yin mountains. This is a glorious day for our Qin. I shall bestow ample rewards upon our valiant soldiers. Ying Zheng declared, rising to his full stature. We congratulate your majesty on this triumph. Long live the Qin. The ministers once again bowed deeply, leaving Zhao Yi exasperated as he prepared for another round of formalities. Furthermore, this battle in the north was fought by Meng Tian. Why do you keep looking at me? Oh, right, the imperial seal is with me. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I could have returned it to you. Do I seem to covet it? Hurry up, please don't make a fuss. I still wish to enjoy a proper sleep. Zhao Yi internally lamented, while Ying Zheng could not help but silently criticize Zhao Yi for his ignorance. This ungrateful child knows nothing. If not for him, would I have ever allowed Meng Tian to engage the Xiongnu? Without Zhao Yi's clever strategy, this battle would not have been so easily won, and therefore, the true credit for this victory belongs to him. Yet, alas, I cannot reward him. Amidst the praises echoing in the court, a jarring voice suddenly pierced through. Your Majesty, I have a matter to present. Feng Jing, a junior official from the Grand Commandant's office, stepped forward and knelt. Proceed, Ying Zheng replied. Ying Zheng was in a good mood, and with a mere wave of his hand, the entire hall fell into an instant silence. Feng Jing stepped forward and said in a solemn tone, Your Majesty, I report that yesterday there was great turmoil in Xianying City. The Diancafu captured all envoys from the Donghu overnight and wantonly slaughtered those who resisted. Setting aside the potential impact on diplomatic relations between our two nations, the fact that the Diancafu has taken it upon themselves to mobilize the troops of the capital is a grave offense. I implore Your Majesty to thoroughly investigate the heinous crimes of the Diancafu. Feng Jing's words quickly stirred up a storm within the court. The actions of the Diancafu had indeed caused quite a commotion in Xianying City, but nearly everyone knew that it was a joint operation between the Haibingtai and the Diancafu, reportedly utilizing the imperial token. How could the Grand Commandant's office be unaware of such matters? If this were true, it would amount to treason on the part of the Diancafu, as mobilizing troops without the proper orders was a serious crime, tantamount to rebellion. deserving of the extermination of 3 clans. This was the first time Sima Xian found himself under the scrutiny of so many, and despite his confidence, he couldn't help but feel a touch of anxiety. By reflex, he glanced at Crown Prince Zhao Yi. The sight nearly made him curse. The Crown Prince was actually dozing off. Was this the chasm between himself and the Crown Prince? Under such scrutiny, Zhao Yi could still sleep soundly. Sima Xian was at a loss whether to admire him or to harbor resentment. As for the incident, Ying Zheng smiled slightly. Who presided over the actions of the Diancafu yesterday? Your Majesty, it was I, Sima Xian replied, not daring to be negligent, promptly kneeling. Regarding the mobilization of troops within the city, it was done using Your Majesty's imperial token. According to the laws of the Qin, it does not require prior notification to the Grand Commandant's office. Is that not correct, Lord Foam? Sima Xian's declaration caused an uproar among the court officials. His demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, yet he showed no mercy towards Feng Jing. The position of Grand Commandant had long been vacant, and although it was ostensibly overseen by Feng Jing, he had no real authority over the Diancafu. You are merely quibbling. Why was the Grand Commandant's office completely unaware of Your Majesty's use of the imperial token? Feng Jing's fury was palpable. In truth, Feng Jing was targeting Sima Xian. Sima Xian was just a lowly official who had risen to prominence by aligning himself with Zhao Yi, and now he dared to disregard the authority of the Grand Commandant. How could Feng Jing not be incensed? Seeing this scene, Chan Kuai suddenly felt exhilarated. Ha ha ha. The Grand Commandant is making a fool of himself again. Sima Xian, hold your ground. You must not back down. Yang Duanhe chimed in, whispering with amusement. Feng Jing represents the Grand Commandant's dignity, while Sima Xian represents the Crown Prince's. Let us see whose influence prevails today. Zhao Gao shook his head in disapproval nearby. What nonsense was Feng Jing stirring up? Did he think he could meddle in this affair with impunity? Your Majesty, this is the imperial token entrusted to me by the Crown Prince. I request to return it to Your Majesty. With that, Sima Xian produced the token, startling Feng Jing. The reason Feng Jing had been antagonistic towards the Diancafu was due to Fu Su's instructions. He had always been aligned with Fu Su.
Unbekannst du Fu Su,
who believed Zhao Yi had acted independently to mobilize troops. He intended to use this incident as an opportunity to provoke Feng Jing to censure Zhao Yi. However, Sima Xian's public display of the imperial token left Feng Jing in a precarious position. Yet, Ying Zheng had never anticipated that his rebellious son was merely thinking of napping, leaving the matter of the imperial token to Sima Xian. Ying Zheng shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that only his crown prince could engage in such folly. With this thought, Ying Zheng could not be bothered to pursue the matter further. Very well, let this issue be laid to rest. Feng Jing, as the Vice Minister of the Grand Commandant's office, you should fulfill your duties diligently. Why did you only react now to the troop movements in Xianying? You should have inquired into the matter before implicating your colleagues. It seems you have grown lax in your responsibilities. Do you feel that the position of Vice Minister is beneath you? Ying Zheng's admonition prompted Feng Jing to bow an apology. At this point, he realized he had acted foolishly, having rushed to criticize others without fully understanding the situation. It was clear that Ying Zheng's directive was to address the Donghu, making his role in this matter painfully evident. I report to Your Majesty. Sima Xian knelt again. I have now ascertained that the Donghu envoy had committed heinous acts upon entering Xianying City, violating the laws of our great Qin. I request that all of them be executed as a warning to others. Upon hearing Sima Xian's words, the ministers collectively gasped in shock. Initially, they believed the matter with the Donghu had reached its conclusion, with some preparing to advocate for leniency, showcasing the grandeur of the Qin. However, Sima Xian's declaration halted them in their tracks. His proposal to execute the entire Donghu envoy was unprecedented in the history of the Qin. Should this transpire, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the Donghu. All eyes turned to Ying Zheng, whose stance would determine the fate of the Donghu and the future of Qin's relations with them. No one dared to risk crossing him at this moment. Approved. Ying Zheng uttered a single word, causing an uproar among the officials. At this point, the ministers finally comprehended that following the news of a significant victory over the Xiongnu, Ying Zheng had already devised a subsequent strategy. He intended to leave no threat to the borders of Qin unaddressed. As a result, those who had intended to present memorials quickly tucked their documents away, relieved they had not acted impulsively, for doing so would have landed them in deep trouble. Yet not all understood the gravity of the situation. Feng Jing, as he exited the court, still bore a look of displeasure. Feng Jie caught up with him. Lowering his voice, Lord Feng, you ought to be more careful with your words in the future. At the very least, ensure you have the facts straight before speaking, otherwise, you risk losing your position, and who knows if anyone will advocate on your behalf. Feng Jie chuckled softly, shaking his head. The Crown Prince spends his days indulging in pleasure and sleep. How could he possibly concern himself with you or me? Lord Feng, you worry too much. Can't you see today's events? The Crown Prince has deferred every opportunity to shine to Sima Xian, even relinquishing the imperial token. Lord Feng, whom do you currently align yourself with? Is there anyone who supports you as genuinely as the Crown Prince supports Sima Xian? You would be better off devising a plan for how to secure the position you desire before considering anything else. With that, Feng Jie hastily departed, leaving Feng Jing to reflect on his words. Feng Jie's counsel was not entirely selfless. He understood that in the political realm, it was crucial to unite all possible allies, as they could prove beneficial in the future. Meanwhile, he gained new insights into Zhao Yi's conduct during the court proceedings. Though Zhao Yi remained inconspicuous, Ying Zheng's unconditional support for both Zhao Yi and Sima Xian was unmistakable. Why did Ying Zheng place such significance on Zhao Yi? What deeds had Zhao Yi accomplished to earn such favor? These thoughts created an unsettling knot in Feng Jie's mind. Just as Feng Jie was preparing to leave the palace, a hurried attendant approached him. Master Censor, His Majesty awaits you in the study. Lord Fu Su and Lord Hu are already there. Upon hearing the names of Hu Wujing and Fu Su, Feng Jie immediately surmised the reason for the summons. When he arrived at the study, the scene within made his scalp tingle, yet he steeled himself to enter. At this moment, Prince Fu Su knelt in front of Ying Zheng. His expression contorted in discomfort, as if he were bearing an immense grievance. I pay my respects to your majesty, and to the prince, Feng Jie said as he bowed before Ying Zheng and Fu Su, then nodded slightly to Hu Wujing. The Grand Inspector has arrived. Upon seeing Feng Jie, Ying Zheng exchanged a knowing glance with Hu Wujing. Hu Wujing then said, Grand Inspector, the prince and I have just mentioned to His Majesty our desire to discuss the marriage between the prince and your esteemed daughter in His Majesty's presence. What do you think of this union? At this point, Ying Zheng interjected, regarding the marriage of Fu Su and Zhao Yi. I believe it is essential to consider the Grand Inspector's opinion. Zhao Yi is a child I have watched grow up. Do not let too many concerns deter you. It is vital to consult with your wife and the girl. If Zhao Yi is willing, I would gladly bestow my blessing. But it would be best to finalize the engagement promptly. Ying Zheng's words were ambiguous, stirring a subtle change within Feng Jie. Fu Su, kneeling on the ground, looked at Feng Jie with hopeful eyes. His fate depended on Feng Jie's stance. The possibility of marrying Feng Shi was crucial to his future and could not afford to falter. Feng Jie, initially reluctant to broach the subject, felt compelled to speak up upon seeing Fu Su and Hu Wujing approach Ying Zheng. After gathering his thoughts, Feng Jie stated plainly, Your Majesty, in truth, Zhao Yi already has someone in her heart, Prince Zhao Yi. I also believe the prince is quite admirable. Before Feng Jie could finish, Fu Su was rendered speechless, suspecting he was hallucinating. How could Feng Jie possibly consider marrying his daughter to Prince Zhao Yi? Had he lost his mind? Hu Wujing was equally taken aback, while Ying Zheng widened his eyes, swallowing hard to regain his composure. Ying Zheng acknowledged that Zhao Yi indeed had commendable qualities, aside from a touch of laziness and lack of academic ambition. He possessed few flaws. Yet, just prior, Feng Jie had been critical of Zhao Yi during his first audience, seemingly intent on offending him. Why the sudden shift to offering his daughter to the prince? Was this an attempt at reconciliation? Such a reconciliation would come at a great cost, his daughter's future. Had Feng Jie finally come to recognize Zhao Yi's worth? Ying Zheng studied Feng Jie with intrigue, while Hu Wujing found himself at a loss. And Fu Su collapsed to the ground in despair. His last chance had vanished, and at this moment, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Feng Jie for his betrayal. Witnessing the collapse of his hopes, Fu Su felt increasingly disgusted by Feng Jie. Had it not been for Ying Zheng's presence, he might have lost his composure entirely. Ying Zheng was taken aback. He had always believed Feng Jie to be aligned with Fu Su, and despite Fu Su's current misfortune, he thought Feng Jie would still favor his son's interests. But it appeared he had misjudged. Feng Jie was far more astute than he had assumed. Realizing this, Ying Zheng nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the prince and Zhao Yi are a match made in heaven. Grand Inspector, have you truly considered becoming my in-law? Hearing his father's words, Fu Su felt as though he might explode with anger. It was one thing for Feng Jie to act this way, but for Ying Zheng to echo it? Did they no longer regard him at all? Fu Su desperately wished to question Ying Zheng about his perceived failings that warranted such treatment, but before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly tasted blood in his throat, and a mouthful of crimson spilled forth, eliciting gasps from those nearby. Summon the royal physician, Ying Zheng commanded, and the attendants hurried to carry Fu Su away. Hu Wujing, flustered, prepared to follow, but was halted by Ying Zheng. Tai Shiling, please counsel Fu Su. After all, he is my son. Hu Wujing quickly complied, though he couldn't resist casting a fierce glare at Feng Jie before departing. Once Hu Wujing and Fu Su were gone, Ying Zheng turned to Feng Jie. What you just said, Grand Inspector, was the truth? When did the prince and that girl develop such mutual affection? Upon hearing it was Feng Jie's wife who relayed the news, Ying Zheng no longer doubted, nodding eagerly. Very well, since this is the case, I shall grant the marriage. The prince is no longer young, and it would be unwise to leave the position of princess unattended for too long. Let them marry without delay. Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback by Ying Zheng's enthusiasm. It was clear that the emperor genuinely cared for the prince's future. Just moments ago, when Fu Su was present, Ying Zheng's demeanor had been different, yet now, discussing the marriage of the prince and his daughter, he seemed genuinely excited. It appeared Feng Jie had made a wise choice. The emperor's regard for the prince exceeded his expectations. Overjoyed, Feng Jie bowed. I shall obey your decree. But as for the prince, Ying Zheng waved his hand. This matter will be publicly announced. You need not worry. The prince will certainly have no objections. Understood. Feng Jie beamed with delight before taking his leave. Upon hearing the news, Feng Jie's wife was likewise overjoyed. It seemed they should never have entangled themselves with Fu Su. They had nearly jeopardized their family's future. Now, considering the prince, it was evident that Sima Xian had only been under his wing for a few days. Yet, he was already emerging as a candidate for the next chief minister, with Zhao Yi as standing soaring in Xianying due to the Eastern Hu issue. Marrying their daughter to the prince would secure the Feng family's foothold in the capital. Feng Jia wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that those who aligned with the prince were undoubtedly envied by many. While his wife spoke of the recently popular Sima Xian, she overlooked another figure, Zhang Song.
Feng Ye.
Being an official, was more aware than his wife. Zhang Song had outshone Sima Xian. Currently, the people of Shu were nearly ready to erect a shrine for Zhang Song, clearly indicating Zhao Yi's exceptional ability to recognize talent. After all, both Zhang Song and Sima Xian had been relatively unknown before their association with Zhao Yi. Yet they quickly gained fame in Qin. Thus, Zhao Yi was not merely as lazy as others claimed, he possessed genuine talent. Feng Jia now hoped that his investment in Zhao Yi would prove to be a masterstroke. Chapter 86. My son is busy in the chambers of Lady Qiongji. Ying Zheng exited the study and made his way there, eager to inform her of the marriage decree. Upon hearing the news, Lady Qiongji was filled with ecstatic joy. Your Majesty, is this true? The Grand Inspector has agreed to give his daughter to Yi? Lady Qiongji was nearly moved to tears. What a thing to say. Ying Zheng chuckled. I have already granted the marriage. The decree will be issued shortly. There's no room for doubt. That's wonderful. I shall summon Yi to express our gratitude to you. Lady Qiongji, overcome with emotion, momentarily lost her composure, but Ying Zheng paid it no mind. His purpose in visiting Lady Qiongji was to see Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, upon learning of his mother's summons, wasted no time and quickly arrived at Lady Qiongji's quarters. However, upon entering the chamber, he was startled to find Ying Zheng present. The smile that had graced his face vanished in an instant. Ying Zheng noticed the change in Zhao Yi's expression and, upon hearing his thoughts, felt his own smile fade. What is this? Why is the old man here?
This does not bode well.
Wherever he is, there's never any good news. Why can't he just focus on being a stud? His presence sours my mood every time. Zhao Yi raged internally, while Ying Zheng seethed at his son's disrespect. Unfilial son, I toil for your marriage, and you harbor such thoughts against me? How ungrateful. Lady Qiongji called out to her son, Yi, come here quickly. I have important news for you. Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhao Yi was suddenly filled with an ominous premonition. Good news? In the presence of aged individuals, what good can arise? Madame Qiongji continued, your father has issued a decree for your betrothal. You are soon to have a princess consort, the legitimate daughter of the Grand Minister of Justice. Feng Shui, hurry and express your gratitude to your father. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, disbelief etched on his face as he glanced at Madame Qiongji and Ying Zheng. Feng Shui? Feng Jia is willing to marry his daughter to me? What a preposterous jest. He mused, however. It is true that Feng has always intended to marry his daughter to the heir apparent, since I have become the crown prince. It is only natural that she is promised to me. But does Fiusu know about this? Has Feng Jia truly consented? Could it be that the old man is merely indulging in his own fantasies? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's inner thoughts, Ying Zheng realized that this rebellious son might actually have some fondness for Feng Shui. Thus, Ying Zheng spoke up. The Grand Minister of Justice mentioned in the imperial study today that Shui is quite enamored with you. Seeing your status as the crown prince, and considering you are of age, I decided to bestow this marriage upon you to help you settle down. Is it possible that the old Feng has approached the throne to propose? Could it be that he has forsaken Fiusu, and is now vying for my position? Zhao Yi thought, intrigued by the implications. How substantial is this wager? It seems Feng Jia is not as virtuous as he appears. How absurd it is that Feng Jia is about to become Zhao Yi's father-in-law, yet he harbors such suspicions. Ying Zheng sighed, wishing he could pry open his son's mind to see what convoluted thoughts lay within. But wait. What do you mean by saying that Feng Shui and I are a match made in heaven? I have only met her twice. He continued to ponder. That girl is indeed pleasing to the eye, ample enough to bear children, possessing all the requisite qualities. But I have not yet consented. How can Feng Jia so brazenly fabricate rumors about me? Zhao Yi grumbled internally, while Ying Zheng could not help but sigh yet again. This son truly dared to entertain the most ludicrous ideas. Yi, why are you still dawdling? Shui is a fine young lady. Look at how your father is concerned about your marriage. Hurry and thank him. Madame Qiongji urged when she noticed Zhao Yi's prolonged inaction. Coming to his senses, Zhao Yi slowly shook his head. Father, mother, this matter is of great import and cannot be taken lightly. Allow me some time to ponder. What is there to ponder? Ying Zheng rose. Uninterested in lingering over such trivialities, have you not met Shui privately? What? Do you refuse her? Well, that is not the case, Zhao Yi hastily replied. I simply do not know her well enough. If we were to rush into marriage, it could lead to various conflicts down the line. Ying Zheng, exasperated, thought this was utter nonsense. Matters of marriage have always been dictated by parental commands and matchmaker arrangements. What nonsense was Zhao Yi spouting? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in response, choosing to remain silent. Alas, I nearly forgot we are in this wretched feudal society, even as the crown prince. I cannot dictate my own marriage? He mused, How ironic that there are so many women around, yet there is no empress. What do you think of my mother and Lady Gongsun? This old man is truly despicable. Sigh, how could he possibly comprehend these matters? He is the sovereign, surrounded by countless individuals vying for his favor. Even my mother is not immune to such desires. Ying Zheng was momentarily chastised by Zhao Yi's words. Despite his anger, he could not deny there was a semblance of truth to them. Then tell me, what do you wish to do? Ying Zheng asked patiently. There is nothing to be done. I merely wish to first get to know her better, and if we find compatibility, we can become engaged, and then marry. Zhao Yi asserted with a serious demeanor, as if he had truly contemplated the issue. How infuriating! Ying Zheng could not help but exclaim. Having learned such impertinence from Zhao Yi, had it not been for his regard for the son, he would have lost his temper long ago. Royal marriages have always been decreed by the emperor, with the imperial censor selecting auspicious dates, followed by a series of cumbersome and complex rituals. Yet, to Zhao Yi, it seemed such matters were trivial. How long do you intend to take? Ying Zheng asked, his composure beginning to unravel. Zhao Yi, oblivious to his father's rising ire, replied earnestly, we'll see. I am quite busy at the moment, with matters at the general's residence, the minister of rights, and the crown prince's duties. I have only carved out a sliver of time to visit my mother. Perhaps your majesty could decree that Feng Shui come to the crown prince's residence to initiate contact? After all, I am the crown prince. How can I pursue a woman? Chapter 87. Father, what brings you here? Ying Zheng's eyes widened, utterly astonished by Zhao Yi's words. He had encountered shamelessness before, but this was an entirely new level. Madame Qiongji was equally startled. Perceiving Ying Zheng's displeasure, she shot her son a fierce glare, signaling him to apologize. Your Majesty, Yi was merely jesting, she interjected. Mother, I assure you, I am not joking, Zhao Yi retorted at the worst possible moment. Get out. Ying Zheng seized a bronze incense burner and hurled it at Zhao Yi. Your marriage is no longer my concern. Be gone. Startled, Zhao Yi quickly shielded his head and fled, grumbling to himself. How is it that I am the one to blame? Why is it that he is the one angered? To marry without courtship, what foundation for affection would that provide? If it turns out to be unsuitable, how could one extricate themselves? And he calls himself an emperor. How can he not grasp such basic principles? His mindset is too narrow. No wonder he does not last long. Zhao Yi continued to grumble, and Ying Zheng's fury reached a boiling point. Lacking a suitable object to vent his frustration, he seized his sword and its sheath, launching them at Zhao Yi. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Zhao Yi made a hasty retreat, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar figure. Fusu, enraged from his earlier confrontation in the imperial study, had been sent to the physician for treatment. After a brief examination, the physician suggested that Fusu take a stroll in the palace to alleviate his pent-up emotions. However, before Fusu could unwind, he collided with Zhao Yi exiting Madame Qiongji's chambers. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, Fusu's jealousy flared, his eyes glinting with fury as he blocked Zhao Yi's path. Zhao Yi, what brings you here? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, thinking it was curious for Fusu to pose such a question. Shouldn't he be confined at home? How could he possibly be in the palace? Hadn't the old man decreed that no one could enter without permission? Did he just meet with Fusu? Nevertheless, Zhao Yi dismissed such thoughts, maintaining a nonchalant expression. None of your concern. Step aside. Fusu, incensed, glared at Zhao Yi, his fury palpable. Zhao Yi had usurped his position as heir, and now had even taken the Grand Minister of Justice's daughter, crushing all of Fusu's hopes. How could he, who had always looked down upon Zhao Yi, tolerate this? Let us speak plainly, Fusu hissed. Zhao Yi, as a man, tell me, when did you become entangled with that hussy? Feng Shui? Zhao Yi frowned slightly, discerning Fusu's ire and surmising the cause. You did not enter the palace today to seek Feng Jia's hand, only to be rebuffed, did you? Zhao Yi's tone was grave, filled with disdain as he regarded Fusu, who seethed with anger upon hearing his words. Zhao Yi, I will make you pay.
Fusu,
already burdened by a heavy heart, felt his dignity crushed as Zhao Yi brazenly flaunted himself before him. In a fit of rage, he lost his composure and lunged at Zhao Yi with bare hands. As the eldest son, Fusu had trained in both literature and martial arts since childhood, priding himself on his superior strength compared to Zhao Yi, which emboldened him to strike. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Ying Zheng, who had just stormed away from Madame Qiongji. Initially fuming over Zhao Yi, Ying Zheng's heart sank when he saw Fusu attacking. To him, Zhao Yi, raised outside the palace and lacking martial training, could never hope to match the seasoned combat skills of Fusu. Just as Ying Zheng opened his mouth to intervene, Zhao Yi made his move. Zhao Yi advanced towards Fusu, sidestepping his punch and delivering a powerful blow to Fusu's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Stunned, Fusu did not expect to be taken down so swiftly and, fueled by humiliation, sprang back to his feet to charge at Zhao Yi again. Zhao Yi had hoped that this lesson would bring Fusu to his senses, but he quickly realized that Fusu was relentless. Thus, Zhao Yi resolved to use greater force. This time, seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift side kick to Fusu's chest, sending him sprawling into a roadside ditch. Bloodied and disheveled, Ying Zheng's eyes widened in shock, and his voice of reprimand caught in his throat. The attendants beside him, initially anxious, were now rendered speechless by Zhao Yi's prowess. Fu Su, have you lost your senses? Do you even grasp what you are doing? Zhao Yi glared at Fu Su, who struggled to rise but failed repeatedly. Knowing Fu Su was not gravely injured, Zhao Yi let out a cold huff and departed. Ying Zheng observed this exchange, nodding in appreciation of Zhao Yi's actions. The ability to discern right from wrong and refrain from inflicting mortal harm on a brother was precisely the conduct befitting a crown prince. Ying Zheng felt reassured in his choice, dismissing the murmurs of discontent among the court officials regarding his selection of the heir.
Meanwhile,
Zhao Yi paid no mind to Fu Su and quickened his pace.
Fu Su, mistakenly believing Zhao Yi was intimidated,
Exerted all his effort to rise from the ditch and pursue him, only to be obstructed by a towering figure. Father, why are you here?
Fu Su gasped,
Suddenly encountering Ying Zheng, who stood before him with an expressionless face. A wave of tension coursed through him, causing him to forget his customary reverence. Why do you think I am here? Ying Zheng's tone was laden with significance, sending a chill down Fu Su's spine. Yet Fu Su, not one to shed tears until faced with the grave, immediately placed the blame on Zhao Yi. Father, you must have seen it. Zhao Yi attacked me without reason, kicking me into the ditch, nearly ending my life. You must seek justice. With a woeful expression, Fu Su gambled on Ying Zheng's ignorance of the recent events, attempting to shift all blame onto Zhao Yi. Though Ying Zheng had previously harbored a flicker of sympathy for Fu Su, that sentiment dissipated entirely.
Fu Su,
You have deeply disappointed me. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, filled with disappointment and anger. Zhao Yi still considers brotherly ties and respects the decorum of the palace. With that, Ying Zheng turned to leave. Witnessing his father's resolute departure, Fu Su felt as if he had plummeted into an icy abyss. Realizing his gamble had failed, he was consumed by despair, yet remained unwilling to concede. He called out to Ying Zheng's retreating figure. Why is Zhao Yi favored over me? What qualities does he possess? I am the eldest son, the rightful heir to Qin. I toil daily in your presence, yet you scrutinize me, while he sleeps through court sessions without a care. Father, tell me why. What have I done wrong? Fu Su's defiance drew the attention of several courtiers. It seems I have not been strict enough with you. Compared to Zhao Yi, you scarcely measure up. As these words echoed, Ying Zheng hastily exited, ignoring Fu Su's frantic cries. Crumpling to the ground, Fu Su was engulfed by despair, unaware of his missteps, yet he comprehended that the position of crown prince was now forever beyond his reach. Madame Gong's son, upon hearing this, lowered her eyes, rendered speechless. In Xianying, all members of the Eastern Hu delegation were executed following the investigation by the Xianying magistrate and the Diankou mansion, causing considerable uproar among the populace. However, the Eastern Hu made no public statement, nor did any other foreign delegations in Xianying react, as if nothing had occurred. In the aftermath, the citizens of Xianying noticed that foreign merchants no longer dared to behave arrogantly as before, instead adopting an unexpectedly courteous demeanor. They attributed this change to the efforts of the Diankou mansion, believing that without them, the Hu would not have become so compliant. At this juncture, Zhang Tsong returned from Shu with good news for Zhao Yi. The disaster in Shu had been entirely resolved, thanks to the introduction of the curved plow and potatoes. Zhang Tsong had alleviated the food crisis among the disaster-stricken within a mere 3 months. Currently, over 1 million acres in Shu were cultivated with potatoes, and according to Zhang Tsong's estimates, the region would achieve self-sufficiency by the following year, while also providing high-quality potato seeds for nationwide distribution. Overjoyed by Zhang Tsong's accomplishments, Ying Zheng promptly elevated his rank, appointing him as the foremost official in the crown prince's court. Zhao Yi harbored no objections. With Zhang Tsong at the helm, he could largely relax, transforming the crown prince's courtyard into his personal playground, indulged by fine wines, exquisite dishes, and beautiful maidens. He occasionally enjoyed feasts with Ying Liman and Feng Shui, believing that as long as Ying Zheng did not disturb him, he could live in such luxury indefinitely. Alas, such bliss was soon to be disrupted. Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived in the front hall with General Li Xian. Why is he here again? What business does he have with Li Xian? Surely, he isn't here to mooch a meal? Upon entering the crown prince's residence, Ying Zheng's expression soured at the sudden emergence of such thoughts. Come and greet General Li Xian. Ying Zheng introduced with an impassive face as he entered.
Zhao Yi,
Feeling indifferent, merely acknowledged Li Xian without the slightest interest, rendering the atmosphere awkward. Ying Zheng, slightly taken aback, attempted to lighten the mood with a smile. Zhao Yi, however, maintained his detached demeanor, offering a half-hearted compliment to Li Xian. As the crown prince, I hardly have any connection to the military. Is it truly necessary to introduce me with such formality?
Zhao Yi silent gratitude,
Prompting Ying Zheng to realize that he could not engage Zhao Yi in the usual manner of pleasantries, but must instead get straight to the point.
her.
Upon General Li Xian's return to court, he engaged in a dispute with the Minister of War, Feng Jing. The ministry has been relentless in finding faults with Li Xian, persistently advising me in the court, causing me considerable annoyance. I am quite dissatisfied with the current atmosphere in the Ministry of War. Do you have any suggestions to help me rectify this? The court of the Grand Commandant stands as the highest military institution of the Qin Dynasty. Since the era of Wei Liao, there has not been another Grand Commandant in the Qin. The Deputy Grand Commandant, Feng Jing, is quite formidable. He has not only challenged my authority, but has now taken aim at General Li Xian, even specifically highlighting his errors. Is this not a manifestation of infighting? It remains unclear how Li Xian has provoked Feng Jing. I have heard no prior mention of such a conflict.
Zhao Yi, fighting in solemnity.
Internally relished the drama unfolding before him. Might I inquire if the esteemed Lord Feng has presented any evidence in his accusations against General Li Xian? Ying Zheng articulated his thoughts delicately, yet Zhao Yi comprehended the underlying truth. Li Xian, a fierce general under Ying Zheng's command, had recently returned from pacifying the Qi territory and, with a sense of superiority, had perhaps grown somewhat reckless. Since his actions are harmless, it seems best to allow him his freedom. Zhao Yi maintained decorum, acknowledging the responsibilities of the Deputy Grand Commandant are unquestionable. However, Ying Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. If the matter concerning Feng Jing were as trivial as it appeared, Ying Zheng would not have taken the trouble to visit the Crown Prince's residence. Feng Jing's actions had evidently breached Ying Zheng's limits, yet he found himself unable to act against Feng, prompting this visit to Zhao Yi. After Ying Hong departed from the court, Feng Jing emerged as the new leader among the old Qin officials. His recent audacity had begun to irritate Ying Zheng. In Ying Zheng's view, the old Qin officials were often more of a hindrance than a help. Until now, aside from Zhao Yi, he had seen little promise in the old Qin cohort. Previously, while Ying Hong was present, Feng Jing had tempered his behavior, but with Ying Hong gone, Feng Jing's flaws had become glaringly apparent. As a mere deputy Grand Commandant, he seemed oblivious to his own limitations, foolishly aspiring to the position of Grand Commandant while constantly seeking Ying Zheng's attention. The situation with Zhao Yi had not bothered Ying Zheng, but Li Xian's minor transgressions being exaggerated to such an extent had begun to wear on him. Yet, Feng Jing was indeed the last pillar among the old Qin officials in the court. Should he be removed, the morale of the old Qin faction would likely plummet, which was not favorable for Ying Zheng. At this moment, he could not devise a foolproof plan and wished to hear Zhao Yi's opinion. Understanding Ying Zheng's intent, Zhao Yi smiled. Father, why concern yourself with the opinions of others? If you believe Feng Jing's aspirations exceed his capabilities, simply dismiss him. You are the supreme ruler of the Qin. Can a mere deputy Grand Commandant truly hold sway over you? Zhao Yi's words pleased Ying Zheng. Yet he soon overheard Zhao Yi's grumblings. To be honest, I do not care for Feng Jing either, yet he possesses talent. It is absurd for Ying Zheng to have such a capable advisor by his side and still find him bothersome. If the court were filled only with sycophants, this dynasty would be on the brink of collapse. However, given that the Qin Dynasty has only been in power for a few years, it seems troubles are already arising. Otherwise, why would the old man be so resistant to any counsel that he does not wish to hear? Truly, he is a fool who does not recognize his own fortune. Never mind, he is simply a victim of his own delusions. Ying Zheng's fury ignited at Zhao Yi's audacity, calling him a rebellious son for daring to speak so. He thought of an ancient adage, using bronze as a mirror can correct one's attire. Using people as mirrors can clarify gains and losses. Using history as a mirror can reveal the rise and fall of states. As long as individuals like Feng Jing remain in the court, they ensure the vitality of the nation. Who can guarantee that they will not err? Zhao Yi's criticisms echoed in Ying Zheng's mind, leaving him momentarily speechless, unable to extricate himself from the thought. He had not anticipated that Zhao Yi's remarks would resonate with the wisdom of ancient sages, enlightening him profoundly. It dawned on Ying Zheng that while Feng Jing may not meet his standards for the Grand Commandant, he was still of value. Zhao Yi was correct. The court must not consist solely of those who echo his sentiments. It is vital to have dissenting voices to keep him grounded and reflective. If he were surrounded only by sycophants, he might mistakenly believe his errors to be correct, leading to the court's demise. Thus, Feng Jing could not be dismissed. Ying Zheng had nearly made a grave error. Thanks to Zhao Yi, he felt a wave of humility wash over him. Once he comprehended everything, Ying Zheng waved his hand decisively. I understand now. Li Xian, standing nearby, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired for the emperor to arrive at such a conclusion. Zhao Yi shared in his bewilderment, puzzled as to how he had managed to enlighten Ying Zheng. Very well, I have gained much today. You may rest now, Zhao Yi, Ying Zheng declared, turning to leave. Zhao Yi was left in a daze, pondering, what just happened? I said nothing profound, yet he claims to have gained so much. What did the old man conjure in his mind? I wish he would share it with me so I could grasp it as well. He leaves so swiftly.
Zhao Yi,
exasperated, observed Ying Zheng and Li Xian hastily departing the crown prince's residence, choosing to let the matter go and return to his tranquil life. After some reflection, Ying Zheng found the wisdom of the three sayings increasingly profound, feeling compelled to see them regularly. Consequently, he resolved to engrave these three phrases onto a large stone and place it in the most prominent spot in his study, ensuring he would not act as rashly as he had today. Just as Ying Zheng issued his command to the palace attendants, he was approached by an attendant from Lady Gongsun, inquiring whether the emperor would join her for a meal. The attendant's words reminded Ying Zheng of Hu Hai, stirring a twinge of guilt within him regarding Lady Gongsun. Though Hu Hai had brought his troubles upon himself, Ying Zheng felt it was necessary to visit her. Upon arriving at Lady Gongsuan's chamber, he found her waiting outside the palace for an extended period. "Why do you wait outside, given your frail condition?" Ying Zheng asked, noticing her weary visage. He took her hand affectionately. "I await your arrival, your majesty," she replied with a radiant smile as she bowed. With a slight sigh, Ying Zheng replied, "I have been preoccupied with state affairs of late, but I shall make an effort to visit you more often." Lady Gongsun quickly shook her head. "Your majesty, such efforts are unnecessary. State matters are paramount." Ying Zheng appreciated Lady Gongsuan's understanding nature, her grace and intelligence shining through as he led her into the inner hall and took his seat. While pouring wine for Ying Zheng, Lady Gongsun beamed. "Today, I personally prepared some nourishing dishes for you, having heard that you have been exceedingly busy of late. You must take care of your health." Ying Zheng waved his hand dismissively. "As the ruler of a nation, I must carry such burdens, however. Today I have received 3 pieces of wisdom that have awakened my spirit, leaving me invigorated and far from fatigued." "Oh?" Lady Gongsuan's interest piqued. "What words could so profoundly affect your majesty? Might you share them with me?" "Using bronze as a mirror can correct one's attire. Using people as mirrors can clarify gains and losses. Using history as a mirror can reveal the rise and fall of states." Ying Zheng gazed intently at Lady Gongsun as he slowly recited the 3 phrases Zhao Yi had imparted. He took great pride in her astonished expression, as if the wisdom had originated from his own lips. "What do you think of these words, Lady Gongsun?" he inquired, a smile playing on his lips. Lady Gongsun, recovering from her shock, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she eagerly nodded. "They are indeed remarkable. I hardly know how to express my thoughts on them." Ying Zheng erupted into hearty laughter. "Not knowing is precisely the point." Lady Gongsun, baffled by his amusement, felt a surge of curiosity. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Your Majesty, may I inquire as to the origin of these profound words?" The question posed by Lady Gongsun caused the outstretched hand of Ying Zheng, reaching for the bronze wine cup, to pause momentarily. However, he quickly concealed the turmoil within and replied with a faint smile, "These 3 sage words undoubtedly originate from the mouth of a sage." "A sage?" Lady Gongsun suddenly understood. Was it not the esteemed imperial tutor whom His Majesty had previously mentioned in the presence of his ministers? Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and nodded gently. "Enough of this talk. Let us dine first." As Ying Zheng shifted the topic, Lady Gongsun felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She had hoped to use this opportunity to glean information about the imperial tutor from Ying Zheng to advocate for Hu Hai, but it seemed that he had lost interest in conversing. Resigned, Lady Gongsun accompanied Ying Zheng at the table, her thoughts still lingering on the matter of the tutor. The following day, during the court assembly, Feng Jing bore an expression of resolute defiance. The previous day in the Grand Hall, he had nearly shouted at Ying Zheng, and after the court session, he felt utterly weakened. Though he had the support of the old Qin officials behind him, it was primarily his stubborn temperament at play. Regardless of his obstinacy, the realities of court life became clear once he stepped away from it. Today, Feng Jing approached the court with the resolve to face potential dismissal or even death. "Minister of the Grand Commandery, Feng Jing, step forward to receive your decree." As Feng Jing bore the weight of his thoughts, the sharp voice of the inner court attendant echoed throughout the hall. The ministers, with varied expressions, cast sympathetic glances towards Feng Jing. According to the customary proceedings, after the ministers presented their petitions, Ying Zheng would issue decrees he wished to proclaim. However, this day was different. Before the assembly had even begun, Ying Zheng appeared eager to announce his decree. In light of the previous day's awkward exchange, it was difficult for the ministers not to harbor unfavorable thoughts regarding Feng Jing's impending fate. Although Feng Jing was mentally prepared, hearing his name called by the attendant still caused beads of sweat to form on his brow as he trudged forward, kneeling heavily. Watching the attendant unfold the decree with an impassive expression, Feng Jing's heart sank. Before hearing the decree, the emotional roller coaster was indescribable. Feng Jing was well aware that emperors typically preferred flattering words, which sovereign would genuinely appreciate unpalatable truths. Even Ying Zheng, despite being a legendary emperor capable of tolerating dissenting opinions, had succumbed to the common inclination of avoiding opposition. Nonetheless, Feng Jing remained unrepentant, for he had always distinguished between the matter and the individual. If his honesty led to his dismissal from the court, then the old Qin officials would retreat entirely. Minister of the Grand Commandery, Feng Jing, having served diligently for many years, has earned my heartfelt appreciation. Thus, I commend Feng Jing and appoint him as the Grand Historian of the Grand Commandery, overseeing all affairs of the Grand Commandery. Let it be known. As the decree concluded, Feng Jing was unable to believe his ears, staring in disbelief. He had prepared himself for dismissal or worse. Yet Ying Zheng had chosen to affirm him in such a manner, elevating him to a position of authority over the Grand Commandery. The stark contrast between his expectations and reality filled him with elation and led to a newfound admiration for Ying Zheng. The emperor remained steadfast, still placing trust in the old Qin officials, though his standards had become more stringent. The other ministers were equally astonished, and once they regained their composure, they directed envious gazes towards Feng Jing. Though he had merely been appointed as Grand Historian, it still constituted a promotion from his previous role as minister. Previously, Feng Jing had held authority over the Grand Commandery without proper legitimacy, merely relying on his status as an old Qin official, leading to discontent among some.
Now,
With the emperor's decree affirming his authority over all matters of the Grand Commandery, Feng Jing had received the emperor's endorsement, reaffirming the trust in the old Qin officials and prompting a reconsideration among the gathered ministers. Everyone had anticipated that Ying Zheng would harbor resentment towards Feng Jing, yet he had been promoted instead, serving as a warning to those who relied solely on flattery, while simultaneously inspiring those who endeavored to accomplish tangible results. Upon observing the minister's expressions, Ying Zheng was confident that his decision was justified. He had achieved half of his objective. Noticing the absence of the crown prince, Ying Zheng felt a stirring in his heart and declared, "Ministers, yesterday I strolled through the city of Xianyang and chanced upon a few words of wisdom.
today,
I wish to share them with you all during this morning assembly." The ministers turned their attention towards Ying Zheng, their expressions reflecting surprise. What words of wisdom could he have encountered? It was widely known that no eminent figure had visited Xianyang recently, making such a claim seem improbable. Ying Zheng then rose slowly, pacing upon the jade steps, and recited, "Using bronze as a mirror can correct one's attire. Using others as a mirror can clarify gains and losses. Using history as a mirror can reveal the rise and fall of fortunes." As these three phrases resonated through the grand hall, an unusual silence enveloped the assembly. The ministers were left awestruck, unable to articulate their thoughts, especially Feng Jing, who finally understood. No wonder the emperor had spared him. It was due to these profound words of wisdom, which indeed held the essence of truth. Ying Zheng surveyed his once defiant ministers, now appearing docile, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The ministers, realizing the weight of the emperor's words, bowed deeply in reverence, proclaiming, "Long live His Majesty. His wisdom is unmatched. We are truly fortunate in our great Qin." The significance of those three phrases, brimming with wisdom, was undeniable, and it was no wonder the emperor referred to them as sage words. They were indeed profound. After the assembly, as the ministers exited the grand hall, they continued to discuss the emperor's remarkable sayings. "Minister Feng, now that you preside over the Grand Commandery, congratulations are in order. Will there not be a feast to celebrate?" Chang Shui approached with a sly grin. Feng Jing exchanged knowing glances with Feng Jie and the others. With a resigned smile, he replied, "I shall host a banquet at my residence today. If you do not mind the quality of the wine, do come. While I may lack delicacies, there will be an abundance of wine and locusts. That will suffice." Chang Shui and Yang Duanhe perked up at once. Yang Duanhe called out to the nearby General Li Xian, "General Li, come join us in celebrating Minister Feng's new appointment tonight." Li Xian frowned slightly, glancing at Feng Jing with a somewhat awkward expression, which Feng Jing mirrored. However, after a moment's thought, Feng Jing approached Li Xian with a respectful gesture, saying, "General Li, I apologize for any past grievances. I hope you can forgive me. I would be honored by your presence at my family banquet tonight." Li Xian, who had been pondering how to ease relations with Feng Jie, given that he would now be the voice of the Grand Commandery, was pleased by Feng Jing's overture. "Minister Feng is too gracious. I will certainly attend tonight." Li Xian bowed in acknowledgement, adding previously in Qi, "I may have acquired some bad habits that embarrassed you. Minister Feng, I shall endeavor to improve and would appreciate your guidance. The general's contributions are commendable. A momentary lapse is understandable. However, do remember to remain diligent in your duties," Feng Jing replied, bowing in return. "Of course. That is only natural." Li Xian nodded repeatedly, and the two shared a hearty laugh as they exchanged glances. This scene did not escape Ying Zheng's notice, who observed with approval. He felt a deep admiration for Zhao Yi, realizing that the words he had spoken in court had resonated with both Feng Jing and Li Xian, fostering mutual respect and mending their relationship, thus alleviating his own burdens. Ying Zheng silently nodded, realizing that Zhao Yi, the crown prince, was indeed the right choice. Even in his absence in the future, with Zhao Yi's capabilities, maintaining the governance would pose no challenge. Outside the court, Li Si furrowed his brow and inquired of Feng Qiji, Right Chancellor, the sage mentioned by His Majesty, could it possibly be that esteemed imperial teacher? Feng Qiji promptly affirmed. For who else could it be but that distinguished mentor? This imperial teacher is indeed a remarkable individual. Feng Jie pondered, reflecting that previously, they could offer counsel to the emperor, yet now he suddenly felt their significance was diminishing. Everyone must remain vigilant and not become complacent. Feng Jie's words reached Feng Jing's ears, who, however, could not concur. At this moment, his heart brimmed with gratitude for the imperial teacher. Had it not been for the imperial teacher, Feng Jing believed that given the emperor's temperament, after his previous disregard, the emperor would undoubtedly have made his life difficult, rather than promote him to oversee the Grand Commandery. Thus, Feng Jing understood that it was due to the imperial teacher's objective perspective that his position remained secure and that the affairs of the court could be assessed impartially, enabling Ying Zheng to receive the most fitting counsel. Feng Jie's concerns over his status were unfounded. Had the imperial teacher been present in the court, it was unlikely he could have articulated such classic phrases on Ying Zheng's behalf. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was at the crown prince's residence, accompanied by Ying Liman and Feng Shui as they transcribed his oral tale, The Record of Stones. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his nose. Yet no sneeze would come forth, prompting a playful pout from Ying Liman. Brother Yi, are you sleepy again? You really ought to rest less. Ying Liman exclaimed, observing Zhao Yi's tear-streaked visage. Feng Shui, ever gentle, prepared another sheet of silk and remarked, Your Highness, the recent weather changes may be causing discomfort. I too have felt a chill. Indeed. Zhao Yi cast a grateful glance at Feng Shui. The weather has shifted dramatically. You both should wear warmer clothing to avoid falling ill. True. Ying Liman, swayed by the suggestion, wrinkled her delicate nose in distress. I've noticed that no matter how many layers I wear, I remain cold and feel constrained. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up with inspiration. I recently planted some cotton, which should ripen soon. In a few days, once harvested, I'll have garments made that will keep you warm, surely surpassing 3 or 4 of your current outfits. Cotton garments? Feng Shui and Ying Liman exchanged astonished glances. Your Highness, what is that? Brother Yi, have you hidden something remarkable? Can it truly be so extraordinary? Is it some special animal hide? But even that wouldn't be as warm as you claim. Indeed, Brother Yi, you must be jesting. For Ying Liman and Feng Shui, the notion of cotton garments raised doubts, as it was not a product of their time, making it hard for them to accept. Cotton is a crop that cannot be eaten. It is used solely for clothing, and garments made from cotton are undoubtedly warm. You'll see once I create them. Zhao Yi explained with a smile. Ying Liman and Feng Shui nodded cutely, half believing, though it was clear Feng Shui was more inclined to trust. Zhao Yi, undeterred, enjoyed their company. After all, opposites attract, and Feng Shui was indeed a sight to behold, leading to more interactions between them. In their exchanges, Feng Shui found herself increasingly bewildered by the new crown prince, for his thoughts were exceedingly unconventional. Many of his ideas and expressions, though incomprehensible, radiated a sense of novelty. And being near Zhao Yi brought forth constant discoveries. Naturally, this led Feng Shui to develop a peculiar affection for Zhao Yi, predominantly marked by an adoring admiration. Thus, when Zhao Yi spoke of cotton's ability to create warm garments, Feng Shui's heart had already begun to believe. Chapter 92. Enchanted Ying Zheng. The two girls found the story quite intriguing and decided to inscribe it for publication, believing their intimate friends would enjoy it. Zhao Yi, however, found the task of carving bamboo slips tedious, preferring to recline in a hammock and recount the tale, while Feng Shui and Ying Liman did the inscribing. The first edition was soon completed despite the absence of paper-making technology in their era. Zhao Yi was disinterested in invention. Nevertheless, the record of stones was successfully etched by the two young girls. Done, we're finished. Zhao Yi sighed in relief after reviewing the final character, smiling. You may choose the title for the book and use your names for the credits. Ying Liman's eyes sparkled. That sounds wonderful. I shall share half the earnings with you. Yet, Feng Shui frowned and shook her head. That cannot be. The book is dictated by His Highness. We merely inscribed it. The credit must rightfully belong to His Highness. Zhao Yi waved his hand, interrupting Feng Shui. Your contributions are significant, and you have been the editors. Adding my name at the end suffices, but place Liman's name first. That one to do. Feng Shui persisted, only to be interrupted again by Zhao Yi. What? Do you feel it inappropriate to have your name alongside mine? Zhao Yi teased, smiling at Feng Shui. Not at all. But, Your Highness, Feng Shui began. Yet when she opened her mouth to say more, Zhao Yi's gentle urging silenced her, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. However, the thought of her name being placed nearest to Zhao Yi's in the credits caused her heart to flutter, and she shyly lowered her gaze. At that moment, Ying Zheng entered alone, hands clasped behind his back, and was taken aback by the scene before him, detecting an air of affection in the atmosphere, which made him frown involuntarily. Ah, father, you have arrived. Ying Liman, ever observant, rushed toward Ying Zheng with excitement. Feng Shui gasped and promptly stood to bow, while Zhao Yi remained comfortably seated in his chair, merely nodding at Ying Zheng in acknowledgement. Ying Zheng paid little mind, walking closer to examine the inscribed bamboo slips, his expression shifting to astonishment. What are you all doing? What is this writing? Father, this is my creation. Shui and brother Yi helped me compile it. Ying Liman declared proudly. Although not penned by her own hand, it was indeed her compilation, and Zhao Yi had consented to use her name, prompting her youthful spirit to seek approval from Ying Zheng. Is this a book you've written, Liman? Ying Zheng inquired, genuinely intrigued. As he leaned in to pick up a scroll, Ying Zheng read rapidly, initially believing it to be merely a whimsical tale spun by his daughter. Yet, as he delved deeper, he realized the narrative was far more intricate than he had anticipated. The book commenced with mythological themes, but was rooted in the rise and fall of the four great clans, centered around the experiences of Zhao Gao, weaving through the mundane affairs and romantic entanglements of the Jia household. Within the tapestry of the Jia family's life, the narrative vividly depicted the absurdities of social hierarchy, legitimacy, and the customs governing gender relations. It also unveiled the stark contradictions and fierce conflicts inherent in feudal family dynamics. Ying Zheng, having perused but a single scroll, became wholly entranced, swiftly moving on to the second, completely absorbed in the unfolding story. Naturally, Ying Zheng's reading was not akin to that of an ordinary person. Throughout the experience, he contemplated the narratives, extracting new knowledge from the tales shared within the text. Father, the book still requires final binding. Perhaps it would be better to read it once it is complete? As dusk approached, Zhao Yi noticed that Ying Zheng remained engrossed in his reading. Unable to contain himself, he called out a reminder, yet Ying Zheng remained utterly still, as if oblivious to the world around him. Ying Liman joined in, exclaiming, "Father, please bind the book for Brother Yi." It was Feng Shui who first perceived the situation, smiling gently as she remarked, "Your Highnesses. His Majesty is utterly absorbed in his reading. I dare say he cannot hear your voices." Ying Liman leaned closer to Ying Zheng, observing him with his head bowed and eyes fixated on the bamboo slips, even as she stood right in front of him. He did not glance her way. Indeed. Zhao Yi shook his head slightly, finding it rather alarming how engrossed one could become in reading. Yet, Ying Liman found the scene amusing. She had always believed her father preferred reviewing memorials, never realizing he had a fondness for novels as well. "Haha, Brother Yi, look at father. It's quite funny." Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, but Feng Shui understood, saying, "Have you forgotten, Your Highness, how captivated we were when you first recounted this story? Your tales are truly fascinating and filled with profound wisdom." As she spoke, Feng Shui cast an admiring glance at Zhao Yi, who found it rather mundane. After all, it is Dream of the Red Chamber, the only monumental work among the 4 great classics that has birthed its own genre. It's only natural for it to garner such attention. Frankly speaking, anyone with even a basic understanding of Red Chamber can easily captivate the interest of naive young maidens with a few lines of poetry, leading them to fall head over heels, Zhao Yi mused. Prior to his journey through time, he had friends who specialized in the study of the rheology, whose rapid change of romantic partners was akin to changing clothes, thus sparking his interest in such a grand narrative. Who would have thought it could intrigue the old man? If Liman were to publish this, it might indeed tap into a vast market, potentially yielding substantial profits. Zhao Yi's musings finally piqued Ying Zheng's interest. Initially intent on continuing his reading, he suddenly realized it was nearly dark and exclaimed, "Did you just call for me?" Feng Shui chuckled, while Ying Liman nodded vigorously, saying, "Father, we've called you 80 times. Brother Yi was too afraid to urge you, worried you might damage the book." Only then did Ying Zheng direct his gaze at Zhao Yi, inquiring, "Is this book authored solely by Liman? Or did you all collaborate on it?" Chapter 93, 100,000 copies in 3 days. Ying Zheng nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Ying Liman and then at Zhao Yi, praising, "Truly, you are my child. Your writing is commendable. However, such endeavors are mere leisure pursuits. You should devote more time to studying history and paying attention to state affairs, lest you waste your time on trivial matters." "Seriously? Who was it that just wasted time on frivolous things?" Zhao Yi retorted, his expression one of disbelief. He hastily bound the bamboo slips before preparing to hand them to Ying Liman. Allow me to keep this. I've just reached the part where Jia Baoyu meets Lin Daiyu. I am eager to see how the story unfolds," Ying Zheng exclaimed, having stumbled upon an intriguing segment. The anticipation gnawed at him. If he could not finish it today, he feared he would lose sleep over it. He extended his hand toward Zhao Yi. "Father, this is a miscellaneous book. It will distract you from handling state matters." Zhao Yi deftly placed it into Ying Liman's arms. "Didn't you just instruct us not to squander time on trifles?" Ying Zheng was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had shot himself in the foot. As an emperor, he could not yield to Zhao Yi, yet his curiosity about the subsequent plot was overwhelming. Seeing Ying Liman's earnest demeanor mirrored that of Zhao Yi, Ying Zheng reluctantly turned to his daughter. "Liman, your father misspoke. Quickly hand over the bamboo slips to me." Hearing her father admit fault for the first time, Ying Liman's eyes widened in surprise, and Feng Shui was equally astonished, while Zhao Yi merely chuckled at the spectacle. After all, a daughter is a father's little darling. Ying Liman obediently placed the slips into Ying Zheng's hands, yet could not help but caution, "Father, this is a unique manuscript. The only copy. Please do not misplace it. Indeed, tomorrow we shall commence mass production. Why not wait until then? And I will have a copy delivered to you in the palace?" Feng Shui suggested, a hint of concern in her tone. Ying Zheng accepted the book from Ying Liman with delight, but was taken aback by Feng Shui's words. "Mass production? Is this not engraved? Can it truly be produced in bulk? You must consider, publishing a book incurs considerable costs. Do not act on a fleeting whim." In Ying Zheng's view, publishing was a thankless task, requiring extensive time and resources, and fraught with the potential for errors. Even if produced, the cost of a single book would be beyond the reach of most. His logic was sound. During the Qin Dynasty, there was neither paper nor printing technology, with true printing techniques only emerging in the Song Dynasty. This explained why the memorials he reviewed daily were so weighty. They were all crafted from bamboo slips and engraved by hand. Thus, producing a book was no trivial matter, not something one could hastily decide upon. How troublesome. Ying Liman's enthusiasm waned as she considered the complexities involved. Indeed, Feng Shui quietly elaborated, "Printing workshops are state-run. To print our book, we would need the Emperor's approval, and even then, there would be a queue. Moreover, considering the costs, it may well fetch over 10 taels of gold." 10 taels of gold? Ying Liman's eyes widened. "So expensive. Who could afford that? Perhaps we should print just a few copies, one for each of us, to avoid the hassle of borrowing and returning." Ying Liman whispered her thoughts to Feng Shui. intent on showcasing her work among the nobility and making it known that a princess of Qin had authored the stone record. However, reality struck hard. Publishing was utterly impractical. The common folk could not afford it, and even the nobility might be reluctant to purchase it. 10 taels of gold was a sum some might never see in a lifetime. Even among the nobility, it would be deemed extravagant to buy such a book, inviting scorn as a wasteful spender. Seeing the disappointment etched on Ying Zheng's face, Zhao Yi felt a surge of sympathy. He gently patted his sister's head, smiling reassuringly. "Fear not, I shall ensure that every citizen of Xianyang can read your book." Zhao Yi spoke with conviction, while Ying Zheng scoffed disdainfully. "Every citizen of Xianyang? Crown Prince. Such words are rather overblown, are they not? Just the bamboo slips for this single volume would cost nearly 1,000 coins, not to mention the engraving of the content. Do not comfort Lyman with empty promises or inflate your own stature by suggesting you will fund the publication and sell it cheaply to the populace." Upon hearing Ying Zheng's remarks, Ying Lyman grew agitated. "Brother, you must not do that for me. While I desire for more people to see this book, I cannot justify such an enormous expense." As a caring brother, Zhao Yi understood her concerns. However, having made his decision, he would not waver. Ying Zheng, on the other hand, felt a sense of delight. Should Ying Lyman abandon her publishing aspirations, the book would become a unique treasure that he could later present to Lady Gongsun, whom he was certain would appreciate it. As Ying Zheng began to plot how to claim the book crafted by his daughter as a gift for Lady Gongsun, Zhao Yi continued to assert, "Rest assured. With me at the helm, I can reduce the cost of this book to merely 10 coins. "What? 10 coins? How could that be possible?" Ying Lyman and Feng Shi gasped in astonishment, while Ying Zheng merely raised an eyebrow, a hint of a cold smile playing on his lips. Initially, he had thought Zhao Yi quite composed, but it appeared that he was still too youthful and spoke impractically. It seemed he needed more experience, and Ying Zheng would have to support him for a few more years. "Look at that old fool's expression. It's clear he doesn't believe me. Does he think my time here has been wasted? I've long since acquired the papermaking and printing factories. Next, I just need to exchange the papermaking and printing factories, and once the typesetting is done, we can print and produce directly. As long as there are no issues. Within 3 days, we could produce 100,000 books. It would be as easy as child's play." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's thoughts, Ying Zheng felt a wave of unease wash over him, even setting down the book in his hands. Papermaking, printing, typesetting, what were these? Ying Zheng was taken aback. Although he didn't understand, it seemed remarkably impressive. Most crucially, the notion of printing 100,000 books in 3 days was utterly absurd. Was this truly possible? Despite his reluctance to believe it, he knew that since Zhao Yi had expressed it in his thoughts, it must be true. Chapter 94. Ying Zheng's ambition. The entire annual output of book production in the Qin Dynasty was unlikely to reach 100,000 volumes. Yet Zhao Yi claimed he could achieve it. If this were true, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone in Qin. In this era, only a select few could afford to read, not due to a lack of desire, but because they could scarcely buy books, let alone read them. If Zhao Yi could indeed print 100,000 copies of the stone record within 3 days, Ying Zheng could finally unleash the ambitions he had long concealed. Papermaking techniques. Principles of papermaking, required materials for papermaking, printing techniques, principles of printing, materials and processes required for printing. Goodness, this is quite complicated. Establishing a papermaking and printing factory might require substantial effort. I had underestimated the task. As Zhao Yi began contemplating the printing and papermaking factories, the information exchanged from the system rapidly played out in Ying Zheng's mind like a series of cinematic images. In an instant, Ying Zheng's pupils dilated, and he felt utterly overwhelmed. The processes of papermaking, engraving, printing, and bookbinding unfolded in his mind, each step resembling a movie scene, weaving together an array of innovative techniques that he found both incomprehensible and yet inescapably fascinating, leading him to a state of confusion. He never anticipated that Zhao Yi's claim of printing 100,000 books in 3 days would be based on such methods. It was astonishingly simple, yet overwhelmingly complex. Even with his exceptional intellect, Ying Zheng struggled to grasp everything swirling in his mind, as it was technology from centuries ahead. Despite being a legendary emperor, he could not readily accept it. As the torrent of information overwhelmed him, he felt dizzy and stumbled backward. Ying Lyman, sensing the danger, rushed to support him, while Feng Shi followed suit, both calling out in alarm. "Father, what has happened? Someone fetch the physician. Where is everyone?" With the assistance of Ying Lyman and Feng Shi, Ying Zheng gradually sank to the ground, taking a moment to regain his composure. Although he still felt faint, he had regained his awareness. "There's no need to summon the physician. I am fine. I merely became a bit too exhilarated." He chuckled heartily. Ying Zheng was indeed overjoyed. With Zhao Yi's technological advancements, the future of Qin was no longer just a dream. He looked at Zhao Yi with excitement, marveling at his son's extraordinary capabilities. What kind of intellect allowed him to know such wondrous things? It was truly remarkable. "Father, you shouldn't put pressure on elder brother," Zhao Yi interjected, sensing something unsettling in Ying Zheng's gaze that made him feel uneasy. It was a mistake on Li Min's part to speak so carelessly. Producing a book is inherently challenging, and as you mentioned, the cost is high. After all this time, Li Min realizes that 10 large coins cannot possibly cover the cost of a single book. It's an unattainable feat wary of unnecessary trouble stemming from a single book. Li Min sought to give both Ying Zheng and Zhao Yi a way out. Feng Shui, though agreeing, felt constrained by her position to voice her thoughts. Understanding the girl's expressions, Ying Zheng recognized their concerns. After all, not everyone could hear Zhao Yi's thoughts as he did. Thus, he boldly declared, since the crown prince has stated he can accomplish this, then surely he will. I have always believed in my son, haven't I?
What?
Li Min and Feng Shui were taken aback, looking at Zhao Yi in bewilderment. They had not anticipated Ying Zheng's unwavering trust in Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, realizing that there was no escaping this matter after Ying Zheng's declaration. It seems I must sacrifice some sleep and expedite the establishment of the papermaking and printing factories. Currently, the production of books in the Qin Dynasty appeared to be monopolized by the noble families, leading to a system where officials were predominantly selected from these families, as only they could afford to be educated. However, if I could establish efficient papermaking and printing processes, breaking the cycle and allowing commoners to access books at minimal cost, the dynamics between noble and common families would surely shift. Ying Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Zhao Yi, filled with excitement. Zhao Yi intended to use printed books to dismantle the noble family's dominance over the selection of court officials. Indeed, as Zhao Yi surmised, the current officials were either old Qin citizens or scions of prominent families, making the court a mere representation of the nobility. This situation allowed the noble families to easily influence the court's decrees, rendering it exceedingly difficult for Ying Zheng to enact his desired policies. He had contemplated breaking this cycle by promoting more common scholars, but the poverty of these individuals limited their prospects, making it impossible for them to compete with the well-off nobility. Ultimately, acquiring knowledge required not only a teacher's guidance, but also access to a wealth of books to glean insights and develop one's own theories. Chapter 95. Wang Ji in the current Qin Dynasty. Although the publication of books is officially managed, it is essentially monopolized by the powerful families. This monopoly over book printing enables these families to completely control knowledge, which is significantly detrimental to the court's ability to select officials. However, if Zhao Yi can successfully utilize the printing and papermaking facilities he has established to reduce the costs of books, providing inexpensive reading materials for the sons of humble households, he may have the opportunity to disrupt the aristocracy's monopoly on the selection of officials. For Ying Zheng, this is an enormous boon. He has yearned for such a possibility throughout his life and now sees hope in Zhao Yi. My prince, should you require anything, speak directly to me, and I shall support you wholeheartedly, Ying Zheng declared, his gaze intense as it rested upon Zhao Yi. He decided not to make Zhao Yi return to the imperial study to review memorials. He had already resolved that Zhao Yi's singular task would be to expedite the construction of the papermaking and printing factories. Li Min and Feng Shui were equally perplexed, watching Ying Zheng's departing figure and then turning to the seemingly dazed Zhao Yi, both young women filled with curiosity, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. The following day, Zhao Yi astonishingly rose early and leisurely made his way to the rear courtyard. This courtyard was not originally connected to the former general's residence, but was incorporated into the prince's estate as a result of Zhao Yi's ascension to his position. Following royal customs that designated unclaimed land adjacent to the general's residence for the prince's use. Since Zhao Yi's relocation to the prince's estate, he had strictly prohibited any significant alterations to the rear courtyard, asserting his authority over its management, resulting in its current desolate state. Aside from servants who came daily to clear weeds and drive away snakes and insects, few ventured into this area. However, today, upon seeing Zhao Yi appear in the rear courtyard, the servants were bewildered and quickly bowed in greeting. Zhao Yi waved them off, indicating they could leave, and then strolled to a well-prepared corner of the courtyard. After measuring the area, Zhao Yi resolved to establish the papermaking and printing factories here. Zhao Yi's system differed greatly from those of other transmigrators. While others might acquire their systems through tasks or special means to gain technology and then independently work on a groundbreaking product, Zhao Yi's system was straightforward and efficient, providing immediate results. The concepts previously manifested in his mind simply required him to allocate positions for construction. This might sound complex, yet it was akin to placing buildings in a game. Let us begin, exclaimed Zhao Yi, stifling a long yawn. In rapid succession, a series of metallic clangs echoed as the papermaking and printing factories were completed in the time it took Zhao Yi to yawn. The two factory buildings were clearly labeled, distinguishing the papermaking facility from the printing house. Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he entered both factories for inspection, discovering that all necessary machinery was in place and ready for operation. The energy source for both factories was solar power, which, even in the modern era, would be considered cutting-edge technology. However, a challenge remained. The operation of the factories still required human labor. Contemplating the need for manpower, Zhao Yi felt a pang of concern. He could not entrust the factories to just anyone, nor could he manage them personally. Oh no, how could I forget? He suddenly exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he recalled the character card he had obtained from his daily sign-in not long ago. He quickly retrieved the character card, discovering it was for Wang Ji. While many may not be familiar with Wang Ji, the name Hu Xiuyan often springs to mind when discussing prominent businessmen of the late Qing Dynasty. Hu Xiuyan was a renowned red-capped merchant whose fate ended tragically. resulting in the confiscation of his wealth and a sorrowful demise. Conversely, Wang Ji was the only red-capped merchant of the late Qing who met a favorable end, achieving the esteemed rank of a first-class merchant, surpassing Hu Shuiyan's second-class title. Such a business prodigy was the perfect choice to manage the printing and papermaking factories. Zhao Yi promptly utilized the character card, integrating Wang Ji's identity with the current environment of the Qin Dynasty. Through the system's introduction, Zhao Yi learned that Wang Ji was a wealthy merchant from the Guangzhou region of Qin ancestry who had encountered extortion from foreign tribes during his business dealings in Xiongnu. Saved by Zhao Yi, he subsequently became his subordinate. As if everything was falling into place seamlessly, the steward rushed in, reporting, "Your Highness, a retainer from Zhao Manor is here to see you. It is Wang Ji." Zhao Yi was elated. Even the steward recognized him. Upon entering the main hall, Zhao Yi saw a young man in his 20s. The moment the young man spotted Zhao Yi, he immediately bowed deeply. "I am Wang Ji, at your service, Your Highness." Since Wang Ji's identity had seamlessly integrated with his current circle, it was time to prepare for a hands-off approach. "Wang Ji, you arrived just in time. Come with me." Zhao Yi beckoned Wang Ji to follow him to the rear courtyard. Upon reaching the two factories, Wang Ji was astonished. "Your Highness, what is this?" "These are two small workshops, one for papermaking and the other for printing books. From now on, I entrust these workshops to you." Wang Ji's excitement was palpable at the prospect of managing Zhao Yi's workshops. Although he was still grasping the full scope, he felt confident that matters pertaining to business would pose no challenge. However, as Zhao Yi led Wang Ji into the factories, showcasing the towering machinery, Wang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. "How do you expect me to manage these?" he stammered. Though Wang Ji hailed from a modern background, the advanced technology and automation of these factories were overwhelming for someone accustomed to a feudal society. "Rest assured, I will provide you with the methods and requirements for operating the factories shortly," Zhao Yi reassured him, patting Wang Ji's shoulder. "With your capabilities, I have no doubt you will succeed. I believe in you." Wang Ji, upon hearing Zhao Yi's words of confidence, immediately bowed deeply once more. The trust of a master is the greatest motivation for a servant. Although Wang Ji felt a bit unsteady, he resolved to persevere. Chapter 96 concerns Zhao Yi's confidence in Wang Ji was well placed. He was indeed the most formidable tycoon of the late Qing dynasty, without exception. Energized by Zhao Yi's encouragement, Wang Ji was practically buzzing with enthusiasm. However, mere motivation would not suffice. "Wang Ji, please find the steward shortly. I have instructed him to allocate 1,000 gold pieces to you. How you utilize this sum is entirely your responsibility. I only require that within 3 days, the factories commence operations and that you produce a book for me." The terms Zhao Yi offered were generous, and with 3 days at his disposal, Wang Ji, after some contemplation, promptly bowed and declared, "Rest assured, Your Highness, even if I must forgo sleep for 3 days, I will ensure the factories are operational." Wang Ji, having fully integrated into this era, understood the significance of papermaking and printing. Armed with the finest machinery and the prince's unwavering support, he was confident that he could effortlessly transform this age. A retainer from Zhao Manor? Ying Zheng was taken aback. When had this young man acquired a retainer? What business did he have in the rear courtyard? Yet, Black Ice, while inspecting the area, unexpectedly discovered a hidden treasure within the prince's estate. In a corner of the rear courtyard, where he had just conducted an inspection, 2 substantial workshops had emerged, one labeled as a papermaking workshop and the other as a printing workshop. However, as He Bing entered the 2 workshops, he could not discern what exactly was housed within. Zhang Han appeared utterly perplexed, while Ying Zheng immediately felt a surge of excitement. He instantly recognized that the workshops He Bing had observed must surely be the paper mill and printing house mentioned by Zhao Yi. Even Ying Zheng, upon envisioning the peculiar and intricate machinery within, felt dizzy, let alone He Bing. What was unexpected, however, was how swiftly Zhao Yi had clandestinely relocated the printing house and paper mill into his rear courtyard. Who was currently overseeing these workshops? Was it the crown prince himself? Ying Zheng inquired, maintaining an air of composure. Zhang Han slowly shook his head, asserting that this was not the case. The crown prince had consistently remained in the front courtyard of the prince's residence, seldom venturing into the rear courtyard, and he was reluctant even to attend court. How could he possibly manage 2 workshops personally? Zhang Han then produced a bamboo slip and presented it before Ying Zheng, stating that he had discovered that Wang Ji, prior to becoming a servant of the crown prince, had been a merchant, seemingly engaged in substantial business dealings. Ying Zheng, puzzled, unfurled the bamboo slip, which detailed the lineage of Wang Ji's family over 3 generations, their business interactions, and how he had become a servant to Zhao Yi. As Ying Zheng skimmed through the contents, his expression darkened. He harbored reservations about Zhao Yi's choice of this individual. A merchant, even one who had thrived in business, ought not to be entrusted with such a significant responsibility. Ying Zheng felt that Zhao Yi had acted somewhat hastily. Contrarily, Zhang Han held a differing perspective. "Your Majesty," he articulated, setting aside Wang Ji's relationship with the crown prince, "it appears to me that whether it be paper production or printing, the emergence of inexpensive publications will undoubtedly incite discontent among the aristocracy. Entrusting this matter to any official within Xiongnu poses a risk of information leakage." which could lead to considerable trouble. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng's ire surged, and he could not restrain himself from slamming the table, exclaiming, "If the crown prince takes the initiative, who would dare to voice their objections? What of the aristocracy? Do they dare to challenge the crown prince? This is Xianying. Do they think they can rebel?" Seeing Ying Zheng's fury, Zhang Han hastily knelt and implored, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I merely consider the worst-case scenario. I beg for your forgiveness. Rise." Ying Zheng waved his hand. "I do not hold you accountable. This matter indeed requires more careful consideration on my part. The crown prince understands the necessity of discretion, which is something I could learn from him." Recently, Ying Zheng had been prone to ostentation, reveling in displaying his grandeur, a manifestation of vanity. Had the crown prince exhibited similar behavior, he might have been devoured entirely by the scheming elite. I reiterate my previous counsel. Heibing should be assigned additional personnel for protection near the crown prince's residence, especially in the rear courtyard. Any unauthorized individuals attempting to pry shall be dealt with decisively, without the need to inform me. At this moment, Ying Zheng was filled with murderous intent. Anyone who dared to obstruct his grand ambitions would meet a grim fate. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, having withdrawn 1,000 gold from the crown prince's treasury, promptly maximized his business acumen. On the same day, he procured all necessary raw materials and summoned a sufficient number of workers. In accordance with Zhao Yi's demand, all workers were bound by contracts of servitude, a grim reality attributable to the oppressive old society. In the Qin Dynasty, individuals selling themselves for their parents' funerals were commonplace, accompanied by organized trafficking of human beings. Wang Ji, without exerting much effort, successfully gathered the required number of workers. With contracts in hand, these workers effectively belonged to Zhao Yi, unbound by the customary verification process. Verification was a unique product of the Qin Dynasty, akin to an identity card, typically crafted from catalpa wood, inscribed with personal identification details. Without verification, leaving Xianying was impossible. The historical figure Xiongnu had fallen victim to the system, unable to escape the Qin state due to the absence of verification, ultimately leading to his capture and execution. In the Qin Dynasty, particularly near the capital, verification checks were exceedingly stringent. The absence of such documents would result in horrific punishments, and those aware of the situation who failed to report would also face repercussions. Thus, these workers found themselves entirely at Zhao Yi's mercy. Should they dare to step outside the crown prince's residence without cause, they would face certain death. Of course, as a time traveler, Zhao Yi understood that relying solely on draconian punishments would not suffice to ensure that the workers remained diligent. Thus, he provided them with superior living conditions. Aside from their inability to leave the crown prince's residence, their circumstances were the most favorable throughout the realm of Qin. Zhao Yi was acutely aware that the advent of paper and printing would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of many. He had to maintain absolute secrecy, and he was confident that even if someone learned of it, they could not replicate his paper mill and printing house. Nonetheless, Zhao Yi felt an unsettling apprehension. If Ying Zheng were to disregard ethics and seize his workshop, he believed such a scenario was not implausible, given Ying Zheng's temperament. However, there was little he could do to prevent it. Soon, Zhao Yi rationalized that Ying Zheng's days were numbered, even if he were to take over. Once that old man was no longer around, the workshop would still belong to him. With this thought, Zhao Yi found solace and resumed his leisurely pursuits. Meanwhile, Wang Ji was busily engaged. Over the course of 3 days, he spared not a single moment, ultimately producing 10 tons of exquisite printing paper by the 3rd day. Upon witnessing the paper, Wang Ji was utterly astonished, for he had never encountered anything like it. It was pristine, resilient, and possessed a texture superior even to shoe brocade. The workers, upon seeing such paper, were equally mesmerized, as if they had stumbled upon a treasure, exclaiming in wonder, "My heavens, did we truly create this? It's so white, even whiter than cloth. Indeed, this is our creation, all thanks to our efforts. We toiled for so many days for this." They had often heard people deriding the crown prince as mediocre and inept, but they vehemently disagreed. How could someone so supposedly lacking produce such a marvel? Moreover, to think we can produce so much paper in such a short time. Once it hits the market, it will surely cause a sensation. The workers in the paper mill gazed at their labor's fruits, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Ji, however, quickly urged them to transport the printing paper to the adjacent printing house. The machines there were already set up, since the printing process employed computerized technology. Zhao Yi had to handle the typesetting himself. Fortunately, the advanced printing house's computer was equipped with scanning capabilities and exhibited exceptional recognition skills, able to identify even the intricately inscribed characters on bamboo slips. As Zhao Yi yawned, he began feeding the bamboo slips into the scanner, and the computer automatically completed the typesetting. Within the span of less than an hour, the entire volume of the stone record was typeset. Now that the printing paper was ready, with Wang Ji's approval, he commanded, and the machines in the printing house erupted into a cacophony, swiftly producing the first copy of the stone record. Upon witnessing the ease with which a book could be printed, Wang Ji could no longer contain his exhilaration and dashed toward the front hall, clutching the book. At that moment, Zhao Yi was enjoying watermelon with Ying Zheng, observing him as he ate while standing and enduring a lecture. "Crown Prince, you possess such delectable treats. Why not think to share some with your father? Were it not for the grand historian, I would have remained oblivious to the treasures hidden within your residence. Look at what you've managed. It is already autumn, and during the sweltering summer, I could hardly bear the heat, pondering what could provide me relief. Yet what have you been doing? Zhao Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment, his mind racing with unvoiced complaints, when suddenly Wang Ji burst into the room, exclaiming, "Your Highness, it's done. The book is complete." Although Ying Zheng did not recognize Wang Ji, the sight of the book he held aloft made his eyes widen in astonishment. Accustomed to bamboo slips, he was electrified at the sight of a book made entirely of pristine white printed paper. Even without prior experience with paper, Ying Zheng could easily deduce that once this paper was introduced, it would undoubtedly replace bamboo slips, becoming an essential medium for books and writing. Quiet down. Do you possess any sense? Zhao Yi glared at the boisterous Wang Ji. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Wang Ji grinned, but upon realizing Ying Zheng's presence, he quickly concealed the book within his robe. Zhao Yi had previously insisted that neither the paper nor the completed book should be displayed in front of anyone else. Witnessing Wang Ji's flustered attempt to hide the book, Ying Zheng couldn't help but chuckle. Since Zhao Yi remained silent about introductions, he decided to announce himself. What is this? I am the Son of Heaven, the father of the Crown Prince. Is there anything you need to conceal from me? Upon hearing Ying Zheng's self-identification, Wang Ji finally noticed the black dragon robe adorning him and was instantly dumbfounded. In the Qin Dynasty, black was revered, and dragon robes were exclusively black. Thus, Wang Ji understood that only the current emperor could don such a robe. He hurriedly knelt and bowed. Commoner Wang Ji pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Ying Zheng waved his hand playfully, saying, Rise, quickly. If there is something urgent, you ought to inform the crown prince at once. Wang Ji, ever earnest, stood up and addressed Zhao Yi. Your Highness, the printed paper has been completed, and this is the first published book. Please take a look. Is it truly finished so soon? Ying Zheng's eyes widened as he gazed at the book in Zhao Yi's hands, discarding the watermelon rind he had been holding, eager to approach Zhao Yi and examine the work. To his astonishment, the cover of the book was adorned with vividly engraved figures. As Zhao Yi opened the first page, the rich aroma of ink mingled with the subtle scent of paper wafted through the air, making Ying Zheng's heart race with excitement. He longed to seize the book and scrutinize it closely. Merely glancing at the cover and the first page, Ying Zheng discerned numerous issues. The quality of the paper was undeniably superior, and the printed text far surpassed that of bamboo slips. Notably, the weight was astonishing. The text carved on a pound of bamboo slips could be matched by the words on a single page of this book. If all memorials could be composed in this manner, Ying Zheng's daily workload would be drastically reduced. He would no longer have to sift through 100 pounds of memorials to find what he desired. Excellent. Continue with this endeavor. Zhao Yi casually flipped through the pages, nodded approvingly, and handed the book to Wang Ji. To him, this book was merely a commonplace item of the future, nothing extraordinary. However, Zhao Yi's indifference was not shared by Ying Zheng, who eagerly snatched the book from Zhao Yi's hands, his eyes wide with wonder as he began to turn the pages. This is remarkable. The quality of the text and paper is truly exceptional. He marveled at the printing and papermaking techniques that had produced such an exquisite book. I cannot believe I have lived so many years unaware of such miraculous inventions. Suddenly, as he examined the book, Ying Zheng furrowed his brow and looked up at Zhao Yi, pointing at the content. Crown Prince, what are these dots and circles in the book? Why are there so many dots and circles? Zhao Yi was momentarily perplexed. Upon following Ying Zheng's pointing finger, he realized the emperor was referring to the punctuation marks. Exasperated, he rolled his eyes. Father, it is my folly. I did not know how to punctuate while reading, so I used these dots and circles to aid my understanding. Zhao Yi briefly explained, omitting the intricate significance of punctuation marks. I see. Ying Zheng nodded slowly, then focused intently on the text in the stone record, pondering deeply. His eyes soon brightened, clearly appreciating the subtlety of these seemingly insignificant dots and circles. With the presence of these marks, reading became effortless, allowing one to grasp the profound meanings embedded within each sentence with ease. Excellent. Truly exceptional. Ying Zheng exclaimed repeatedly, with Wang Ji eagerly echoing his praise. Displaying a sycophantic demeanor, Zhao Yi could only offer a weary chuckle, thinking to himself, how curious. Yet, the books of the Qin must indeed incorporate these punctuation marks, otherwise, reading memorials would be quite laborious. Once these punctuation marks are established, reading will become straightforward, facilitating education for the common scholars, allowing even the most obscure ancient texts to retain their original depth. Zhao Yi's internal musings resonated with Ying Zheng, enlightening him profoundly. Although familial texts were occasionally released, few could comprehend them due to the lack of punctuation, making reading arduous and understanding nearly impossible. However, with these punctuation marks, the essence of the texts could be readily grasped, ensuring that any scholar could comprehend their significance. Indeed, Ying Zheng nodded fervently, his gaze toward Zhao Yi shifting with newfound admiration. His son was indeed remarkable, a true blessing from heaven. The more he contemplated, the more Ying Zheng felt convinced that Zhao Yi was the unrivaled heir to the throne. Yet, Zhao Yi's inner thoughts persisted. Could it be that some officials aware of the potential for confusion, deliberately compose convoluted memorials? After all, even the texts of the sages can yield varying interpretations based on punctuation. This is merely an academic concern. However, in matters of governance and military affairs, if someone were to misconstrue an old edict, it could lead to my downfall. Even as the crown prince. A wave of shock surged through Ying Zheng as he comprehended Zhao Yi's concerns. Indeed, as Zhao Yi articulated, misinterpretations of the sage's words were merely trivial. However, if his decrees were misread, it could result in monumental consequences, especially concerning edicts, where misinterpretation could spell disaster. Thus, these punctuation marks must be disseminated without delay, for they would prevent any misinterpretation of his intentions. The thought thrilled Ying Zheng. Such a significant matter had been so effortlessly addressed by Zhao Yi's punctuation marks. Truly, Zhao Yi was exceptional. Crown Prince, enlighten me further about these punctuation marks, Ying Zheng commanded, ensuring he maintained an air of authority. Since you have undertaken such an important task, you must diligently manage it. Should you excel, I shall reward you handsomely.
Now,
Go forth. Upon hearing of potential rewards, Wang Zhi's eyes gleamed with excitement. Clearly, he recognized the promise of advancement through his association with the Crown Prince. He promptly bowed deeply to Ying Zheng. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall wholeheartedly strive to fulfill the Crown Prince's wishes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi could not help but roll his eyes. The old man was truly unprincipled, already beginning to undermine him right before his eyes. He swiftly gestured to Wang Zhi to leave, as if shooing away a fly, urging him to hurry away. If there's even the slightest mishap at the printing house, I shall hold you accountable. Wang Zhi's expression stiffened, and he quickly rose to bow to Ying Zheng before hastening to the rear courtyard. Subsequently, Zhao Yi dryly began to explain punctuation marks to Ying Zheng. Though his explanation was rather superficial, it nonetheless proved immensely beneficial to Ying Zheng, who nodded repeatedly. Chapter 99. The Qin bookstore. Seeing Ying Zheng adopt the demeanor of a diligent student, Zhao Yi could not suppress his inner ridicule. Damn it. The old man is surprisingly eager to learn. Does he truly comprehend, or is he merely pretending? Moreover, this realm belongs to him. Who could possibly undertake any endeavor without his watchful gaze? Unfilial son. Abominable wretch. Ying Zheng could not help but curse inwardly. Isn't this world, which is rightfully mine, destined to also be yours, Crown Prince? With the world at your disposal, why concern yourself with mere finances? Ying Zheng was perplexed by Zhao Yi's thoughts, however. Considering the profound shock Zhao Yi had brought him today, he decided against contesting it. Indeed, punctuation marks are rather splendid and worthy of promotion. Henceforth I entrust you, Crown Prince, with their propagation. Ying Zheng wore a satisfied expression. Zhao Yi, upon hearing this, was left speechless, feeling as if he might explode. Do I really have to oversee the promotion of punctuation marks? What absurdity! I am the Crown Prince. Must I handle such trivial matters?
a filial son.
Ying Zheng's fists clenched within his sleeves, yearning to strike Zhao Yi. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that entrusting this task to his rebellious son could potentially lead to chaos. It would be far better for him to flaunt it himself and let those languid officials handle it. Imagining the scene of successfully impressing the court officials, with their astonished expressions, Ying Zheng's fists relaxed. Once Ying Zheng departed from the Crown Prince's residence, Zhao Yi eagerly made his way to the rear courtyard, where the printing house had already produced over 100 copies of the stone record. Wang Zhi handed Zhao Yi a copy, which he examined thoroughly, nodding in approval. The copy in his hands was identical to the one Ying Zheng had taken, and upon inspecting the other printed editions, Zhao Yi continued to nod. Regardless of whether any subsequent prints would be defective, even those would undoubtedly surpass the bamboo scrolls currently available in the markets of the Great Qin by countless measures. Excellent work. At this pace, when can we commence sales? Zhao Yi began to inquire about the follow-up matters. Moreover, here are the recent purchase details and the balance of funds. Your Highness, please review. Wang Zhi, indeed a shrewd merchant, had meticulously considered every aspect, sparing Zhao Yi the trouble, perfectly aligning with his desire to act as a capable manager. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Wang Zhi was visibly moved. Receiving such trust from a national heir was sufficient for a lifetime. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not fail your expectations. Should there be any discrepancies, I shall present my head, Wang Zhi declared fiercely. Zhao Yi, however, merely scoffed. I am certainly at ease. Just do your job well. I have no need for your head. The following day, in the bustling city of Xiongnu, a newly opened shop named the Qin Bookstore commenced its operations at the most vibrant intersection. The blackened signboard, adorned with 4 gilded characters, immediately captured the attention of countless passers-by. Ying Liman and Feng Shui had received the news well in advance and promptly arranged for their servants to invite all the noble young ladies they knew to support the Qin Bookstore. Consequently, the newly inaugurated bookstore was soon teeming with patrons. Upon entering, the guests gazed in awe at the printed stone record, utterly mesmerized. Just by glancing at the cover from a distance, they could discern its rarity and value. After all, in the entire Great Qin, such volumes could only be found within this bookstore, leading everyone to expect a price of at least 1 or 2 gold pieces. However, When the first customer mustered the courage to inquire about the price from Wang Ji, who was temporarily acting as the shopkeeper, they were struck dumb. 50 big coins? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? This book costs only 50 big coins? Wang Ji confidently declared. Indeed, 50 big coins, no deception. Whoever can afford 50 big coins shall claim this book. The crowd erupted in excitement. 50 big coins?
So cheap.
I thought it would be at least 1 gold piece.
I want 1.
No way, it's truly for sale? I'll take 10. Me too. Such a fine item would make a splendid gift. Please, give me 10 copies. Upon discovering that such exquisitely printed books were available for merely 50 big coins, all the customers went wild, igniting a fervent rush to purchase. Ying Liman and Feng Shui, each holding a copy of the stone record, exchanged delighted glances as they witnessed the bustling scene. I told you Wang Ji is clever. He set the price at 50 big coins. Had it been according to Brother Yi's suggestion of 20 big coins, we would have lost a fortune. And the stock would barely suffice. Indeed, such a magnificent book at 50 coins feels like a loss. Look at these people. Are they lacking in funds? Oh, look. My name is inscribed at the very front of the book, and your name is behind mine, Sister Shi. Come, look. Ying Liman excitedly pointed at the gilded inscription of her name on the cover. Just as Zhao Yi and Ying Zheng had initially envisioned, the publication of the stone record resonated throughout the city of Xianyang alongside the renown of the Qin bookstore. Within half an hour, over 3,000 copies of the stone record were sold out, yet customers continued to flock in. However, as per Zhao Yi's directive, once the 3,000 copies were sold, the Qin bookstore would only accept pre-orders, ceasing further sales. Understanding the psychology of hunger marketing, Zhao Yi opened Wang Ji's eyes to the phenomenon. Within just half a day, pre-orders had exceeded 10,000 copies, and this number continued to rise with the passage of time. Chapter 100. Zhao Yi's ambitions thus. The reputation of the Qin bookstore was firmly established in Xianyang, and the young scholars and ladies of Chang'an Street were abuzz with discussions about the stone record. Meanwhile, within the Crown Prince's residence, Zhao Yi was diligently concocting the fruit juice he desired, and just as he was nearing completion, Ying Liman and Feng Shui burst in, brimming with excitement. Brother Yi, our bookstore is thriving, and the stone record has become a sensation. Ying Liman rushed to Zhao Yi and enveloped him in a tight embrace, leaving Feng Shui to watch with envy. Calm down, calm down. Zhao Yi chuckled helplessly. Aren't you a bit too grown up for this? I'm just so happy. Ying Liman danced around, refusing to release Zhao Yi. Brother Yi, do you know? The Qin bookstore sold over 3,000 copies today. And pre-orders are already lined up until the day after tomorrow, and people are still coming with money to place orders. Of course, Ying Liman was overjoyed. She was the first to be named in the book, and having personally participated in its engraving, the overwhelming success thrilled her. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, thinking his sister was as naive as the old Ying Zheng. What was there to celebrate? Your Highness. Wang Ji chimed in at that moment. Today, the Qin bookstore's profits exceeded 100,000 coins, with pre-orders surpassing 10,000 copies, all full payment, yielding over 500,000 coins in profit. After deducting labor and store expenses, today's profit stands at 65,400. Enough, you needn't continue, Zhao Yi interjected, as he noticed Wang Ji seizing the opportunity to report his accounts. The remaining change after the 600,000. Wang Ji, you may distribute it among the people below. How to divide it is up to you. Let everyone know that following this prince means there is meat to eat. The servant bows in gratitude to His Highness the Prince. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji immediately knelt on the ground. Ying Liman, however, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. My goodness, in such a short time, more than 600,000 coins. Igij, we are rich now. Shui, we're going to prosper. Feng Shui was also taken aback. Her family has shops, but even the best jewelry store makes only about 100,000 coins in profit a day. The Qin bookstore, having only been open for half a day, has already earned as much as her family's jewelry store does in a whole week. Zhao Yi, however, remained nonchalant, instructing the steward to bring out the customized glass cups, pouring the freshly mixed juice into each cup for Ying Liman, Feng Shui, and Wang Ji before waving his hand and smiling. Such a trifling amount of money. Look at how delighted you all are. Surely, you do not think I had Wang Ji work so hard on the printing just to sell this little book, the stone record, do you? Upon hearing this, Feng Shui and Ying Liman were instantly confused. If not for the stone record, then what could it be? Although Wang Ji was a businessman, he was the first to grasp Zhao Yi's intention. The paper mill is not limited to producing printing paper. The printing plant's function extends beyond merely producing books. Whether in paper production or printing, even a single branch of this business could yield immense profits. Wang Ji, understanding Zhao Yi's thoughts, chose not to voice them. At such a moment, only Zhao Yi should speak. Truly a teachable child.
Zhao Yi laughed heartily,
stating that the materials students use for writing daily are either sand tables or bamboo slips. However, sand tables are impractical and bamboo slips are too costly. Thus, our paper comes into play. The white paper we produce is low cost and highly efficient. Once it flows into the market, it will quickly replace bamboo slips, winning the favor of all scholars. At that point, selling paper will also yield substantial profits. What do you think, Miss Feng Liman? Would you like to invest as well? Absolutely. Count me in. Igij, you won't let me lose money, right? Ying Lyman, with her childlike innocence, cared little for the nature of the business, as long as it was profitable. Meanwhile, Feng Shui carefully calculated in her mind and quickly arrived at a startling conclusion. If the prince truly pursued this, he might soon become the wealthiest person in the Qin. At that moment, in the Feng residence, several maidservants were gathered together, chattering excitedly over something. Feng Jing approached them from behind, surprised to find that the maidservants were completely oblivious to his presence. He raised an eyebrow and glanced at what they were holding, discovering it was a book he had never seen before. "What are you looking at?" Feng Jing frowned and stepped forward, asserting the authority of the head of the household. "Hand it over." The maidservants jumped in surprise, quickly forming a line, and the leader reluctantly handed the book to Feng Jing. "The stone record? What nonsense is this?" Feng Jing did not notice the book's cover and casually flipped through it, realizing that this book was fundamentally different from any he had seen before. Bamboo slips were heavy, had fewer carved characters, and were inconvenient to carry, but this book was different. The paper and printing quality were impressive, and the amount of text on a single page surpassed that of a whole pound of bamboo slips. As a high-ranking official, Feng Jing could see the advantages beyond the book's content. However, upon examining the content, he found it filled with trivial matters unworthy of serious attention.
Whose book is this?
Why is it here?
Speak.
Feng Jing's anger flared up. The maidservants were frightened, realizing they had stirred trouble, but dared not tell the truth. Only managing to say, "This book was purchased by a servant. It bears the signatures of the prince, Princess Lyman, and Miss Feng from the Yu family." "What?" Feng Jing was furious, his gaze turning icy. As the prince, he does not engage in state affairs daily, occupying himself with trivial matters. Yet he dares to publish a book with two maidens? Anyone can publish a book, can they not? Someone, prepare the carriage. I must go to the palace. Feng Jing took the book and stormed out. Although publishing a book had nothing to do with the Grand Commander's residence, the prince, as the general of the chariot and cavalry, had never been to the Grand Commander's residence. Feng Jing felt it necessary to report this matter to Ying Zheng. A dignified heir to the throne of a nation, the Qin prince, actually collaborates with two young girls to write something that only women of the boudoir can understand. Is he not concerned about the dignity of the Qin? If this goes unchecked, the Qin's reputation will be tarnished, and His Majesty will blame us, his ministers, for our inaction. Feng Jing arrived at the palace, only to discover that the emperor's study was already crowded with high-ranking officials. Chapter 101. Controversy in the Imperial Study. The emperor's study was bustling, with scholars Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong passionately addressing Ying Zheng. Kong Jia, a descendant of Confucius, was particularly animated, fervently gesticulating as he implored, "Your Majesty, this trend must not be allowed to flourish. Currently, the students of the entire city of Xianyang are infatuated with the stone record. This is merely a collection of trivial tales for women. How can it be compared with the classics? If this continues, the nation will be in jeopardy." "Yes, yes." Shu Sun Tong nodded in agreement, saying, "Your Majesty, what Dr. Kong said is precisely what I intended to convey. Such absurd behavior must be strictly punished, otherwise, our Qin scholars will learn the deceitful ways of women, and the court will descend into chaos." Ying Zheng regarded the two scholars, unable to suppress a cold laugh. He himself possessed a copy of the stone record, and the contents were far from the disgraceful depiction by Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong. As for the Qin scholars, if they were to emulate the characters in the book, adopting dubious methods, and yet become officials of the Qin, it would only reflect a severe flaw in the current official recommendation system. Shu Sun Tong knelt and said, "Your Majesty, I believe that within our Qin territory, the stone record should be classified as a banned book, strictly prohibiting students from carrying it, otherwise, severe punishment should follow." "Indeed." Kong Jia nodded vigorously. "What Lord Shu Sun has said is correct. I implore your Majesty to order the closure of the Qin bookstore and prohibit its continued sale of the stone record. The book contains numerous lascivious verses, which are truly an affront to scholars and may corrupt them. It should be considered a banned book." "Gentlemen," Ying Zheng placed his hands on the dragon table, looking at Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong. "You are both esteemed scholars. Why do you harbor such prejudice against a book like the stone record? I wish to ask you both, have you read the stone record in its entirety?" Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong exchanged glances, instinctively shaking their heads, then began to elaborate. "Your Majesty, this book is merely a collection of trivial tales, not a work of the sages. Why should we waste time on such a book? Indeed, with that time, we might as well read more of the sage's words. A book sold for merely 50 coins holds no merit. It is undoubtedly filled with sensationalist content, better left unread." Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong held an air of arrogance, their demeanor almost surpassing that of Ying Zheng, as if their statements were profound truths, dismissing anything else as nonsense. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow slightly, casually picking up the stone record from the dragon table. He approached the two scholars and handed them the book. "Gentlemen, perhaps you would like to take a look. This is the stone record." Upon seeing the book in Ying Zheng's hands, Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. They were all astonished that Ying Zheng, the emperor, could spare time to peruse such popular literature. They had prepared extensive arguments to vehemently critique him. However, Ying Zheng did not grant them that opportunity. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Are you both prepared to dismiss this without even a glance? Is this how you approach the teachings of the sages? Upon sensing the seriousness in Ying Zheng's tone, Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong reluctantly accepted the book and began to leaf through it. Yet, Ying Zheng observed that the two scholars were merely flipping through the pages indiscriminately, failing to engage with the content. Did they truly glean nothing from his earlier remarks? Your Majesty. Shu Sun Tong clasped his hands in respect. What is it that you wish for us to discern? Indeed, Your Majesty. Are you expecting us to extract merits from this book? Forgive my ignorance, but I fail to see any notable qualities within it. Kong Jia expressed his grievances, asserting that such folk tales were only suitable for commoners, not for learned men like themselves. How narrow-minded. Have you truly failed to notice the merits of this book? Ying Zheng's patience waned. You fixate solely on its perceived shortcomings. Does that render the book truly flawed? I find it quite commendable. You only view it through your own narrow lens. If everyone were to adopt your perspective, my court would descend into chaos. Then, Confucius, please observe these passages. Ying Zheng pointed out specific punctuation marks within the text. Do you not recognize their significance? Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong leaned closer, bewildered. They had no understanding of punctuation, merely perceiving the dots and circles as peculiar embellishments, prompting them to shake their heads in confusion. As they did so, the two scholars could not resist further disparaging the work. It resembles a child's scribble. What merit is there to discuss? These flourishes are merely superficial and lack substance. Indeed, the classical texts of our forebears have never featured such elements, thus validating the case for this book's prohibition. Ying Zheng, exasperated by the two scholars' inability to comprehend, declared, Esteemed gentlemen, do you not grasp the concept of punctuation? Is this truly how you engage with the works of the sages? What you refer to as punctuation serves to clarify sentences. With it, understanding the writings of the sages becomes markedly easier. Are you both not aware of its importance? The varying interpretations of Confucian texts arise precisely from the absence of punctuation, leading to the formation of disparate schools of thought. Were we to employ these marks from the outset, how could we possibly arrive at differing interpretations? Ying Zheng's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of the two scholars like a thunderclap, silencing the previously arrogant Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong. Thus, it appears this book does indeed possess its merits. These punctuation marks are quite ingenious. Indeed, I had not realized until now that these marks eliminate the need for conjecture regarding sentence division. No wonder the common folk can easily comprehend this work. It possesses profound subtleties. I had wondered how my rather dim-witted students suddenly seemed enlightened, able to articulate so many insights. The secret lies within.
Kong Jia.
If the classical texts of the sages also incorporated these punctuation marks, would that not enhance their clarity? Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong finally grasped the significance of punctuation, finding common ground in their newfound understanding. Indeed, with punctuation, no one could distort the words of the sages, and we would have a unified standard for interpreting their teachings. Kong Jia exclaimed with delight. Meanwhile, Shu Sun Tong instinctively snatched the book from Ying Zheng's hands, eagerly flipping through it while nodding in agreement. Your Majesty, I was indeed mistaken. You were right. Our short-sightedness nearly obscured this gem. May I ask, who is the author of this remarkable work? At that moment, an unwelcome voice erupted from outside the study. Feng Jing strode in confidently, kneeling before Ying Zheng. Upon hearing Feng Jing's words and observing his demeanor, Ying Zheng felt a headache coming on. It seemed Feng Jing had also come to denounce the book. Your Majesty, I have pressing matters to report. I beseech your grace to allow me to speak. Feng Jing proclaimed, bowing deeply. Speak freely, Ying Zheng replied, taking a sip of water to steady himself. Thank you. Your Majesty. Feng Jing rose, seizing the book from Shu Sun Tong's grasp, holding it aloft as he spoke assertively. This book, The Stone Record, was authored by the Crown Prince and two women. I advise that the Crown Prince, as the heir apparent, should be concerned with state affairs rather than indulging in such frivolities, neglecting his studies to publish these lewd tales and sell them. Now, nearly every prominent household in Xiongnu possesses a copy of this scandalous book. Such a work, unworthy of respect, should not be associated with the Crown Prince. This is a disgrace to the royal family. Feng Jing's voice was stern, and Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong felt their tempers rise in agreement. Is it true, Lord Feng? Did the Crown Prince truly author this book? Shu Sun Tong interjected. Absolutely. Feng Jing affirmed, eager for support.
Upon learning of this,
I immediately came to the palace to report the matter, urging Your Majesty to punish the Crown Prince severely. How outrageous! Kong Jia exclaimed. The Crown Prince should not engage in writing such lewd tales. I had intended to offer my guidance to the Crown Prince, to enlighten him with the wisdom of the sages, but I did not expect him to so willingly descend into such depravity, collaborating with two women to publish such nonsense. Seeing that Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong shared his indignation, Feng Jing's confidence grew, and he raised his voice further. I implore Your Majesty to discipline the Crown Prince and shut down the Qin bookstore to prevent the spread of such vile influences in our kingdom. Ying Zheng narrowed his eyes, observing the three ministers with a cold smile. Were these truly the loyal subjects he relied upon? Regarding the stone record, regardless of whether it contained lewd content, Ying Zheng perceived that it reflected not only base themes but also deep sentiments regarding the nation and societal issues. Coupled with the punctuation, these two aspects alone rendered the stone record a deserving classic. Yet Feng Jing and the others, relying solely on their status, relentlessly criticized the content while neglecting the book's merits and the innovations of its paper and printing techniques. This left Ying Zheng feeling as though his ministers were devoid of intellect. Had they truly failed to grasp such simple truths? What more could they do besides advocating for the book's ban and the closure of the Qin bookstore? Alternatively, it could be said that they have recognized the merits, yet are fearful of them, thus deliberately refraining from mentioning them. Contemplating this, Ying Zheng resolved to have a serious conversation with these individuals. Feng Jing, you claim that the Crown Prince's writing of the tale of the stone is a diversion from proper conduct, a deviation from the righteous path. Pray tell, what would the Crown Prince need to do to avoid being labeled as such? Feng Jing stood tall, confident in his stance, firmly believing that he occupied the moral high ground. Even in the face of Ying Zheng's displeasure, he felt compelled to voice his opinion, for he believed he was in the right. Your Majesty, authoring texts such as the left Chancellor's edict to expel guests, in my view, is not a deviation from the path. Upon hearing this, Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong's eyes lit up. Feng Jing was indeed bold to make such a comparison. Li Si's edict to expel guests was renowned throughout the realm, and juxtaposing it with Zhao Yi's The Tale of the Stone clearly highlighted the disparity in quality. Ying Zheng's gaze finally flickered with a chilling intensity. Feng Jing, I had anticipated that by imparting the words of the sages to you, you might grasp a deeper understanding of the principles involved. However, I find myself disappointed. I have long pondered why I believe you unfit for the position of Grand Marshal, and today I have discerned the true reason. Feng Jing, you perceive matters solely at their surface, choosing to willfully ignore their intrinsic elements. This is the principal reason I deem you unworthy of the role of Grand Marshal. Can you not reflect upon your own position before denouncing others? Do you truly believe you are infallible? Feng Jing felt as though struck by lightning, abruptly lifting his head to gaze at Ying Zheng in disbelief, astonished to hear such words from him. He had long harbored resentment over his inability to ascend to the position of Grand Marshal, feeling overlooked even after being appointed as the chief historian at the Grand Marshal's office. Yet now, hearing Ying Zheng's words, he began to comprehend that Ying Zheng had indeed been evaluating him all along, though he failed to grasp the meaning behind it. Your Majesty, I am dull-witted. Please elucidate for me. Feng Jing bit his lip, determined to understand even if it meant facing dire consequences. Chapter 103. The fool is myself yet again. It was Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong. Ying Zheng rose once more, snatching the tail of the stone from Feng Jing's grasp. He opened the pages and pointed at the punctuation marks within, his voice resonating with authority. Open your eyes and observe clearly these punctuation marks that serve to delineate sentences. Have you not realized that with these punctuation marks, whether in the texts of our forebears or in my decrees, no one would dare to misinterpret their meanings? With mere punctuation, you would claim this book is worthless? Do you think the citizens of Qin are blind? Who would spend money on something deemed useless? Are you aware that the sales and orders from the Great Qin bookstore in a single day amount to 1 million coins? Feng Jing, Kong Jia, and Shu Sun Tong were utterly taken aback by Ying Zheng's words, instinctively swallowing hard as they exchanged bewildered glances. Ying Zheng pressed on. You all pride yourselves on being learned men. Even without my pointing out the punctuation, you should have discerned some clues from this book. Look at this paper. Have you ever used it? Reflect carefully. If you were to use this paper for documentation, for authorship, would it not surpass the bamboo slips you currently employ by 1,000-fold? I fear not to reveal to you that both this paper and this book were established by the Crown Prince in his princely residence, with the processes of papermaking and printing handled personally by him. You dare speak here of the Crown Prince's lack of learning? If this is what you deem ignorance, then what have you contributed to this nation? Ying Zheng's words thundered forth, striking a chord deep within Feng Jing and the others, leaving them speechless. Neither Feng Jing, Kong Jia, nor Shu Sun Tong had ever truly considered what materials were used to print the tale of the stone or how it was bound, let alone the wealth of knowledge behind it. All of this was created by the Crown Prince? Feng Jing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet the book was priced at merely 50 coins, and perhaps Shu Sun Tong had finally found a point to argue. A book priced at 50 coins is indeed due to the lower cost of paper compared to bamboo slips. Ying Zheng interrupted them with fervor. With paper, our scholars of Qin shall no longer be hindered by poverty in their pursuit of knowledge. They will not be barred from education due to the high cost of books, nor will they misconstrue the wisdom of our sages because of a lack of punctuation. Ying Zheng's declarations resonated profoundly, rendering the three senior officials utterly speechless, devoid of any retort. You three, who pride yourselves on being learned, only view matters through your limited experiences. You hold a dismissive attitude towards other opinions, new literature, and emerging ideas. If our court in Qin were filled with individuals like you, how could we speak of progress or a lasting legacy? Ying Zheng was no longer concerned about offending these obstinate individuals. A group of obstinate minds, if left in the court, would only serve as stumbling blocks. Better to remove them sooner rather than later. Feng Jing had initially believed he could showcase his intellect before Ying Zheng, considering Zhao Yi to be a mere fool devoid of knowledge. Yet he now realized that the true fool was himself. If, as Ying Zheng asserted, the crown prince had indeed created a paper that could replace bamboo slips at a lower cost, along with a method to reduce the price of books, then the entirety of Qin could experience a monumental transformation. At that point, individuals like Kong Jia and Shu Tong would find themselves utterly incapable of even approaching the crown prince. Your Majesty, I was in the wrong, Feng Jing exclaimed, his mouth filled with bitterness, bowing his head in repentance. I finally understand. It was my short-sightedness that led me to underestimate the crown prince, nearly allowing a gem to be obscured. A wave of elation surged within Ying Zheng. Feng Jing had bowed his head. Though Kong Jia and Shu Tong did not explicitly admit their faults, their expressions of shame clearly indicated their awareness of the error in their judgments. In our great Qin, we govern by law, rewarding the diligent and punishing the negligent. Ying Zheng resolved to impose a rigorous penalty this time. Feng Jing, I entrust you with the order and security surrounding the great Qin bookstore. Additionally, you shall be penalized 1 month's salary as a form of discipline. Kong Jia, Shu Tong, you are to punctuate the texts of the Confucian sages within 1 month, after which I shall conduct a specialized examination of your work. Thank you, Your Majesty. Feng Jing and the others immediately bowed in gratitude for Ying Zheng's punishment, which they no longer perceived as a true reprimand. Once they exited the imperial study, Feng Jing, Kong Jia, and Shu Tong began to discuss fervently. It seems we have been short-sighted. We nearly misjudged the crown prince today.
Indeed.
Who would have thought that within a single book lies such profound wisdom? Our crown prince is truly a person of great intellect, surprising us all. With the advent of papermaking and printing, the number of scholars in the realm is bound to multiply several-fold, and the gentry shall surely feel a sense of urgency. Only with competition can exceptional talents emerge. The future of our great Qin seems promising. Certainly, without a doubt. I had genuinely overlooked the fact that once paper supplants bamboo slips, writing and reading will become infinitely simpler. Let us cease discussing these trivial matters and procure a copy of the Tale of the Stone to study earnestly. Absolutely. It was indeed a wise suggestion from Lord Kong. Let us go together. As the 3 officials exited the palace, they made their way directly to the great Qin bookstore. Feng Jing approached and tossed a handful of copper coins onto the counter. Innkeeper, 3 copies of the Tale of the Stone, and keep the change. Yet the shopkeeper remained indifferent, pointing to a sign at the entrance and replied haughtily, Dear guest, you have arrived too late. The pre-orders for the Tale of the Stone have already been booked until the 15th of the month. The additional monetary incentives you offer are of no consequence. Even if a decision is made now, the book will only be available 15 days hence. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? 15 days to acquire a book?
What I asked.
Feng Jing was taken aback, as were Kong Jia and Shu Tong. However, upon noticing the notice posted at the shop entrance, they realized its veracity, leaving the 3 gentlemen momentarily flummoxed. Let us proceed to the prince's residence, suggested Kong Jia, the most astute among them, being a descendant of Confucius. The book in question was authored and printed by the prince. Thus, the only recourse to obtain it seemed to be to beseech him. Indeed, Kong Darren possesses the most clarity of thought. Let us go together. Feng Jing and Shu Tong wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, the group hastened to the prince's residence, initially anticipating a smooth encounter with Zhao Yi to procure the stone record. However, upon their arrival, they were greeted by a scene that left them utterly bewildered. Chapter 104, a choice toilet item. The gates of the prince's residence were firmly shut, yet a throng of individuals had congregated at the entrance, creating a cacophony that rivaled the bustle of a marketplace. Upon closer inspection, Feng Jing recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, including officials from both the left and right prime minister's households. Notably, some military generals, such as Chang Kai and Yang Duan, greeted Feng Jing with enthusiasm. Ah, is that not Feng Changsher? What brings you here? Surely, it is for the book. We must queue in order of arrival.
Yang Kai claim it.
Before he could finish, Yang Duan kicked him aside, exclaiming, Queue? We have already waited 2 hours without sight of the prince. He likely isn't even here. Li Xian, similar to Chang Kai, was also fearful of his wife. She desired the stone record, and since it was unavailable at the Great Qin bookstore, he ventured to the prince's residence, only to find himself turned away. The surrounding dignitaries and servants scoffed at him. Old Li, are you jesting? If we had the means, do you think we would still be here after 2 hours? Another remarked, even if there were excess, I doubt anyone would be willing to sell to you. None among us is in need of money. Observing the situation, Feng Jing realized his journey might be in vain, but couldn't resist asking Chang Kai, might it be that someone in your household is fond of reading the stone record? Chang Kai, a rough man, and his equally unrefined wife, along with their boisterous sons, intrigued Feng Jing. Indeed, old Chang, what brings you to queue alongside me? Yang Duan inquired with a mischievous grin. Is it that you are keeping a mistress outside? To the devil with you.
Yang Kai retorted loudly.
You lot may cherish your books, but my intentions are indeed for the book, albeit for a rather unconventional purpose. Those who have read it would know that the paper used in the stone record is of excellent quality for, well, you know, for what? Excellent for what? Came the bewildered responses from Feng Jing and Yang Duan. Upon realizing Chang Kai's implication, they erupted in outrage. Begone. Chang Kai, you buffoon. That is a book. Not something to be desecrated. Feng Jing cursed vehemently. Yang Duan, embarrassed to be associated, distanced himself. Old Chong, I had no idea you harbored such a peculiar preference. You weren't using bamboo slips before, were you? Get lost. Outside the prince's gates, laughter and curses mingled in the air, while within, Zhao Yi had intended to step out and offer an explanation. However, upon hearing Chong Kai's outburst, he promptly reconsidered. Only those scoundrels would think to use a book for such a purpose. If they wish to wait, let them do so. It seems I have undervalued the price. These ruffians are contemplating such disgraceful intentions. I shall raise the price to 100 coins, limiting daily sales. Who dares to use it for such purposes will be promptly exposed. I refuse to believe there won't be a public outcry. On that note, perhaps I could persuade Wang Ji to devise some sanitary paper. By the following morning's court session, Ying Zheng was fully prepared. Should any minister dare to report Zhao Yi, he would deliver a stern reprimand akin to his rebuke of Feng Jing the previous day. Yet, to his astonishment, no official stepped forth to report Zhao Yi, leaving Ying Zheng perplexed. However, once court adjourned, Ying Zheng summoned the prominent ministers and Zhao Yi to the imperial study. What was the prince up to last night? Ying Zheng inquired, observing Zhao Yi's perpetual state of drowsiness. Why do you always appear as though you have not slept? Father, you are unaware. I toiled late into the night overseeing the workshop, scarcely having time for rest before attending court. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at those ministers who crowded my doorstep. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's explanation, Ying Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. Oh, is that so? You have borne quite the burden. Yet, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the booming success of the stone record. Ying Zheng finally comprehended why no minister dared to speak ill of Zhao Yi during court. It was all rooted in this very matter. They all feared incurring Zhao Yi's ire, for he might withhold the book from them. Currently, demand far exceeded supply, a consequence of limited availability. Once the sales were restricted, it would undoubtedly incite chaos among the households of these ministers. Ying Zheng's intent in retaining several ministers alongside Zhao Yi was to ascertain their sentiments towards the prince. Now that he had clarity, he felt reassured and waved them off. As the ministers withdrew, Zhao Yi was the first to exit the imperial study, reveling in his good fortune. Talking about money ruins relationships, a mere slap on the wrist is insufficient. I cannot bring myself to act against the beautiful maidens. Ah. But how could I forget to disrobe? Oh yes, let us proceed, find a secluded spot, and await the excitement. Ying Zheng, overhearing Zhao Yi's musings and witnessing his sly grin, clenched his fists in frustration. Initially, he had empathized with Zhao Yi, believing he had genuinely been diligent and was determined to become a conscientious prince. However, he was dismayed to discover that Zhao Yi's thoughts were still consumed with frivolity, and in such a base manner. While he was unaware of the nature of the game Zhao Yi mentioned, it was undoubtedly something unsavory, likely associated with gambling. The notion of losing one's garments was utterly scandalous. What is this old fool up to now? Did he not claim everything was well? Why does he now summon me? Old man, are you not weary? You toil so hard every day. Cease your incessant scrutiny of me. If it must come to that, perhaps I should simply relinquish my position as prince in favor of someone who can endure your relentless demands. Every day, you seek to create trouble. Might I not be afforded a moment's respite? Chapter 105. Feng Song's wife prince. In this space, there are no others. What is your opinion of the left and right prime ministers? Ying Zheng suddenly posed a question. Li Si and Feng Qiji? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Ying Zheng's unexpected inquiry. What is there to say about Li Si and Feng Qiji? They possess talent, yet their fates were not favorable.
Li Si,
for instance, followed Hu Hai and Zhao Gao in falsifying the imperial edict, only to be betrayed and exterminated along with his family. Feng Qiji, too, seemed to have met a grim end at the hands of Zhao Gao and Hu Hai, reportedly taking his own life alongside Feng Jia. Are they perhaps related? I have not heard of this before. But wait, could Hu Hai have had the opportunity to alter the edict? Could Zhao Gao and Li Si have had such an opportunity? It seems uncertain, unless that old fool had aspirations for grandiosity, embarking on some grand tour. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow, disturbed by the fates of his two chancellors and the grand historian. Zhao Gao and Hu Hai's affairs were well known to him. Yet he could not fathom why Zhao Yi implied that after his demise, the entirety of the Qin Dynasty might crumble under its own weight, riddled with flaws. Thus, upon discerning Hu Hai's questionable motives, Ying Zheng sought to demote him from Xianyang under the guise of the night market, while simultaneously distancing himself from Zhao Gao. After all, individuals like Zhao Gao were prevalent within the Qin Dynasty, and it was prudent to avert potential crises. Has that old fool begun to realize there are issues among his ministers? That cannot be right. I recall a descendant of Confucius, seemingly named Kong Jia, who, after the rebellion of Chen Sheng and Wu Guang, hurriedly rushed to assist, ultimately meeting his demise amidst the chaos of battle. There was also a venerable scholar named Xu Sun Tong, who, upon his passing, sensed an ominous shift and hastily resigned from his post, only to re-emerge once the Lu family ascended to power, thereby earning a reputation as a sage. From this, it appears that there are few capable individuals in the court. Once he departed, they quickly became disbanded and disorganized. I wonder if the situation will improve after my ascension.
Rebellion?
Who would dare to rebel? Do they perceive my million-strong army as a mere facade? Ying Zheng exuded an aura of fierce intimidation. He recognized Kong Jia as unreliable. None of Confucius's descendants could be depended upon. Those Confucian scholars merely yearned for the restoration of the Zhou dynasty. Had it not been for Ying Zheng's need for their scholarly support to stabilize the realm, he would have likely taken action against them long ago. It seems that one must rely on their own kind. According to Zhao Yi, both Feng Jie and Feng Qiji are loyal ministers, and it is essential to cultivate their allegiance. With this thought in mind, Ying Zheng turned to Zhao Yi and inquired, Crown Prince, I intend to betroth Sherman to the eldest son of the Minister of Justice. What are your thoughts? The eldest son of the Minister of Justice? Feng Song? Zhao Yi's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight as he nodded repeatedly. Father, your wisdom is unparalleled. However, is Sherman aware of this? Was it not previously mentioned that Feng Shui would become my consort? Could there be a conflict? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's peculiar remarks and observing his enigmatic smile, Ying Zheng's heart tightened, and he could already sense Zhao Yi's inner thoughts echoing in his mind. That old fellow truly enjoys meddling in matters of romance, marrying Sherman to Feng Song without even inquiring about his character. If memory serves, Sherman indeed married Feng Song, but within a year, he passed away. Following this, Feng Song seemingly wed 4 wives, all of whom met untimely, ends within a year. Yes, it was then that Feng Song gained notoriety, becoming known as the foremost husband killer of the Qin Dynasty. Feng Song, a husband killer? How terrifying. Ying Zheng found it difficult to swallow. Without hesitation, he chose to trust Zhao Yi. Although Sherman was not his most cherished daughter, she was still his daughter, and how could he bear to send her into danger? Father, you. Zhao Yi noticed Ying Zheng's complexion suddenly pale, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Do not worry, you may leave. I am fatigued. Ying Zheng forced a smile and waved Zhao Yi away. After a considerable pause, Ying Zheng exhaled, standing up to head toward the inner palace, intending to visit Lady Yin Feng. Lady Yin Feng, the sister of Feng Jie, was the one who proposed the idea of marrying Sherman to Feng Jie's eldest son. Initially, Ying Zheng thought it a suitable match. But after hearing Zhao Yi's thoughts, he decided to put an end to Lady Yin Feng's intentions today. Upon meeting Ying Zheng, Lady Yin Feng warmly prepared a meal and, during their dining, could not help but inquire, Your Majesty, regarding Sherman, have you given any thought to my previous proposal? Should I discuss it with Feng Jie? At her words, Ying Zheng's brows furrowed immediately. This marriage is not to be mentioned again. Ah? Lady Yin Feng was perplexed, clearly remembering that Ying Zheng had been quite pleased when she previously raised the matter. What could have caused such a sudden change in attitude? Your son, Feng Song, is truly commendable and is about to take up an official position. Furthermore, he and Sherman have met. I have heard Sherman express her satisfaction with him. Upon hearing this, Ying Zheng's frown deepened. In truth, had it not been for Zhao Yi's revelation, he would have been quite content with the political alliance between Feng Song and Ying Sherman. However, now that he was aware of Feng Song's unfortunate history, how could he possibly wed his daughter to such a man? Yet, such reasoning could not be conveyed to Lady Yin Feng. He could only say, Sherman is still young and naive. She knows little of such matters. It would be best to abandon this idea. But, Your Majesty, you were the one who suggested that Sherman marry Feng Song to strengthen the relationship between the Minister of Justice and the royal family. How? Lady Yin Feng failed to grasp Ying Zheng's underlying message, insisting on advocating for her nephew. Do you not comprehend my words? Cease this discussion at once. Ying Zheng, feeling provoked by her questioning, rose abruptly, startling Lady Yin Feng into kneeling. Realizing that something must have transpired in the court, Lady Yin Feng understood that Ying Zheng would never approve of this union and that she must not press the matter further, for to do so would invite her own ruin. My apologies, Your Majesty. I shall attend to your meal. Please do not be angry. Lady Yin Feng served Ying Zheng with utmost caution, her heart racing. Suddenly, she realized that the marriage between Feng Song and Ying Liman was likely doomed. At the Minister of Justice's residence, Feng Jie gazed at the numerous copies of Dream of the Red Chamber displayed in his home, wearing a satisfied smile. Did your wife acquire all these? He asked, astonished. Standing nearby, Feng Song, a handsome young man, quickly clarified, It is not my merit, it is my younger sister's. She is the hidden owner of the Qin Library and even contributed to the compilation of Dream of the Red Chamber. Thus, I was able to procure the last few copies through her connections. Feng Jie was enlightened. I see now. It is no wonder that this was a trivial matter for Shui. Haha. Feng Jie was acutely aware of his daughter's current relations with the Crown Prince and Ying Liman. Having her name on Dream of the Red Chamber and participating in the Qin Library's operations was a significant achievement. Though acquiring a few additional books may seem minor, Feng Jie perceived its profound implications. After all, what Kong Jia and Shu Sun Tong could not procure, his family had managed to secure, thereby elevating Feng Jie's status among the court officials. Song, I shall personally oversee your marriage arrangements, Feng Jie said, smiling faintly at his son. You and Princess Sherman shall soon receive the Emperor's blessing. Thank you, father. Feng Song replied, elated, for he had developed a fondness for Ying Sherman. My lord. However, Feng's wife appeared somewhat anxious. The princess is of noble birth, Would the emperor truly consent? Lady Yingfeng has already dispatched palace attendants to inform me that she will raise the matter with the emperor today. It is highly likely to be a done deal. Feng Jie laughed heartily, his confidence unwavering. Though his title may not rival those of Li Si or Feng Qiji, he enjoyed Ying Zheng's trust within the court. Moreover, with Feng Shui and the crown prince's impending union, it would be improbable for Ying Zheng to refuse such a familial alliance. Listening to her husband's analysis, Feng's wife felt slightly reassured, while Feng Jie began to envision the future. Once Feng Song married the princess, and his daughter became the crown princess, the Feng family would surely ascend to the pinnacle of aristocracy in the Qin Dynasty. Tomorrow, after the morning court session, I will discuss this matter with the emperor and expedite the arrangement. Prepare to receive the imperial edict. Feng Jie exclaimed, filled with anticipation. The following day, after the court session, Feng Jie approached Ying Zheng in the imperial study, brimming with excitement as he broached the subject, convinced that Ying Zheng would promptly grant his approval for the marriage. However, Ying Zheng's response doused Feng Jie with cold water. Minister of Justice, let us postpone this matter for now. Sure, man is still young. I wish to keep her in the palace for a few more years. If you have a suitable candidate, do not hesitate to suggest. Feng Jie was left bewildered, at a loss for words, astonished that Ying Zheng would express such ambiguous sentiments. Subsequently, Ying Zheng, under the pretense of discussing state affairs, dismissed Feng Jie. As Feng Jie exited the imperial study, he remained incredulous. He could not fathom why a seemingly favorable match had suddenly soured, given that the emperor had previously expressed support for it. Minister Feng, my wife requests your presence. At that moment, Lady Yingfeng's personal maid approached Feng Jie. Shortly thereafter, Feng Jie arrived at Lady Yingfeng's palace, where she hurriedly recounted the events of the previous day. Feng Jie was taken aback. What? You say His Majesty opposes the marriage between Song heir and the princess? And he was angry with you because of it? What reason could there be? Feng Jie was visibly shocked, and Lady Yingfeng shared his astonishment. I too am perplexed. I wonder if perhaps the esteemed one inadvertently offended His Majesty, prompting his ire. Feng Jie interjected. That is impossible. We both know His Majesty's temperament. If I had offended him, I would not be standing here conversing with you. I just saw His Majesty. And although he did dismiss the marriage between Song heir and the princess, his tone did not seem to be directed at me. So, do not overthink it. I do not wish to indulge in wild imaginings. Lady Yingfeng replied helplessly. His Majesty has become quite peculiar, often reversing his stance from one moment to the next. Truly, no one knows what he is thinking. Upon hearing Lady Yingfeng's words, Feng Jie felt a profound sense of helplessness. The imperial heart is inscrutable, and at such times, it is the most troublesome predicament. As Feng Jie sensed the brewing trouble, Zhao Yi's own difficulties were also on the horizon. He had originally planned to visit the imperial study to review memorials, yet he was waylaid by Ying Zheng, who was eager to converse. Your Highness, I hear your books are selling remarkably well lately, with daily profits exceeding 1,000,000 coins. Here it comes. I knew that old fox would eventually set his sights on me. I've been toiling away, earning just over 100,000 coins a day, and now he has his eyes on that. You are a ruler of a nation. Must you covet your son's pocket money? What was initially thought to be a fleeting excitement over the newly opened bookstore, where patrons sought novelty and bargains, had turned into sustained profitability. Much to Ying Zheng's surprise. A daily profit of over 1,000,000 coins. How could he not be intrigued? Ying Zheng mused. We are family. So, why should we draw such rigid lines? What belongs to the crown prince is mine and vice versa. With this thought, Ying Zheng smiled at Zhao Yi. Am I mistaken? Was it not over 1,000,000? How much exactly? How does he know so much? Something is amiss. Wang Qi would never betray me. I alone have seen the accounts. Apart from him and myself, even the shopkeeper and staff are unaware of the financial matters. Could it be those black ice platform fellows? Are they really that capable? In chapter 107, The Eastern Who, while Zhao Yi contemplated, Ying Zheng was reveling in amusement. His accurate intel stemmed directly from hearing Zhao Yi's thoughts. Although the black ice platform had sent individuals to investigate the accounts of the Qin bookstore, they had returned empty-handed. Had it not been for Ying Zheng's ability to perceive Zhao Yi's thoughts, he might have remained oblivious. Inside the imperial study, Li Si and Feng Qiji were taken aback by the dialogue between Ying Zheng and the crown prince. Over 1,000,000 coins a day? Is the crown prince truly that impressive? A mere bookstore can generate such profits. How extraordinary. Previously, they had deemed the crown prince unlearned and mediocre. If he were their own son, they would wish for him to be even less capable. For even a fraction of his success would have them waking in laughter from dreams. Crown Prince, your bookstore bears the name of our great Qin. Therefore, by law, the profits after standard expenses shall contribute to the national treasury. This is outrageous. You shameless old man. I toil to earn money, only to see it snatched away by you. No way. If I have no money, take my life instead. But dream on if you think I'll part with my earnings. Seeing the guarded look in Zhao Yi's eyes, Ying Zheng chuckled, while Li Si and the others were gleaming with excitement. If they could funnel the bookstore's profits into the national treasury, Qin would no longer need to be so frugal. Crown Prince, you are the heir to our great Qin and the future emperor. As the Grand General of the chariots and cavalry, you must shoulder some responsibilities. I grant you the authority to manage your residence. In short, all expenses of the Grand General's residence need not be reported to the court. You can decide on them yourself. Currently, the Eastern who are acting up, and it is time for you to gain some experience. You shall handle the situation with the Eastern who. However, over the years, natural disasters and foreign wars have drained the national treasury. So, you must find a way to fund this campaign yourself. This old man is scheming against me. He wants me to fight the Eastern who without providing funds. And he dares to show his face. Zhao Yi cursed inwardly, while Ying Zheng was in high spirits, delighting in Zhao Yi's predicament. Li Si and the others were impressed, giving Ying Zheng a thumbs up before departing. Upon hearing of the campaign against the Eastern who, and that the Crown Prince was permitted to lead the troops, Chongquan, Yang Duanhe, and others immediately focused on Zhao Yi. The martial generals of Qin were promoted based on military merit, and to ascend, one needed substantial achievements, which could only be earned through warfare. Chongquan and Yang Duanhe had not fought in a long while, and upon hearing of this opportunity, Zhao Yi appeared to them as the most tempting target. Esteemed generals, let us speak amicably. Why not come to my Crown Prince's residence?
Zhao Yi simileta cardly.
Hastily making his way toward the palace exit. Yet, his meager abilities were only sufficient to contend with Fu Su against seasoned warriors like Chongquan and Yang Duanhe. He was no match. Seeing Ying Zheng approving gaze, Chongquan and Yang Duanhe swiftly flanked Zhao Yi, blocking his path outside the palace. Ha ha ha, Crown Prince. Do not be alarmed. Old Yang and I have secured His Majesty's endorsement. We are now part of the Grand General's residence. Indeed, although we cannot rival the Meng and Wang families, we have once conquered cities and annihilated nations. Crown Prince, you must take us with you to deal with the Eastern, who, your residence lacks martial generals. We are here to fill that void. Rest assured, Crown Prince, if you provide us with funds and provisions, we shall ensure the Eastern, who are left with nothing. Chongquan and Yang Duanhe spoke in turns, refusing to let Zhao Yi escape, causing him to feel overwhelmed. These two fools. Earning money is no easy feat, and now they want me to squander it on warfare? How can I still be the Crown Prince? Zhao Yi did not wish for his hard-earned money to go unspent, only to be burned on the battlefield. He would not accept being used as a mere tool. Seizing an opportunity while Chongquan and Yang Duanhe rambled, Zhao Yi made a swift escape, muttering as he ran. You old man, just you wait. This matter is far from over. You want to fight the Eastern who? It's not my desire. What benefit do I gain from it? What a farce. Do not force my hand. If you think I will fight just for the bookstore's profits, do not blame me for being ruthless in my pursuit of more money from the Eastern who. Zhao Yi seethed internally, while Ying Zheng, overhearing his thoughts, felt a spark of interest. What did this lad say? Ruthless and seeking more profit. In that impoverished Eastern Hu region, what riches could one possibly find? No, something was amiss. Ying Zheng suddenly realized that since Zhao Yi believed there was money to be made in Donghu, it was undoubtedly true. He hastily exited the grand hall, eager to catch Zhao Yi and inquire about the situation. After years of warfare, the Qin had always spent money. They had never earned a single coin from battle. Even after conquering the 6 states, the treasures taken from their royal palaces were insufficient to cover military expenses. Zhao Yi's unexpected declaration stirred a restless curiosity within Ying Zheng. However, upon stepping outside, he found only Chongquan and Yang Duanhe, 2 towering figures, standing foolishly in place. Where was the Crown Prince? Ying Zheng was perplexed, unable to believe that Yang Duanhe and Chongquan could not keep track of a single prince. Chongquan wore a sheepish expression, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince's skills. Who has he learned them from? And old Yang failed to keep him in check. Indeed, Yang Duanhe exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Just now, the Crown Prince suddenly unleashed his strength. I intended to pursue him, but found I could not keep up. Did Your Majesty not say the Crown Prince had never practiced martial arts? Could it be that we were deceived? Both Yang Duanhe and Chongquan were genuinely taken aback by Zhao Yi's abilities. They had not intentionally allowed Zhao Yi to escape. Rather, they had aimed to obstruct him. But with a swift movement, Zhao Yi had burst through their encirclement before they could react. Hearing his 2 generals speak so highly of Zhao Yi left Ying Zheng utterly astonished. He had never realized the true strength of his Crown Prince. It seemed there were many secrets Zhao Yi had kept from him. Chapter 108. Unseemly Conduct. Do not change the subject. Ying Zheng's eyes gleamed as he recalled his earlier words. In the conquest of Donghu, the Crown Prince shall take command, according to my wishes, to engage Donghu. There must be at least 3 armies. The Crown Prince will lead one, while the commanders of the other 2 must be determined through negotiation. Furthermore, the logistics and military supplies must be managed by the cavalry general's residence. Figure it out amongst yourselves. Chongquan and Yang Duanhe were quick to grasp Ying Zheng's intent regarding warfare. They understood immediately. With the formidable generals at their disposal, they realized they must seize the opportunity to lead the charge against Donghu. The thought of the Meng and Wang families made them tense. Not only those 2 clans, but also Li Xian, who had recently been close to His Majesty. If they did not act swiftly, it would be a wasted chance. With this in mind, Yang Duanhe and Chongquan quickly bowed to Ying Zheng and took their leave. Your Majesty, We shall head to the Crown Prince's residence at once to secure his agreement on the commanders for the two armies. Seeing the resolute expressions on Yang Duanhe and Chang Kuai's faces, Ying Zheng smiled and nodded. Let the Crown Prince rest today. Tomorrow I shall accompany you to the Crown Princess residence, and perhaps enjoy a taste of the Crown Prince's culinary offerings. Your command shall be obeyed. Their spirits lifted at the prospect of His Majesty personally supporting them. However, more than that, Yang Duanhe and Chang Kuai were eagerly anticipating the food at the Crown Prince's residence, having heard that it surpassed even the imperial banquet by leaps and bounds, filling them with excitement for the next day. After sending off the two simpletons, Ying Zheng cheerfully made his way to visit Lady Gongsun. Upon entering, he was met with a curious smile from her. Your Majesty, what joyful tidings do you bring that you wish to share with me? Ying Zheng chuckled, my lady. Are you aware that the Crown Prince recently published a book titled The Tale of Stone? Is that so? Lady Gongsun replied, unexpectedly picking up a book from the table, revealing it to be The Tale of Stone. This was given to Lady Yin Feng by the Grand Historian. I happened to glance at it and noticed the name of Li Man. Hence I took a look. I have heard that this book was co-authored by the Crown Prince, that child Sure Man, and the young lady from the Feng family. Ying Zheng said, nodding. The book is indeed remarkable. What I wish to convey is that the Crown Prince and the Princess, through this very work, have earned a staggering amount of money daily, over 100,000 coins. My Crown Prince truly possesses an extraordinary talent for wealth accumulation. Over 100,000 coins? Lady Gongsun gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. Your Majesty, is that truly the case? That is quite terrifying. Ying Zheng found amusement in her astonishment, recalling his own shock upon learning of this. He had never anticipated that the Crown Prince would possess such formidable skills in amassing wealth. Yet he intended for the Crown Prince to contribute a share to the state. Your Majesty seeks the Crown Prince's assistance in state affairs, does he not? Lady Gongsun, perceptive and astute, quickly discerned Ying Zheng's intentions. A conflict between Donghu and the Qin is inevitable, Ying Zheng confirmed with a smile. Rather than wait idly, it is preferable to take the initiative. I plan to allow the Crown Prince to gain experience through this battle, with all military expenses borne by the Crown Prince's residence. After all, he is still the cavalry general. As the highest commander of our Qin, he must contribute something. Your Majesty, this truly seems unfair, Lady Gongsun chuckled, shaking her head. Do you believe I am being unreasonable? Ying Zheng replied playfully. As Crown Prince, he must possess a sense of duty. Earning over 100,000 coins daily has made me envious. If he continues to remain idle, he will enjoy life more than I do. Indeed, he already does. Lady Gongsun laughed heartily, recognizing Ying Zheng's genuine satisfaction with the current Crown Prince. Her thoughts briefly drifted to her own son, her gaze lowering slightly, uncertain of how to broach the subject. Hu Hai was also a royal of the Qin, but he could not bear the weight of the empire. A life of leisure suited him better. Ying Zheng sensed Lady Gongsun's concerns and reassured her, as long as my dynasty stands firm, he shall live a carefree and joyous life. Hearing these words, Lady Gongsun felt a mix of emotions, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded slightly, unsure whether in agreement or with other thoughts in mind. The following morning, Zhao Yi was awoken abruptly by the boisterous antics of Chang Kuai and Yang Duanhe. Crown Prince, we implore you to accept us. We are willing to serve you loyally. General, I am ready to offer my entire fortune to recruit soldiers for the campaign against Donghu. Crown Prince, you are earning gold by the day, why wait? Let us join forces to vanquish Donghu. The two raucous figures bellowed, disrupting the tranquility of the Crown Prince's residence and driving Zhao Yi to the brink of exasperation. At that moment, Ying Zheng arrived at the Crown Prince's residence and, upon hearing the commotion, donned a satisfied expression. Zhao Yi's thoughts echoed in his mind. What a pair of fools, making such a racket this early in the morning. Goodness, who could cause such a disturbance at this hour? It must be the doing of that old rascal. Truly, how inconsiderate. What a farcical notion of eternal glory. How can such supposedly significant figures be so shameless? Zhao Yi was genuinely losing his mind, hastily summoning a maid to assist him in dressing. When he finally stormed out of his chambers, he collided head-on with Ying Zheng, who had just entered the Crown Prince's residence. Crown Prince, you have emerged. Have you come to a decision? Will you take us along to battle Donghu? Rest assured, with us by your side, Donghu will be no more than a mere nuisance. Just manage the military supplies, and we will handle the rest. Before Zhao Yi could respond, Chang Kuai and Yang Duanhe had already surrounded him, buzzing incessantly in his ear like pesky flies. Zhao Yi, driven to despair, suddenly dropped to his knees before Ying Zheng. Father, spare me. I resign. I will no longer serve as cavalry general or as Crown Prince. I offer you everything. Take the Qin book house. I desire nothing. What nonsense is this, Crown Prince? Ying Zheng thought it utterly amusing, though he maintained a serious facade. I, by my own decree, have granted you your titles. As the heir to the Qin, how could I dismiss you without cause? Chang Kuai and General Yang Duanhe merely expressed their deep concern for the nation and its people, their eagerness to serve under the command of the General of Chariots, albeit in an imperfect manner. The Crown Prince should be more forgiving. Since Ying Zheng has appointed Zhao Yi to the position of General of Chariots, he has no intention of removing him, even if he is the Crown Prince. as he does not wish to apply undue pressure on Zhao Yi. After all, he is but a man. If pushed too hard, this troublesome youth might abandon his post, leaving Ying Zheng with nothing of benefit. Furthermore, Ying Zheng relies on Zhao Yi to help him achieve the greatness of becoming an everlasting emperor. Everything is still in its infancy, and he cannot afford to let Zhao Yi abandon his responsibilities. In Chapter 109, could you not have some dignity? A single stone record has already revealed Zhao Yi's talent for amassing wealth, and Ying Zheng cannot afford to extinguish his enthusiasm abruptly. One must offer a sweet reward alongside a stick. The crown prince, alas, must engage in conflict with the Eastern Hu, lest they become the next Xiongnu. After dealing with the Eastern Hu, the great Yuezhi must also be confronted. Both are adversaries of our Qin. Yet, the imperial treasury cannot withstand such turmoil. Ying Zheng begins to appeal to Zhao Yi's emotions and reason. Furthermore, this realm will soon belong to you. Do you not wish to secure a stable position in Xianying? Would you prefer to lead troops in person when the time comes? Seeing an opening, Ying Zheng seizes the moment, stating that he first considers the welfare of the nation and then Zhao Yi's interests. How about this? Assist me in the campaign against the Eastern Hu, and I will consider it a loan from you. In the future, no matter whom we battle, I will not turn against you. What do you think? These words finally soften Zhao Yi's expression, but Chang Kuai and Yang Duanhe grow anxious, ready to voice their opinions when Ying Zheng silences them with a mere glance. Ying Zheng has decided to treat Zhao Yi as a prized lamb, nurturing him before shearing. Very well, if father commands, I shall comply. However, I have one condition. Zhao Yi grits his teeth. As long as it is within your power, I will comply with all your requests. Ying Zheng beams with joy. Curiosity piqued regarding Zhao Yi's condition. I am willing to bear the military expenses for the campaign against the Eastern Hu, but once we conquer them, that territory will be mine. Zhao Yi insists, his resolve unwavering. Are you certain? Ying Zheng asks, astonished. What could possibly be appealing about the Eastern Hu? It is a desolate land after all. The Eastern Hu bears similarities to the Xiongnu, but the latter occupies the fertile lands of Hetao, a prime location for horse breeding and dangerously close to the heart of Qin. Engaging in a war with the Xiongnu yielded little advantage for Qin. The costs of military expenses and supply logistics were exorbitant, with the losses of soldiers after the battle weighing heavily on Ying Zheng's heart for many days. Thus, Ying Zheng perceives no benefits in confronting the barbarians unless the Black Ice platform had confirmed the Eastern Hu's restless movements along the border. Otherwise, he would have little interest in those savages. Will you inform father of your decision? If you agree, I can begin preparations to conquer the Eastern Hu immediately. Zhao Yi states with unwavering confidence. What is there to hesitate about? I shall draft a decree for you, Ying Zheng declares, waving his hand. An attendant promptly brings ink and a blank edict. Ying Zheng swiftly writes it, and upon Zhao Yi's verification, the latter's face lights up with joy. Splendid. With this, I need not fear that the old man will turn green with envy when he sees my wealth.
Zahayimuses.
Why would I need to spend money to confront the Eastern Hu? It's utterly ridiculous. Even if there are minor costs for deployment, it would amount to only several million coins, a sum easily covered by the Crown Prince's treasury. Once I conquer the Eastern Hu and gradually manage the aftermath, that land is rich in resources. Although currently unsuitable for farming, it is an excellent place for pasturing. Cattle and sheep abound, and once they are in my possession, selling them could easily earn me millions.
Million.
Ying Zheng's eyes widen. It is the first time he realizes how profitable warfare can be. Has he truly been fighting in vain all this while? Observing Zhao Yi's exhilarated smile, Ying Zheng feels as though his own son has just taken a substantial advantage of him. The old man lacks foresight. How many in the court recognize the potential of the Eastern Hu? They all assume it is a barren wasteland. Yet have they considered why those who dwell there are such formidable warriors? In truth, they are raised on meat, robust and strong. Once captured, they can be compelled to repair the Great Wall, shedding some weight, and see who dares to fight again. This is all mine. After this battle, I need not even speculate on my profits. As long as the lands of the Eastern Hu are under my control, I could easily earn tens of millions each year. The old man will never suspect that he has gifted me such wealth. Ha ha. Zhao Yi thinks gleefully, while Ying Zheng's composure begins to fray further. Yet, with so many ministers and attendants present, Ying Zheng finds it difficult to retract his words, resigning himself to the situation. Before Ying Zheng can depart, Chang Kuai and Yang Duanhe are already eagerly pulling Zhao Yi aside. Your Highness, time is of the essence. Let us begin assembling troops and selecting generals.
Come.
We must report to the Grand Commandant. How could I forget about these two fools? Zhao Yi thinks in frustration. It was these two simpletons who had disturbed his sleep earlier, and just as he managed to send Ying Zheng away, they show up again. Can none of you behave like adults? Reporting to the Grand Commandant is an utter waste of time. I possess the Imperial Edict. If Feng Jing dares to speak out of turn, let him try. Get lost, all of you. Do you not have any dignity? Surely, you are not expecting me to cater for you all day. Instead, let us discuss strategies for conquering the Eastern Hu here at the Crown Prince's residence. And then we can enjoy a meal together. I do not mean to boast, but my culinary skills surpass those of the palace chefs by 100-fold. Upon hearing Ying Zheng's initial words, Zhao Yi feels a sense of paternal care emanating from him, prompting thoughts of gratitude, only to feel his face pale at the conclusion. You truly came to mooch food, did you not? Can none of you act like civilized beings? You are all esteemed individuals. Must you flaunt your royal status so brazenly? I am the crown prince. Must I personally cook for you? Have some dignity, will you?